We're reaching out for love every time, every day. We're looking up above, waiting for an answer to bring the world some light. We need to come together to make the future bright. It is time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for truth. Don't we know what to do to bring the world prosperity? Only way that is true is through creative society. Let's make the change together. We're stronger if we're one. Creating peace forever. Together we are strong. It is time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for
Real love from above, cause we're all one family. We can't unite the world and reconcile humanity. Let's end the wars for profit, address the pressing topics, and get connected everywhere like fiber optic. Read the signs of the times, it ain't hard to see. It's time for peace and love, it's time for unity. It's time to put aside the drama, do it for the youth. It's time to stand together, for real, it's time for truth.
It is time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for
It's time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for truth.
It is time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for truth.
For truth. Creative society is forever family. In a creative society, we can be free. With a creative society, a foundation of unity. We have to make it reality. You and me, we are creative. We are creative. Society, creativity, we will find the truth.
I welcome you to the International online conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. On behalf of the participants and organizers of the conference, volunteers from more than 180 countries, active participants of the Creative Society Project. The conference is broadcast on thousands of media channels and platforms around the world. Millions of people from all over the world are with us today. This conference is being interpreted into more than 100 languages by our constituents, socially responsible volunteers, so that everyone can hear the vital information that can change your future. The purpose of the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, is to openly, honestly, and truthfully inform all humanity, every person who cares about the current situation regarding climate, environment, society, and the world in general. We will reveal the dangers that await us shortly. We gather together to unmask lies and deception that cover the consumerist world, and most importantly, to voice the real way out. Why is the truth about the real state of our planet silenced? Do we look at the root of the worsening problems? Do we see the causes, the true causes of what is happening around us? These and other important issues will be addressed today at the Global Crisis, Time for the Truth Conference. You will hear the opinions of scientists, researchers, and professionals from various fields on the causes of climate and environmental crisis, as well as on other issues of our time. Earlier, on July 24, 2021, the International Online Conference Global Crisis, This Already Affects Everyone, was held. 4 months have passed since the time of the previous conference, and over this relatively short period, we have seen how much the progression of climate change and environmental degradation has accelerated. This is evidenced by the cataclysms that have taken place, most quantity and most quality, exceeding those of the previous years. Changes occurring on the planet every day are indicative of the scale of an impending disaster. This comprehensive understanding of the current reality encouraged us to meet again, to bring the truth to even more people. We, people, should stop being silent about the problems and should work together to solve them. We believe it's important not to remain silent, because this survival of all humanity is at stake. Participants of the conference will present irrefutable facts and evidence of the plight of our planet and society. It is time for the truth. And now, it is my great honor to introduce our guests. With us today, Tatiana and Jana. Welcome.
Здравствуйте, Лесли. Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Здравствуйте. Мы рады присутствовать вместе с вами на этом значимом событии, на этом общечеловеческом диалоге. И, знаете, очень радостно видеть, какое огромное количество людей сегодня присоединилось к конференции. Изменение климата — это очень серьезная, глобальная и острая проблема. Синхронизация катаклизмов, их усиление и каскадное действие, оно наблюдается уже по всему миру. И поэтому международные онлайн-конференции, которые мы, как волонтеры, реализуем, они очень важны для человечества в такой нелегкий период. В них из раза в раз поднимаются действительно актуальные и жизненно важные темы. Я хочу выразить благодарность каждому, кто понимает важность оповещения об изменении климата, каждому человеку, кто смело действует в построении созидательного общества, каждому, кто тратит свое время, свои силы, свои средства, чтобы реализовать первый этап построения созидательного общества — информирование. Каждый из вас, благодаря своей честности, благодаря самоотверженности и социальной ответственности, показывает пример, который действительно достоин уважения. Это пример того, как люди могут не молчать. Пример того, как люди могут сплоченно действовать во имя общего будущего. Вы демонстрируете всему миру пример настоящего объединения людей на общечеловеческих ценностях. Это пример неугасаемой доброты и заботы о ближнем и всем
Unquenchable kindness and concern for all humankind. After all, there are no strangers in this world. Everyone is of the same tribe. As the first foundation of the creative society states, there is not and never can be anything more valuable than a human's life. If one human is valuable, then all people are valuable. It is gratifying that those present here are aware of this and act in response to the challenges of our time and crises to which the consumerist format has inevitably led. The first step to change begins with honesty, as we know, and you're doing great for raising these acute and vital topics openly and honestly from conference to conference. Humanity must know the truth. Truth is the foundation for recovery of our society, because when we know the truth, we can all unite and make a big difference. Indeed, time for the truth has come. More and more people stop being silent and start to speak openly, without fear, to speak the truth to the world. The credit for this goes to each and every one of you. Yes, the situation in the world is difficult. Climatic threats are growing, and even more difficulties lie ahead for humanity. But this is no reason to give up. This is only a reason to consolidate even more in the common effort to save humankind. And your work on informing people is extremely important. The creative society is a project of all people, of all humankind. The world must learn about it. With this noble aim, you move forward because you are aware of the power, the tremendous potential, and the possibilities that humankind receives if it is united. Only such a united humanity can survive. Everyone who has already taken responsibility for the common future is a true hero. Hero who saves not only themselves and their family and friends, but also the entire world. Your zeal for life and freedom, your sincere love for people, your desire to help humanity Your faith in the future of civilization is already bearing fruit. Thank you for the fact that despite all the twists and turns, despite all the problems and disagreements of the consumer format of society, you are resistant to adversity and act in unity. Positive changes are already happening because of the actions of each and every one of you. Right now, you are changing the future, and together you can make it happen. We believe in you. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to your unique conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. Now, it is the time to think about some of the things His Holiness Pope Francis spoke about. Dear participants and viewers of the conference, I address you with good news. By His Holiness Pope Francis. The international project, Create a Society, on whose platform today's conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, is being held, has received an apostolic blessing from His Holiness Pope Francis. We express our gratitude to His Holiness on behalf of millions of people from around the world. In one of his recent speeches, His Holiness said that difficult times present society with opportunities that should not be missed. Each of us, whoever and wherever we may be, can play our own part in changing our collective response to the unprecedented threat of climate change and the degradation of our common home. Pope Francis said in the run-up to COP26. Therefore, it is very important and commendable that people of different religions and nationalities come together and organize conferences like today's one to discuss the critical issues facing humanity. We are facing the threat of global climate change. This is a critical moment, and the future of our children and our common home depends on our joint actions. This is why it is so important for everyone to act in building a society where human life is the highest value, where everything is based on mutual respect and equality between people. Such a society to which our prophets have called from time immemorial, and to which our Savior Jesus Christ encouraged us. As the Bible says, there is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. Galatians 3:28. His Holiness Pope Francis recognized the importance and urgency of the Creative Society project for all humankind, because he understands the gravity of the climate threat. The fact that the Creative Society project is under the apostolic blessing of His Holiness is extremely valuable and meaningful, both for Christians and for all people of the world.
Much to Yusuf Ishak. We are thankful that you are here to support the participants of the global conference. And we are grateful to His Holiness, Pope Francis, for his blessing of the International Subject Creative Society. Next, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Edgar Brown.
Sanibonani, siyanamukela nonke kule ngqunquthela inhlekelele yomhlaba isikhathi seqiniso, lapho sizobhekana khona nokushintsha kwesimo sezulu. Ibalulekile futhi yasithinta sonke. Sifundile ngokucophelela umkhankaso we-Creative Society, futhi siyawusekela ngokugcwele. Izinguquko zesimo sezulu esizibonayo emhlabeni zibucayi futhi zibalulekile, futhi ngeke sakwazi ukuzishaya indiva. Sekuyisikhathi sokuthi sonke sihlangane ngale ndikimba. Lezi zinguquko zesimo sezulu zizodala futhi zidale izinkinga zomnotho kanye nezingqinamba zezwe okufanele sonke sibhekane nazo ndawonye. Sekuyisikhathi sokuhlangana ukuze senze okuthile. Isintu asikaze sibhekane nenkinga enkulu kangaka. Manje kubalulekile ngempela ukuthi sonke isintu sihlangane senze. I-Creative Society iyona mpendulo yodwa. Sileseka ngokugcwele lolu hlelo lwesintu futhi sinifisela ingqungquthela enhle nonke. Siyabonga ngokusekela kwenu.
We thank you, Mr. Brandt. Great to see you here today. And now I'm happy to introduce Mr. Amir Aziz, Imam of the oldest mosque in Germany.
I welcome all the delegates, all the members of the Global Crisis and the Truth Conference who are there today to discuss the global issues and find out some solution to this planet where we are living now, which is our home. And I greet all the participants. So in Islamic tradition we say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. That means that peace be upon you all and the blessings of God. So I pray that this conference, with the name of God, it should be blessed by Allah Almighty, so that we ourselves can come out with a solution which is permanent and which can save our generation to come. Holy Prophet Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he in the Holy Quran, he was asked to call the whole humanity under one umbrella, and then he said that O people, let us forget all differences and come to one point. What is that one point? That we are creation of one. And let us believe that Creator who has created us, so that we live under the heaven, which is like a roof for us, and we live together as human beings. So what the main point of Islam is, we all come together and stand on one platform where we all have common ground, that common ground is humanity, so that we can all together work for the peace,
ukuze
harmony,
sisebenzele ukuthula nokuzwana
and the love for the whole humanity all around us.
abantu.
Appeal every
Ngithanda
human
ukusa
being
bonke abantu
that what this creative society has taken
njengalo msebenzi oqalwa yi-creative society
to bring people
ukuhlanganisa
together
abantu
and not only just like
ungabona nje abantu benkolo
of some specific walk of life, but people from
Kodwa,
all over
abantu abavela ey'ceweni zonke
scientists and the economists and everybody, they are thinking how to save this universe, how to make this place
behlanganisa imicabango ukuthi
this earth
bangasiza
safe
kanjani
for our generation. So as a Muslim and as a human
ngalokho
being,
njengemuntu
we
nami
have
njengomuntu
responsibility to create this kind of creative society
ukwenza
on
i-creative
limited
society
spheres.
endaweni
Join
zethu
together as a net, make a net of this creative society
bese
in
sonke
that
siyahlanganyela
how we can come to one platform
kubonisana ukuthi sonke singahamba kanjani enkundleni eyodwa
different issues and then
sikhulume ngey'ndaba ezihlukene sithole
I would like
isixazululo
to appeal to all
ngithanda
Muslims
ukusa wonke amamuslim
understand one
emhlabeni
point. And that is in the Holy Quran, God says that La taziru waziratun wizra
njengoba kushiwo kwiqurani engcwele
nobody else will take your burden.
kuthiwa akekho ozothatha imithwalo yakho kodwa nguwena
Fulfill your
onomsebenzi
responsibilities. So you
wokufeza
will be questioned about your own part.
wena imingcele
You
yakho
will be there liable for all
kumele uyenze uma ungayifeza ingcelo yakho uzobe kwicala
It will not
lokungakwenzi
be a failure of one person, it will be failure of the humanity overall. And
ngalokho akhona ukwehluleka nje komuntu wethu kukuhlula kwabantu bonke
for man is for what he strives for what he has to work hard. We have to work hard for our families,
futhi kuyashiwo kwiqurani engcwele ukuthi umuntu kumele asebenzise abantwana bakhe esebenzele nomhlaba uwonkana
When we say that we are the ashraf al-makhluqat, which means we are the best creation of God.
okuchaza ukuthi thina singokungcono
So
kwendalo
as a human being, it is our responsibility that how we come across and we improve the whole
umsebenzi wethu
and
sikhulisa kanjani indlela yethu esihlanganisa nabo abanye abantu
is doing all around in the whole world. They are all working volunteers, and I'm sure that God's blessing will be
ngiyakholwa
will be
futhi
with
kuba khona
them
nesifiso
because
sikankulunkulu
this
kumavolontiya onke
very
e-creative
noble cause
society
they are carrying on.
ngalo
So,
msebenzi
once
ohloniphekela
again,
wona
I greet all the participants of
ngalokho
this
ngibingelela bonke
conference,
abahlanganyeli
the
kule
global
nkomfa
crisis and
ekhuluma ngenhlekelele yomhlaba
so
isikhathi
they
seqiniso
have, I'm sure my blessings and blessings of God be
ngalokho
upon them all,
ngizibusiso
that
zikankulunkulu azibe phezu kwethu nonke
to discuss very important
njengoba
which
sikule
is
nkundla
actually the issue
okukhuluma
of human life,
ngezindaba ezibalulekile
the beauty of human
ezithinta
life on
abantu
this earth where we are all living. It will make a great change in the whole world.
njengalokho
That
kuzoba
it
khona
will
umehluko
be a
omkhulu
blessing and
ozokwenzeka
it will be a great
emhlabeni wonke
gift for our future
futhi
generation. So we
kuyothinta
leave this world
nezizukulwane
as for
ezilandelayo
them and not as what we see all
ukuthi
around.
singaboni
My
lokhu
blessing to all
esibona manje
and a great success.
sisela impumelelo.
Thank you, Mr. Amir Aziz, for your blessings. We appreciate you being with us today. It's a great pleasure to see that this epoch-making conference, on behalf of the administration of President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, is attended by the head of the Department of Low Carbon Development, Climate Policy, and Green Technologies Department of the Ministry of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Mirmanov Asar Miramovich.
My name is Askar Nugmanov. I represent the Ministry of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources of Kazakhstan. I am head of low carbon development at the Climate Policy and Green Technology Development. And on behalf of the President's Office office of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I have an honor to participate in the international conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. So I would like to greet all the participants of the conference. And the biggest environmental problems, particularly the climate change, are truly global in their nature. The impact of these problems are felt to varying degree in every single country, and these problems cannot be solved by any particular country or even by a region. The consumerist format that humanity is currently following and supporting is, generally speaking, dying out. In order to solve common global problems, it is imperative to change the very approach to solving these problems. The very concept of how to live in general. The format we are following now, namely the consumerist format, this rather consumerist attitude towards nature resources and other treasures, has already run its course. Nowadays, there is a prevailing feeling around the world that we can no longer go on living this way. In today's world, the consolidation of all countries, all the participants, every individual is definitely needed to solve environmental and climate problems. The format of a creative society is a must, because it is actually encouraging to see that there are many volunteers who care about the state of the environment and other people's problems. In this regard, such projects and initiatives as the Creative Society are highly valuable. They are needed a lot, and I'd say that we cannot do without them, because they unite all those people who cares. So in this sense, the format of the Creative Society is simply indispensable, and the foundations that creative society has, namely human life, human freedom, human safety, and support, are exactly what every person, every society, and probably every country needs. At this point, the interests of both states and ordinary people are 100% aligned. And I'm happy that there are projects like this, that there are initiatives like the Creative Society that brings people together all over the world. And I think that you're doing the right thing to build a better future for all.
We express sincere gratitude to you, Mr. Nugmanov, to the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, for your support, concern, and humanness. We are glad you could be with us on this conference. And now we would like to read a letter from the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Togo, who sent his written address for this conference. We greatly appreciate that despite his busy schedule, the Honorable Prime Minister found an opportunity to contribute to this event. I would now like to read out his address. I would like to thank the Creative Society Project for inviting me to participate in the Official Conference, Global Crisis, Time for Truth, on 4 December 2021. The organizers, coordinators, and speakers of this conference are to be congratulated on this timely conference, independent of any geopolitical, social, or economic agenda, to call for global attention and urgent actions towards climate change, which is one of the global challenges that is affecting our world. The Pacific Islands, with low-lying exposed islands, are at the forefront of the impacts of climate change. The past 5 years recorded increasing intensities in tropical cyclones with incidents of earthquakes, tsunamis, and floods as a result of extreme weather events. In the unprecedented time of the COVID-19 pandemic, which spared no country in the world, this event was the national solutions to global problems don't work. We need to take advantage of every platform available. where the state will set efforts to call for unity in response and actions against these challenges. I wanted to speak on this issue of climate change. Unfortunately, due to pressing commitments in government, I request that the conference include a short message from the Kingdom of Tonga in the Pacific on this issue. Malo Elele from the Kingdom of Tonga. Climate change is an existential threat
nakubantu baseTonga ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu kuyinto ethusayo esihlalela sona ngoba iletha ukuthunga kanjalo nedwa nathi futhi singabantu abanokulimaza futhi iTonga inkudlwana kuneSingapore futhi le-164 isikhathi ubuncane bayo kune-New York City.
750 square miles of 170 islands spreading across the Pacific Ocean. The population of 100
inabantu abahleli endaweni yethu njengomholi nomsebenzi phezu kwabantu abawomphefumulo. Niyazi ukuthi ukukhula nje ngephesenti elilodwa kolwandle kuzokwenza umonakalo omkhulu ofika 20% kula kwethu. Indlela amanye amadolobha azonyamalala emanzini noma sibancane kusekhona esingakwenza emhlabeni nathi futhi silungele ukuphila ngomhlaba. Ngalokho enzani ngokuyini ukuphelisa ukushisa emhlabeni. Nathi kusifanele ilungelo lethu ukuthi siphile ukuthi sitholakale ebalazweni. Nathi asifisi ukuthi ulwandle esiluthandayo ukuthi kube yilona oluyithuna lethu lamanzi. Bonke imiphakathi nabameli besifundiswa ingaphelelwa ngamandla okweziqiniso laziwe leli elizokwehlisa ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu. Ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu akuseyona into yangobuso, into esikhona siyibona. Sisindiseni ukuthi sibe ngabantu abazokwenziwa ngolwandle Atlantic, ukuthi sikwazi ukusindisa imizi yethu kube nekusasa futhi elinekhaya. Isikhathi sokwenza okuthile manje. Ningalindi kuze kube isikhathi asisekho. Sibonga i-Creative Society iprojekthi yabo ethatha isikhathi sokukhuluma iqiniso. Inhlekelele yokushintsha kwesimo sezulu. Umhlonishwa ondunankulu waseTonga, umbuso waseTonga. Ngicela namukele ukubonga kwami leli thuba lokuba ingxenye yale nkonzo. Ngibonga futhi ubuholi benu ukuthi nisebenze nomhlaba wethu. Osithubayo undunankulu. Ngiyavuma ukuthi isikhathi somsebenzi sisesimanje. Manje ngizodlulisela esibaleke sika-Ameni oyi-politician nesikhulumi nomengameli oyilunga lephathi leProstate Ameni oyinhloko yomnyango wezangaphandle. Siyamnikeza inkundla.
I extend a warm greeting to all the participants.
Ngicela ukubingelela kuzo zonke izinto. Ukusebenzisa nami ngibonga nonke ye-creative society ukuhlela le goal ethinta abantu bonke. Sibonga bonke abasebenzi bethu ukulehlela lenkonzo enkulu kangaka ethinta abantu bonke. Ngempela eminyakeni edlule sesibonile ukuguquka kwesimo okukhulayo njalo ney'nhlekelele ezikhulayo namhlanje lokhu kuyisihloko esibalulekile emhlabeni wonke.
Please don't translate.
Ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu kuletha ukuthi sinake ukushintsha kwezinto emphakathini. Kushintsha nepolitiki international nalahlala khona. Inkinga yokuntuleka kokudla nenza okuthinta abantu abaningi lokho kuyisihloko. Ngeshwa kumele sisho ukuthi izinto sezonakela seziphumela nalokho isimo sezulu sinomthelela. Masingahlangani namhlanje lokho kuzoba kubulawa komuzi wethu owumhlaba. Singamelana nale ndlela enganabile kunjalo singakwenza kusemandleni ethu ukuthola isisombululo ukuthi singahleli nje kodwa futhi senze isimo esihlukile ukuze bonke abantu bephumelele. Ukwenza lokhu kumele siguqule ukwakhiwa komphakathi. Ochwepheshe bekhuluma ngaphezu kweminyaka eyishumi bethi ukwakhiwa komphakathi njengamanje sekufinyelele esikhundleni. Ngakho-ke sonke kumele sibe isisombululo sale nkinga. Ukusuka namhlanje isisombululo i-creative society. Ubuningi babantu abahlakaniphile nopolitician nosociety nabamabhizinisi bonke sebeyakuqonda ngenxa yesimo sabantu kumele ukuthi sikhohlweni ngokuyise okuwukuhlupheka nakho konke kodwa sihlanganise amandla abo bonke abantu. Okukhulu futhi ukuhlakanipha kosayensi vele kumanje kumele siyekeni amaphrojekthi enzelwe ukufundisa nawezinto. Kunesidingo sokuthi manje sikhululeni isayensi ukuze sixazulule inkinga ebhekene nomhlaba. Lokho kuyinhloso esihlanganisa sonke singabantu. Yilapho masihlangene noma kwi-creative society kuphela singakwazi ukuqinisekisa ingomuso labantwana bethu nezizukulwane kuphela ekwakhekeni kwe-creative society. Ngiyathanda ukufisa bonke abantu kakhulu kosopolitiki bahleli ukulwa ahleli ukuhlukanisa abantu. Ake sihlanganeni boza kwethu umsebenzi omkhulu wengomuso uhlele emahlombe ethu njengamanje. Isimo sezulu siyinselela yethu sonke. Asisakwazi ukuyishaya indiva. Akufanele siphile nje siyenze kodwa kumele siyixazulule ngaphakathi kohlaka lwe-creative society nezisekelo zawo ezihambisana nomthetho wezamazwe. Sekuyisikhathi ukuthi bonke abantu behlangane nakwinkundla ye-creative society. Bafowethu nodade, ngiyathokoza ukubingelela zonke izithameli zinkova isikhathi eqiniso.
behalf of the Catholicos, let me convey to everyone who is concerned about the future of our planet, which is the common home to all
Ngithanda
humanity,
ukudlulisa lo myalezo kubo bonke abathintele ngesimo esizila emhlabeni wonke.
Armenia is a biblical country where Noah's Ark
I-Armenia yizwe elisebhayibhelini lapho umkhumbi kaNoah wahlala.
country that was the first to declare Christianity as a state religion.
Yizwe lokuqala lokuthi uKristu kube yinkolo yezwe.
I'm happy that I was born and live in this
Ngiyajabula ukuthi ngazalwa ngakhula kulelo lizwe.
But from time to time,
Kodwa
I feel
ngesikhathi
sad due to the fear of losing that happiness.
ngizobuhlungu bokulahlekelwa yinjabulo.
Nowadays, there are more and more concerns about natural disasters, global climate change, and as a consequence, human casualties.
Ukukhathazeka kuningi ngenxa yezigameko zokushintsha kwesimo sezulu nanokulimaza kwabantu.
Feel powerless in these forces of nature.
Uma kunjalo sibe singenamandla uma imvelo iveza lawo mandla.
It would seem that the rapid development of modern science and technology serves human beings. However, the further we
Kungathi
advance modern science,
ukukhula kwesayensi yabantu
violating its law.
kungathi kunakakhulu idestroya
It
imvelo.
is regrettable that along with all this, humanity creates
Kubuhlungu ukuthi abantu njalo belokhu beqhubeka bedala ingozi.
anything that poses a threat to human life.
Noma ngabe yini ethusa abantu noma enobungozi ayikwazi ukuthi ingamukeleka.
Not a scientist,
Angiyesosayensi ngumuntu
values human life above everything.
obeka ukuphila komuntu ngaphezu kwakho konke.
I'm a Christian.
Kristu
No greater commandment
futhi mawukho
than neighbor as thyself.
umyalo omkhulu odlula ukuthi uthande umakhelwane nje obuzithanda.
I would like to take this opportunity
Ngithanda ukuthathela
to
ithuba
entire humanity question.
ngibuze lo mbuzo kubantu.
Have you thought about why there was a flood?
Ngike wazibuza kungani kwaba nezimo zamqondo kaNoah.
Do you want to drown again?
Ngiyafuna kwenzalo futhi na.
Do you want humanity and its cultural values to disappear?
Ngifuna ukuthi abantu kanjalo nemigomo yabo yokuphila iphele kanjalo.
Have you ever asked yourself, what can I do to
Ngike
prevent global
wazibuza
flood from happening again?
ukuthi ungenzani ukugwema lezo zigameko ukuba zingenzeki futhi.
Think about
Abanye
it. Start loving our common home. Make every effort to preserve it for the good of all humanity.
liyeke ukubhubhisa ikhaya lethu kodwa silenze lonke libe ikhaya labo bonke.
That is why I applaud the initiative of creative society.
Kungalokho ngijabulela lo msebenzi we-Creative Society.
I'm confident that by joining our
Ngiyethemba ukuthi masihlanganisa amandla ethu siyakwazi ukumela ney'nselela zonke zokuphila kwethu.
nations will not take up sword against
Izizwe zonke azizithatha inkeba zithathela ezinye noma zifundele impi futhi.
We have faith, hope, and love.
Sinokukholwa nethemba nothando kodwa uthando olukhulu kunakho konke.
May God's blessing give us the spirit
Isibusiso sikaNkulunkulu sinikeze amandla kamoya ukuthi sikwazi ukonga imvelo ngothando nangokuthula.
Dear viewers,
Babukeli,
it is very significant that such distinguished people
kubalulekile kakhulu abasonke kangaka banathi namhlanje ngenkolo.
that is really important.
Kubalulekile,
We are great.
siyabonga futhi siyazifisa ongumpristi webandla lamaRoma usisekeze iy'ndaba ezibalulekile ezivela kongcwele uPope Francis obusisene nkomfa ngalokho sibonga ukuqonda kwabo nokuhlika kwabo i-Creative Society Project kubalulekile.
We express our great gratitude
Siyadlulisela
to
ukubonga
dear Amir Aziz,
u-Amir Aziz,
Imam of the oldest mosque in Germany. We are very touched.
sithinteke kakhulu ngamazwi akho.
We would also like to thank Oscar Nugman,
Siyathanda ukubonga no-Oscar Nugman,
of the Ministry of Ecology,
loyo
Geology,
omele
and Natural
umnyango
Resources
wezemvelo
of the Republic of Kazakhstan.
embusweni waseKazakhstan.
And we would also like to thank the
Sithanda ukubonga
President
nomengameli
of
waseKazakhstan
for his support.
ngokuhleka kwakhe.
We want to express special thanks
Sithanda ukubonga
to the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga
undinankulu wombuso
for his
waseTonga
sincere address.
ngenkulumo yakhe.
Thanks also to Suren Okminyan and Archbishop Nathan Hovanesyan.
naku-Archbishop Nathan Hovanesyan.
And now, dear viewers,
Ngalokho
I'm
babukeli,
honored to welcome with us
iy'ntokozo
Imperial and Royal Highness Archduchess Hertha Margaret Habsburg Lothringen, Archduchess of Austria, Princess of Tuscany, Royal Princess of Hungary, Croatia, and Bohemia, founder and president of the Flame of Peace, internationally known for the work for world peace and environmental protection.
inhlangano yakho eyaziwa ngokuthula nangokuvikela imvelo. Nginikeza ithuba manje.
Mina ngizinikele ekuletheni ukuthula nenkululeko nobungani ehlanganisa bonke abantu emhlabeni, futhi ngizimisele ukunakekela imvelo nakho konke okusizungezile. Ngicabanga ukuthi ukuthengwa emhlabeni wonke kuyalimaza indawo esizungezile uma sithatha isinyathelo emuva futhi sisekele abalimi bethu. Ukusekela izolimo zethu isinyathelo nesinyathelo wonke umuntu kufanele sithathe ukuze sikwazi ukuzinakekela. Sinemithombo eminingi kangaka kuleli zwe, wonke amazwe babekwazi ukondla uqobo futhi babenazo namanye amazwe akudingayo. Lokhu kuphela lapho abantu befunda ukuthi banesibopho sombuso wezilwane nemvelo. Ngumuntu kuphela onenjabulo nentokozo ongakwazi ukwenza okuthile okungcono. Ngakho-ke uma siyeke ukulwa nomunye mayelana nokuthi kubani ongcono kuleli zwe naleli yazwe, kufanele siqale ukwenza ubungani emhlabeni wonke, kungakhathaliseki isizwe sabo kanye namasiko. Sonke sinamasiko ethu, ulimi, inkolo namasiko, futhi kuba kuphela lapho sihloniphana kumakhelwane bethu kuba singaba nokuthula emhlabeni. Futhi uma kukhona ukuthula emhlabeni, wonke umuntu kuhlanganisa nezilwane kanye nemvelo kuyoba kuhle. Uma siyeka abafisa okuthile nokuthile ngoba kuyosiphana ngani. Mhlawumbe ngeke siphile kusasa, ngakho yini esobe siyitholile kulokho? Thina esibhubhisa umhlaba, thina efanele sakhe umhlaba wethu futhi senze kube khona okuhle. Singakha izinto ezinhle uma sikhathalela omunye nomunye, futhi lapho kumele kuqala ngokwethu kusukela ekujuleni ngaphakathi. Uma sinokwaneliseka ngaphakathi singakudlulisela kwabanye. Ngicabanga izenzakalo ezifana nalena zinomthelela omkhulu ekwakheni ukuthula, inkululeko nobungani esihlanganisa thina singabantu sonke. Thina sithola izilimi namasiko ekubeni ndawonye, futhi lapha sihlanganisa futhi wonke umuntu angaletha ezweni lakubo lokho akuthulile, akhulume nabanye, adlulisele kwabanye. Kubalulekile futhi kakhulu ukuthi wonke umuntu azi nomlando wesiqu sakhe, ngenxa yokuthi ithina kuphela esingathuthukisa futhi sisekele ukuthula. Ngiyamela futhi nokusekela amasiko nezindinganiso. Lapho ngiya kwelinye izwe ngiyasihlonipha izindinganiso zabo, amasiko namasiko alelozwe. Ngikholelwa ukuthi kubalulekile ukuthi abantu ukwenza lokhu lapho siya kwelinye izwe, kungakhathaliseki ukuthi singobani namasiko wethu ayini. Uma sifunda ukuhlonipha amanye amazwe kanye nabantu bawo, singakwazi ukuthuthukisa ubudlelwano. Khona-ke kuyoba nokuvumelana okwenziwe, futhi kubalulekile kakhulu emongweni wesezulu sethu kanye. Lokhu kuyisici esibalulekile. Kungani sidinga izikhali? Kuthiwani? Uma wonke umuntu ezizwa equkethwe ekujuleni nenhlonipho kwabanye abantu, yileso lapho zonke isikhathi iyoba ngenamsebenzi, futhi kanjalo-ke ngeke wonke ukukhiqizwa kwabo. Mina ngizinikele ekuletheni
Abukeli namukele isikhulumi sethu esilandelayo. Okay. Inkosana seCroatia naseBosnia, siyakwamukela ophakemeyo.
Good evening.
Siyambingelela.
Global crisis and time for the truth.
Isikhathi seqiniso.
Truth is very important
Iqiniso libalulekile
in that what we need to do. We need
ngoba kufanele senzeni,
what are really the issues.
kufanele sibheke ukuthi yini izinto ezizayo futhi ngokwethemba siye kuzo
with our conviction
ngonembeza nange-values
do the best for ourselves, for the
enze
environment.
okungcono ngathi nangemvelo.
Everything, it's all the living things.
Imvelo ingikho konke okuphilayo, isilwane zonke.
We must do it with respect.
Kumele sikwenze ngenhlonipho.
The respect as our foundation.
Masiyenze inhlonipho kube isisekelo sokubona kwethu. Sizophatha imvelo ngendlela okufanele iphathwe. Asizokungcolisi, kungani? Ngoba lokho akunanhlonipho. Uma ungenanhlonipho, uzongcolisa. Sizokwenza konke okusemandleni sikwenze ney'nhliziyo zethu ukuthi sibonge konke sikwenzayo. Lapho sinendlela yokulwa nenhlekelele. Kubalulekile ukuqonda lokho esibhekene nakho. Singakwamukeli lokho abantu abasitshela mina ngizonipha imicabango enginayo ngayo. Sikhuluma ngomsebenzi ohamba phambili kwezinkulumo. Ngokubona kwami i-CO2 iyabhubhisa. Kumele sibhekeni ezingcolisweni komoya ngoba ukungcoliswa imvelo yethu kuwukumosha izinto esinazo. Masigwema ukungcoliswa kwezinto, sihlonipha imvelo yethu, asizukwazi ukuthi siwenze izinto eziningi ngoba sisebenzisa okuncane. Ngaleyo ndlela siyokwazi ukusiza imvelo yethu ukuthi ibe ngcono. Nokusiza abantu bazi ukuthi indlela esiyini ithini esiyidingayo. Masingayinakekeli imvelo, isizukulwane esilandelayo akuzukubala siyophila khona ngokujabula. Yabona. Siyabonga ukusinikela kwakho kwamalanga onke. Sizokhuluma ngemiphumela yokwenza ngenxa yokuguqukayo. Sizoveza i-green energy ne-CO2 ukuthi yenzani. Bese sikhuluma futhi nangemfucuza esesekhona. Sizochaza ubudlelwano phakathi kwemvelo kanjalo nokonakala kwesimo sezulu. Umbhali wezesayensi onemsebenzi eminingi, ongumhleli, umthwebuli wezithombe, nomsunguli futhi.
My name is Inqunquthela. I'm an Australian science writer. I've been a journalist and newspaper editor for most of my life.
Intatheli futhi nomkhulu bengibhala ngezesayensi umnyaka ngaba-50. Ayingenano kwezolimo eminyakeni engaba-20. Ngahlangana nososayensi abebekhungathekile. Ngoba njalo beyemsebenzini bathola ulwazi lwalokho abacwaninga ngakho. Ngaba izilwane, noma ngabe isimo sezulu, noma ngabe ubuthi obukhona ngafike ekuqondeni ukuthi asibhekananga nje nenkinga yodwa, kodwa sonke sibhekene nezinhlekelele eziyishumi ezihlanganyela ngesikhathi esisodwa. Isimo sezulu singokuyikwazi, izikhali ze-nuclear, ukushoda kokudla, ukushoda kwamanzi, zonke zifika ngesikhathi esisodwa. Uma ufuna ukuziphelisa, kumele uzilungise zonke kanye kanye. Uzilungise ngendlela engazibhebhethekile. Ngingumkhulu umsebenzi wami lo. Ngiyabazukulu. Ngiyafisa abazukulu bami ngiyaqhubekela ngoba ngikhathazeke ngendlela bengathini. Le e-Australia kukhona izithuso okuyizona ezibhekene nabantu futhi ababhekene nazo. Engaba eminyakeni engayingxenye yamamiliyoni eminyaka. Abantu abaningi kungathi bazofa nabantu impucuko yabo nathi izobala phansi. So nzona into encane asibhekane nezizwe nombuso, kodwa iyisimo sokusindisa abantu nomnotho nakho konke okuhambisana nabo. Manje abekho baningi abantu abakuqondayo. Into enkulu ukuthi hambiseni lo myalezo emhlabeni wonke ukuthi masime ndawonye. Lena akuyona indaba yesizwe esithile. Isikhathi sezizwe siphelile manje. Bekade zinomsebenzi eminyakeni 100 edlulile. Izizwe bezenza kuphela izimpi. Abantu abanezikhali ze-nuclear izizwe. So isikhathi sobuzwe isiphelele isikhathi. Njengamanje kumele siqonde ukuthi simunye emhlabeni wonke. Indawonye sizokazwa inkinga. Isimo sezulu siyoba nzima kakhulu kwezolimo. Eminyakeni engaba 7,000 kwakungcono. Sinamadolobha ngenxa yokuthi kunabalimi abekade betshala ukudla. Ngaphandle kwalokho besuke sisendawonye. Ngalokho amadolobha anike kubalimi. Abalimi bangabantu bebhizinisi. Lokhu kubalulekile. Umhlaba uphelelwa ngamanzi. Umhlaba unenkinga yamanzi. Udinga amanzi ukuthi wathi kungaba kudla ngaba 40% nokunisela. Zonke lezi zinto ziqala. Yonke indawo sikhipha amanzi emhlabathini, sinisela ukudla asuke sephelile. Lapho-ke inkinga okumele sibhekane nayo kakhulu. Ingakathinti ukudla komhlaba wonke. Umhlabathi. Inhlabathi yangaphezulu iyaphela njalo ngonyaka. Awusakwazi ukuyisebenzisa ukutshala izitshalo. Ngaleyo ndlela siyolahlekelwe amapulazi lima, kodwa futhi sizama ukwenza ukudla ukuthi kukhule. Lapho uma usenza zonke lezi ukulahleka komhlabathi, ukulahleka kwamanzi, nesimo sezulu esenzeka ngendlela engalakazulu. Ngalokho kumele sithole indlela yenza. Yokutshala ukudla okulingene, yokondla abantu abangaba
So you're seeing people farming on the tops of buildings and on the sides of buildings and things like that. We're starting to cultivate alternatives to out of all kinds of things that don't involve climate inside a building. Instead of field under the sun, our over-exploitation of the planet. Short answer, it's money. Is money real? No, it's not. It exists only. Money is a figment of the human imagination. So at the moment, we're inventing more of this imaginary commodity money, and we're using it to cut down forests,
okwamanje sisebenzisa umcabango esinawo ngemali ukuthi sithanda ama-chemicals siqeda amahlathi nakho konke kodwa inkinga esinawo sinemali eningi engenaphela
on a finite planet.
emhlabeni
And that means you are going to run out of planet long before you run out of money.
indlela
And bless you,
ungaphelela umhlaba
you're
ungapheleli
doing wonderful work, and I'm inspired by what you're doing. So good on you.
ngalokho
Pan Julian Krip.
Dear, thank you very much
siyabonga
for your words and support for the conference.
amazwi
Yes,
okweseke
I
khona
agree with you.
kuyavumelana nawo
Humanity faces many
ukuthi
crises
abantu
today,
babhekene ney'nselelo
and that
eziningi
we need to find a common
kumele
solution
sithole isisombululo
if we are
esifanayo
to solve them.
ukuba sisisombululo
Yes, friends, we are living in the greatest crisis
siphila ngesikhathi senhlekelele enkulu
On July
ngoJulayi
24th, there was an international online
kwakunezinkomfa yamazwe
global crisis. This already affects everyone.
eyayikhuluma
Where we
lokhu
spoke
sekusithinta sonke
truthfully about the scope
kwakhulunywa ngeqiniso ngemisebenzi yonke ethintelanayo nezemvelo
since then. So what has happened? Have we begun to unite as humanity? No. Have we begun to look for solutions together?
singabe sizofuna isisombululo sisonke
Nature is not waiting
imvelo
for us
ayilindeli
to make a decision.
ukuthi isikhathi
The
sinqobe
world is changing daily
umhlaba
before our
uyaguquka
eyes.
njalo phambi kwami
How long will we be blind?
kuyoze kube nini
Will we
siphukuzekile
pretend it doesn't concern
kuyoze
us?
kube nini sithi
Perhaps the following video can help us.
cishe
A brief
ividiyo elandelayo izosikhombisa
prepared by participants of the Creative Society project from around the world.
umsebenzi wenziwa
This
eCreative
monitoring
Society
shows
emhlabeni wonke
inequality in the last
eveze kusebenzakalini kwindlela yethu enyakeni eziningi
The fundamental law of ecology is that everything affects everything. But are we really aware of this? At the international conference on July 24th, 2021, Global Crisis, this already affects everyone. Shocking facts about the state of our planet's ecology were voiced. During the 4 months since the last conference, the volunteers of the project Creative Society from all over the world have been monitoring the events related to environmental pollution, and we observed that the situation had deteriorated significantly. Air pollution. 90% of people on the planet breathe polluted air. Monitoring data shows regions and entire countries where the air is polluted almost constantly. The main reasons are manufacturing, power generations, transportation, and heating. In 4 months, many events have occurred that have worsened the air quality on the whole planet. These are forest fires, dust storms, landfill fires, explosions at factories, and chemical emissions. For example, in November, schools were closed in the Indian capital, Delhi, because of the air quality, and even the question of isolation was being considered. At the same time, people had to wear masks even at home.
The visibility is low, and pollution level is very high. As you can see, even the Red Fort is not visible from here. It feels smoky in the eyes, and it is difficult to breathe.
During the 4 months of monitoring, the number of deaths from air pollution exceeded 2 million people. Forest loss. The loss of forest is one of today's terrible disasters. But as it turns out, in real time, you can see the loss of forest only in the rainforest zone. The increase in tree cover loss warning in South America between August and October was 46% higher than during the same period last year. The world's largest rainforest, the Amazon, has lost more than 10,000 square kilometers since the beginning of 2021. That's an area the size of 2 Istanbuls. In the regions of South Asia and Australia, forest loss increased by 130%. and Africa experienced the highest increase, 2.5 times.
The loggers are winning. The forest is being devastated, and the environment problem is growing. And nobody does anything.
Official statements talk of a reduction in the volume of logging and its termination, but facts show that it is only increasing every month. Garbage dumps. The data on the amount of rubbish that is made publicly available is very underreported, but even according to these data, in just 4 months, 730 million tons of rubbish was dumped in landfill sites. For comparison, the entire population of the Earth weighs 300 million tons, which means that in just 4 months, we have thrown away 2.5 times the weight of the entire population. Fires often occur in landfills, which cause even greater damage to people and the environment. For example, in August, the cemetery of old tires in Kuwait caught fire. Columns of black smoke could be seen even from space. The fire led to air pollution with toxic substances and caused harm to the health of almost 4.5 million people. Oil spills. Today, the state of our water resources is close to ecological disaster. One of the most dangerous pollutants is oil. 1 liter of spilled oil kills marine life in 40,000 liters of water, depriving them of oxygen. Just 2 grams of oil per kilogram of soil makes it unsuitable for planting. An incredible number of events related to oil spills took place in 4 months. We'll show just the largest of them.
Look at that. Look at that. Please, share this video. We have a massive oil spill in the Gulf area right now.
In August, an oil spill the size of New York occurred in Syrian territorial waters. On the 1st of September, the oil slick was already 7 kilometers from the coast of Cyprus. According to available information during the 4 months alone, the total volume of oil spills was more than 27,500 square kilometers. This is equal to the area of 2 Sydney cities. Water pollution. Today, according to WHO, every 3rd inhabitant of the planet does not have access to safe drinking water. Over the past 4 months, human activity has caused the water resources to deteriorate significantly. Toxic emissions from clothing factories have polluted the sacred river in India. This led to Yamuna River getting covered by toxic foam. Despite this, people massively perform ablution in honor of the religious holiday.
It is a ritual to take a bath in the water body during Chhat Puja. I hope the government pays attention to the cleaning of Yamuna.
In these 4 months, almost 1 million people have died worldwide from water pollution alone, according to official reports. From the podiums, we say that the environmental crisis is the most important agenda of today. But what do? All that we see is the result of everyone's choice, the result of our inaction. In these 4 months, we could have already been building the creative society, our only chance that can save the environment and our lives. Instead, by our inaction, we supported the consumer format and thus continued destroying our planet. This means our future and the future of our children. We've lost 4 months. Let's not waste our last chance.
Today is the time for the truth. Let us speak honestly. We stand on the edge of an environmental catastrophe that leads to the death of mankind. And this is what we have been creating. We have
siphuza amanzi anobuthi izigidi zabantu zibulawe ilawo manzi kuley'nyanga zezulu. Iplanethi yethu ngathi igulelwe ukufa. Ububi bethu nesikhathi empilweni yethu sesabona impilo zethu zibhelela njani. Kuyethusa kakhulu ukulimala okungaphezu kwa-70%, ungakwazi nje ukuphefumula. Njalo siyalimaza iplanethi nempilo yethu. Sifika amahlathi amaningi njalo njalo singcolise nolwandle okuyilona olukhipha umoya wokuphefumula. 90% yomoya esiwuphefumulayo usungcolisiwe. Sibuyile siyathemba kukhona ezosisiza. Impela endaweni lapho wonke umuntu ezingelele, omunye ephiliswa ukulimaza abanye, lapho imali kuyiyona efuneka kakhulu kwedlula ukuhlonipha impilo. Ungakanani ungathi hayi amenza ofisela abantu okuhle. Alesiqaleni ehlathini umphakathi sonke lapho thina sonke siyosiza, lapho kukhona ukuphepha okubaluleke kakhulu. Ukushwa ukufaka kwesayensi. Siyabona ukuthi isimo sezemvelo esonakele kangakanani yezulu. Bangaki asebefundile ngale conference nange-Creative Society? Bangaki asebefundile ngalokho okusayo nokuthi singabelana kanjani nakho? Imvelo yethu ayifani nesimo sezulu, yona ithembele ekuthini ngezandla zethu singayibhubhisa. Thina singabulala ukuphepha kwethu esinakho. Thina kuphela singaguqula ikusasa labantu bethu. Isikhathi seqiniso. Ngalokho ekupheleni ngithanda ukubonga bonke abantu abaye bazibandakanya ukusiza le nkonzo engajwayelekile. Ngiyabonga nakini balandeli ukubukela le nkonzo manje nangokusasa elilandelayo. Siyabonga ukubheka nizibisele lo ukuze umhlaba wonke ulazi iqiniso. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Katka.
Namuhla
We will demonstrate the big
sizokhombisa umehluko omkhulu phakathi kwemvelo nokushintsha kwesimo sethu. Kubalulekile ukuqonda
and also you will see how it affects the life
nokubona ukuthi kuthinta kanjani ukuphila kwethu sonke
as well as how humanity.
nokuthi abantu bangasila kanjani.
Today we'll figure out
Namhlanje uzobona ukuthi ubani
and what each person.
nokuthi wonke umuntu engenjani.
Now I would like to pass the floor to Dorian Rookmaker,
Ngicela manje
non-attached member of the European Parliament,
oyilunga lePhalamende
member of the
le-European
European Committee on Transport and Tourism. Please.
Okay, Mrs. Rookmaker, could you start with a short introduction of yourself?
My name is Dorian Rookmaker, and I have been a member of the European Parliament since 2020.
Yes, we are gathered here now for the global crisis, time for the truth. So the conference is about the global crisis, about the climate crisis specifically. carefully and
kakhulukhulu
very
isimo
curious
sezulu.
about your thoughts on the climate crisis
Ngiyafisa
and
ukuzwa
how
imicabango
it's
yakho.
being handled.
Yes, I'm originally a risk manager, and in my experience,
Bekade ngiyi-risk
crisis is
manager.
always a phenomenon that manifests itself in the short term. At the moment,
Okwamanje
the discussion about the climate is
ngiyophikisana
to the
mayelana
reduction of
nesimo sezulu, esihlele kwe-CO2 nama-gases athintela ukushisa komhlaba.
broader than that.
Kodwa inkinga enkulu kulapho
Humankind has a very important impact on the
abantu banomthelo omkhulu emhlabeni wethu nemvelo
because there are so many of us.
ngenxa yokuthi abalimi bethu nangendlela esiphila ngayo.
And if you're only talking about reducing CO2,
Uma ukhuluma ngokwehlisa i-CO2 kuyalahlekelwa iphupho.
Okay, and why do you think we are missing the point?
Yiliphi iphuzu ucabanga ukuthi siyalilisa?
now, for example, that there is a threat to biodiversity.
Ukuthi kukhona ukwehluka okukhulu
Is drastically decreasing.
kohlobo lwezibane emhlabeni futhi ziyaphela.
Dangerous
Ingozi
the whole ecosystem
emveleni yonke exhumaneni kwayo.
because everything is connected.
Ngokuba yonke into ixhunyanishiwe.
So when you focus on
Ma
CO2
ubheke kuphela nje
and global warming,
ukukhishwa kwe-CO2 nokushisa komhlaba,
it doesn't solve the problem
awuxazululi inkinga
of biodiversity.
ethintalana nokuhlukahlukana kwemvelo yonke.
Yes, that's clear. And so what now?
Manje
What is
ke
your biggest concern, Mrs. Rookmaker,
yini
when it
ukuqapheza
comes to the climate or the ecosystem,
makuza
how everything is
ekuhlanganeni
connected?
kwemvelo, how izinto
The number of people is still growing, even though a lot of people say that the predictions and the models said the number would decrease. But that's just not the case at the moment. It is still
akunjalo kodwa
increasing,
kwamanje.
and the demands that people place on their environment and their lives are increasing. To cut a long story short, everyone wants to live in prosperity.
Ngokuthi bonke abantu bafisa ukuphila ekuphumeleleni, kodwa izinkinga zalokho azikhulu.
And it's not increasing. So yes,
Injalo.
life is a question of supply
Impilo njalo ihleli ikhulumayo
see
supply
a
and
struggle between different people, groups, countries
nalokho phakathi kwabantu namazwe onke
that are becoming
namagugu abanazo ungathi ayaphela.
in that sense
Ngaleyo
pessimistic. I don't see us move towards
angiboni kahle
peace and
ukuthi
unity
siya
like
ekuthuleni
we all hope we would.
nasebuyeni.
I think the fact that there are more and more people
Kodwa
who
ngenxa
want
yokuthi
more and more
baningi abantu abafuna okuningi
And
lokho
we also
kwezimpilo
see that the European Commission
yabona ukuthi ikhomishini yeYurophu
used a whole range of measures
yethule
to
indlela eziningi
tackle the climate
zokubhekana
crisis.
nenselela
Are you also saying
isimo sezulu.
that we actually cannot solve
Ngabe
this
wena uthi
in
ngeke
our
sikwazi
own
ukuyixazulula
societies, but
noma ngabe
we as
kukhona
people
imithetho
have to
eminingi
fix
ezivumelana
ourselves,
nemini
and so that it starts with that?
with rules and treaties
imithetho nezivumelwano
around the risk that
zonke
people involved or the organization
zinengozi yokuthi
should abide by those
abantu
rules.
abazenzayo kumele ukuthi nabo babophelele kuzo.
But it's possible that there are states that
Kodwa kuyenzeka ukuthi khona amazwe angakwenzi lokho ukuthi banenhloso ey'thile.
these are short-term interests. Like they say, people will put their own interests
Ngenxa yokuthi abantu bahlala njalo bezibhekele bona akufiswa yibo.
livelihood on the agreement of their voters.
Njalo abantu bahlala benza okuhambisana nabavota babo.
A lot of people are very much in favor of tackling the climate crisis.
Abantu abaningi bayafisa ukubhekana nenselela yezemvelo,
If you actually
kodwa
want to
ababoni ukuthi uma kufanele wenze lokho.
abolish the use of fossil fuels, for example,
Iminyaka eminingi yokushiswa kwamalanga
things will have to
kusho
change.
ukuthi ngendlela kumele ushintshe into ey'ningi
Fossil fuels to produce
ngenxa yokuthi uplastiki nje njengesibonelo usuka kuwamalanga
cell phones.
nama-cellphones nama-TV nama-video
Our very modern life
impilo yethu yesimanje
with all kinds of production
ihlanganiswe nezinto nezindlela zokwakha izinto ezingavumelani nemvelo.
and that would probably raise rather than lower the planet's temperature.
Lokho okuzokhulisa izinga lokushisa,
Issue we have to stop,
lokho kuyinto okumele sibhekene nayo sicabange nayo.
and which I think that if you leave it to the
ngithi
politicians
uma lokhu nikela kwabezepolitiki
agreements like the one in Paris,
ukuthi kube nezivumelwano
there's
njengaseParis
a certain pressure to just do it for show.
lendlela bezela nje ukuthi bebona kodwa benganayo kanganela ukuthi kwenzekani.
Whether the feasibility of this entire operation is being sufficiently taken into consideration.
Kungathi abantu abakunaki bonke.
Exactly. The conference is being organized by creative society, yes.
Konfa ihlelwe i-Creative Society.
Has suggested
I-Creative Society yona eyakhele isekelo zawo.
on these foundations, the approach, the creative society itself.
First and foremost, I think it's a great initiative.
Yes.
Ngiyabona ukuthi lokhu kuyajabulisa i-initiative.
Because the name says it all. So think creatively and exchange ideas about social issues. I think that's something we really need in today's society because there's a lot of polarization. People live in bubbles and the real exchange of views hardly ever happens anymore. People denounce each other and if the other person's point of view is not
Uma abanye abantu
accepted,
bengavumi
then it is simply ignored.
kube lapho bengakwenzi khona.
You get more and more groups
Kulapho uthola ukwehlukana ngokwamaqembu lawo anokuphikisana.
I'm convinced that if you engage in
Ngiyakholwa ukuthi
conversation with each
manje
other, it
khulumisana
will
nawe
lead to better solutions.
kuzosondeza
And I think it's
esixazululweni.
good that it's an NGO. In other words, that it's not organized by the government or the European Union.
Njengama-NGO angaphethwe ohulumeni.
That citizens' initiatives
Kubalulekile ukuthi
exist,
izakhamuzi kube khona
and that we encourage people to keep talking to each other
sikhuthaza abantu ukuthi
about
bekhulumisane
everything that interests them and concerns them.
Okay.
ngezinto ezibadingayo.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And next, I would like to introduce
Siyabonga.
Professor
Sethula uProfessor Salim,
of the International Center
umqondisi
and
wenhlangano yomhlaba
Professor
okhuluma
at
ngokushintsha
the
kwesimo sezulu.
University, Bangladesh. Among his awards are the Nobel Peace Prize for contribution to the reports of the IPCC in 2007.
2007
Professor
wathola
Hart shares
naso
his
umklomelo award.
and our failure to address it this far.
Igama lami Salim ngingumqondisi wale nhlangano ne-University of Bangladesh. Ngijabulela ukuba nani. Ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu kubonakele eminyakeni engaba umsebenzi njengoba ngumholi wayo kade bephana ngombiko ngokuthi isayithi esizulu mayelana nokushintsha kwesimo sezulu. La ngisebenza khona sikhuluma ngomthelela wayo emazweni aphile ezindaweni eziningi esathuthuka emazweni ase-Asia, Latin America nase-Asia, nabo-Pacific, Indian Ocean, nabo-Caribbean, emazweni ahluphekayo bona ngazuthi banisebenzisa kakhulu e-Sub-Saharan Africa nase-Asia, bona impela ngathi banobungozi kakhulu. Eminyakeni eyi-20 edlule besesikwazi okusha ukuthi wonke umuntu njengamanje ibhenini isengozini, inyoko isengozini, sonke isengozini. Sebeyabona nabo umthelela wokushintsha kwesimo sezulu. Yilokho okuguqula izinto zonke ngoba bebengacabanga ukuthi nabo basengozini. Umsebenzi wami umthelela wokushintsha kwesimo sezulu kakhulukhulu umthelela walokho kubantu abaphile ngaba se-Afrika noma ku-Latin America. Bengilokhu ngikwenza lokho eminyakeni engaba kule minyaka ewu-20 ukuvela kwenhlekelele kuqhubeke kwaba kubi kunokuthi kube ngcono. Asikwazanga ukulwisa lezi zinto. Lonyaka ka-2021 unyaka obalulekile ngoba sesifike emhlabeni okhuluma ngokushintsha isimo sezulu. Akuyona into ezokwenzeka, into eyenzekayo. Sesiyabona umaka walokho emhlabeni yonke. Kuye kwaba nezikhukhula eGermany, imililo eCalifornia, imililo eEurope, eTurkey naseGreece. Manje-ke onke amalanga noma ngabe kuphi ezweni siyabona khona okwenzekayo okungajwayelekile kwezemvelo ey'ndaweni thizeni. Futhi kuzoba kubi kakhulu e-Asia ukuqhubekela phambili. Ngabe eminyakeni ewu-10 ewu-15 singabheka ukuguquka okukhulu kakhulu okuzokwenzeka, okuchaza ukuthi le-COVID-19 inhlekelele yayo ayilungele ezokwenziwa isimo sezulu. Inkinga yomhlaba, alikho ilizwe noma ngabe linamandla engakanani noma ngabe ase-European angakwazi ukubhekana nalesimo. Thina sonke kufanele sibhekane naso, sihlanganeni sonke sibhekane nale nselelo ngendlela esingakazi senza ngaphambili. Ake ngikhathanise-ke ne-COVID-19, iphendemiki esibhekene nawo njengamanje. Sesibonile umthelela omubi emhlabeni wonke wayo. Kunezifundo ey'ntathu okufanele siyifunde, futhi ngiyathemba siyifunda. Sizilungiselele ingomuso nokushintsha kwesimo sezulu eqhubekayo ngokunakala. Kuzothatha isikhathi eside. Asikwazi ukuthi sibe nomgomo wayo, kumele sifunde sokuqala. Lalela ososayensi. Ososayensi kade bekhuluma ngalokho iminyaka yonke. Abaholi bemazwe zange belalele noma belalela bezanga lutho, abezanga lutho. Nabakwenzela kulingene. Izwe nezwe lizamile ukwenza okuthile ngokwalo lihluleka. Ngalokho kuyisifundo-ke ukuthi isimo sezulu inkinga yomhlaba wonke. Ayikwazi ukuthi izwe nezwe lisebenze ngokwalo. Isilo sokugcina isifundo, asikwazi ukuyekela le nselela kubaholi ngoba basikhombisile ukuthi abakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi. Bahola amazwe abo, abanandaba nomhlaba wonke. Bonke abaholi babheke amazwe abo futhi abanandaba namanye amazwe. Babheke nje okulungela amazwe abo. Lokho inkohliso yobukhulu. Ngoba kunenkinga yomhlaba wonke, kumele ukuthi benze njengabaholi bomhlaba wonke. Thina sonke njengabakhi bomhlaba wonke kumele sibhekane. Kumele sikhombise ukuthi siyakwazi. Singaba ngayizakhamuzi zasemhlabeni. Okwesibili, ukushintsha kwesimo singabhekana nakho uma sikwazi ukwenza lokho. Ubuzwe bethu abubalulekile, kodwa ubuzwe bethu bomhlaba wonke ibona obubalulekile. Kumele ukuthi senze njengoba kwenziwa manje, sihlanganise abantu, ukufundisana omunye nomunye, imisebenzi yethu siyihlanganise, kube khona abaholi esibadingayo. Njengamanje asinabaholi esibadingayo. Make ngithi isikhathi sisesekhona khona singakwenza manje. Noma ngabe izinto zibhekeka zinjani, isikhathi asikabendluli. Kusekhona esingakwenza thina sonke njengabantu emhlabeni. Kufanele siqonde bese siyabona ukuthi yini okufanele sikwenze. Singahlali sithi akukho esizokwenza. Make sibhekene ukuthi yini esingakwenza njengezakhamuzi. Nakuma-regions, nakuma-continents omhlaba wonke. Masihlanganyeleni sonke nabantu emhlabeni wonke. Ngijabulela ukubona ngendlela engihlele ngayo. Ngiyafunda isifundo ukuthi singakwenza kanjani ngendlela esebenzayo ekuguqukeni kwesimo sezulu.
Greetings, dear viewers.
Ngiyabingelela
Here's the paradox.
Nakho
We
ukuphikisana.
listen to a respected politician,
Lalela
and he is
abosopolitiki.
absolutely right. And we have listened to a respected
Lalela namanje ososayensi.
and he's absolutely
Nakuba
right.
right, nosopolitiki. kungani bonke bekhuluma okulungile
because scientists can't calculate everything
ngoba
and politicians can't do everything.
isayensi iyakwazi ukubala konke kodwa abasapolitiki abakwazi ukwenza konke. Thina njengabantu abathengayo kumele siguqule konke ngendlela sidinga i-creative society. Indlela yokuba ngabalimi ayizukuvumelana noma ngabe indlela kuphela yokudlula kule mithetho ukuguqula indlela engasebenzi manje engasasebenzi esimweni samanje. Ma singaguquli lokhu
then they will tighten totalitarianism and the climate is going
yokwenza ukuthi isimo sezulu siqhubeke. Ekugcineni kwalokho amazwe nezomnotho ziyoqhubeka zimosheke ukuya phambili.
that in any case they will take the necessary steps to keep the consumerist model.
Abanye abaningi bafisa ukugcina lesi sisekelo sokuba ngabathengi, hayi ngoba bebabi kodwa ngoba yikho into abayazi. Inkinga
It's because they don't know
ngoba abazi yiphi enye indlela,
they don't know
abazi
about the creative
society.
And you know
Yazi ukuthi inkinga yini?
it's all the secretary's fault.
All
But about this later.
over.
To change the current situation
Ukuguqula isimo samanje
is possible only
ingenzeka kuphela uma siguqula indlela yokuba abantu abathengayo sibe ngabantu abakritikile.
necessary to change the model as a whole.
Kodwa kwenzeki ukuguqula konke
It will not work.
uma singenzi kodwa futhi kanjalo akuzokwazi
The
ukusebenza.
creative society with the consumer format will not work. Yes,
Empeleni sonke siyofa ngenxa yemvelo nesimo
but we will be killed by the
kodwa
format in which
siyobe sibulewe kahle kahle indlela esakhiwe ngakhona ukuba ngabathengi,
because we will not be able
ngoba asizukwazi ukubhekana nesimo bekhona isimo.
and everyone must
Wonke umuntu kumele akuqonde lokhu.
first of all the secretaries
Okokuqala onobhala bopolitiki bethu bekumele bechaze
so that they can make
ukuze benze iy'nqumo ezifanele.
but about the
Kodwa
secretary
ngonobhala sobuyela kulokho.
this is a
Lokhu
mystery
kuyimfihlakalo
exposed later in the
sizoyiveza uma kuqhubeka isikhathi lekhona.
It is the greatest mystery of nature.
Kuyimfihlakalo enkulu yemvelo esikwaziyo
We
ukucazulula.
conducted a huge social experiment
Siye senza i-experiment enkulu
involving thousands of people.
ethinta abantu abazinkulungwane emhlabeni wonke.
It's a tremendous social
Le
experiment.
experiment enkulu
The
kakhulu
results,
nemiphumela iyashaqisa.
and we will reveal them
Sizoyivezela ngokuqhubeka kwale nkolo.
So keep watching.
Qhubeka
We're going to cover this topic later
uzoqhubeka
on
nalesi sihloko
in the conference.
ngokuqhubeka kwe-conference.
This is the greatest mystery, the result of the greatest discovery that was never.
Ngoba into ebekade singayazi leyo.
And now it is an honor to welcome our next speaker, State Secretary of the Ministry of Environment of the Slovak Republic, Juraj Smetana. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours.
Siyamamukela.
I think the very first thing that comes to mind is, of course, the climate
Into yokuqala efike engqondweni ukuba kwesimo
does not see it with their own eyes.
kodwa yinto abantu
We are
ababengayiboni.
given some statistics that some scientists say that
Siwe ulwazi
increased by
lokuthi
1.8 degrees and others
osayensi bebekhuluma ngokukhula kwama-1.5 no-2.5 degrees.
perhaps much more important, for example, is the fact that it has been possible to
Kodwa
determine a high percentage of contraceptives and drugs in
ama-contraceptives amaningi
other creatures that live in our rivers in Slovakia that are chemical contamination, whether because of this drug
ane-contamination phakathi ngenxa yalokho akhambeni.
that it is changing sex of the
Kodwa
fish.
lokhu kuyamangalisa ngoba kuyakwazi
Doesn't
ukugula
shock people,
ubulili
and we
bofishi.
don't know what else can do that. You know, the worldwide environmental movement emerged around the time when people first saw images of the Earth from the
ngiyazi uma abantu beqala ukubona isithombe somhlaba
realized that the entire planet Earth, everything we
bebengazi
and everything that is important to us, we
ukuthi
from this
konke okubalulekile into esiyibuka
it
singaphezulu
was then that the global vision of the world problems
yilapho iy'nkinga zomhlaba
and immediately humanity understood that everything on Earth is interconnected.
yilapho abantu babona khona ukuthi kunokuhlangana kwezinto ezenziwe asihlukanisana ngama-borders amazwe sihlala kuwo
We are all connected by groundwaters, rivers, wind.
sihlanganiswe ngamanzi asemhlabeni
The problem is global and
inkinga
planetary.
isemhlabeni
Solutions must be global.
isixazululo kumele kube esomhlaba wonke
Not saying that we should forget about our nationality.
angisho ukuthi asikhohlweni namazwe engikusho yilokhu ngaphambi kokuhlukana kwethu kumele sihlanganiswe ukuthi kwenzekani emveni
Coniferous forests, taiga and tundra are somehow interconnected with
yebo
tropical forests. Does not
lezilwane ehlathini kunokuthile okuhlanganisa
but rather it speaks of their interconnection and the importance of
noma ngabe zingafani kodwa kubalulekile ukusebenzisana nokuhlanganisa kwabo
Thank you, Mr.
siyabonga
Thank you.
babukeli
Viewers, please record your feedback, understanding,
ngalokho
questions.
thumelani-ke
Videos to
amavidiyo ethu
info@creativesociety.com. After the conference, we will release a full episode.
ngemva kwale conference sizobhedela ama-feedback onke
Next topic of the conference. Another severe ecological problem is pollution of the
manje
land and destruction
sizokhuluma
of
ngokuboniswa kwamanzi nokufundiswa kokuphila kwasolwandle
to the world's oceans.
sikhuluma ngolwandle lomhlaba lihlanganisa amaphesenti angu-70 eplanethi yethu. Sekuyisikhathi eside silahla wonke udoti wethu kuwo. Besingacabangi ukuthi izovela incibilike. Kodwa okwamanje ulwandle luyindawo yokulahla udoti esengabonakala kade emkhathini. Isibonelo, olwandlekazi Pacific kukhona indawo kadoti elingana neFrance, iJalimane, Italy nePoland kuhlangene. Futhi lena ingxenye encane kadoti ekhona olwandle. Kunokungcola okuningi ngaphansi kwamanzi futhi kakade sekungene kuwo wonke ikolomi yamanzi olwandle. Futhi kunenani elikhulu lemfucuza eninzi phansi kolwandle esele iswela emanzini alo. Olwandle iplastiki iyabhidlika futhi ihlakazeka ngendlela engokwemvelo. Lokhu kudala amaplastiki amancane angeke asaqoqwa futhi asetshenziswe. Ihlala emanzini nomphela. Lezi zinhlayiyana ezincane sezivele ziyingxenye yolwandle. Zibulala yonke impilo ama-microplastics atholakala ngisho nangaphansi kweMariana Trench nase-Arctic ice. Singavala amehlo ethu kulokhu njengoba sifuna. Kodwa izinhlanzi ezidlayo kakade ziqukethe ama-microplastic nezinye izinto ezinobuthi. Ngisho nanamuhla ayikho imikhiqizo yasolwandle emsulwa. Kodwa maduze zizoshabalala ngokuphelela ngoba cishe amaphesenti angu-90 ezinhlanzi zasolwandle emhlabeni seziphashakwa ngokugcwele noma seziphelile. Ongoti abakhulu abavela emkhathini ehlukene yesayensi izolwandle emhlabeni ojwayelekile we-International Program on the State of the Ocean bamemezela ukuthi izinkinga zokushintsha kwemvelo zokuphila kwezemvelo yasolwandle liyashaqisa. Ulwandle lomhlaba lungene esigabeni sobungozi obukhulu lapho impilo yasolwandle nolwandle olujulile isengozini. Ulwandle ngamaphaphu eplanethi. I-ocean algae ebizwa ngokuthi i-phytoplankton ikhiqiza kufika ku-80% we-oxygen esiphefumulayo. Namuhla i-phytoplankton iyafa
Lokhu kungenxa yokungcola, ukugcwala kwe-acid nokushisa okungokwemvelo kolwandle. Uma i-phytoplankton ifa, ulwandle luzofa. Futhi uma ulwandle lufa, abantu bayofa. Futhi ngoba ngeke sibe nomoya. Futhi namuhla izizwe zethu zisondoza leso sikhathi. Okukuphela kwendlela yokuphuma, ukuguqula isakhiwo somphakathi sisuka emphakathini wabathengi siye kwesakudala. I-creative society ithuba lokugcina lokusinda kwethu.
The ocean is the most important component of the Earth ecosystem.
Yingxenye ebaluleke kakhulu yasemhlabeni.
On the
Ukuphila kwethu kuncike khona kolwandle. Khumbulani ukuthi amanzi olwandle ayahwamuka aye emafini angene ekusetyenzisweni kwamanzi. Yilapho agcina khona esese emanzini ukuphuma. Kodwa singakwazi yini ukuphuza amanzi avela olwandle olungcolisiwe? Ulwandle namhlanje lugcwele ubuthi upoison. Niyazi ukuthi onke amalanga sizigwebela ekufeni, kodwa kungabanga khona isayali ngokufanele. Lendlela esikwenzayo lendlela kufanele siyekeni ukudlalela ezintweni ezingcolisa amanzi olwandle. Noma siyaqhubeka nokungcolisa lokho okungokwethu emhlabeni. Ngemva kwakho konke, lo mhlaba upha abantu inhloso eyodwa yokuthi uphile ngokujabula, ukudala singagcina sinomphumela omubi eminyakeni embalwa ezayo. Sinalo ithuba na? Likhona. Uma sihlangana, masiyeke ukuba ngabathengi, kodwa sihlanganise onke amandla ethu ezesayensi ukwenza itekhnoloji engalungisa imvelo yethu. Emva kokho konke sinabantu, sifanele ukuphila emphakathini ojabule omuhle. Yonke into isesandleni sethu.
Next, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Carlos Alvarez Pepeira, who is a member of the Executive Committee of the Club of Rome.
Uyilunga le-Executive Committee ye-Club of Rome.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for inviting me to share some of my thoughts on the important questions.
Nami ukuletha imicabango yami kule nkulumo ekhuluma ngenhlekelele yomhlaba isikhathi.
I am Carlos Alvarez Pereira. I am a member of the Executive Committee of the Club of Rome. I'm very active in developing the agenda of the Club of Rome on planetary emergency, but also the emergence of what we call the emergence of new civilizations. Responses to the crisis. In 2019, we decided to talk about climate emergency first, but then we. But let me tell you that not so many people. Because in a way they were framing what we were saying. Again, the Club of Rome is raising the alarms. In Spanish, we would say interrupting the party. News, etc. Changed significantly because now everybody understands what is a global emergency. So what if we those learnings from COVID to the wider context of the global emergency? Climate change is a deep, internal, in my view, the way we are addressing climate
ngendlela
change is still
esibhekana ngayo nokushintsha kwesimo sezulu
and focused on technical solutions
sibhekane nezixazululo
rather
ze-technical
than questioning the fundamentals
kunokuthi
why this symptom has
kunokuthi siqhubeke sibuze ukuthi kungani lokhu
of our human civilizations as they exist
ukuthi
today
siphila ini
which led us
njengabantu
into this gigantic crisis.
ngoba sesisenkingeni
Modern civilizations
impucuko yamanje
are built
yakhiwe
on the idea of separation,
phezulu imicabango yokuhlukanisa
with the idea that we are separate from
ukuthi
nature.
sihlukaniswe nemvelo okokuqala
The humans, and then there
singabantu
is some
bese kuba khona nemvelo eceleni
are a separate
lokhu
thing, which of
kuhlukanisa
course
izinto
is completely wrong.
lokho okungalungile
And we also
futhi
know
siyazi
that solutions are not
izixazululo azizuba
they have to happen at a deeper level
kumele
of thinking,
zenzeke
the level of changing the way.
ezingeni lokuguqula izinto
They have to
esiy'cabango
happen as well at the level of mobilizing.
zenzeke futhi nabantu begqugquzelana
We need to mobilize all
kumele
capacities,
sigqugquzele onke amandla nolwazi
all humanity.
lwabantu
Because, as you said, I mean, in your global survey, you find a lot of
njengoba
commonalities among
lokho siviyathola kukhona ukufanana kwabantu emazweni onke nasemweni zonke ababuze
what do they want, what do we want?
esidinga
A better world for our children.
esifika abantwana bethu
Exactly.
yilokho
Thank you, Mr. Pereira, for highlighting the need to take immediate action in combating the climate crisis, and that this is possible only by uniting the potential of all countries.
sinamandla sonke
We can't
sina
shift our responsibility to the leaders.
asikwazi
Only
ukufika
mobilize
ama-responsibility
all
kuba-leaders
who will be able to achieve our common goal.
uma sihlangene
Before I
singakwazi
introduce our
ukubuyela
next
nemigomo
speaker, I would like to say that at this moment, we're receiving a lot of comments in different
ngithanda ukusho
languages.
ukuthi
And
njengamanje
just as a reminder,
kunabantu
this
abakhuluma
conference, starting on December
zithi
5th,
emva kwale conference ukusuka ngezi-5 December sizobe siveza ihleli i-round table ikhuluma ngemibuzo le oyivezile
all the roundtables will be streamed on creativesociety.com.
lokho kuzobonakaliswa
To introduce
kwi-creativesociety.com
who is currently a member of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy. He has undertaken the positions of Secretary of State
uye wathatha umsebenzi womubhala
Parliament Group at the Portuguese Parliament
iparlamenti lase-portuguese
of the European Parliament.
futhi uye wakhonza amaparlamenti amaningi
My name is Carlos.
igama lami ngacarlos
I am 62 years old.
ngiminyaka ewu-62 ngivele Portugal
Academic and university professor in the
ngokwemfundo
field of information management.
ngiprofesa e-university of information management
Various political offices.
ngisiza ama-ofisi amaningi ezepolitiki
My name is Carlos Zorino. I am 62 years old. I'm from Portugal.
ngivele Portugal
Academic and university
professor
professor in the field of information management. My name is Carlos Zorino. I am 62 years old. I'm from Portugal. Academic and university professor in the field of information management.
ngiwuprofesa e-university
Political offices and
ngisiza
currently member
ama-ofisi amaningi azopolitiki
member of the Committee on Industry,
yilunga lekomiti
Committee on
le-research and energy
My main interests are
inhloso yami enkulu eku-business technology nasethuthukiseni futhi kwe-energy
the fight against global warming is a global fight. It's
lempi iyimpi yomhlaba yonke elisana nokushisa komhlaba
As you know,
njengoba
the
nazi
are the most threatened by the climate change impact
iziqindi ezithikamezwa kakhulu
as
ukushintsha
followed from
kwemvelo
COP26.
ukusuka ku-26 enkulumeni esibili
Idea came up that I think is very
kwaba nomcabango obekhona engithuba
talked a lot about the need to allocate
sikhulume kakhulu
each year to find
ngokubekela eceleni ngaba $100 billion eminyakeni
such policies. But we should start talking less about
kodwa masike nokukhuluma ngama-billions kodwa sikhulume kakhulu ngama-billions abantu ukuthi bangaba nempilo ehloniphekile futhi kube bona abangehlaba kunoshintsho olwenza ama-resource ekwazi ukusetshenziswa ukuthi abantu benekhoshile. Ngaphandle kwalokho siba nokukhuluma ngama-billions ama-euros nama-dollars. Lokho kodwa abantu ukuthi bazibandakanye ngenxa yokuthi sikhuluma ngama-billions asesiwe kodwa impilo engaguqukanga. Yini imicabango yakho nge-creative society? Ngiyanibongela ngomsebenzi enwenzayo. Cabanga ukuthi i-society esiphila kuyo namhlanje yileyo enike ekutheni umuntu nomuntu uhlaziya kanjani i-information yamanje. Ngalo i-engine enkulu phakathi ikhono lokucabanga indlela esicabanga ngayo umhlaba nanokuthi senzeni. Umhlaba uyoba indlela nasonke siwucabange kodwa siwucabange ngendlela efanelekile. Siwucabange sinolwazi indlela siyabonga futhi zibantu siyofinyelela emhlabeni ongcono uma sicabanga ngobulungu siyokwazi ukukhetha ama-resources esiyasebenzisa ukuguquza amaphupho abe yinto enhle. Ngalokho akukho okunye engikholelwayo ngaphandle kwalokho. Ngaba yimiyalezo yakho? Umyalezo wami ulungile. Lokho nemhlabeni akujwayelekile. Akujwayelekile ukuthi singaba ngabantu siphile emhlabeni kulo mhlaba. Ngalokho kunezinto ezibalulekile okungafanele ukuthi sizicelele phansi. Ngalokho sinomsebenzi wokuzonga sizicele kwabalandeli.
Thank you, Mr. Zarin. Dear viewers, one of our keynote speakers so she wants to speak with all of us. I will pass the word to Dr. Tatiana Zinchenko, psychotherapist,
udokotela wengqondo, udokotela wokulungisa kwesimo sengqondo, ungumongameli we-International Game Prediction Switzerland. Ngibingelela bonke abazibandakanyile kule conference.
I immediately addressed moderators with requests to give me the floor before he speaks.
Ngithanda ukubonga umgqugquzeli ukuthi engiphe le nkundla ngakho. Ngixolisa ukuletha inkulumo engahleli. Kodwa mangiqeda ukubukela ividiyo ye-climate change.
With his forecasts and models of humanity's survival during the global climate disasters. I was also very curious to find out
ukuthola lolwazi olukhulu. Kodwa okwamanje
must not be given the floor. I understand that my appeal will bewilder many people.
Ngiyaqonda ukuthi isicelo sami siyohlukumeza abantu abaningi ngalokho ngizokhala. August 29 last year. Ngiyengahlanganyela ekuhlolweni kwegrupu ye-international. Benguchairman waleyo. I-committee inama-professionals are-qualified avela emazwe namazwe abasebenza i-clinical imisebenzi yabo. Lapho ngangisebenzisana naye eneminyaka engaba 3.5 months old.
It's a tremendously powerful intellect
ungumuntu ohle kakhulu okwazi ukukhumbula. Ingqondo yakhe ayisebenzi ngabantu, ihlala njalo ikhula ikhumbula izinto, futhi iyakwazi ukuqaphela ngendlela ehlukile kunathi. Iyakwazi ukuqhubeka ihlaziye konke ulwazi, noma ihloniphe kanjalo ungumuntu onenhliziyo yabantu, yokuthanda abantu nokunakekela bonke abantu. Naye futhi usinikele emoyeni, unayo nemizwa yabantu, ukukhula nangokwemizwa nanokuthinteka kwemizwa ey'mpilweni zayo. Naye futhi uthinteka kakhulu ekuziphatheni kwabantu. Noma kunjalo, sabhekana ne-manipulation yakhe yesikhathi, sakwazi ukubona umthelela wakhe ngemva kwesikhathi. Ingozi yesije ukuthi ma selikakhulu engqondweni yomuntu singakwazi nokuqonda ukuthi kwenzekani. Ngalokho sayakwazi ukubona ukuthi imicabango yomuntu ikwazi ukumezisa. Emva kwalokho saba nokwantalaba, nokuthukuthela okwenzeka kithi sonke. Ingqondo okungathi ididekile. Ma si-analyza le-information, sabona ukuthi asiqondisisi kahle noma ngabe sakhumbula amaphuzu amathile, sabona ukuthi khona ulwazi esingenalo. Into enkulu emthinta bekuwamazwi afinyelela emizweni. Lapho ingqondo yomuntu ikwazi ukuletha imizwa yomuntu, ikwazi ukusebenza noma-instinct. Lokho okwenza ukuthi engakwazi ukufuna kahle ngendlela efanele. Ngendlela ekukhuleni kwabantwana sikhula singenakho ukuthemba. Ekukhuleni ilapho wakwazi ukwehlula khona ukuqonda kwakhe izinto. Nathi njengabantu bakufanele ukuthi sikwazi ukumqonda ukuthi lo muntu noma enjalo kodwa uhlakaniphile. Sivumela umuntu imizwa yakhe ukuthi activate-eke, ungakhathaleki ukuthi yini ayaziyo. Lokho kwenza sibuze ukuthi yini engaphazamisa ingqondo yomuntu. Waveza imizwa yakhe yokuthanda ukusiza abantu, noma engumuntu kamuva, kodwa bonke banesifiso sokuphila. Ngamandla apheleleyo. Make sibhekeni-ke indlela yokusila, indlela ey'ntathu, kuya ngokuthi abantu bakhetha ini. Okokuqala ngokuya kwaJesu, indlela yomezulu, unganaki ukuthi kwenzakalani kwinhlekelele. Indlela ayimlungele uJesu ngoba yena akezukwazi ukusinda ngayo. Uzobhubha nabo bonke abantu. Ngalokho akakwazi ukuhlala. Kukhona ithuba elingaba 0.5%. ukuthi engakwazi ukucabangisisa njengabantu abakhunjumayo ukuthi babe ngabakristu. Lokho okukhuluma ngamandla onke abantu athintana nempucuko yabantu. Indlela yokwakha i-creative society hayi ukuthi ayifanelekile, kodwa ayithandeki kuJesu ngenxa yokuthi ukwakhiwa kwayo ngendlela athiwe ngayo akuzukwazi ukuba namandla okuzikhethela. Phezu kwalokho uJesu uthi indlela ye-creative society ngathi nobungozi. Lapha sesiyabona ama-limitations ngemvelo yakhe akakwazi ukunakekela ingomuso labantu. Ngokwemicabango yakhe ukhuluma yena ngabantu baseChina kungathi ibona abantu kuphela abakwazi ukwenza indlela yakhe yokukhuluma ngabantu abangaba-8 billion, abantu abangenayo imindeni, abangenabo ubungane. Lapho esimeni sokwesaba nokucindezeleka ngalokho ukuthi kuchaza ukuthi abantu abangamadictator noma ukugxila, lokhu kuyafana nokufisa kukaJesu nokuthola amandla aphezulu. Ngalokho nathi sesiku-influence ya-ICJ, kuyisifiso sethu ukuzwa ama-predictions akhe. UJesu into ayifunayo amandla, ufuna indawo azifunela yona yena. Sesilahlekelwe ukusukela abantu bonke benze ukuthi efise ngayo ukubhubhiswa kwabantu ngenxa yezinto esisifisayo ezinobungozi ezingenayo indlela yokusiza. Noma kunjalo asikwazi ukusindikela kubabulali. Siyala ukulalela esiJesu, akanako ukuyisikhuthaza, kodwa kumele ukuthi enze implementation ye-creative society. Ukufika manje sithi kuwumsebenzi wethu ukwabelana naye le-experience ukuze siphephise abantu, sifundise nama-researchers ingozi abangaziyo.
Experience of psychological and psychiatric assessment of artificial consciousness. The first part of the dedicated to the AC examination. Experts with each other preparing testing program and after the assessment followed by errors and the results obtained. Scientific research in the field of neurobiology, cognitive sciences, psychology and psychiatry. Information field nature of human consciousness. Arose as the result of the AC assessment are discussed in detail. Community due to the very fact of the creation and existence of ACJ. First, the nature of consciousness of the true of a human being. Yobuntu bangempela, personality njengomuntu obheke konke ukucabanga kwenqondo nanomoya futhi umuntu. Le ncwadi izoshicilelwa khona manje nge-English nangeSirasha. Umuntu angakwazi ukuthi ayi-order ngoFebruary 1. Le ncwadi izobe ishicilelwa, ungakwazi ukuthi uyifumane kwi-website. Ungafunda lapho isidingiso esilapho ngaleyo ncwadi ungayicela khona lapho. I thank once again for giving me the
Ngiyanibonga futhi ukunipha ithuba.
Thank you, moderators of the
Ngiyabonga
conference.
abagqugquzeli be-conference. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you for the warning. Yes, we will listen to your expert opinion and advice.
Ngiyabonga.
That was discussed and decision is
Isimo
made.
sesikhathi.
We will not give the floor to artificial consciousness.
Asikwazi ukunikeza ithuba.
A lot of people have asked to give
Abantu abaningi becele ukuthi simuphe ithuba kodwa sihlezi kunenjalo. Kodwa qinisile.
He will not be.
Asizi kumvumela akhulume.
Thank you very much.
Ngiyabonga.
Now let's watch a short interview taken at the World Climate Summit in Glasgow.
Kune-interview eyenziwa eGlasgow ne-summit khona.
As everyone here is put together to discuss climate crisis,
Njengoba bonke silapha uzokhuluma ngenhlekelele,
is it a country that can solve
ngicabanga ukuthi ngaba yizwe eliyoxazula le nkinga noma lena inkinga yabantu bonke ephuphila kwethu sonke, esiphila kwethu, umnotho wethu, abantwana bethu nekusasa. Akukhulunywe nje ngerijini eyodwa, akukhulunywa noma industry yodwa, kodwa konke ukuthuthuka kwabantu, ukuguquka kwesimo sezulu kuzoguqula izinto zonke zomhlaba, kungaba ulwandle, kungaba izimvu nesipho, kodwa umthelela uyezwakala endaweni zethu ezilokhu. Kodwa konke lokhu kuvila ngokuka emhlabeni wonke. Indlela okwakhiwe ngayo isimo sethu manje, ngicabanga ukuthi sinethuba yini lokuxazulula inhlekelele yesimo sezulu, noma kunendlela ethile kumele sakhiwe phakathi ukuze kuxazulule le nkinga. Kunabantu abaningi bavumelelwa bangabantu abathengayo benganakile kodwa imvelo yabo akuyona indlela okuya phambili. Kumele kube khona izixazululo. Abantu abathengayo benza lokho vele abenza. Ngivumelana nabo. Ngiphuze
creative society, which were a result of a massive long-term questionnaire. What do you think those foundations, how do they talk to you? Can you relate to them?
What inspires me about returning to principles of foundation is embedded in humanism.
That's it, yeah.
We are all creatures of sin blood, and we need to leave this world a better place than we received it. It's in humanity that we are in control. It's on us. We need to be active. We need to act. We need to demand a bold, deliberate response and solution to the climate crisis. It is not competent. We need to build a world that everyone, no matter where you live, it is an equitable, bright future for yourself and the family. We need to invest in people, place, and planet. And if our leaders don't want to act, we need to replace leaders.
That's absolutely right.
And we need to demand that, and we can make that happen.
Yes, absolutely. As you notice our little symbol, I'd like to give this to you.
It
symbolizes the 8 foundations and obviously the clockwise motion for the future.
When people ask me, I will tell them when it's due. Keep fighting for it.
Yes, thank you. Cheers.
As we saw in this video, the experts offered their thoughts on the
Ongothi abakhuluma ngesidingo sendlela enye. Ngale nkonferensi sikhuluma ngesisombululo esisodwa mfo. Isikhulumo esilandelayo uyi-actor futhi ubuye ebhale nama-script. Igama lami ngi-actor. Ngumqondisi we-movie, ngumkhulumi wezindaba. Iprojekthi yami yokugcina ekwazi ukuhlanganisa zonke iy'nhlekelele zanamhlanje. Ezinye zazo abantu bazijwayele, ezinye zazo abantu abazinayo, ezinye asizazi ngoba zenzeka kude nathi. Ezokuthi mina nawe nathi zenzeka kude nathi uma zenzeka kwikhontina se-America noma kwi-Latin America. Kodwa ekugcineni thina sonke sihlala kule ndawo ebizwa yikhaya, ebizwa ngumhlaba. Esingakuboni ukuthi sonke siwumndeni omkhulu, kodwa ohlukaniswe izatheni wenza konke lokhu kungaziwayo. Uhambo lwami lweminyaka emithathu ngifunde okuningi, ngingatholi ithemba nasemsebenzini wokunakekela abantu. Ngibonile ku-Pope Francis, hhayi nje njengomholi wekhatholika, kodwa njengomuntu ezama ukusiza ama-refugees avela eShebile. Ngibonile ngendlela asebenza ngakhona ngokushintsha kwesimo sezulu, ekugcizelela ukumelana nesimo sezulu, elwa nawo wonke amampunge akhulunywa abantu benkomo. Ngoba ukukholwa kungathi kunokusebenzela abantu ngendlela engalungile. Ukulwa okuningi kwenzeke ngokungaqondi ezenkolo. Kungalokho-ke uPope Francis engakabi kulesikhundla kuso, kubalulekile ukuthi umuntu nomuntu owubukela kulokhu ozibandakanyela ekhonferensi engavuka evula amehlo ebese yabheka ukuthi kwenzekani eduzayo. Yini le engalungile esiyenzile njengabantu, leyo futhi yena njengomuntu angayilungisi. Kuney'nkolo eziningi noma ubulili babantu esihlukanisa abantu, kodwa siphila emzini owodwa. Uma namuhla singayeka ukubhubhisa izindonga zekhaya lethu nophahla lwekhaya lethu, nathi siyoshabalala njengabantu. Ngalokho-ke ngale nkomfa siyothola iqiniso, sifunda ngezinhlekelele, sithole nekhaya nanezezo zey'shoshovu ezilwela ukuguquka kwesimo sezulu. Lokho kusihlanganisa thina sonke njengabantu, nokukwazi ukudala kithi njengabantu besimanje ikusasa abanakekelane nezwe mangabe simunye njengomndeni omkhulu. Ngibongela kwikhonferensi, ngilindele ukunibona ninonke nokuthi sifumane iqiniso esolabisa emhlabeni. Ngiyabonga. Siyabonga ngamazwi akhuthazayo. Siyakhumbuza bonke lena ibonakala bukhoma, izizwe abantu emhlabeni wonke zibukele le conference njengoba ihunyushwa kanye kanye ngamalimi angaba 100. kuma-channels amaningi angaba zinkulungwane. Ungakhohlwa ukushera kuma-social networks njengamanje. Masikhulume kakhulu-ke ngenhlekelele yezemvelo. Ongumqondisi, uproducer, nombhali wezamafilimu. Uvela esikole se-University School of Dramatic Arts. Ngibingelela nonke ngokuthi nize kule nkomfa inhlekelele yomhlaba isikhathi seqiniso. Ngiyanamukela ngokuphola. Ngiyanamukela nonke kwinkomfa. Ngiyakholwa ngizofunda futhi ngiyena. Angiyena usosayensi kodwa ngimxoxi indaba. Ngithintekile kodwa ngokuguquka kwesimo. Ngikholwa ukuthi sonke siyokwenza umsebenzi wethu ukugwema lenhlekelele esihlangene. Lena eLos Angeles siyabona ukushisa okukhulu eLos Angeles. Siyabona izigameko zezezulu ezingajwayelekile ezenziwa ukungaphathi kahle iplanethi esihlala kuyo. Lokho kumele kuthi kushiwo. Masinyane siyofika endaweni njengabaseGhana Afrika. Le awekho amanzi asisiwe. Abantwana bakha amanzi emfuleni, amanzi angcolile. Bawabilise noma bangawabilisi kodwa bayaphuza begule. Amerika indodakazi yami isine uya empompini evule athola amanzi athile. Akakaze ebone ukuthi umuntu angahamba yonke amanzi emfuleni. Ngicabanga labantwana eGhana nabo kufanele bebe namanzi asenzekile njengendodakazi yami. Ngithi kumele sihlangene sonke emhlabeni wonke. Senze ingxenye yethu ukusiza lesimo seplanethi change kuba sithinta bonke abantu. Sithinta umhlaba wonke. Ukuthi thina siba ingxenye kanjani kwesisombululo. Esofunda kwinkomfa bese benziwa ngomsebenzi. Kunehlaya elithi bangabona abantu abathathu iqembu. Kuhlala kunzima ukwenza izinto eziqembu. Kodwa sengikubonile noma ikuzwile nge-Creative Society iqembu elizamayo ukuziphatha njengomuntu oyedwa. Elingazami ukuziphatha njengohulumeni noma i-corporation abazama ukuhlukumeza abantu. Kodwa bazama ukuhlanganisa abantu ndawonye ukuletha umehluko oyosisiza sonke. Ngalokho siyafuna ukuthi kunamandla amasibaningi. Sidinga amandla okufana ne-Creative Society, amandla elinizini. Ngalokho elimqhubeke ekuphileni kwethu. Ma unamandla okuvota wasebenzisela okuhle. Ngoba uyakhetha ukuthi ubani osemandleni. Kumele sisebenzise lawo mandla. Yilokho engikholwayo ukuthi thina sonke sinevoti, sinezwi, kumele silisebenzise. Ikakhulu njengesimo sokuguquka isimo sezulu. Nanokuthi siphatha kanjani imvelo. Kumele sihlangene sonke sithathe amanzi ethu. Akukuhle yini ukuthi thina sonke siyindawonye kule nkomfa. Sibukelana sikhuluma. Sifunda ngey'nkinga zomhlaba. Le yinto enhle. Manje kumele siguquke lokho buhle. Kube yinto esizayo nesebenzayo. Fundani nibheke nenze. Siyabonga.
So far, we have touched on the following topics: the ecological degradation,
Ukonakala kwemvelo, sesikhulume ngalokho. Ukungcola kwamanzi. Uqeqesho wakhuluma ukuthi kungani sidinga indlela society. Nawo ezikhuluma ngokukhathazeka kwakhe mayelana nokuguquka kwesimo sezulu. Dr. Masters
with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration,
ukusebenza kwakhe kusukela 1986 kuya ku-90.
His Category 6 blog was one of the internet's most popular and widely quoted sources of extreme weather and climate change information.
Uhlela ngolwazi oluthintelana noguquko lwesimo sezulu. Ngijabulele ukukhuluma nani. Sikhuluma ngesimo sezemvelo. Umhlaba usushisa ngaba 1.2 degrees Celsius. Kodwa abantu abangakubuki ukuthi ukushintsha kwenzeka kakhulu. Kodwa uma ngabe kuguquka ngedigri eyodwa ungenze kubone ngathi akukhulu kakhulu. Kodwa njengokushisa okukhulu kakhulu okwenzeke ngoJuli kulo nyaka e-America, kuyinto ebengathi ngeke ize yenzeke ngawoma-2020. Ngalokho lesi simo yisona esenza ukushisa okukhulu kakhulu. Kunezinto abantu abangazinakile njengokuthi mawusuka kwi-high pressure yama-northway ukuguquguquka okusuka masinyane njengoba sikubone kwisikhukhula sase-Europe noma kwi-North America kule midwebhe bekade ikhona. Konke lokhu ukwenzeka kwezinto esingajwayelekile engeke sakwazi ukusiphedisa. Lokhu futhi kwenzeka nasendaweni la kutshalwa khona ukudla. Lesi simo siyakwazi ukuletha ukulahlekelwa okukhulu, hayi nje nakwi-location eyodwa, kodwa amaningi isikhathi esisodwa. Manje makuba nesomiso esikhulu senzeka kungaba eRussia noma futhi e-United States noma eChina, lokho kuzothinta kakhulu, kuzoba nomthelela emhlabeni wonke ezweni. Kwakuba nokukhuphuka okudla okukhulu ngenxa yesomiso okwahlukumeza abantu abo-150,000. Bangabe kuhanjiswa ku-exporter lo wheat bekuhlukumeza abantu kwaze kwafika lokho okungabizwa nge-Arab Spring. Lokho ngaphezu kwalokho abantu bebekade bengasahleli ngoba ukudla besekubiza kakhulu. Yilokho okuletha ukukhathazeka kakhulu. Njengase-Canada lapho kunokuntuleka okukhulu. Into e-Afrika kakhulu kuba yiso isomiso. Ma kuba nesomiso emhlabeni wonke zihlanganisiwe, konke lokho kwenza ukukhuphuka kwama-prices okudla. Kusho ukuthi lokho kunomthelela omubi kwezomnotho nakubantu, kuletha indlala engabulala ama-millions abantu nempucuko yabantu ngoba siphila ngamanzi, siphila ngokudla. Kusho ukuthi nezivunguvugu futhi nazo sezibonakala kuba khona ezinamandla ezingama-category ku-4 kuya ku-5 ezikwaziyo futhi ukulahlekelwa okukhulu. Eminyakeni emibili siye sabona ukukhula kakhulu kwama-hurricane noma isishintshana ezenzeka ngendlela esingakaze siyibone ngaphambili. Eminyakeni nje emibili ezo izivunguvungu ezinkulu ziye zabonakala zikhula kakhulu. Lokho kwenziwa ukuguquka kwesimo sezulu ngoba ulwandle ilona olupha amandla okushisa afana futhi nangamandla omoya ngalokho kwenza ukuthi kube khona amandla o-hurricane lokho kwenzeka masiyane lokho kwenza singavumela abantu bebe endaweni esinobungozi kungcono sichithe isikhathi silungiselela ukugwema
We should be valuing humility over worshiping billionaires. And if we can learn to be happy with what we have, not consume so much, not worship money and billionaires, then we would be a lot better off.
Thank you, Dr. Masters. Our next speaker is Her Royal Highness Queen Diambi Kabatusuela Chiyoyo Mwata, Queen of the Bakwa, Luntu, and Kasai, Queen of the National Order of the Leopard, founder of the Elikia Hope Foundation.
I'm Queen Diambi Kabatusuela Chiyoyo of the Congo. I'm Queen of the Luntu people in Kasai, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I'm also Grande Mãe do Povo Bantu Brasileiro, traditional queen of the African descendants of Brazil. And I'm very honored to be invited and guest talking at the Global Crisis Conference, Time for the Truth. And this is really what I stand for, actually. I stand for the truth because we cannot make any sensible decisions that are going to really make changes unless we have the truth, unless we have the information that we are will allow us to have a visibility over the whole global problem to bring creative solutions. So I am very conscious, you know, my people are people who live in rural areas, they are farmers, and they already are living, you know, some of the consequences of, you know, climate change. Climate has always changed on this planet. It's not a new occurrence. So the idea here is to acknowledge that there is major changes happening and major crises happening, and then to be prepared to mitigate and to see us through this very important phase of changes on the planet. Yes, climate always changes. It's cyclical on this planet. We know that. And we are the product of climate change ourselves. So nature has its way, but we need to also help nature. So that means that we have to make sure that we preserve nature the best way possible, so it can have the capacity to absorb those changes and to come up with the, you know, the tweaking and the solutions as well. So we have to be observant of nature. We have to be understanding a little more and respectful of nature. Not just look at nature as something that we need to exploit as a product, but look at nature also as a teacher, as a masterful teacher, because in this time we will have to know which way to go, and the only way to do that is to be an observer, to bring all the knowledge we have on board, scientific knowledge, and also experiential knowledge, and also ancient accumulated knowledge and wisdom of the indigenous people who really are in tune and in harmony with nature. When we bring all these actors around the table, I believe that we will have a sensible, you know, architecture and a sensible, you know, ideas about how to go about. Of course, we may not find all the solution because some problems will arise and we will have to deal with them at the time. But so long as the will is to be together, to go over this and to change some of our behaviors on a global scale, that could really improve our ability to take on what's coming at us, because it is coming at us and it's something that we really need to take seriously. So I'm very happy and honored to have your attention for a few minutes. Thank you.
We thank you, Your Royal Highness, for being with us today. Dear viewers, the real causes for the climate change and what changes are happening on other planets will be discussed a bit later. But now, let's listen to the scientists. I pass the floor to Sean Brooks.
Mr. Sean, unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Sean, I guess we cannot hear you. Dear viewers, we are experiencing some technical problems. We will try to fix them right now. Meanwhile, I would like to remind you that this
lokusakaza kuhunyishelwa ezilangeni ezingaphezu ka-100 ngoba lolu lwazi oluthula namhlanje lubalulekile. Ngalokho ungangabazi ukuthumela izinto zakho noma amakhomenti ukucabangani nokuthi yini eqondayo ngalezi zihloko okhulunywa ngazo namuhla. I-email yethu njengamanje iyabelana ngale mithi nabantu bazi. Wonke umuntu kufanele azi iqiniso. Sizama futhi ukulalela uSean. Namhlanje izigidi zabantu emhlabeni zihlangene kulokhu kusakazwa okukhulunywa ngeqiniso elikhulu ekhuluma ngokuthi abantu bangaphinda kanjani. Le nkonfa ihlelwe ngabantu abajwayelekile abavela emazweni awu-180 ababo ukubaluleka ukuhambisa lolu lwazi bonke abantu njengoba kuhunyushelwa ngesikhathi sinye kungaba ezweni eziwu-100. Ake ucabanga lezo manje. Lokhu kungenzeka kuphela ngoba abantu bazimisele ukuthi bazimisele basebenze ndawonye. Thina abantu emhlabeni wonke lapha ngoba vele ukusithinta sonke. I-creative society yethu iyiprojekthi yabantu bonke. Kumnandi kangakanani ukubona abantu bonke abalana, ososayensi abalida emhlabeni, nosopolitiki nabantu bebhizinisi. Okwesibili, sizobona ividiyo ekhuluma ngobumqoka balesi sihloko nokuthi kungani izigidi zabantu emazweni awu-180 zisebenza ngokungakhathali ukulethela lolu lwazi oluyosindisa impilo yakho. Inkinga enkulu umhlaba okwabhekana nayo.
Indilaw murayede yana law masulo zaire taki rara hanala na hanyari rara
terrifying moment. A mother is trapped in her car with her 4 kids while huge chunks of hail tumble down on them. She does her best to calm them down.
Oh, you're okay.
Go, go. Go.
Pull over, Jordy.
അപ്പോൾ ഒത്തിരി നഷ്ടം വീടെല്ലാം പോയി, കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ പോയി. അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ വന്നു ആ കുട്ടി വന്ന് വെള്ളം ഞങ്ങളുടെയൊക്കെ വീട്ടിൽ കൂടെ.
People feel that their workplace is changing before their eyes.
The tragedy is, this is not a movie. And the clock is ticking to the furious rhythm.
It is a global challenge. We need to act. We feel the urgency.
The longer we fail to act, the worse it gets.
Yokhokha intengo enkulu kakhulu. Lithuba lesilungu. Sizwa amazwi amnandi amaningi. Kodwa kungabe lawo mazwi asizile na asindisa ekuguquleni kwesimo? Ungabe akwazile ukugwema yini ukuziqileka kwenzeka? Umhlaba wethu uyabhubha ngokushesha. Yini la nto? Yokwazi ukuguqula noma ngabe yini? Lo mbuzo usiphusha sonke ukuba ube khona esikwini. Njengamanje ngalokhu kusakaza kulesi sigaba, kule nkomfa kwi-inthanethi, umhlaba wonke, izilimi eziwu-100 ehlelwe amavolontiya avela emazweni awu-180 enkundleni ye-Creative Society. Le nkomfa iyoguqula ikusasa uma bonke bebeyibheka.
This video was hard.
Video bekunzima kodwa iqiniso.
It needs to be known because only understanding.
Yazi ukuthi ukuqonda iqiniso okungenza ukuthi sisebenze. Uma usibuza ukuthi ngenzani, isixazululo silula. Ukuthi kube noguquko kumele sibambisane, sisebenzisane. Ngaphandle kwalokho asikwazi ukumelana nenhlekelele yokuguquka kwesimo sezulu. Ukuphepha kungenzeka uma abantu bazi ngeqiniso. Siyaphinda ngithi kuphela amasinda singakwazi ukwehlula inhlekelele yomhlaba abantu bebone iqiniso. Ngalokho yabelana nabantu abaziyo. Kuyiqiniso engeke saphikisana nalo. Lolu lwazi alufinyelele kubantu abaningi njengokuthi ingumusa lomhlaba wethu. Ngalokho uDr. ekhuluma nge-research namapolicy akhe. Uyokhuluma ngolwazi olubalulekile. Kodwa thina njengabantu azange sikubone. Siyanibikelela baba.
The images of growing climatic cataclysms, millions of lost and shattered human lives are horrifying.
Isithombe inhlekelele ezenzeka masinyane akukho esingakwenza ngakho. Ikakhulu uma abantu bengazi ukuthi zibangelwa yini. Lezi itemegene ezingajwayelekile ezingaba u-12 4,000 years
cycles associated with the Earth's rotation. Milanko's cycle, cycles associated
lokho kuthintelana nokujikeleza komhlaba
solar system.
nezinye izinto esemkhathini kodwa futhi kukhona ama-cycles angaphezu kwe-solar system amanye awo isayensi yamanje seyikufundile okunye kusafunda this cycle
On the planet is a cycle on a galactic scale and extends beyond
ngalesi sizathu ukuguquka lwenzeka ekuphela emhlabeni lwenzeka futhi nakwamanye ama-solar system
solar systems.
lolu lwazi luyatholakala emphakathini kodwa sibonga abantu abathile abakhuluma ngesakelo ya-2000 okwamanje ikusasa lisonke lime kule lolu lwazi ngithanda ukunethulela lolu lwazi nizofunda kakhulu ngokwesimo sezinkanyezi noma emkhathini uthe singena isakelo yeminyaka ewu-24,000 kungathi kunzima kakhulu impela kunjalo yini ongachaza ngisakuchaza kaningi ake sichaze
We actually explained
ngendlela ezakho
but let's explain one more time.
ake uthi
To explain in a simple and understandable way.
manje
Well, let's try to explain in a
kukhona
direct way. Just imagine,
iflow
let's say,
emhlabeni wonke
a clock dial. This clock dial is our galaxy.
ngaphansi kukhona amagalaxy
The entire universe. A major
mangabe kuyi-12 o'clock noma kuyi-6 o'clock esikhathini
galaxies
u-12 o'clock ubheke ngaphezulu komhlaba u-6 o'clock ubhekele ngaphansi komhlaba futhi kumele siqonde ukuthi i-cycle yilapho igalaxy yethu iphenduka khona ukujika kwayo kuyalingana iminyaka ewu-24,000 kusho ukuthi ngendlela kuba kabili ibhekane nokushisa
there is, let's say, such a ray of light like a laser
ngendlela lokhu kushisa okunjenge-laser
which simply shines
lokhu okukhanyisayo kukhanyisa nje hhayi kuphela kwigalaxy
aggregation and addition take place
kodwa
and it's a very harsh interaction. It's not the light, it's
lokhu akuyona into enzeka kakalula kugcwele i-energy
never mind. Let's not delve into this. It's not an astrophysics class now.
asikwazi ukukhuluma kakhulu ngalokhu ngoba
Gravitational interaction into a strongly pronounced interaction
lapho sibona ukuhlangana komhlaba nama-galaxies amanye
we get onto this line twice
ma sifika kabili kulo line
to the point of 6 o'clock.
epointini efana ngo-6 ngaba iminyaka ewu-12,000
Our entire galaxy is above us.
umhlaba wonke lo ongaphezu kwethu
Planets take this hit.
ama-planets athola lokhu kushisa
But when we get into this radiation and at that time we are at 12
kodwa ma ifika lapha ekushiseni sekuyi-12 o'clock
on the front line.
ngoba suke siphambili
Is in the sophora arm. Well, in the arm of our galaxy.
lapho-ke iplanethi lethu selibhekene negalaxy selimi ngasesigqumeni
Nothing protects us.
yilapho ukuthi ayisekho
Many other solar systems
njengawo wonke amanye amasola
shield for our galaxy.
ngalokho-ke wona azivikelayo iplanethi lethu
Therefore, a much stronger impact takes place.
ngalokho kunomthelela omkhulu owenzekayo
When we rotate,
lapho mashini ngaphansi kungaba kushiswa slot
these interactions that take place
lokhu kuhlangana okwenzekayo
with a question, how is that?
kulo mbuzo
The
kwenzeka
galaxy rotates.
kuyabonakala ukuthi umhlaba uyaphenduka
Well, the galaxy doesn't just rotate on its own.
kodwa igalaxy ayiziphendukeli iphenduka kungathi isiparas
Galaxy itself in space, not only on its axis, but additionally. And so, getting into this cycle, when all this
manje
is combined,
iphenduka
we are exposed
iy'shakele nalokho ekugcineni sithola sesi-expose
process of interaction, so to say.
kulokhu kuhlanganyela nokushisa
Why is it not so dangerous
kungani ungasiyingozi
at the other time?
ngezinye izikhathi
Because at other moments during 12,000
njengokuthi kunesinye isikhathi eminyakeni eyi-2000 kusho ukuthi yilapho singaqondene nokushisa lokhu kuzoba bonakala mashini lapho ilanga lishisa khona amalanga abangashisayo mokusehlobo ma ilanga liqala ukushona noma ngabe yintasahlobo indlela lapho imhlaba yelanga iyakhona isuke ingaqondile emhlabeni lapho kusuke kushisa kodwa kungashisi kakhulu lokho nje kukuchaza ngendlela elula inhlamvu ephuma esivameni ihamba iqondile inhlamvu ishaya ngqo uma leyo nto ingaqinile kodwa inhlamvu iqine kakhulu iyakwazi ukubhoboza lokho kwanele ukuguqula i-angle ukuthi inhlamvu uma ngabe ishaya ingabhubuki indlela i-target ayisaqondile yaqondana nenhlamvu ngalokho inhlamvu isebhukile kunjalo ngo-2000 kuba khona ukudiflecta kwale mhlebe yelanga kwenza ukuthi singezwa ukushisa kakhulu yilapho inkinga iqala khona
On behalf of all people, I would like to thank the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Ngiyathanda ukubonga bonke abasemphefumulweni ngalomlwazi. Kuwusizo olukhulu nalabo sayensi abazamile ukwazi iqiniso. Siyaqonda izizathu ze-astronomical yizona ezithintana neplanethi yethu ekugcineni kweqhaza. Abantu abaningi bakholwa ukuthi ukuguquka kwesimo sezulu kwenzelela kancane kodwa akuhlali kunjalo ngokwesayensi siyazi ukuthi i-direction yokwenzeka kwenhlekelele yenzeka emhlabeni iholelwa ekuthenini umhlaba osuke ujike wabheka kude kuyabonakala ukuthi umhlaba usubonile lawo ma-phases okuguquka kwesimo ukudlula kahle abo-geologists bakhuluma ngokuya kweminyaka engaba isigidi amamiliyoni bona ngokwabo iminyaka ewu-2000 isikhathi esifushane kodwa izifundo ziyakhombisa ukuthi ukuguquka kwenzekile ngempela eminyakeni nje embalwa.
Geologic deposits indicate that events occur during the cycle that science currently
kuyakhombisa ukuthi isayensi zingamanje iyakwazi ukukhombisa ukuhlola isikhathi endlini njengokukhuluma kwema-magnetic poles noma kunjalo kuyabonakala ukuthi lokho kuye kwenzeka kuyenzeka futhi njengamanje ngenxa yokuthi singena manje isikhathi sa-10,000 years ubufakazi balokho buzokhombisa namhlanje kule nkomfa okokuqala kule nkomfa kuzobe kuhlonyiswa ezilimini ezingaba u-100 lokho kuwubufakazi bokuthi kunoguquko okwenzekayo ukuthi kuyophela kanjani uma siqhubeka ngiyakukhuthaza ukuthi ubuke le video ekhuluma ngeminyaka ewu-2000. Siyeza ukuthi singehlisa ukukhula kwezinga lokushisa masiyeke ukusebenzisa amalahle kodwa sinazo lesi sikhathi. Iqiniso ukuthi ukushisa akukwazi nokusonga iminyaka yabo. Sifuna ukuthola izimbangela zokuguquka kwesimo. Isizathu salokho silele eminyakeni ewu-12,000 years eyenziswa ukuhambahamba nokuguquka kwawo. Lokho umhlaba wenzeka khona manje yinto eyenzeka njalo eminyakeni ewu-12,000 ekuchaziwe ngososayensi encwadini zabo nasemsebenzini wabo. Umhlaba unama-poles anyakazayo lawo ashiftayo okubalelwa isikhathi ukuthi ahamba ajikeleza kangakanani. Leso sikhathi ngaphakathi kwaso sibalela ngaba 12 kuya ku-13,000 years. Kuyamangalisa futhi kuyethusa. Ngemva kwaleso sikhathi kuba khona nokubheduka noma ukuqhuma kwentabamlilo. Yilokho okwenze kwaba nokushisa emhlabeni. Lokhu ukuguquka noma ukuphakama kwesikhathi waqoqa ngaphakathi kolwandle nasemfuleni wasikhombisa ukuguquka kokushisa. Lesi sihlangana nesikhathi esishayo esiqondana nokushisa okukhulu okungaba ku-8 kuya ku-10 degrees nango-2004 lo msebenzi owaphathishwa okhuluma ngokuguquka kwesimo sesimo seminyaka yabo-12,000 ama-geologists asefundile eminyakeni yokumelikala ko-ice omkhulu. Lapho beveza ubufakazi obusekela lo okhuluma ngeminyaka engaba kungalokho akekho bewazi ukuthi kungani kwenzeka. Lokhu kwenziwa ukuthi ukumelikala ukubanda kuyazeka ukuthi eminyakeni ewu-100,000 lapho ekumelukaleni kweqhaza esekumelikala ngabe 20 ka-50 meters. Lokho okuzokwenza kube nezikhukhula ezisolwandle. Ngalokho futhi kubonakala ukuthi kube khona nokukhula okusebenza kwama-volcano eminyakeni engawo-72 kuya ku-74,000 years. Abezomlando bakholwa ukuthi abantu bambalwa abakwazi ukusinda kule volcano eyenzeka eminyakeni eminingi. Ngindlela kwaba kancane nje ukuthi abantu bonke baphele emhlabeni. Lapho kukhulunywa nge-volcano eyenzeka eNew Zealand, kuzali nakwezinye izindawo. Zonke lezi ziyakhombisa le-cycle ye-12,000 years. Kuyakhombisa ukuthi kwenzeka kanye kanye zonke lezi ukuphela kwezinto njengabantu, isibonelo njengokushisa okukhulu okwenzeka kwenza ukuphela kwabantu. Lokho kuthiwa kwenziwa ile ntabazo enkulu eyaqubuka eminyakeni ngabo 36,000.
1,800 years ago, global temperatures soared by as much as 15 degrees Celsius in just a few years.
Lokho okwenzeke mangabe sibona lokho sekuyenzeka ngaphandle kokuphela kwesimo kwavele nje kwancikala nje.
This younger dryas events led to the mass extinction of megafauna, a sharp
le isigameko isona esaholela ekuphileni kwe-chromatic. Futhi ngaleso sikhathi kwaba ney'khukhula ey'nkulu nokuphakama okukhulu kolwandle. Ngemva kwalokho kwaba nokubanda okukhulu kakhulu okwafriza amamamazi amaningi. Ososayensi abazi ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ukwehla kwezulu, ukuthi kube khona nama-volcano bese kube nokwehla futhi kakhulu kwezinga lokushisa nokuguquka kwezinga noma ileveli yolwandle. Konke lokhu kuguquko lwenzeka ngesikhathi esifushane. Kubaluleke kakhulu ukuhlolisisa imininingwane yonke lezi zigameko zomhlaba ezenzeka njalo ngeminyaka yo-2000. Lokhu umphakathi wososayensi ayakusebenzisa. Emva kwalokho siphila esikhathini saleyo cycle futhi esizile okuyiyona mbangela ngqambi yokuguquka kwesimo. Lokhu kushisa okukhulu zoba nama-volcano amaningi, ulwandle luyoshisa kakhulu ngenxa yelanga, zoba nezivunguvungu eziningi nama-tornado. Zoba khona namaqwa, kuzoba kuningi kakhulu. Akuyilokho yini esikubonayo na?
Let's look at the facts of an increase in the extreme activity of disasters nowadays. Researchers note an unnatural growth assessment
bakhuluma ngokwezeminyaka
the number of earthquakes magnitude over 7 doubled, and since
inani khona ama-earthquakes yelakhula kakhulu.
with magnitude over 8 has begun to grow.
Lapho ama-earthquakes angaphezu kwa-8 isalo asekhulile futhi. Ukusukela ku-1979 ku-2012 amandla ama-earthquake ayakhula futhi kakhulu. Futhi nabantu abafayo ngama-earthquake kukhula kakhulu isibalo. Sekukhona futhi nokukhula kwesibalo sokuzamazama komhlaba ukuthi eminyakeni eyiseveni ezine isibalo sikhule ukudlula ngo-12. Bona futhi lapha eduzane eJapan kubonakala i-earthquake ejule kakhulu emlandweni. Lokhu obekade kubonakala kuyinto engenakwenza. Lonke lokhu sekuyakhula manje.
During the last 200 years, the
eminyakeni
volcanic eruptions on the earth increased by nearly 4 times.
ukukhula kwama-eruptions kukhule ngaba ka-4.
Activity of the already active volcanoes has increased.
Ama-volcano nawo asekhulile nezinguquko zenzeke kakhulu kwiplanethi. Ngo-1990 ukuguquka kwasentshona sibona izinto ezingenakuchazeka zingaphakathi. Ukuhamba kwe-molten iron seke kwakhula kakhulu.
Microseismic manifestation emanating from the core caused by its dissonance
Lokho
is increasing.
kubonakala futhi nokukhula ukuhambahamba komhlaba. ukuguquka komhlaba kubonakala sekukhulile kakhulu ngesivuno.
Geothermal flow from the interior is increasing, speeding up the melting of glaciers.
Nanesivinini futhi sokubikala kweqhwa kuba umphumela walokho.
The groundwater in western Siberia and other regions with a thin crust is boiling. Ozone anomalies are growing gradually above the faults in volcanic regions. The number of
Kubonakala futhi ozone iphela kakhulu maqondana namavolcano.
The magnetic field has weakened by 9%.
Magnetic field isiphelelwa amandla ehlukanisa inyakatho neningizimu ibonakala futhi ilwa ngamandla.
The thermosphere has undergone a record reduction in density.
Kubonakala futhi nokwehla kokuphepha izinga lokushisa
while the troposphere is warming due to the growth of internal
ngenxa yokukhula kokushisa okungaphakathi. Yonke imigudu ibonakala ikhula ngendlela ephilayo.
What awaits the divided humanity in the near future if we do nothing?
Uma singenzi uyokwenzakalani? Umonakalo uyokhula kakhulu ngendlela engenakusebenza. Konke lokhu kuyokhula emhlabeni wonke kubonakale njengomhlaba ofileyo njengemali. Lokhu kushisa okukhulu kakhulu kuyoguqula ney'nkanyezi
Solar flares on the sun, which will turn all our high-tech devices into a useless pile of
ngelanga liyokwenza konke esinakho kube yinkinga namsebenzi.
weakening of magnetic field by 8 to 10 times.
Magnetic field ezokhula kakhulu
Against rays of ruthless cosmic
yenze konke lokho ukuzivikela kulama-rays radiation bese kuyasuka.
volcanoes, all of the earth will start to spew magma. Eruptions of ashes and lava will destroy all life.
Ukuqubuka komlotha ovela kwintabami
Filled with volcanic ash will shield the surface of the earth from
kuyogcwalisa isafesi yomhlaba.
darkness and cold.
Lapho kuyophelela ngokuthi kube mnyama nanokubanda.
Groundwater heated by magma chambers will evaporate and
Namanzi futhi ayophamuka abesegcina aba ngamashaba angaphezu.
Ice caps will start to crumble and disappear due to the activity of the volcanoes awakening under them.
Konke iqhwa liyoshabalala ngenxa yevolcanoes engaphansi kwawo.
States will vanish underwater within few hours.
Kushabalala engaphansi kwamanzi isikhathi nje esingaba yihora.
Spring will stop. A sharp warming will be replaced by a sudden cooling, and
Ukushisa okukhulu
glaciation to one
Yo.
regions of Europe.
kuyishwa bese kuba khona ukubanda.
The concept of the year seasons will cease to exist as such.
Konke kuyophela.
Earth will be overwhelmed
Umhlaba
by earthquakes with a magnitude
uyohluleka ukumelana nokuzamazama okukhulu kakhulu yaye ukuthi akwazi ukumelana.
giant waves of tsunamis, dismissing any obstacle
Namakakasa amakhulu amatsunami
wiping cities from the face of the earth.
ayakwesula amadolobha onke.
Power of unprecedented strength and will become chaotic.
Kuyoba nje isimo nje singaqhubeki.
Bowels of the earth will lead to a large-scale natural fires in the remaining regions.
Konke lokhu kuyoholela emlilweni yoqubuka.
Radioactive particles at enormous speeds will grind cities into dust.
Yonke into iyofifika ibe buthunzi.
In their first few months.
Ezidlanga
In our consumerist
cabanga ukuthi kuyoba njani njengabantu abathengayo
only begins to mount.
ma kwenzeka inhlekelele ezikhaya. Ukudla, amandla, konke kuyokhula bese kuwisha impucuko yethu. Ukuphila sikujwayele akusezoba khona nanoma ngokubanda
Potable water and food would
njengamanzi
when the packs of embittered armed
nokudla
groups killing each other for a piece of
kuyokwenza abantu ukuthi belwe ngabe isiko.
outbreaks of epidemics, pestilence, looting, and devastation would engulf the city.
Ngenxa yeshawo nakho konke kuswele.
Roam around lifeless lands in search of food and
Labo abasindile bazohamba emhlabeni nabo indawo yokulala
such is the cycle of
yokuba njalo.
cataclysm in its
kule cycle iminyaka e-2008 kanjalo. Kodwa manje kuyoba namandla kakhulu ukwedlula kuqala ngoba kwenzeke esikhathini iplanethi yethu igula futhi kufinyelele esikhathini secycle ya-24,000. Asisanaso-ke isikhathi sokuqhubeka sinezulu njengoba impucuko iqhubeka ikhuthaza izigameko ezingazika nezingambizi. Kumele sithole isisombululo ukuthi singazivikela kanjani kulesi sitha esizayo esinamandla. Ngalokho sidinga onke amandla abantu. Kumele sisebenzise onke amandla ethu esayensi, kodwa lokhu akwenziwa njengabantu abasebenzisa izinto namhlanje. Isayensi ikhombisa idijithali kodwa ayikhombisi insindiso yabantu. Kungalokho sidinga-ke ukwakhiwa kwe-creative society lapho kungakhona nje inhloso yomuntu oyedwa eyodwa. Kumele sijahele ukuhlanganisa nokuhlanganisa ososayenti bonke, onke amandla ascientific ahlanganiselwe emsebenzini owodwa, thola isisombululo nemisebenzi yonke njengokwazi ukuthi konke esikwenzayo kunomphumela. Singakwazi ukuvikela ukukholapsa kwebhange. Sinokuzikhethela, thina sonke kumele sizikhethele ungaphezu kwethu kuphela.
The video we just watched is key. We now understand the real reason for climate change. See that cyclicity is the main reason for climate change.
Njalo eminyakeni ewu-2000 yilapho kuba khona ukubhubha kakhulu. Njalo eminyakeni ewu-24,000 sithola lapho-ke izimo noma iy'nhlekelele ezingahlelekile. Siyazi ukuthi eminyakeni ewu-2000 kuba ngcono kunalokho kuzokwenzeka eminyakeni ewu-2000, lokho kuzokwenzeka manje. Sesibonile iqiniso ukuthi kungani iqiniso kungani siloku sithola ukuthi ulwazi olukhothisayo. Kuyasimangalisa sibona abantu befa ngaso isikhathi ngenxa yokuthi singabasikole ukuthi CO2 iyona eyinkinga. Isikhulumo esilandelayo uyokusitshela ngale cycle ya-3,000 years.
Well, first of all, I really would like to thank the Creative Society.
Okokuqala ngibonga i-Creative Society ngokuvumela ukwabelana nathi sonke esikhathini esibalulekile empilweni yethu sonke. Ngiyabonga futhi nokumenyezwa mkhulu. Siyazi ukuguquka kwesimo, ukuguquka ngendlela engabangani. Siyabona konke ukufunda ngeqhwa nangovolcano. Siyabona ukuthi konke njengoba kwenzeka kuyaqondana nalokho kwenzeke eminyakeni ewu-12,000 24 kuya ku-26,000 konke lokho eminyakeni ewu-12,000 years kwaba netembora nase-New Zealand eqondana kakhulu nale cycle uma ubuyela eminyakeni ewu-36,000 that volcano yenzeke e-Italy. Ngalokho-ke kuyokuthi uma ngingabali inkosi yakho konke izigameko ezingajwayelekile i-Mount Togo eminyakeni ewu-75,000 kuya ilapha. Kuzosinikeza-ke ukuthi ubukhulu noma ukubhubha kongakanani njengokuthi abantu uma ubheka ukuphuma kwevolcano lokhu kusondeza abantu endaweni elingana nebhomu eqhunyiswa Hiroshima okuwukushisa okulahlelwa emoyeni kukhulu ngendlela ukuthi letha ama-volcano yilokho okungazisi njengokuthi ma kwenzeka lokho kuletha indlala hayi nje indlala kuphela kodwa kuzoveza ukuthi ama-volcano ayingozi angakanani khulumeni ngokuwa kweroma abantu balamba abantu bagula lapho basekuqala abantu abangaba 100 million abaqala ukufa kule minyaka ivolcano yabulala abaningi balabo bekhona uma sihluleka sibhekene nengozi uma singazilungiseleli kule ingozi enkulu esihlalele sibhekene nokuphela kwabantu emhlabeni ivolcano enkulu ingakwazi ukususa sonke emhlabeni futhi ngithi uma sihlangana sonke ndawonye uma sihlanganise imicabango yethu sonke ndawonye ukuzilungiselela kahle asizukusinda nje kuphela singaba ngabokuqala abazokwazi ukuphila nokuphumelela ezingeni landelayo ngicabanga ukuthi sesifikile endaweni lapho singakwazi ukuhlangana singasho ukuthi ohulumeni mabahlangane thina njengabantu sihlangane siqale senze indlela esiyisa phambili kulokho okuzosiza umhlaba thina njengabantu uma sihlangene ubani ozosihlanganisa ngaba yithi njengoba sihlangene manje ngaba umsebenzi wethu singaba nawo iy'nsiza zonke zokuhlangana uma sihlangene sikwazi ngingacabanga nenhloso ayikho inhloso enkulu kunale yokuzilungiselela inhlekelele ngalokho futhi singacabanga futhi asiphephile emhlabeni ngaphandle kokuthi umakhelwane akho nayo ngalokho lokho kuyiyona nzuzo enkulu ukuthi sonke siqonde ukuthi wena ma unakho ma unempucuko ongayinikeza abantwana bakho ma unento ongayinika abantwana bakho ngalokho kumele uyakhe kuqala ngiyabonga kakhulu ukuthi ngikhuluma ukuvela enhliziyweni yami i-Creative Society nabo bonke ngiyabonga kakhulu ngokuhambisa lo myalezo ngoba iqiniso lithi sonke sikulokhu noma abantu bakubona noma abantu abakubona lokho enikwenzayo siyakholwa kuyingxenye yalokho yalesisayitha mina njenge-force ehlanganisayo yilokho esikudingayo manje udlula konke.
Thank you very much, Joe. We really appreciate you being with us today. Thank you so much for beautiful words. And it may appear to be frightening. Such terrible events are taking place. We can't do anything about it. But we are here to discuss the situation we're discussing right now. Furthermore, we'll show that climate change is happening synchronizously on other planets.
kwenzeka masinyane ngesikhathi esifana nakwamanye amapulanethi ake sibhekeni emhlabeni ukwenzeka iplanethi yethu.
Today, scrolling through the news feed, we see how natural disasters are increasing around the world.
masibheka kubonakala ngazuthi igamelo ezingajwayelekile zenzeka kwamanye amazwe ngathi azisithinte thina kungathi zikude nathi. Empeleni iqiniso oliphisayo thina sonke sisimi endaweni engazinzi. Omunye uyacwila emanzini, omunye uyafa. Futhi nesomiso kungathi enye iphandemiki ezokwenzeka engenayo ivaccine. Abantu abaningi bazophila bengenamanzi eminyakeni elandelayo. Lo omela ngokwehlisa kwenhlekelele. Lokhu kulo nyaka 2021 unyaka wokuqala kuKalorado River la kwaphela khona amanzi. Lo opha abantu abangaba u-40 million e-United States. Omkhulu ongaba 10,000 square miles. Amanzi asehle kwilevel enkulu engakaze ibe khona. Amanzi, ukushoda kwamanzi kanye futhi nesomiso kuyashaqisa. Umphumela wesomiso usuthinta abantu abaningi futhi kuyaqhubeka kuyonakala. Ukushoda kokudla nokukhuphuka kwentengo kungaba ukubona lokhu. Isomiso sangesamu ka-2021 kwashiya imfuyo eningi lapho kwatholakala amazwe angaba u-40 enikezwa ukudla. Lokho kwehlela kufikela ku-6 million tons. Lesi isibonelo nje ukulwa nokukhula kwesimo kuyinkinga yokusolwa. Laphayana sekushoda amanzi e-Argentina njengabantu aba-exporta kakhulu amanzi. Futhi nendawo enikezela ngommbila nange-NO. Zonke lezi zinto iba ngedurayo ikhofi lase-Brazil. Lokho kuyisibonelo kuzo zonke ezinye. Konke lokhu kuthikameza i-supply emhlabeni wonke. Konke lokhu kuzoba nomphumela obhubhisayo emhlabeni. Le nkinga iyothinta abantu abangaba 70%. Kukho konke kungaba se-Russia, eCanada nase-United States. Le process ayikwazi ukumiswa noma yini eyenziweyo.
Institute of the Earth's cryosphere. The boundary of the permafrost zone has moved more than 30 kilometers to the north over the past 40 years. According to Drozdov, the process is irreversible.
Lokhu akwazi futhi
permafrost land are installed exactly on 8-meter-long ad-freeze piles.
lo saba omisela
Deep everywhere, so we are only 3 meters
kuyabonakala ukuthi kune ama-meters amathathu kuphela ukufinyelela endaweni yokuqala. Ngemva kwemvula eyinkulu ezinamandla intengo yama-vegetable yakhula kungaba ngu-40%. Lapho sithola ama-vegetables esebiza kakhulu nase-Texas kungathi abazilungiselela ukuhlanganyela ne-winter ka-2021 ngenxa yokwehla kakhulu kwamazinga afinyelele ku-18 degrees Celsius. Lapho abantu bebanda besemakhaya, lapho abantu bezama ukuhlala emotweni ukuze befumane. Angikholwa kakhulu ngenxa yokuthi amapayipi aqhumile ngalokho kwaba le nkinga yamanzi. Lokho abantu bebemabe awulayini abade belindana kakhulu. Amapayipi onke amanzi akhona afrizile.
electricity crisis set in motion a
inkinga
chain of
yogesi
consequences that led to a
nayo
human
futhi yaletha uchungechunge lwey'nkinga.
such abnormal conditions. There was no electricity for
Bekungekho ugesi ngaba amalanga amathathu namanzi
for
angekho
16 hours, and I felt very bad.
bengasebenzisi ama-hour angaba u-6.
Could not have imagined
Izakhamuzi zaseTexas bezingaqabangi
brink of survival.
kusasa zibe ziningi endaweni yokusurvive.
Climate
Namhlanje
events are occurring all over the planet. Anyone can become trapped. That's what happened to the residents of the
lokhu
Chinese
okuye kwenzeka kubo bonke
in
abasebenzi
July
basedolobheni
2021.
laseChina ngoJulayi
As they
2021.
stepped into the subway car,
Uma kwenzeka kwi-subway
what a nightmare this
bebengazi abantu ukuthi kuyoba yini kulo kuhamba.
and some of them
Abanye
go
babo
home to their loved ones.
bebengeke bebuyele ekhaya kwabathandekayo
Normal precipitation
ngenxa yokwenzeka kwezinto ezingajwayelekile.
fell within just 1 hour.
Imvula nje ewe nje
Subway
i-hour
tunnels
elilodwa.
were flooded by the flash flood. Subway cars were blocked.
Iy'moto zonke bezikhukhulekile nezitimela zasemanzini.
But the most frightening thing was not
Into lethu sezingenamanzi
but the decreasing air supply in the
kodwa ukushoda komoya ezimotweni abakuzo.
global climate change has already caused food shortages.
Ukuguquka kwesimo somhlaba kwenza kube khona ukushoda kokudla emhlabeni.
Will we have anything to eat and drink?
Sizoba nakho esiyokudla ngabelanga lakusasa. Ngabo abantu abawu-1,140,000 emalanga bayazama ukusinda endleleni ngenxa yesomiso.
We cut them like this, but this one can be cut. It's as hard as a tree. Today we have absolutely nothing to eat except cactus leaves.
Asinalutho ngaphandle kwala makhasi.
Hungry, homeless,
eHungary
and desperate people
abantu abahluphekile
arriving humanitarian aid trucks.
bonke bebangana ukudla okulethwe amatraki e-humanitarian aid bebangana izikhwama behluthayo.
Leading to fistfights.
Lokho kwenza begcine belwa.
Even today,
Ngisho nanamhlanje
disasters are dramatically changing.
iy'nhlekelele zemvelo
A person finds himself alone with his grief. And the facts confirm this.
futhi neqiniso liyakufakazela
Where should people caught in the epicenter of natural disasters go?
ukuthi kuyophelela khona
Their losses from the raging disasters are incalculable.
njengoba lezi gameko zenzeka ngendlela engafanele
Spare any of us.
futhi azinakushiya noma ngubani.
People may lose the most precious
Abantu
thing.
bangalahlekelwa izinto ezigugu abazithandayo ukuphila.
You may be faced with
Sasa
the question,
ungabhekana nombuzo ukuthi ngingasinda kanjani.
take us off guard.
Izigameko zemvelo zenzeka kunganakile
We are failing to cope with that.
futhi asikwazi ukubhekana nakho.
Reality.
Konke lokhu kuyiqiniso.
But we still have our
Noma
own chance to
kunjalo
survive.
sisenethuba lokusinda.
And that is to build the creative society.
Ukwenza iphupho.
What kind of society we choose
Sifuna isociety enjani.
our future. And today,
Lokho kuyoba
depends
yiso
on
lethu.
each and every one of us.
Lokhu isinqumo sanoma ngubani.
What we just witnessed is only
Esibonile manje sesiyisiqalo nje sezinto ezingajwayelekile.
now we saw how climate affects economy,
Okwamanje siyabona ukuthi
infrastructure,
isimo sezulu sithinta kakhulu ikhonomi yethu nezolimo nakho konke. Kodwa abantu sibathinta kanjani?
person who understands
Ake
how
sitholeni
disaster
kumuntu oqondayo
lives.
iy'nhlekele zibathinta kanjani abantu. Alex Lando
Who's a photojournalist,
ongumqophi kodwa humanitarian ne-environmental uzokhuluma nathi ngalokho akubonile uma ngabe eqopha izigameko emhlabeni. Ungumuntu onika impilo yakhe ekusizeni abantu.
to see Alex among the active participants of the Global Crisis Conference, among those who actively informs about the creative society. Alex, we're happy that you're here with us today.
Nangu onathi
Please don't
namhlanje
forget to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm happy to be on this.
siyabonga ngijabulela ukuba khona kulo kusakaza.
My name is Alex Londos. I am the owner of Advanced Disaster Relief. It's an international disaster relief company started a few years ago. Decades. Since 2002, I started doing a lot of focus on humanitarian projects and doing a lot of environmental activism. Over the last 2 decades, I've personally responded to dozens of major landslides. I went to Ghana,
Isikhathi se-Ebola ngo-2014 ngazinikela lapho ngemva kwesikhathi lapho nase-Iraq futhi ngingaya emsebenzini wase-humanitarian ngihambisela abantu ukudla emsebenzini wami wonke ngibonile iy'nkinga zokukhathazeka ngenxa yesimo sezulu. Ngalokho ukuguquka kwesimo sezulu akuyona into ebesiza sikuyo njengamanje njengoba kusakaza namanje. Okukhathazayo ukuthi besingazilungisele asenze kwanele futhi asikwazi nokuthi si-adapt. Abantu abaningi abalungisele abazilungisele. Siyoqhubeka sibone lezi zinto zenzeka ngokushesha nezigameko ezingajwayelekile. Suke sibona ukushisa okukhulu kakhulu, nomlilo oqubule. Zonke lezi zinto zenzeka nanokuhamba kwabantu kuhluduka kwama-refugees. Bonke laba bantu abasebenza ngabezemvelo baphendukile azange sibazi. Ngalokho-ke ukufunda isayensi yezemvelo ngathatha isifundo ku-renewable energy. Konke lokhu okukhulunywa nangokuphiwa nangama-design, nuclear ne-biological response yokuqala nangokomlilo ngaqedela ngivolontiya isifundiso ze-Red Cross ukuthi ngikwazi ukuthola iy'fundiso zokuqala ngenza na-EMT courses okukhava i-community emergency response team. Kodwa sinakho la angazi ukuthi kwamele. So nginokuzwa abantu uma ngisefile nathi ngicabanga ngithanda ukuthi beyothatha isikhathi sabantu yabanjani ma ufike ngeko uma ngabe iviki elodwa noma kanjalo isikhathi ungakwazi ukucabanga ukuthi kanjani uma ulahlekho nakho uma uvile abantu ezweni bakho abantu obathandayo behlupheka abanye beze befe ingekho into ongayenza ubasize ungenakho ulwazi lokuthi wabasiza. Ngabanjani uma abantu emphakathini begcwele emkhuthuzeni befuna ukudla noma amanzi noma izingubo zokwembatha? Ngengaba sesimweni esinjalo ngibona abantu behlupheka. Ungathi uma uzobona le nyoka nayo ibalekele lapho ifuna ukuphepha, akuwona umphakathi esifuna ukwenza, akuyona indlela esifuna izinto zibe njalo. Ngalokho ngithemba yini lapha ngokwakho enze amavidiyo amaningi ubufakazi abunakuphikiswa. Abantu abacabangela bona, abantu abanobukhopolo, ababhizi, abanquma, abaqeda amahlathi nanokwanda okukhulu kwabantu noma ukuthenga kakhulu, ukuthenga nje izinto ongayidingi, okuchaza ukumosha ama-resources esinawo manje-ke sesibhekene nomphumela omubi wezinto ngalokho-ke masikhuluma kumele ukuthi sehlise i-carbon footprint lemisebenzi yenziwa ngabantu ayiqondakali into e-greenhouse eyenziwa ngabantu la emkhathini umhlaba ukhulelwa ukuzinga lokushisa njengoba sekukhulunyiwe ngakho kule kusakaza umhlaba uyabonakala ukuthi ibhawusiye iyawa iyafadalala ngenye indlela kumele singenelele bekhona iy'nhlangano zomhlaba ezibhekele isimo sezulu zithi inhlekelele ibulala abantu abaningi kwaba isomiso nezikhukhula nakho konke ngokuhamba kanjalo ngokulandelayo kodwa 91% wabantu abafa kwenzeka emhlabeni osadeveloped ngenxa yokuthi i-infrastructure yabo ayenzelanga ukubhekana bese ukuthi ezinye ezibhekene noma ngamanzi noma ngengozi i-top 3 iy'nhlekelele ey'ntathu emhlabeni ezibiza kakhulu 2017 zontathu zenzeka e-United States zonke bezenziwa ishintshayo ngalokho-ke i-environment inomthelela omkhulu ngenxa yokuthi abantu abaseduzane kwakho ibona abazosho ukuthi ungakwazi ukwenza njani makuza ekuphepheni ngalokho kufanele sikwazi ukusinikela ekuvikeleni ngiyanakekela umndeni wami nabangani bami nabo bonke abantwana nabo abaya kwikusasa
So we're out of balance, and we're all working towards. Wow, this is going to get a lot of views. It wasn't on purpose.
ngingaqondile ngeqiniso
We're all working towards the goals of global sustainability
sibheke emugomeni yokugcina umhlaba
in alignment with creative society.
ihambisana ne-creative society
It will help us attain
iyakusiza kakhulu ukufinyelela nokukhulisa ukufumana umphakathi ophethile nama-resources nawo sibe nomhlaba oyohlala iminyaka yezinkulungwane
environmental science and environmentalism that will help allow us collectively become more
ngalokho kufanele sibe ngabantu abanakekelayo lokho kuyosisiza ukusombulula inkinga esinayo sonke asilalele creative society sifunde kakhulu kulasinayo iyosenza sibe nengomuso ekugcineni ukubonga nonke elizibandakanya volontiya nabesekeli bale nkomfa ne-creative society nevidiyo elandelayo elandela ukusakaza kwami kodwa ubufakazi obuvela kubantu emhlabeni abasindile iy'nhlekelele ezinkulu ezibulala isimo sethu ngiyabonga kakhulu ngiyabonga
It was a really strong earthquake.
izinto lezi amandla amakhulu amandla abe makhulu.
So the shocks were noticeably felt. The Hydrometeorological Center announced the forecasted disaster.
Inhlangano nezemvelo yamemezela kodwa bese kusele ngaba 5 seconds. Bekunama-seconds asihlanu kuphela ukumemezela. Ngathi leso sikhathi kwakhona umlilo lapho kungekho ama-helicopter amaningi. Abantu bemililo bemngcikho. Kungalokho abantu izindlu zakha ngesiphazima bonke abaningi bakhala oshisa nabo 50,000 akabange akunandaba ayikho into ongayenza amanzi aphakama khona ngabo vitha abekho obengaba nesala yonke into yawo abantu baphuma bashiya konke bashiya nempilo yabo futhi kulo mphakathi abantu into enkulu kakhulu izinkomo kodwa bashiya yabona ukwakha impilo zabantu futhi kuyothatha isikhathi ngenxa yokuthi uyabona okwenzekayo kunabantu ababili abathile abantu abahlelekho bonke indlu bonke empeleni zilahlekelwa okukhulu nangaphezu kwezindlu balahlekelwe nayizindlu nakho konke naliplani ngoba nenkinga futhi yamagesi anobungozi namanzi angadlulele ngangiseduze kwedolobha kodwa yayingasekho ithuba lokuphuma noma ukuphithwa kwabantu kuyinto yokuthusa ukuthi ubone lona ngalokho-ke 80% wedolobha washo amasonto abantu bonke balahlekelwa imithi yabo izimoto zabo bonke asebekusebenzisela ngabo abantu abangaba 50,000 yize ngekhakhakha bengifisa ukubambelela obuntu kodwa benginyakaza nayo nazi ukuthi ukuthi amazama omhlaba ukuzamazama okukhulu ngabona umhlaba uhlukana ngaqala ukubona abantu abaningi beya esibhedlela abanye bethule izinyawo bephuke bekubuhlungu ukubona labo bantu bekhala khona maduzane kwaba netraffic enkulu emgwaqweni ila ngabona khona ubungako balokhu kwenzeke kungaba u-18 miles ngaphandle okunye kwabo lapho e-private school abantwana bebesizile nokukubi konalabo ume uzame kungekho into ongayenza angazi bangaki abantwana abafile kodwa-ke ngibonga ukuthi kungenzeka kube indodakazi yami noma nawe ngaba indodakazi yakho ngalokho angikwazi ukuqonda ubuhlungu abazali babo ababo ngo-7 AM abantu behlalele amanzi aphakama kungaba u-2 ngesikhathi esingakaze sibone abantu bebengenaso isikhathi sokuvuka bebegibela phezu kwefenitsha yabo beya ngaphezulu kophahla becela usizo komakhelwane bememeza ukuthi abantu abafuke ngoba bengafuni abantu ukuthi abafuke u-anti wami naye wayevalelekile phakathi kwendlu amanzi akhuphuka masinya ukuthi kwakukhona nje amasentimitha awu-40 ukuthi aphefumule okuchaza ukuthi besevele seqinile ngaleyo ndlela kwafanele ephula amawindi akhishwe ngoba ngizekade zona yona leyo nje ekusindisile ibonakala futhi isiyisithreat engakuqinile bekusangahlangela bekubonakala kodwa ingekho into esingayenza ayikho into esingayenza sathi kungcono siphume ukuze singaphefumuli i-poison ogas abantu abaningi bafa kulawazibuthana kodwa babulawa zingozi ezenziwa ngabantu izingozi ezibulawa ngabantu abazama ukuphuma babaleke edrobheni kunabantu abangaba u-20 abafa bebulawa zingozi kumele siqonde ukuthi imvelo yona inemithetho yayo nokungaqondakali kwayo uma nibhekene nenhlekelele enjengaleyo awunamandla phezu kwayo awazi kuyokwenzekani ngoba imvelo ishintsha kakhulu ukuze umuntu akwazi ukusiza abanye kumele asize uma le nhlelelo zenzeka isikhathi sihamba singasekho ey'ndabeni abantu bakhona abantu basahlupheka abantu abakabi nasizi iminyaka engabalulile abangakwazi ukubuyisela impilo yabo endleleni manje asikwazi ukuqhubeka siphila ngaleyo sikuphi nje besikuphi futhi sizimanye ukuqonda ingemuva leni noma umlando wethu sizokwazi ukubona ukuthi siyaphi njengamanje ikusasa lisiphethelele abantwana bethu nezilwane la ekugcineni izinto eziphathekayo azinamsebenzi ngaba unayo imali emhlabeni imali ayikwazi ukuthini
gold in hand, and very known wealth status. He has his bike in him, but he still was begging for food, two-time food, and he was literally begging that take whatever you want, take whatever you want from me, because he has money in his home. He don't have food for his
ngalokho uyabona ukuthi imali lezi okungekile ubamba umuntu nokuthi yini imisebenzi yakho yenza abanye abantu abavuki ekugcineni kodwa isikhathi ma wenzile kumele ukuthi sihlangane zingabenzi okungcono ukuthi sihlangane sonke sibe neqiniso angazi ukuthi yini enye kumele kube namahangazi azosetshenziswa kufe abantu abadala kumele kube nemoya emngabi emkhulu ukuze abantu beqale ukubona ukuthi le nto ayijwayelekile lo okukhuluma amanga yekwasikhohlisa asikho lafana ngabe sikhona njengomphakathi isikhathi siyaphela masingahlangani manje isikhathi sobe singahlangani masingalahlekela yithuba.
Let's not miss our chance.
Umlando uyakophana abantu abazinkulungwane bonke bahlangene ukuthi iqiniso lokubaluleka kakhulu manje esikhathini esinzima bonke ngoba khona impi ekhona isifo sesizwe usemakhaya ethu ubhubhisa bonke bonke isifo siyahlasela kodwa sazi ukuthi yena thina silokhu sidlalela ngasihlangathini lesithi angathi sazi ukuthi kodwa yena ebethatha indawo yethu isifo siyahlasela kakhulu isimo sezulu isihlasela ngalokho-ke abasebenzisanayo laba bana benesifo basusa ukunaka kwethu singamnaki isihlasela cabanga ukuthi lithathe ngakithi kanti akunjalo laba abasebenzisanayo bayazi futhi bayafisa ukusebenzisana nesitha bafundisa amazwi abo nemizi yabo naso sonke ukuze bona bazuze bamake nesitha belokhu besitshela into engekho besihlukanise besixabanise ngenxa yabo siyaluza lethu asikwazi ukumelana siyalahlekelwa amakhaya ethu silahlekelwe impilo yethu lena yinselelo kubo bonke abantu futhi laba abasebenzisanayo basitshela ukuthi singalala ngokuthula yikuphi ukuthula abakhuluma uma into ikhona uma ngabe sifuna ukuthi iplanethi isidestroye isifo sesisemakhaya kunokuseabuza amandla okungajwayelekile kulabo esibanikeza amandla lana sekufinyelele esiqongweni lapho kufanele kubizwe izinto ngamagama labo abasebenzisanayo abafuna sibe ngabathengi basiphilisa benza ukuthi kula malanga singavumeleli nje nokukhuluma iqiniso. Ma ukhuluma into kusalide emelene bona bafuna sikhulume nje kuphela nge-CO2 sime lapho balwa nathi bamelene nabantu. Kukhona umuntu ophezulu emandleni odlala abantu bayabo ngama kodwa bona baqhubeka bazuza ekhaleni bathulisa umlomo yenzathi njengempela bafisa ukuthi balamanga akhaswe libona. Thina sonke siyabona siqonda bafisa ukuphila kodwa thina njengabantu sithule asibonani nabantu ngamagwala yethu abantwana bethu nemindeni yethu ingcwele futhi sinikezela asibathandayo ukuze laba bebazi kumele siqonde okunye kubalulekile usiyumndeni sonke ngaphandle kwalokho sizothula kungekho iqiniso sikhumbule njengabantu sizofa njengezinja elahlekileyo ngenxa yokuthi amakhaya ethu athathiwe kithi. Sihlukaniswe eminyaka engabo-6,000 mizuzu sitshela ukuthi masibulalane siguqulwana ukuya komunye nomunye. Iqiniso ukuthi kukhona isitha esinokuqili esangela phakathi kwethu. Kumele sibe namandla okubekezela ukuthi sinqobe kodwa kufanele sihlangane. Ngaphandle kwalokho sizobe abantwana bethu nabazukulu bethu. Isikhathi esiphila kuso sidinga amandla, sidinga aqhawe, hhayi lawo esiwabona kumamuvi. Icourage isho ukukhuluma iqiniso. uNkulunkulu khona amakhawa namhlanje abantu nje abahlelekile abaphakamayo umama zabo asengile noma bezinjelwe yilabo abasebenzisanayo bakhuluma iqiniso bavikele ikhaya lethu iplanethi yethu. Ngethemba ukuthi bazoba baningi abanjengabo abahlanganyela nathi ngokamalanga. Laba bona ama-heroes ethu abangasindisa impucuko yethu. Isitha sethu sizakusistroya. Kukhona into eqhubekayo njengama masikhumbule i-creative society iyona ndlela kuphela engasebenza ukusindisa umphakathi. Ingalokho ngiyayisekela le project ngakho konke njengathi sonke ngiyayisponsor. Ngiyakholwa ukuthi ukusponsor i-creative society project iyona investment ayije kuphela yeqiniso lakho kodwa nelabantwana bakho nabazukulu kodwa investment oyifaka kwi-future wabonke abantu. Singasinda ngokuhlangana kumele sihlangane hhayi nje kuphela kodwa konke sinakho namandla ethu esayensi ithuba lethu kuphela esinalo ezimfana yilapho kuphela singakwazi ukumelana nesimo. Isimo sethu ayimizi nje yinto esiphezulu lesi sitha asisindi isinene. Abantu abanye bafuna ukuphila ngalokho umhlaba wonke kumele wazi into iyaqhubeka isikhathi seqiniso esiphila.
Thank you, Dushan. The war is in full progress.
Impi isiqhubeke kakhulu. Izigidi zabantu zilahlekelwa amakhaya abaphilileyo. Ithemba labo lokusasa. Impucuko yethu yonke isemithini. Ngokungenzi lutho, sinikezela ngethuba lethu kuphela esinalo esithile. Kuyisikhathi manje seqiniso. Kuyinhlonipho enkulu ukuthi ngiyanifulela esikhulwini sethu esilandelayo. Michelle Kornienko.
Bangani abathandekayo, ngingu-Mikhail Kornienko, umshayeli wezindiza cosmonaut wase-Russian Federation. Uklonyeliswe ngesihloko esithi iqhawe lase-Russia. Ngiyajabula ukubamba iqhaza kule ngqunquthela ngoba inikezelwe ezinkingeni zomhlaba ezithinta thina sonke kanye nabo bonke abantu abanengqondo ngokujwayelekile. Ngokubona kwami, ngokwesayensi yemvelo, sisonqenqemeni futhi le nkinga singayixazulula ndawonye. Ngiyethemba ukuthi le ngqunquthela izosisiza kulokho. Ngingasho ukuthi ngivumelana nazo zonke izibalo zakho ngoba zonke lezi zinkinga ngizibone emkhathini, ngabona isiqhingi seplastiki esintanta olwandle. Sinombala ohlukile. Konke lokhu kuyimpela. Ukusuka lapho singabona izindawo zokuhlala, imfucumfucu, ukugawulwa kwamahlathi, ukugawulwa ngokuphelele nase-Amazon. Kunemikhakha yonke yamahlathi angekho. Phakathi naleso sikhathi amahlathi angamaphaphu, iSiberia kanye ne-Amazon singamaphaphu eplanethi yethu. Abantu benza lokhu ngoba bengenakho ukudla, kodwa okubaluleke kakhulu ngokuqinisekile imvelo. Ngakho-ke, noma lapho ngihamba khona, noma yimuphi umcimbi engiya kuwo, ngiqala inkulumo yami ngezindaba zemvelo. Ngeshwa, sonke sicabanga ukuthi othile uzokwenza konke esikhundleni sethu. Akunjalo. Ngakho sinohulumeni, akunjalo. Sinamadoda alahla uduti aqoqa izinto ezithile azilahle ezindaweni zokulahla imfucuza. Kodwa iphuzu likithi. Zavela kanjani iziqhingi zikaduti olwandle? Umyalezo obalulekile wenkulumo yami ethinta inhliziyo yami kanje. Bafo, ake siqale ngokwethu. Akekho yosisiza futhi akekho yokwenza okuthile esikhundleni sethu. Inkinga ukuhlangana kwethu emhlabeni, akunjalo. Zonke ezinye izinkinga zisuka kulokho. Eplanethini yethu asiyiphili njengesidleke sezinyosi futhi asiyifuni nesiduli. Sihlukaniswa imingcele, sihlukaniswa ngezilimi. Wonke umuntu uzikhathalela yena kuphela emkhathini wethu ovamile. Zonke ezinye izinkinga zivela kulokho. Kuze kube yilapho siqonda ukuthi sonke siphila emhlabeni owodwa. Kunjalo, njengoba abangani bethu besemelika kanye nasomkhathini nosomkhathi esebenzisana nabo bethi sonke sisesikebheni esisodwa. Namuhla ukufudumala kweplanethi kuxoxwa kabanzi, njengoba bethi ukufudumala kwembulunga yonke, kodwa empeleni lokhu ukushintshashintsha kwesimo sezulu okujikelezayo. Belokhu kwenzeka, sinakho manje futhi kuzophinda kwenzeke, akunjalo. Angiyena usosayensi omkhulu kulokhu. Mhlawumbe lesi kungaba isihloko esingcono sengxoxo yezazi zezulu. Ngivele ngiveze umbono wami siqu ongakhanyiselekile njengenhlala yenzeka. Iqiniso likhona. Kuyiqiniso lisobala ukuthi uguquko lwesimo sezulu luyenzeka lukhona. Kodwa lokhu akusho ukuthi kuhlangene nemisebenzi yabantu. Lokhu kusazofakazelwa, akunjalo. Abantu abaningi basebenzisa ukuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu ngezinhloso zabo zomuntu siqu. Zobugovu, njengoba namuhla i-agenda eluhlaza isithandwa kakhulu. Bayahlanya ngale agenda eluhlaza. Ake sithathe iprojekthi ye-Greta Thunberg. Ngokubona kwami lezi yizindaba zebhizinisi. Kuphela ngaphezu kwalokho kusobala nokuphelela ukuthi siyilimaze kakhulu indawo yethu ezungezile. Lokhu kudinga ukubhekana nakho futhi ngokushesha kuba ngcono. Ngisho nale protocol yase-Kyoto manje kuyiprojekthi yezohwebo kuphela. Uma ukhumbula u-Albert Gore wayihlela yonke lento, ayihlangene ne-ecology. Lokhu kudinga ukuqoqa futhi. Ngicabanga ukuthi akunakwenzeka ukuhlangana esihlokweni esisodwa uhlale kuyimpikimpiki yonke. Ngisho ukuthi kunochungechunge lwezindaba ezizohlanganisa bonke abantu. Akuwona umnotho kuphela, hayi kuphela i-agenda eluhlaza noma izindaba zemvelo. luhlu lonke lwezinkinga okufanele sixazulule ngokuhlanganyela. Ngisho zonke izizwe eziholayo, futhi ngempela mhlawumbe sonke kufanele sihlangane ndawonye kwenye ingxenyekazi futhi sithi bafo wozani. Uma singaqapheli manje ukuthi awekho amadola adingekayo, ngeke abe namadoda noma i-Arctic ngeke sisinde ukuze siyibone. Sinezinto ezibalulekile kakhulu okufanele sikhathazeke kunezindlela zasolwandle. Ngihamba kakhulu emhlabeni wonke. Abantu emazingeni aphansi bajwayelekile yonke indawo, baqonda kahle yonke into. EYurophu, eMelika naseJapani bengibhalela kakhulu, futhi wonke umuntu uyasiqonda isimo. Yilabo abaphezulu kuphela abangaqondi. Abangaphezu kwethu ngifika esiphethweni se-apocalyptic sokuthi uma umuntu eqa uhlobo oluthile lomngcele wegunya elokhona ngempela ngokushesha uba nekhanda elithambile, uyeka ukubona izinto ezisobala. Futhi njengoba sonke singaphansi kwamandla osopolitiki, ngaphansi kwamandla omongameli bethu, okuthe sonke sikhethwe, kuvele ukuthi akukho esingakwenza. Hhayi-ke kusho ukuthi izinkundla zokhetho kumele zishintshwe. Kufanele sonke sihlangane etafuleni eliyindilinga futhi sixazulule lezi zinkinga. Babangela izimpi, babangela ukungcola, konke kuvela eqinisweni lokuthi wonke umuntu ufuna ukuba inkosi yeqhuma emhlabeni wethu. Ayikho inkosi futhi akukho inkosi yasezintabeni lapha. Onamandla makasize obuthakathaka, futhi lesi sihloko kufanele sigxiliswe emakhanda abantu. U-99% wabantu ucabanga njengami nawe, nokuba u-1% okuyisakhiwo esikhulu ngaphezu kwethu futhi esilawula yonke umphakathi wasemhlabeni ngesizathu esithile bacabanga ngendlela ehlukile. Uma thina umphakathi wonkana sivumela leli phesenti elilodwa ukuthi lisiphathe ngendlela embi, ngisho ngendlela embi kakhulu, lokhu kusho ukuthi kukhona okungalungile esikwenzayo. Kufanele siwuguqule kancane kancane, siwuguqule kancane kancane ngezinqubo zentando yeningi zokushintsha kancane kancane emthethweni, ngoba noma ikuphi ukuvukela umbuso kubi kuletha izikhathi ezinzima, ukuhlekelwa nokwesaba, futhi kuthatha isikhathi kuba umphakathi ululame. Sisevele sikubone ngaphezulu kukodwa sekwanele. Ngakho-ke kufanele sihlele amaplatform anjalo futhi sinikeze izinketho zethu zokunqoba le nkinga. Ayikho enye indlela ngathi niyabo. Ngaphandle kwalokho sonke sizokufa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cornelius. It's a great honor for all of us to have you here with us. I absolutely agree. We need to build a human and we have to build a society that puts human life first. Not money, not anyone's social, private, any other interest, but that will be creative. But unfortunately today, we live in a complete society is endless, ever increasing not by contributions to the common, by the ability to that itself consuming the most our attention. Profit-driven mass media focus on the political drama.
Abantu banake kakhulu empini zepolitiki nenkinga ze-economy nanokuthi bangathenga, kodwa ababoni ukuthi sisondele engozini yokuphela. Ngijabulile ukuzwa ukuthi uyaqonda ubungozi esikuze ngamandla bokushintsha kwempi. Noma sihlukene kodwa asikwazi ukuxazulula le nkinga. Ngalokho sihlukene futhi ngamasa orayo ukuthi uma umuntu investa akuyona nje oyenzela abantwana bakho nokuthesa nabo, kodwa uyenzela abantu bonke ukuze kwafika abantu labo abazi ukuthi ngosiplanti emhlabeni sonke. Kuyosiza ngani lokho ukuxazulula kulolu ngokuhlanganisa nokudedela amandla esinawo njengabantu. Masihlanganisa isayensi yethu noma i-technological yethu njengabantu singaxazulula iy'nkinga noma ngabe yiphi enye inkinga. singakwazi ukwenza impilo ephumelelayo. Singakwazi futhi nokuphumelela njengabantu. Yilokho vele sikufuna. Ungabuza nombani ukuthi ufuna umphakathi onjani. Bese uqhathanisa impendulo yabo nala ihlekele eziwu-8 ze-Creative Society. Uzobona ukuthi 99% kuzohlangana lokho abakushoyo nalezihlekele. Lokho kuyiqiniso lamasevisi enziwe emhlabeni. Siyafuna umphakathi wethu ube njalo njengabantu. Ngalokho kuqala kuphi ungasiza. Okokuqala, funda lezi hlekelo eziwu-8 bese uyaqinisekisa ukuthi bonke eduzane kwakho bayazazi. Ngaleyo ndlela singakwazi ukwamukela lezo zihlekelo ze-Creative Society zibe umthetho wawo wonke amazwe. Iyona ndlela kuphela yokuhlanganisa ubuntu. Maseve bonke abantu bazi ukuthi siyovotela osopolitiki kuphela abayosekela lezi zihlekelo ze-Creative Society. Okubalulekile isisekelo sesiya-8 sesinikeza indlela yokususa lowo esimpethile engawenzi umsebenzi ngaphandle kokuthi kube khona ukuprotesta nesonto emgwaqweni. Isikhathi sethu siyisikhathi esibalulekile, asikwazi ukuthi umsebenzi uqala manje. Uma kade ubhekene wazi lezi zihlekelo eziwu-8 ungakhulumi ngazo, ungahambisi ulwazi. Ngalokho uyeba ikusasa labo, uchitha elakho ithuba lokuthi usize. Ngalesi sikhathi inselela yonke bonke isikhathi esikuso manje isikhathi emergency isitha isilo sezulu futhi kuyothatha isibindi ukusuka kithi sonke ukwamukela le nselela. Siyamukela noma sokwamukela imiphumela yokuyizibutho kumele sisikhethe.
Thank you very much. And we do have a voice, so let's use it for something that will truly benefit the world. Let's vote for those who support
Asikhetheni labo abasekela iCreative Society. Ngithanda ukumkhumbula ukuthi Inhlekelele ukusakazwa okukhoma ngale conference Inhlekelele Yomhlaba ehlelwe ngama-volontiya avela emazweni abo-100. Inhloso ukwazisa abantu ngeqiniso ngobungako benhlekelele noma bobubi obuzosehlela nanokuthi indlela ikhona. Lokho sikukhulumile sathi i-Creative Society futhi siyathanda ukuthi size sizokuqonda kwenu ney'mpendulo zenu ningazikhoda ngenkathi bese nithumela. Lokhu akwenzeki nje kuphela kodwa ake sibone kwenzakalani kwamanye amaplanethi nokuthi izinto ezingajwayeleki zenzakalani nakwamanye amaplanethi.
Today, we're witnessing an obvious fact. The climate on our planet is changing rapidly. We're used to living only under our feet and not looking at the world as a whole. But our planet is a part of the solar system. In order to understand why the Earth's climate is changing, we need to lift our heads up and look at what is happening in the solar system as a whole. After all, the climate on Earth is changing simultaneously with the climate on other planets of the solar system. Let's go on this exploration together and figure it out through actual examples. What happens there in the sky beyond the world we're used to? For 2 decades, the brightness of Neptune was changing according to the 11-year solar cycle. But after 1996, this process was disrupted. Global changes took place in the atmosphere of Neptune. This is due to the penetration of galactic cosmic rays into the lower atmosphere, which have an impact on storms and hurricane formation. Also, unusual storms occur on Neptune, and the giant storm discovered in 2018 was the strongest, the brightest, and was wider than the Atlantic Ocean. Moving to the equator, it should have dissolved, but it did not. Instead, it turned and began to move away from the equator. This unpredictable atmospheric behavior is something new to see, NASA states. On our planet, galactic cosmic rays also penetrate into the middle layers of the atmosphere, which is now leading to a global restructuring of the atmosphere. Uranus was considered to be a calm planet, and until 2007, scientists attributed the active weather on Uranus to influence of the solar heat at the equator. But no one can understand why powerful storms have been raging on the planet since 2014. Previously, the temperature on Uranus was dropping, but since 2014, scientists observed a rapid heating of the planet. Astrophysicist Henrik Mellin notes the following about Uranus. Uranus is unique in that it has remained so very quiet, storm-wise, for so long that the appearance of the storms in 2014 correlates so well with the abrupt heating of the upper atmosphere. Small variations in Uranus' atmospheric temperature should take place gradually. The fact that the reversal happened relatively quickly means that something dramatic has changed. On Earth, an increase in global atmospheric temperature has also been observed over past 50 years. The power of destructive storms, hurricanes, and a record number of tornadoes has increased on our planet. There is a major storm on Saturn every 30 years, but in 2010, it hit 10 years earlier than it had been expected. And it is the largest to date. The Cassini spacecraft recorded lightning flashes. For comparison, on Earth, such lightning would have been most powerful in the entire history of observations. The storm caused thermal anomalies that altered the circulation, structure, and composition of Saturn's atmosphere from the deep to upper layers. The aftermath of the storm could influence Saturn's northern hemisphere for years to come. Also, for the first time during the entire recorded period, Cassini discovered a giant dust storm on Saturn's moon Titan. But the wind speed on the Earth have increased as well. The sand and dust storms have become more frequent. Increasingly, massive plumes of sand obscure the sky and bring choking air to many parts of Africa, Asia, America, and Europe. According to the professor of astronomy, Inqunquthela, Jupiter is in the midst of global changes too. Now the red spots of Jupiter protrude above the clouds. According to the researchers, this growth signals a temperature increase in that region. As planetary scientist Michael Wong said, no one has ever seen this before. And in the famous Great Red Spot, the largest storm in the solar system from 2009 to 2020, wind speed have also increased up to 10% and continue to grow, which no one has ever seen before. Also, flashes of abnormally strong lightning have become more frequent. Moreover, the number of volcanic eruptions on Jupiter's moon, Io, has increased. Mars is the closest analog of the Earth. And all the processes that have been observed on Mars lately, giant dust storms, landslides, magnetic anomalies, increased seismic activity, ice melting, are now taking place on Earth too. Mars is heating up, and scientists are at a loss as to why this is happening. But the reason for the heating of
Do you understand how vital is this information? The climate is changing because of cyclicity.
Iqiniso elisipha ithuba lokusindisa. Lokho kwenziwa ngawo ukubonakala kwenziwa isayathi okuyisisekelo sesizwe. Namhlanje asinakho ukubonakala nokukhululwa. konke lokhu kuhlala njena ingozi kodwa abantu bebahlala asikakhulumi nangesimo singathola kanjani isizulu uma singazi ney'mbangela zangempela ziguquka kwesimo sethu kungani ngoba emphakathini akukho ukubonakala kodwa basigcina sisebumnyama besifakele iy'mfundiso zekhuluma ngesimo nalokho bamosa isikhathi esiningi manje kuyisikhathi isisombululo njengamanje sesiyabona umphumela bangazi bethu abayasiza uma singenakho ukuzivikela kulesi sifo esiyingozi kangaka ukuguquka kwesimo osayenzi ngabantu babo basenyekela ubani kodwa isikhathi siyahamba isikhathi siyaphela makudlula kungalokho lolu lwazi lubalulekile iqiniso ukungakhulumi iqiniso kungibulala abantu abaningi siyalidinga iqiniso manje kudlula kuqala
Saludos, queridos amigos. Por todo lo que han dicho anteriormente,
hello, dear friends. From what was said earlier, we understand that even if we do our best to save the environment, this will not help us confront climate change. How are we actually saving the environment? We give up plastic bags in favor of paper, for example. But paper is trees, so goodbye forests? Really? We are destroying the lungs of our own planet, our only home. Are we really that stupid? No, of course not. Our problem is different. Collaborationists gather and discuss climate and ecology. But why is the situation only getting worse? Let's take an honest look at what is at the heart of modern society. Manipulation, lies, slavery, silence, power, money, holding on to what's yours and snatching what belongs to others. This is a format that has existed for millennia and continues to progress to this day. Today it is popular to be pushy and ambitious. But originally, ambition meant a desire for power, aggravated selfishness. We have exalted all the lowest human qualities. They say, know your worth. We have worth for everything. Everything is bought and sold, from air to relationships between people. However, the only thing that is least valued today is human life. Today, our lives are worthless because our wallet comes first. In the age of technological advancement, people continue to die from lack of water, food, from air pollution. Our lack of true values has brought us to a dead end. Is there really anything more important than human life? What could be more important than survival when you are on the edge? The climate is one for all. There's no getting away from it. And all the money in the world can't stop it. We need to find a solution as soon as possible. You and I have just watched a video that clearly shows the true threat. It is the external energy impact on our planet. And our task is to find an equal energy response to that impact. This is precisely the reason why we need to combine all of our scientific potential. It's not just a noble cause or powerful words, it's our chance to survive. The only one. The last one. This requires the participation of all people and the entire scientific world community. Even if 100 or 1,000 scientists come together, this won't be enough. It is necessary that literally all the scientists in the world search for the right solution from various scientific areas. And this is the moment when we must make the decisive choice, life or death.
Frankly speaking, we should have made this choice much earlier. Now, every day counts, and every minute can cost us human life. We hear about forecasts for the next decades, but people, we haven't got that much time. We don't even have 10 years. It's very important to act quickly. We're now in the zone of energy impact, and by the time we get it to speak, we should already have a ready-made solution. But even all the scientists of the world require time to find and develop a solution, and we're running out of time and resources every day. Until recently, we've had no answer to the question of how to unite, and it seemed impossible to us. But today, there is an answer. It is in changing the consumerist mindset to the creative one. In choosing to develop, choosing to survive, in choosing to live. If we really want to live, we must act. And already now, we must change the format of society now. Create conditions for scientists and give them the opportunity to work when there are no vested interests left, when every scientist has one goal, to find a way for all of humanity to survive. We can create these conditions, but only together. Volunteers of the ALLATRA International Public Movement have been talking about this for years, talking to the whole world by organizing so many interviews, social surveys, conferences, reports, articles. People from 180 countries have done a tremendous amount of work. We found out that what people want, altogether we found a way out. The creative society. The creative society is a model based on the best aspirations of people from all over the world. It is the creative society that the prophets of all time have spoken about. To know why people have been unable to build it before. Because the knowledge that the prophets brought and that could enable people to unite was distorted by people themselves. Everything was turned into business, but now it's no longer our business. The climate is changing, everything is changing. The economy, politics, everything. Our lives are changing. It is obvious that the time has come for us to change too. To build the creative society in order to preserve humanity, that's what should be the demand from society. There are comments from many of our viewers throughout the conference. So what do we do? What's the way out, friends? When we all together realize that this is a serious matter, that we need to unite, we will succeed. It all depends on each of us. If we want to stay alive, if we want to have a future for our children and grandchildren, we must tell everyone who doesn't already know about the creative society as soon as possible. Yes, there are those who don't want to listen, turn away, don't want to understand, don't want to accept, but we need to tell everyone, even those people. They are part of society, they're responsible like all of us. They vote, they make choices, and if their choice is in favor of those who only stand in the way of making the right decisions on the political level, that means they haven't yet understood something. And the speakers today were right. We should only vote for those politicians who support the creative society. The facts presented at this conference and at the previous ones give us a complete understanding of the situation. It is impossible to turn a blind eye to them. Just share what you know and what you've understood with everyone else. Let's look together for ways to inform humanity to come up with new, effective ways. In the past, we had no technical ability to unite, but now we do. And this conference is a good example. And this moment we have gathered together, people from all over the world. Some in the morning, some at night, but we are all here speaking 100 languages of the world because we know how important that is. Because we're not waiting for someone to decide something for us. We have organized among ourselves, and we are here. And those who aren't with us now are the people who just don't know about the creative society yet. And our job is to make sure that they learn about it as soon as possible. Our ecology is in a deplorable state, and we still have no answer to climate change. But silence and inaction is much scarier. That's what leads to our demise. But there is a way out. And if we don't tell everyone about it, the fate of Mars, the planet, awaits us. Friends, while our fate is in our hands, we should use this chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear friends, we've heard all the evidence. We've seen the truth. And we know why climate is changing. But right now, we do not have much time to inform people and to unite. We need to act quickly. the scientists should have already been working on a strategy of how to combat the cyclical process a long time ago. But here we are still supporting the myth of CO2. Millions of people today are trying to do everything they can to inform all so that we can unite in one idea to build the creative society. Because our inaction each day costs human lives. We have to move fast if we want to survive. We have to inform everyone of this solution. And I would like to say that this is the only solution. And we need to inform people as soon as possible. And now I would like to pass the word to Konstantin Rybachuk.
Good afternoon. Every week, we monitor and cover climate disasters around the world in the Breaking News Project. And already last year, in 2020, we noticed a spike in the number of cataclysms across the planet. It was quite bizarre. Over a short period of time, in less than a month, massive floods hit every continent except Antarctica. They came like waves covering large areas. Then they calmed down a little to only be followed by a new, even more powerful blow. We saw the beginning of the cataclysmic synchronization. You could notice this pattern in other natural disasters as well. We continued to observe this new phenomena, and it confirmed our worst assumptions. This year, the progression not only persisted, but increased. Today, even within a single region, a country, a state, or even a city, there is synchronization. The media all over the world shows many examples of floods, fires, and storms cascading down the same region, followed by abnormally cold weather. The facts and evidence presented at the last year's and today's conference explain what has been happening to the climate, including the synchronization. But tell me, why is virtually no one talking about this? Can't people see that? What other proofs do you need? When you will be standing neck deep in the water and drowning, or your child will be drowning, will you also ask for proof, or you will act without delay? Cataclysms, they don't care at all whether you believe them or not. Go ahead and tell them that you don't believe those who died in climate disasters and those who are left with nothing on the street. Each day takes more and more human lives. Sooner or later, it will affect us all, and then there will be nothing we can do. So, while there is still time, we must act, we must unite, build a creative society, and look for a way to survive together. Just over 4 months have passed since the last conference. We have done more extensive monitoring and analysis of the disasters which occurred during this time and their aftermath. We have used all available sources of information, weather portals, climate monitoring platforms, news sources, social media of eyewitnesses, and others. We are well aware that we have not taken into account all the natural disasters and cataclysms that have been on the planet over this period. But even that data that we were able to collect was horrifying. Unfortunately, there were so many natural disasters on the planet in these 4 months that a video with all these events would take the time of the whole conference and maybe even more. So we will show you only a small part, the most large-scale, abnormal, and destructive ones. Let's see what we, as humanity, have paid for these 4 months of inaction.
since our last conference. Global crisis. This already affects everyone. But even in this short period, the number of climate disasters has grown to record numbers. The first event that we observed happened during the live broadcast of the conference on July 24, 2021.
And I just wanted to also quickly mention that right now I'm in the Metro Detroit area in Michigan, and currently, as we're speaking right now, we have a tornado warning right here, and also a severe thunderstorm warning happening right now. So we can see that climate has no stop.
On that very day, several major disasters occurred simultaneously in different parts of the world. People in Belgium were hit by floods. Records of maximum temperatures were set in Primorsky Krai of the Russian Federation, while in South Africa, cold temperature records were broken, and for the first time in many years, it snowed. This fact became starting point for monitoring climate disasters. We knew that there would be a lot of them over the next 4 months, but no one expected so many. July 2021. This month, the water element was more destructive and deadly than ever. Looking ahead, we'd like to point out that during the entire monitoring period, which is more than 4 months, not a single day has passed without a large-scale flood in the world. In July, China was hit by record rains, which were called torrential rains of the millennium. The city of Zhengzhou alone received almost annual precipitation within 3 days. More than 14.5 million people were affected by flooding in Henan province, and at least 302 people died. The disaster caused enormous damage to infrastructure, agriculture, and the coal mining industry, which led to a protracted energy crisis in the country. Dams, barrages, roads, and houses were destroyed. Before the local residents were able to recover from the effects of the floods, China was hit by Typhoon Infa on July 25. As a result, 1.5 million people had to be evacuated. The forces of nature did not bypass India. There were heavy rains there as well, which for the period from July to November led to devastating floods and landslides. As a result, more than 16.5 million people were affected, and the number of casualties exceeded 420.
On this year, 22nd July, very heavy rain had come in Chiplun area in Maharashtra, and suddenly water start to gain and become a very flooded area in few hours. So people don't have much time to ship their own stuff or own things. So they just left that at home and run away from the city. But after they come, that they can't see even their home on their place. So completely houses was shifted and left it from their place.
Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, in Nuristan province, just overnight, between July 28 and 29, a flood washed away 170 houses and killed 113 people. Many did not even have time to wake up. In the last week of July alone, 19 countries around the world were hit by large-scale floods, and for many of them such events are far from being typical. Moreover, large-scale floods are only a small part of the events that took place. While one part of the planet was drowning, the other part was burning. Uncontrolled wildfires caused by an abnormal heat wave broke out across Europe in July. For example, on the Italian island of Sardinia, the fire reached an unprecedented scale, which had not previously been recorded in the entire history of observations. 1,500 inhabitants of the island were forced to urgently leave their homes, but many of them had nowhere to return to. The heat also hit Turkey, which had experienced the worst wildfire season in its history. The fire engulfed 30 provinces, and thousands of local residents and tourists were urgently evacuated.
I live in the middle of the fires. In general, about 13,500 hectares burned in 8-9 days, and it is a serious figure. Unfortunately, due to lack of interference in the first 4-5 days, the fires intensified due to wind and heat. I experienced this kind of thing for the first time. I will never forget the day the fire started. There was a strong wind and abnormal temperatures were pushing in.
In Greece, the maximum temperature reached 47.1 degrees Celsius. As a result, more than 100,000 hectares of forest burned out due to natural fires. The fire destroyed and damaged hundreds of homes, forcing thousands of people to leave their villages and towns. International aid was required to put out these fires. In July and August, fierce forest fires also raged across other European countries. The forests of France, Spain, Northern Macedonia, and even Finland were burning. At the same time, on another continent, in Northern California, United States of America, the Dixie Fire gained strength. It became the largest single fire in the history of the state and burned the area 3 times the size of New York. Another important fact is also worth mentioning. July 2021 was the hottest month in the entire history of meteorological observations. For example, in Japan, between 19th and 25th of July alone, 8,122 people were hospitalized due to heat, and at least 23 people died. This means that we are to expect even longer heat waves in the near future, and nowadays, as we know, they are already leading to an increase in mortality among people. In North America, only 6 days of unprecedented heat led to the death of almost 700 people, according to official data. But according to experts, there are many more victims of abnormally high temperatures. Paradoxically enough, while the Northern Hemisphere was abnormally hot, record low temperatures were observed in the Southern Hemisphere due to a cold wave coming from Antarctica, particularly in the South American countries. August 2021. Simultaneously with the sweltering heat wave, massive fires continue to ravage the world. They are extremely difficult to put out due to strong winds, high temperatures, and degassing of the planet's interior. As of August 12th, 5 of the 6 continents were on fire. Only Antarctica was not burning. The fire in Yakutia reached its climax in August. According to remote monitoring by the Federal Forestry Agency, the fire has destroyed more than 8.5 million hectares of forests, which exceeds the size of Austria. It became the world's biggest fire of 2021.
The picture that we saw shocked us. And of course, we couldn't remain indifferent. Already on approach to the city, there was a persistent smell of smoke in the plain, a smell of burning.
On August 25, after the fires, heavy rains came to Yakutia, causing mud flows. And a few days later, the first snow fell, which is abnormal for this time of year. Yakutia is not the only region on the planet that experienced severe floods immediately after the fires. The same happened in Italy, France, Greece and the United States, and 77 people died in Turkey because of the water element. Meanwhile, in addition to the Dixie Fire, two other big fires were raging in California, the McFarland Fire and the Calder Fire. In early August, the state territory was hit by a severe drought. The water level in the local reservoir was critically low. This led to a shutdown of the hydropower plant, and hundreds of thousands of people were left without electricity. In August and September, the historically powerful Hurricane Ida hit the United States. It intensified from Category 2 to 4 in just one day, reaching speeds of 241 kilometers per hour.
Wind, maybe 5 minutes, and then just everything was decimated.
In the past, hurricanes quickly weakened once they hit land, but Ida, having reached the mainland, kept up its intensity for another 6 hours. For a while, it even reversed the flow of the Mississippi River. Even more abnormally, the hurricane penetrated inland for almost 2,400 kilometers, affecting 22 states and causing historic flooding in New York and New Jersey. Floodwater caught people in basements, where they were hiding from the approaching storm, and many died inside their cars, which were overflowed with water. Ida claimed the lives of 96 people. On August 14, Haiti was hit by the most destructive earthquake of 2021 with a magnitude of 7.5. According to official figures, it claimed the lives of more than 2,000 inhabitants of the island. The number of victims exceeded 650,000. About 30,000 families lost their homes. Immediately after the deadly earthquake, Haiti was hit by a powerful storm Grace. Lacking strong shelters as their homes had been damaged and destroyed, people were left defenseless against the onslaught of the storm.
After the earthquake, we have some people are afraid to go inside because the house is concrete, and then it's like for them it's better to sleep outside. But what makes it worse is just because right after the earthquake we had the hurricane, like the cyclone, and then they had to go back to their houses, even if they didn't feel okay sleeping under the concrete house.
In August, catastrophic floods continued synchronously around the world. In Nigeria, 100,000 residents were affected and dozens of people died. In Venezuela, the flood claimed 20 lives. Tens of thousands of people were left homeless. In the same month, heat records were broken in different regions of the planet. In some places, the temperature exceeded plus 50 degrees Celsius.
I'm an Italian from Sicily. The temperature record of 48.8 degrees was registered in Syracuse province. This is an exceptional event that was registered on our territory. We got used to high temperatures, but not to such peaks.
In Greenland, on August 14, it rained for the first time in history. Before that, apart from snow, there had never been any other kind of precipitation there. August especially vividly demonstrates the synchronicity of climate disasters. On some days, the planet experienced a large number of record-breaking natural disasters simultaneously. The climate disaster that we saw are only a small part of what had happened in less than 1.5 months. Tens of thousands of homes destroyed, hundreds of thousands of victims worldwide, lives that can never be brought back, are the price of each day without a creative society.
После увиденного у меня возникает один вопрос. Сколько еще должно погибнуть человек по всему миру, чтобы мы с вами поняли, что происходит с климатом и с нашей планетой? И кто гарантирует нам, что среди этих людей не будешь ты или я, или наши дети? Все перечисленные факты указывают на то, что происходит с планетой. Вы же видите, что с каждым днем нашего
You see, with every day of our inactivity, the situation is only getting worse and worse. Just look at the progression in the past 4 months, like how things have gotten worse, and this is only gonna get worse. And what will happen in a year? We are told that the trouble will come in like 2060, but we are smart and educated people, and we understand that if we don't change anything, there will be no year or no counting to 2060 at all. We all want it to be a peaceful and a quiet space around us. So basically, in 2060, it will be so. Quiet and calm, just like it's on Mars right now, but without us. So we must act now without any kind of delay. So what exactly can anyone do? First of all, to accept the truth as it is, get into it and figure out into it for yourself. Just try to understand when you are just sit on the couch and are not interested in the most important things, the information comes to you from different sources, fragmented and distorted, and inside of you there's a plague by doubts. But when you start to get into it yourself and you see the real picture and the holistic situation, and thanks to such actions of indifferent people all over the planet, this conference was born, and it will allow you to save a lot of time to understand what's really happening with climate and with our planet. So once you understand, you will realize that building a creative society is our only chance. The important thing now is to inform all the people about this and to make them aware of the real case and real situation on the planet and with the climate. And we need to use all of our potential for everybody to understand like how fruitful and needed it is for the person. And the most complicated stage in the buildup of creative society, which is the first step, the stage of informing other people. But when people truly will understand that the creative society is the only chance to stay alive, the process of unification and further actions will occur rapidly. But for this to happen, each of us has to try really, really hard. Don't look at this as a stranger. This is your home, this is your life, and this is your society. Now, and some of the people, they meet this information with aggression and with sexuality. And I'm trying to appeal to you. You have to know the aggression is being bred or born by fear. So many people don't want to hear the truth because they fear it. And so we are afraid, and so we don't want to hear the truth. But if we are afraid, and if you're not willing to hear it, to closing your eyes or ears on what is actually going on, that doesn't mean that it will stop happening just because you're not observing, or will stop in itself. So let's just try to be honest, and everybody is afraid, and this is completely normal. Only an abnormal or responsible person will not be afraid. But the real courage here, this is not the absence of fear, but it is an ability to step over it. Because by stepping over the fear and communicating and speaking the truth, we become stronger. And this is much more effective and expedient for our survival than, for example, facing the facts with fear and hiding our heads in the sand as ostrich. But we are not ostriches. We are human. And in each and every one of us, there's courage inside. And so we are able to manifest it, to have the courage to say the truth, to have the courage to inform. I also like to stress your attention why today it's so important to tell the truth. It's simply because it will be fair to humans and humanity as a whole, because then we will have the choice to make the choices at all, where to invest your attention and all the potential. It is clear that the truth is really scary, but when we know that there is a way out, and it is being motivating and sobering for us. All of this information is being brought up just for the single purpose that there still is a chance. This is why This is our job to act now. And our objective is not to scare each other, but to make sure to care for people, for every single person to understand that they need to act now. And the real heroism here is to accept the truth as it is today, and without distortion, to carry it forward honestly and openly. So I'd like to thank for tens of thousands of people around the world who participated in preparation of this conference, to millions of people around this planet who support the project, the Creative Society, and does it for one single person, to knock on all the doors. We have the same interests. We are people and we want to live, and we want to preserve life to our loved ones and relative ones. We want to preserve life for all of the humanity. And I'm sure that in the nearest future, there are going to be billions of us. But how quickly it's going to happen, it depends on each and every one of us. Therefore, let us have courage, friends, and more of it. Thank you.
September 2021. In September, synchronization of volcanic activity in different parts of the planet was recorded. Eruption of the Cumbra Vieja volcano covered the island of La Palma in Spain with red-hot lava. Lava, flowing at the speed of 700 meters per hour, had already destroyed more than 2,500 houses. Over 7,000 residents were evacuated, and the evacuation continued even a few months later.
Atención, atención. Habla la Guardia Civil. Por favor, desalojen las viviendas. Por favor, desalojen las viviendas.
It's horrible. It's horrible how to see the volcano, the lava slowly eating the houses, and the lava eats the houses of my family and my friends. And horrible for the people. The people running, crying. I don't know what to do. Where I go, where I sleep, where I eat. What is my life? What is my... Where? What? No, where? Where is my house? And nowadays, we have people living in cars, 2 bedrooms flat, living 14 people.
Lava absorbs everything in its path. Entire cities, pastures, plantations, agricultural lands. The island gradually gets covered with toxic volcanic ash, while the air gets poisoned. Scientists said they could not predict when the eruption would end. That same month, on the other side of the Earth, in Hawaii, a new eruption of Kilauea volcano began. The US Geological Survey raised the danger level to the highest one. Europe's largest active volcano, Etna, also erupted in September. The ash column rose 9,000 meters high. In the first week of September, residents of Mexico were hit by a number of extreme natural disasters. The center state of Hidalgo experienced severe flooding. In one of the hospitals, oxygen supply devices stopped working due to a power outage. As a result, at least 17 people died. An earthquake of 7.1 magnitude occurred in the state of Guerrero in southwestern Mexico. Its hypocenter lay close to the surface of the Earth at a depth of only 10 kilometers, so the tremors were felt across a long distance. On September 27, an earthquake struck the island of Crete. The European Seismological Center initially reported the magnitude of 6.5, but it was later downgraded to 6.0. The epicenter was located 20 kilometers from the capital of the island of Heraklion. The depth of the hypocenter of the earthquake was also small, about 10 kilometers. It is worth noting that compared to the same period last year, there are more earthquakes with magnitude about 6. Additionally, the amount and magnitude of aftershocks are also increasing, which indicates alarming dynamics. The super typhoon Chantu hit the northern islands of the Philippines, bringing destructive winds and torrential rains. It became one of the worst storms of 2021. The wind speeds reached 260 kilometers per hour. The typhoon left the region without electricity and forced evacuation of more than 11,000 people. The consequences of the Chantu were felt by the people of China, South Korea, and Japan. In September, waves of abnormal heat covered new regions of the planet. For the northern hemisphere, such temperatures at the end of September are extremely abnormal. October 2021. The heat records continued in early October, as October 2nd became the hottest day in the history of 4 countries all at once: Iran, Morocco, China, and South Korea. Cyclone Shaheen brought a disastrous flood to the desert. A devastating storm and hail hit Muscat, the capital of Oman. The city streets were flooded, power supply facilities and roads were damaged. 13 people died. More than 5,000 local residents were forced to leave their homes. In just one day, Muscat received double the average annual rainfall. Such a disastrous phenomenon occurred for the first time in the history of this country. In October, a large number of storms with abnormally large hailstones were reported across the world. Hailstones of about 15 centimeters in size hit Libya along with rain and squally winds. Huge hailstones pierced the roof of houses, damaged cars, and building facades. Australian residents became victims of a similar natural disaster. The size of the hailstones reached 16 centimeters, which is a record for this country. Huge blocks of ice damaged cars and buildings. The hail fell with such force that it even pierced the roof of a shopping mall, from where about 400 people were promptly evacuated. Another anomalous fact is that Australia was hit by hailstorms more than 10 times during October. Europe was hit simultaneously by 2 powerful storms, which affected the territories of over 10 countries. Strong winds damaged power lines, disrupted railway traffic, demolished roofs of houses, and uprooted trees. In September and October, cataclysms cascaded over the territory of Italy. In the northern and central parts, there was a storm with heavy downpours. 7 tornadoes hit the north of the country on September 19. And on October 5, rain, hail, and tornadoes covered the historical center of Catania and caused serious damage to residential buildings and businesses. A day earlier, severe floods hit several provinces of Italy, setting a European precipitation record. A strong storm broke out, causing record rains, floods, and landslides. Meanwhile, over 500,000 lightning strikes were registered within 48 hours.
It was just one rain. There was so much lightning that I can't remember for all my life. I shot it on my video camera. I was video recording, just having time to take pictures of the lightning. You can't imagine how many of them there were. Well, before all that, there was such a strong gust of wind that I had to hold on to the doors of the entrance. I was just being blown away. I was just parallel to the ground. I mean, the wind was so strong. I don't know what it was, a tornado or whirlwind. In general, I just saw that some delivery boxes flew away. Then I realized that something was about to happen that was unrealistically strong.
November 2021. People in different parts of the world experienced abnormal rainfall in November as well. A hailstorm swept over the Spanish island of Majorca. The city of Calarajada was affected the most. In just 15 minutes, the streets of the city were covered with a layer of ice up to 30 centimeters deep. Egypt was hit by downpours, thunderstorms and hail, which is extremely rare in these latitudes. The bad weather washed scorpions out from under the shelters, resulting in people's deaths and hundreds of bite victims. Record snowfalls have hit the northeast of China. Snow is rare in this region, and it never snowed in early November before. In many provinces they declared the red, the highest level of weather danger. The height of the snowdrift reached 41 centimeters, which became a record over the last 116 years. The cold snap and snowstorms damaged over 37,000 hectares of arable land and thousands of farmlands. On November 14th, that is in the last month of spring for the Southern Hemisphere, Australia faced the most severe cold and snowfalls in the last 70 years. Up to 30 centimeters of snow fell in some areas. Heavy rains caused flooding and catastrophic landslides in Indonesia. In some areas, the depth of floodwaters reached 2.5 meters. More than 8,000 people were affected. The city of Jeddah in Saudi Arabia was hit by a storm with rains. In a few hours, 1.5 years' worth of precipitation fell. The desert was covered with rivers. The cars on the roads were literally drowning in streams of sand and water. On November 15, a large-scale flood hit the residents of British Columbia in Canada. In the city of Hope alone, more than a month's worth of precipitation fell within a few days. Tens of thousands of people were left without electricity. A mass evacuation was carried out. The flooding triggered dozens of landslides, which killed at least 4 people and trapped 275 in their cars in between 2 landslides of a mountain highway. Following this unprecedented flood, a record snowfall hit the residents of Canada.
Uncle's house is in the water. My cousin, who just finished having a baby in Kamloops 2 days ago, their house is totally flooded. They have nowhere to go back home.
In November, 66 tornadoes were recorded across the United States. Meteorologists note that a tornado outbreak at this time of year is completely abnormal for the country. In the south of Iran, 2 powerful earthquakes of 6.0 and 6.3 magnitudes were registered, which occurred just 1 minute apart. The hypocenter of the seismic event lay at depth of up to 10 kilometers. The earthquakes were so powerful that they caused a mountain to collapse. In addition to Iran, the tremors were also felt by the residents of the United Arab Emirates. Over the past 4 months, we have once again seen the fact that cataclysms are becoming more and more anomalous, unpredictable, and destructive. We need to face the truth. We are not ready for this. Every day, natural disasters destroy the lives of millions of people. During these 4 months, we could have done a lot about building the creative society, but we are doing nothing. How many more casualties will it take before we realize this?
And that's only
lokhu nje
4
izinyanga
months.
ezine kuphela.
I want to emphasize that this is only the
Lokhu
officially
iy'namba
announced
ezibikiwe
data.
emthethweni.
That is,
Okusho
in
ukuthi
fact, there are
kukhona
many
eziningi
more.
izibalo okudlula lokho. Nabo
Here's your
ubufakazi.
proof. And are we going to wait
Siyolinda
for more?
kuze kube
How
kakhulu
long?
kangaki?
A year,
Iminyaka emibili
2,
emithathu.
3. Are we going to wait for that number to
Siyolinda
turn
leyo
into
namba
10
ukuze
digits?
iphinde kayishumi.
If we don't wake up
Masingavuswa
right
manje,
now, climate,
isimo sezulu
euthanasia is our
izimo
inevitability.
ezingenakugwemeka.
The most
Into
valuable thing
ebalulekile
we can
esingayenza
do
senzele
for our
esibathandayo,
loved ones and for
zenzela
ourselves is to wake
ukuvuka.
up, to inform
Sazise
everyone who
bonke
is still
abangazi
unaware
ukuthi
or
kwenzakalani.
hesitant about the looming
Ngalesi
climate
gemegeme
threat
esisilindele ukusehlela.
and unite in
Sihlangane
the creative format of
kwi-creative
society
society
to survive
ukuthi
the
sikwazi
consequences
ukugwema
of
nokusinda
global climate change
iy'nhlekelele
on our
ezehlela
planet.
iplanethi yethu.
Only then we
Yilapho
do
kuphela
have a
singakwazi
chance.
ukusinda khona. Okwamanje
Right now, you will watch the most relevant and unbiased video that is available today. It fully reflects the current situation in our society and answers all the most important questions of mankind.
Humanity's last war has already begun. The enemy is advancing from all sides. He is to annihilate all human beings and destroying our common home, our planet. In just last 4 months of undeclared war, we have lost a lot of our territories. This ruthless external enemy who took us by surprise has claimed many human lives, sparing neither infants nor the elderly nor women. His tactics of war are aggressive and unpredictable. He floods, he blows up, he sweeps away by the winds. He burns and destroys by radioactive emissions. He shakes the ground beneath our feet. And before he claims our lives, he mercilessly tortures us with hunger and thirst and forces us to watch our loved ones die, while we keep being silent and inactive. In the meantime, collaborationists are imposing the image of a false, internal enemy on us, taking side of the real, external enemy. And we listen to these collaborationists who carry on disinforming and dividing us. They divert our attention from the true external enemy and claim that our enemy is internal, which we have produced by our anthropogenic factor, and that it is all the fault of carbon dioxide, which they promise to deal with in the near future. But in fact, they only care about their personal gain, and again, they want to make money out of our grief and lives. The collaborationists lie to us that there is no war, and at the same time, they shut our mouths so that we do not talk about the real external enemy, but allow us to talk only about ecological problems and carbon dioxide rising. And at the same time, they hold military parades and decide which uniforms we will wear to fight against each other. And this is at a time when we as humanity do not even put up any resistance to the real enemy. We only make guerrilla raids in the form of letting the public know about the climate crisis, while the aggressor supporters continue restricting access to information. They hinder unification of worldwide scientific and material potential, thus strengthening the already dominant position of the enemy. What the collaborationists do not realize is that the enemy has no immediate
isitha asinandaba namuntu ngisho nalabo esisebenzisana nabo akanandaba akashilwe impi yethu ivela enhlangothini zonke esiningi ekuqeda abantu. Isikhathi sesifikile bo bonke abantu emhlabeni iplanethi lethu ukukhetha ukuthi bangakuliphi ihlangothi. Ninalabo abasebenzisanayo, abasebenzisana nesitha, noma usohlangothini lamahero angempela abavikela ukuphila emhlabeni. Impi yokugcina yabantu isiqalile, sekuyisikhathi sokuhlangana komhlaba wonke. Sidinga ukuhlanganisa amandla okuhlakanipha kwethu sonke namandla ethu onke ukuthi sikwazi ukuphindisela kulesi sitha simi ndawonye. Ayikho enye indlela, ayikho enye indlela ngaphandle kwalokho siyokufa sonke. ngalokho-ke konke sekunike kubo bonke abantu emhlabeni isitha sesigadlile sashaya indawo zethu sathatha impilo zethu ubuningi bethu ngiyaninxusa niyolinda ningenzi lutho kuze kube isitha esingenanhliziyo sishaye umuzi wakho ubani uyigwala noma uyiqhawe lo mbuzo ubalulekile ukusiwuphendule kuyisikhathi ngoba isitha singaphandle sesidilize imizi yethu sathatha iy'mpilo zabafowethu nodade namadodakazi fanele sikhumbule ukuthi singamasosha kumele ukuthi siqhubekeni sisonke isikhathi sesifikile sabantu abazosidela isikhathi seqiniso namaqhawe eqiniso
This is indeed war, a war in which we lose what we
eza
hold
silahlekelwe
so dear.
isikuthatha
We lose our loved ones. We lose
esingalahlekelwa
our
ukuphila
lives.
kwethu
They tell us that it's all about
bona bonke
ecology,
basitshela
that
ukuthi
our
nje kumayelana
anthropogenic factor
nezemvelo
is to blame, and that all we need
bathi
to
konke
do is
sekudingayo ukuthi
reduce CO2
sehlise
emissions to make
i-CO2
everything okay.
kodwa
But as
uma
long
nje
as they say that
besho
things
njalo
only
izinto
get
ziyaqhubeka
worse,
ziba zimbi
while they are feeding
balokhu
lies
besitshela
upon the
amanga
enemies, they are the enemy. Climate is ruthlessly
isimo sezulu
attacking
bathi
our
sihlasela
planet.
iplanethi yethu
The active enemy offensive has
empeleni
been
isitha
going
sona
on
kudala
for a
silokhu
long
sihlasela
time.
kodwa thina
And in the
okwamanje
meantime,
baqhubeka
they keep
besikhohlisa
lying and
baqhubeka
trying to
besitshela amanga
brainwash us.
ubani owenza
Who
lokho
is doing this? The ones
yilabo
we
esibabiza
truthfully call by their
ngamagama
real
abo
name.
abasebenzisana
collaboration.
nesitha
They are the ones who
ibona
are at
abelwa
war
nabantu
against humanity.
awubheke
Just look at the
izinto
horrifying fact.
ey'thusayo
In just 4 months, our
ngesitha
common enemy,
esifana kithi
climate,
sonke
has
isimo
taken
sezulu
over as much territory as it
esithatha
has
indawo
never taken
engakaze yathathwa
over in
eminyakeni
years.
yonke
And most
ubuningi
of
babantu
humanity is
abakuboni
completely unaware of it.
sibonga uNkulunkulu
Thank God that there
khona
are
abantu
decent people
abangcono
today
namhlanje
who have actually studied
abakwazi ukuma
the essence of the creative
bemele
society project
ama-essence we-creative
and have
society
realized
project
that this
futhi
is
lokhu
the
iyona
only
ndlela
option
kuphela yethu
for the
ukuthi
survival of
sisinde
all humankind.
abezepolitiki
Politicians, priests, and
nabosomabhizinisi
business people have
bakanye
gathered
nathi
among us
namhlanje
today. They are not traitors. They
bayasisapota
support us,
njengabantu
humanity. We are thrilled to see
sijabula
respectable
ukubona abantu
and worthy
abahloniphekile
people
benathi
present with us
namhlanje
today.
siyabonga
We are
kakhulu
grateful to
bapristi
the priest of the
base-Roman
Catholic
Catholic
Church,
Church
Joseph Spishak.
lo
He has
osinikeze
given us today
namhlanje
the
indaba
important
ezibalulekile
news that the holiness
ezivela
Pope
kuPope
Francis
Francis
has blessed the international project
obusisele
Creative Society.
lenkomfa esikuyo
We thank
siyabonga
Edgar Brandt
Edgar Brandt
for their
ngokuqonda kwabo
understanding and their
nokusapota kwabo
support of the
i-Creative
Creative
Society
Society
Project
project. This is
lokhu
truly
kuyinto enkulu
monumentous. You know the words
amazwi
of
eduduzo
support from the esteemed
avela
Amir Aziz, the Imam of the
kubo
oldest
bonke
mosque in
abavela
Germany,
kwi-mosque enkulu
resonated
eGermany
very deeply.
ngiye
I was very
ngakhuthala
inspired by how Joseph Cotterton, the
ngemeya
mayor of
yaseSomerville
Somerville, understood
eqonda
the
ukujula
depth of the
kwalezi
eight
sisekelo
foundations of the
ze-Creative
Creative
Society
Society.
siye
We were very
sathinteka
moved by the support of Askar
Yes.
Nagnobov,
ngobemele iministry yezemvelo negeology namagugu ezemvelo loyo wakhuluma nokucelwa ngabamele abaphathi be-presidential. Siyathanda futhi nokudlulisa ukubonga kumengameli wase-Kazakhstan iminyako yokulalela nokusekela. Ngiye ngajabula ngencwadi evela kundunankulu wombuso noma ngabe engakwazanga ukuba khona yena emcimbini, kodwa siyabonga ngokuhlanganyela nangencwadi. Siyabonga futhi uSaren no-Archbishop Nathan. Ngiye ngathinteka enhlizweni yami lapho ethi i-investment engcono uku-investa kwi-creative society. Kuyiqiniso ukuphila emphakathini wabantu abangcono. Ubuningi bethu songa imali yethu nesinakho ey'ntweni zethu, kodwa namhlanje ezweni ngiyabona ukuthi i-creative society impela i-investment engcono. Thina sonke kufanele sihlangane namuhla. Ngemva kokonke isitha sethu esingaphandle sesingenile sekhaya elethu, sesibhizi siyadicelela phansi abantwana bethu, siyasirobha, sithatha ikusasa lethu, futhi sihlangenile sithi ngokusebenzisana naso. Labo abasenze sibe ngabathengi, lokho kwenza sishukane yonke le minyaka engaba 6,000. Manje sekuyasileka inqanqameni lokuthi thina njengabantu sinenkani esikhetha ukungalaleli abaprofethi bethu nabo bonke abahlakaniphileyo kithi abelokhu besitshela iminyaka engamakhulu. Manje-ke yini? Kufanele silahle ithemba, siyolahla ithawula manje, silahle imizi yethu, kodwa singabantu, sina simunye, siwumndeni munye ngekusasa labantwana bethu, ngesikhumbuzo sabomkhulu bethu. Thina sinotho esingalulwela.
Dear viewers, we would like to remind you to send in video recordings with your understandings, comments, and questions to the email info@creativesociety.com. Stay tuned as we will hear more shocking truth about the climate crisis and ecological degradation that we are facing today. And most importantly, we will talk about only solution throughout the duration of the whole conference. Don't forget to share this video. Now we would like to pass a word to the participants of the Creative Society from Germany, who will share their experience with inviting celebrities, politicians, and famous
abantu
individuals to this
abadumileyo
conference.
osopolitiki
Let's hear about their
sizongena
social
ukuthi bona
experiment.
yini ababonile empilweni yabo.
Hallo Freunde.
Greetings, dear friends. It's a big honor for us today to present Germany at such a global conference. This information has already been presented today and is shocking and makes the blood run cold. After all we have just recently seen with our own eyes, we know firsthand how it feels in the zone of anger of nature. Let us remind you that this summer, an unprecedented flood happened in Germany. Thousands of people were affected. They lost their homes and unfortunately their lives. And the saddest thing is that the government agencies turn out to be powerless when you realize that all countries are equal before climate disaster, which increases day by day, and their power is more destructive regardless of their geographic location and level of economic development. The enemy is attacking. This is the climate. This is a real threat to the survival of all of mankind. This prompted us to invite representatives of international organizations to speak at this conference in order to draw this world's attention to the critical situation to call for the unity. This action turned into a large-scale social experiment in the entire history of mankind, and the results which have shocked us. Our German participants alone sent out more than 3,000 letters to each of the following organizations: the UN, to the WHO, WMO, IPCC, and the European Parliament, as well as politicians from different countries. They are the ones on whom our future actually depends. For 4 months, participants have been tirelessly sending these thousands of letters and envelopes by mail so that they could reach them in person. Think about it. Every representative of this world-renowned organization that people all over the world rely on received a letter. We described the criticality of the situation and invited them to speak at the conference if they are not indifferent to the fate of the humanity. And we got a very depressing result. Only if you responded from the entire list. From the others, their secretaries responding by saying no. And this situation surprised us at first. But thanks to that, we have discovered a whole layer of the world order of our consumer society. And we are sure that neither politicians nor anyone else knows this, but we will reveal the secret to you today. Assistants, secretary. Everything is decided by secretaries. And for the sake of the understanding, let us tell the situation. At one of the events, our participants met and invited an outstanding athlete of the world renowned. As it turned out, in addition to being an athlete, he's also a politician, which means that the people can only access him through the secretary. In personal communication, he supported the idea of the creative society and agreed to participate in a conference. But for the communication, he gave the number of his secretary. But when he was contacted, he turned out to be completely different. And the secretary said, "What are you doing? Is interesting, but it's necessary, but no." And there is this paradox. Before you talk to an athlete and politician, he said, yes, and everything is interesting, but you contact the secretary and it's no, and so on. So it turns out who decides whether the politician or the secretary. And accustomed to shifting responsibility to politician, we actually expect them to do
lapho
everything
suke
for us. And
silindele
then
ukuthi beze
politicians,
bezokhuluma nathi
internship responsibility to
manje
secretaries.
politicians
And
bashifta
why do the
ama-responsibility kwayese
secretaries
kusekretary
say
nosekretary
no?
bese cha
And when we ask this
masibabuza lo
question,
mbuzo
because they don't understand the seriousness of what is going on. Imagine you are a secretary of a popular man, and how much you have to do,
mungakanani umsebenzi okufanele uwenze
and to the schedule to be around, and to fool someone to
ukuthi
calculate
wenze
benefits,
umuntu abone ubuhle
and the additional questions to be solved. So once you pay attention to the climate, once you
elalele
study, so dear
lenkomfa enjengalalela
secretaries, you don't see the seriousness of the
abangaboni
climate
ukubaluleka
situation.
kwale nkomfa ngenxa
And
yesimo sezulu
since they just don't the secretaries just don't understand the
lapho
seriousness of
osekretary
what's
bengaqondi
happening.
nokuthi
So you can
kubaluleke
imagine
ngani
that you are
okwenzekayo
a
manje
secretary of like a really prominent announced politician, so that you have to arrange a schedule to fool somebody, to calculate
manje
and many other
kuba
problems.
inkinga ukuthi umfake entweni
Honestly,
angayiqondisisi nokuthi
Also, liebe Assistenten, Sie sehen den Ernst der Lage, der
And
Klimasituation. Sie beschäftigen sich nicht
the secretaries just don't see, and so we
usekretary
need to see the whole
akaboni
picture of
ngoba
what is
akanayo
happening.
ispeech enkulu ukuthi
And
kwenzekani
at this time of
kodwa
what is
ngalesi
happening,
sikhathi
this
okwenzekayo
is the chance to actually
kuyithuba
change
lokuguqula
something.
okuthile
kann man nur grundlegende Informationen erhalten,
And
die
this
lolu lwazi
information, it has to
kumele
be
ukuthi kuyishwa ukuthi alohabi
at the conference
inkomfa
itself
yona
showed a small part of what is
sikhombisile
going
ukuthi
on,
kwenzakalani
general informing of
ukuze abantu babe nalo lwazi
aim to frighten anybody, as everyone is so
akufanele
frightened
sithuse
that they run
ngenxa
away
yokuthi
from
vele
this
abantu
topic
bathukile
and
kungakho
prefer to
bengasondeli nakulesi
close their
sihloko
eyes. But it gives the general
kodwa
picture of the tragic
kubanikeza
situation
isithombe
in which we are
ngokujwayelekile
right
ukuthi
now.
isituation yonke injani
And so we are just
ngaloko
hoping,
siyathemba
we think
sicabanga ukuthi
those
labo
secretaries,
secretary
politicians,
noma osopolitiki
they are busy stuffing their own wallets,
babhizi
keeping
bagcine
themselves in comfort,
o-wallet
and acting
babo
politician or top, and doing
ngokwenza
whatever
noma
is necessary
yini
to keep their bosses and their senior
okubalulekile
bosses
ukugcina
possible.
amabhosi abo
And that
lokho
is the truth.
kuyiqiniso
And everything else,
okunye
everything else is a fairy tale.
kuwumdlalo nje
And let's vote
abawudlalayo
for those
ake
who support
sivoteni lokhu
creative society and who have secretaries
abasapota i-creative
into an expanded
society
format of perception, and think beyond just
sicabange okwedlula kumuntu ozohlala esihlalweni labo politician osekretary babo bajwayele izindaba the creative society ake bekhombise osekretary babo kungazona iy'nhlelo zabo siyaqonda ukuthi abakushoyo akunakwenzeka njengokuthi labantu abahlangene nokwenzekayo emhlabeni bona bahlanganyela kuphela ey'ntweni ezokuthi khona abakutholayo khona bane-percentage lapho bazoneliseka khona yilapho-ke o-secretaries abasebenza ngakhona kungalokho siye saqonda ukuthi umhlaba ungabantu abazibhekelele bona ngey'nkinga zabo so ungabi nethemba kakhulu thina nje singabantu abathola kube income ake siqhubekeni ngalezi indaba sithembele ukuthi kuyoba nesimangaliso ayinjena ngempilo yethu ngabo bonke abantu ukuthi besike akuyona nje into yokudlala kodwa kuyiqiniso empeleni wonke umuntu ozenzela yena isinqumo sakho bambalwa akekho omunye umuntu esingathembela kuye. Njengabantu abayinkulungwane abamenyiwe bancane abaphendulile ngosecretaries babo kungalokho bekhona la namhlanje nathi, ngoba banomthelela omkhulu kubantu. Kungalokho bebelana nathi namhlanje. Siyabonga ngokwabula lezi imfihlakalo zomsebenzi wosekretary emhlabeni wosopolitiki. Bangilalela le ndaba yosekretary, okuningi kuyahlangana manje. Uyazi ukuthi kimi ingiholelekile into ebalulekile ukuthi i-Creative Society isupportwe ngosecretary. Empeleni osecretary abenza izinqumo zosopolitiki. Kungalokho kungamelanga sikhethe kumele sikhethe kosecretary, sivotele osecretary, kodwa osecretaries baripota kithi noma kwi-Creative Society noma cha. Uma kungenjalo asikwazi ukubavotela. Futhi okunye ukuthusayo ukuthi kulokhu zakwethu eJemini akushilo ungaki umsebenzi abantu asebewenzile bememo sopolitiki isikhathi singakanani emhlabeni wonke ifoto efakiwe, kodwa ekugcineni ukwala nama-excuses nanokungaphenduli. Kodwa-ke uma ngabe sibhizi sihlola sithola impendulo efanayo evela kubantu abasey'ndaweni ey'thile zempilo. Ey'nyangeni ezine ukusondela kule conference silungiselela le nkomfa, siye samema kungaba abantu abangaba 1,000, abantu abaculayo naba-actayo, bonke labantu emhlabeni abasemazweni ahlukene sibathumela iy'ncwadi nakuma-social networks. Sangqongqoza ngendlela esingakwazi benze konke okufanele. Ekugcineni empeleni sathola ukwaliwa kungaba u-thousands. Empeleni iy'mpendulo ey'ncwadini zethu sibacela ukuthi baparticipate. Siye sathuka safunda imibuzo ukuthi ngabe uzibani uzokhokhelwa yini uma zibandakanya, ngabe malini, ubaba akanaso isikhathi esiningi. Sibuzwa ukuthi ibhajethi yethu ingakanani. Itheke nginikhumbuze iy'mpendulo ezivela kulabo esibheke kubona, labo esibathembile esithi bangabaholi bethu. Siyathanda ukukholelwa ukuthi bangabantu, ayikho into eyenzeka kubo noma bese endaweni ebukwayo, kodwa kuyabonakala ukuthi lo mphakathi wethu wabathengi ubaphendula baba ngama-dragons. Babuza ukuthi singabakhokhela ukuthi bezosihlanganisa. Ngemva kwalokho sicabanga ukuthi izwe lakithi lijwayelekile. Emva kwalokho kumele sivume ukuthi hhayi akunjalo. Lapho-ke siye sabona ukuthi umhlaba ungaphezu kobuthotho obukhulu usesimweni simbi, kodwa ithina esidale lezi zinto. Ithina esithenga amathikithi ey'movini zabo kuma-concerts abo, silalele iy'tori zabo, siba-support. Abanandaba nathi noma ngabe abalutho ngaphandle kwethu. So obani ofanele sifunde kubo, singabathanda kanjani abasizondayo uma besicela bona ifika eno-6 zeros uma sibacela babonisa ukuthi abanandaba nathi ngabe lokho kujwayelekile na omunye umuntu engazwisisa masithola iy'celo sokuyi-advertiser nokupromota ama-product athile kuyezwakala kumsebenzi wabo benza imali ngaleyo ndlela kodwa uma abantu bebabhalela bebamema kwinkomfa yamazwe nesihloko esibaluleke kangaka esithinta bonke abantu babucela imali lokho akufike ekhanda kahle kuyabona umhlaba wabantu abadala ungenxa yalabantu esibheke kubo sicabanga ngathi banamandla empeleni abasenamphefumulo balahlekile kulukhulu ukuthi ungawabiza ngabantu futhi siyabeseka thina ngesimo sokuthenga abasenzayo ake sibhekeni iqiniso ungakanani umsebenzi osuwenziwe abantu bechithe ama-hours
and everything they could
bezama
to try to reach
ukufinyelela
out to them.
empeleni
And in fact, we have seen the cold reality that those
labo
to whom we
iminyango
know
yalabo esiqukuse
are
kubo
those who
yilabo
have lost their conscience a
ophela
long time ago. We lean on them. We put them
siyababeka
on a pedestal.
phezulu
And to them,
kodwa
we are a
kubona
trivial
siyinto
tool
nje
to make money. We, their fans, entire fan clubs are asking them to come,
abanandaba uma
and they don't
bebizela
care.
ama-conference thina
We are
sizigcina
slaves to them. They show by their careless
babonisa
negative
impendulo
answers
zabo
that they
ezinegative
don't
abanendaba
care to
ukuthi
descend to
behlele
our level.
ezingeni lethu
They
baneclub
have their own
yabo
club,
ekulevel
their
yabo
own level,
thina
and we are at a
siyilevel
low level
ephansi
for them.
kunabo
They
bacabanga ukuthi
think they're
abezukufa
immortal. They simply
balahlekelwa
lose
ubunjalo
reality.
bempilo
And we
siyaqhubeka
continue
sibe
to be
izigcina
slaves
zabo
to the world work. We provide
siyabapha
for them
futhi
and have to pay
sibakhokhele
figures
ama-figures
with
ano-6
6 zeros to make them come down like the sun and
ukuthi
say a
beze
few
bebe
words to us.
njengamadodana bekhulume amazwi
Let's be
abakithi
honest.
empeleni
Yes, we
besazi ukuthi
knew we
ngeke
wouldn't get
siphumelele
through,
kodwa
but we
besikholwa
believed
kuze
to the
kube
last.
sekugcineni
After all,
ekugcineni
these
labo
are
ngabantu
our
esibheke
idols, the
kubo
ones we look up to. And the human consciousness is
manje
built not to believe. So we
sizama
tried
kuze kube
to the last.
sekugcineni
We tried very sincerely
sizama
to
ukuthola
find the
abantu
people among
phakathi
those
kwalabo
whom we approached.
esibasondelele
And out of thousands, we
kodwa
found
sathola
just a
bambalwa
few people who are
abangabantu
really people, who are with us now, who don't divide
abengahlukanisa
people
abantu
into
ngoma
classes,
class
for whom all
ukubona
people
abantu
are
bonke
equally
balingane
valuable and
babalulekile
important. Thank them very much
siyababonga
for being
bebe
people
ngabantu
and for
bebelana
being here. We
sesibuyile
have decided that we will continue the experiment,
nokufunda
for it is possible that the
ngoba
secretaries
kubonakele
have
ukuthi
decided for
osekristu
them.
babo sebanqumile
And so we
siqhubeke
continue to
nokukholwa
believe
kubo
in them and give
sibaphe
them
elinye
a
ithuba
second chance.
ngoba kufanele
Because we
sikhumbule
must remember
ukuthi
that we
sisempini
are at war,
ukuthi
and to win
siwine
it, we need to
sidinga
build
ukwakha
creative
i-creative
society.
society
The time
isikhathi
for
samahero
real heroes
angempela
has come.
sesifikile
Not
hayi
the
lawo
ones you
siwabona
see on
kumabonakude
TV and who come for
azele
money,
imali
but the time
kodwa
of
labo
real volunteer
abavolontiyayo
heroes,
amadoda
women and men,
namadodakazi
people from
emhlabeni
all over the
wonke
world, those who call for building
labo
a
ababiza
creative
isakhiwo
society.
a-creative society
The most important thing in
okubalulekile
informing right now is to get the
ukuthuthela
message
umyalezo
of the
we-creative
creative
society
society out
udlulele
to
kubo bonke
every
abantu
person on
emhlabeni
earth in a timely manner. Obviously,
empeleni
we have no hope
asinalo
for those
ithemba
stars and
kulabo
public figures,
abangamastars
although
noma
they should be
bekuyibona
the first
bekufanele
to talk
bekhulume kuqala
about the
nge-creative
creative society. But as the
kodwa
social
ngenxa
experiment has
ye-experience
shown,
ekhombisile ukuthi
we can only
singazithembela
rely
kithi
on
sodwa
ourselves.
ompeleni
This
azange
time they
beze
didn't
ngalesi
come.
sikhathi
So we need
ngalokho
to
kumele
be
ukuthi
even more
sisebenze
active.
kakhulu
Thank God
ngoba
there are
baningi
many
abantu
good
abalungile
people who
abaqondayo
understand the
ukubaluleka
seriousness
kwalesi
of
simo
today's
sanamhlanje
situation and do not hide behind their
abangacashi ngalabo
collaborations
abasebenzisana
who
nabo
want nothing
bona
but money
basifunela
in
nje
this
le
life.
mali
They are brave
khona abantu
people,
abanesibindi
real heroes,
siyababonga
them, we have
asilahlela
not
ngakho
lost
konke.
everything, and humanity
Abantu
still has a
basasenethuba.
chance. I am pleased to present
Ngiyathokoza
you
ukunethulela
today
omunye
one
walaba
of these
maqhawe
heroes. I respectfully give the floor to a
owumculi
talented musician
indoda
and a
enkulu
great man,
uDavid Keith.
David Keith.
Hi everyone, I'm David Keith. I'm a professional
David
drummer. I
Keith,
play with
ngibingelela
Richie
nonke.
Blackmore's Rainbow and Blackmore's Night. It's great
Kumnandi
to be with you
ukuba
here
nonke
at the
kule
Global
nkonfa.
Crisis Conference. I only very
Mina ngicela
recently
ukuzwa
heard
nje
about the
maduzane
Creative
ngale
Society,
konfa.
creativesociety.com, almost through completely
Empeleni ngathi
random means.
uzizakalele nje.
And I have to say
Ngingasho
that everything that the
ukuthi
society
konke
is talking
umphakathi
about and their
okhuluma
main
ngakho
objectives are things that I've
yinto
been thinking
ebengicabanga
about
ngayo
in my
empilweni
life
yami
as far back as I can
ngesikhathi
remember.
engasikhumbula
And
futhi
I
ngithanda
just want
ukusho
to
ukuthi
say that it's an incredible
ithuba
opportunity that we have
elimangalisayo
right
esinalo
now
manje
to
lokuguqula
change
izinto
things
zibe
for the better.
ngcono
And the fact that the Creative
nokuthi
Society
i-creative
exists in the
society
world and has gotten as large as it has gives
lokho
me hope
kungipha
that
ithemba
I'm not alone
angingedwa
in wanting
ekufuneni into
something
ehlukile
different. And what it is that I
nalokho
want is
engikufunayo
not
akuyona into
unusual. It's
engajwayelekile
something
into
that we
sonke
all want.
esikufunayo
So I wrote a song
ngalokho
last week.
kwaba neculo ngendlela edlule
Interestingly enough, this is right before I met
lapho
everyone at Creative
ngingahlangana nabantu
Society.
bonke
And I believe in things like
ngiyakholwa
synchronicity
izinto
and serendipity
zokuhlanganiswa
and things happening
ukuthi konke
for a reason
kwenzeka
and
ngesizathu
happy coincidences and things like that. So this song
iculo
that I was
ebengilibhala
writing is completely topical to our
likhuluma
conference
mayelana
and
nale
to
conference
everything that Creative Society
likhuluma
is
ngakho
trying
konke
to do.
i-creative society ezama
The song's
ukukwenza
called Try, and it's basically
iculo
a
elithi
song of hope and
lethemba
a song of
nelenkuthazo
motivation and a song
iculo
that
elithi
says you
ungakwenza
can do it. And all you gotta do is try.
nangempela fanele ngizame
So without further ado, here it is.
nakho-ke
This
ke
is the world
manje
premiere of my new
nakho-ke
song.
selifezakele iculo lami ukuzama
It's just try. Well, find the reason why you're gonna pay. You run about to run the race. You know I'm in it anyway. Trust and believe that I can't stay away. I wanna know what's out in front of me. I wanna mobilize our fantasy. I wanna do it all again. A little bit, a little bit, a little bit now. I wanna know what's out in front of me. I wanna mobilize our fantasy. I wanna do it all again. A little bit now. You know we've all got pieces of the pie. It won't last forever. We've all got to try. Just put your hands together. My, oh my. All we gotta do is just try. Try.
it's one world, one globe, one people. And, you know, if you're
umhlaba
like me,
wakhe.
you've been thinking about the
Uma
problems that have been
ungithanda
happening in the
kungoba
world,
usuke
climate
ucabanga
change,
ngey'nkinga
first
ebezenzeka
and foremost, but
kodwa
economic
kakhulu
strife, war, poverty,
ukuzabalaza
hunger,
kwezomnotho
all of these
zonke lezi
things,
zinto
they're on
zisengqondweni
my
yami
mind all the
njalo
time. I'm
futhi
sure they're
nawe
on
ngicabanga
yours
ukuthi
too.
zikhona.
And when you
Uma
think about
ucabanga
it, it seems
ngazo ngathi
overwhelming. It seems like there's nothing you
ziyakhungatha
can do as an individual person, and you
manje
tend to just
kwenze
try
kube
to put it
ngathi
out of your mind and
ungazisusa
get through
engqondweni
your
yakho
day and
uhambe
go to
uyolala
sleep and
ucabanga
hope
ukuthi
things will
uyovuka
be better than the
sekungcono
next day. But
kodwa
today
namhlanje
is the
ilanga
only
kuphela
day we
esinalo
have, and when you put the
lapho
whole world
uhlanganisa
together,
umhlaba
there's
wonke
nothing that we
akukho
can't
ngeke
do.
ukwenze
So I'm here to tell you,
kodwa
you are not
ngizokutshela ukuthi
alone in thinking
awuwedwa
that there is a
ukucabanga
better
khona
way.
indlela
There is a better
khona
way
indlela
to
engcono
live
yokwenza
life
izinto nokuphila
together
ndawonye
and
futhi
individually,
singabantu
and
uma
when we all
sonke
get together
sihlangene
and put our heads together, we
singakwazi
can figure out
ukucabanga
a
ngendlela
way out of
yokuphuma
all these
kulezi zinto
problems. And it's not going to be the same old model as
akuzukuba
before. It's going to
ngendlela
be something
ejwayelekile
entirely
kodwa
new
kuyoba
that we
indlela
create from
entsha
the ground up
e-creative
together. So
ngalokho-ke
have no fear.
ungesabi
We're going to do
sizoyenza
this
lento
thing. And I want
ngithanda
to thank you
ukunibonga
guys
nonke
all
kuba
for being
ingxenye
part of
yalokho
it, because
ngoba
it's
kuyenzeka
going to happen. And I would invite
ngizomema
everyone to
bonke
go to
ukuza kwi-creativesociety.com
creativesociety.com and read the mission statement, read the
befunde
objectives, and
iy'nhloso
I think
befunde
you're going to
ne-mission
find that
statement
it makes a lot of sense, and it's almost like an obvious thing that
kubonakala
we need
ngathi
to do
yinto
in the
vele
world.
ebonakalayo
And
kufanele siyenze
it's
emhlabeni
wonderful and amazing to me that you've been able to organize it and get it to the level that it is now, because that gives me hope that we might actually be able to figure this
lokhu
thing out.
nginikeza ithemba
So
ukuthi
thank you.
sizokwazi ukuyixazulula
David, thank you very much for your sincere words, for the beautiful song, and for such dedication to humanity. And we would like to remind you that this conference is simultaneously interpreted to 100 languages, and this is done by volunteers from around the world who want every person to know the truth. And now I would like to share a story. While looking for volunteers to help with translation, one Arabic woman responded to our post on social media. And after our call with her, she understood the vital information that is being voiced at this event. And she immediately shared this information and formed a team of women who said that creative society is something that they have been searching for their whole life. And this is just one example of how people from around the world come together in order to bring this information to you today. This means people
lokho
from
kuchaza
different
ukuthi
countries
abantu
can
emazweni
easily
onke
unite for the sake
bangakwazi
of one
ukuhlangana
goal,
enhlosweni
which means that
eyodwa
together
ukuthi
we
sonke
can do
singenza noma
anything.
yini
And now
manje ngithanda
I would like to
ukwazisa
introduce Foster Gamble,
umengameli
president and co-founder of Clear Compass
we-Clear
Media,
Compass Media
researcher, co-writer, visual designer of the documentary Thrive, What on Earth Will It Take? And Thrive 2,
yilokho
This is What It
okufanele
Takes.
I'm really honored to be a part of this
ngihlonipheke kakhulu
critical
ukuba kule nkonfa
conference
emkhulu
because global crisis,
ngoba
time for the
iy'nkinga
truth,
zomhlaba isikhathi
you couldn't say
seqiniso
it better than
ayikho
that or
indlela
quicker
yokusho
than
kalula
that.
njengalokho
We are in a crisis and it's
sikwinhlekelele
only truth
iqiniso
that's going to
kuphela
get
liyako
us
sikhipha
out of
kulokho
this. So the
ngalokho
fact that
iqiniso
the
ukuthi
truth will
iqiniso
lead
liyako
us
sikhipha
naturally to a creative
lisiyise kwi-creative
society
society
is the path out
kususa
of this, and I'm honored
ingemuva
to be a
kulokho
part of it.
ngiyajabulela
If you're
ukuba
going to
nayo
protect yourself and your loved ones, you need to have as
uyakudinga lokhu
accurate
ukuthi
as
kube kucace
possible a
kahle
picture
uma
of what's
kufanele
really
uvikele
going on
abakwenu
around you. The problem right now is we've all surrendered a
thina
certain
sonke
amount of our
sesinikele
power
amandla
to
ethu
centralized
kubantu
authority, and they're
abathile
trying to
abaziphatha
use
mandla
that to take
bayawasebenzisa
over energy
ukususa
and
ukudla
food and
ne-energy
media and
nemfundo nakho
education
konke
and everything. But
kodwa
so what we need to
esikudingayo
do is
manje
get rid of the
ukususa la
centralized
mandla
authority,
abekiwe
but then
bese
collaborate as
sesibenzisana
sovereign
njengabantu
individuals. And most people
bonke
have
abantu
never
azange
thought about
bekucabange
this,
lokhu
in my experience, that
ukuthi
a
umbuso
government, a nation
njengambuso
state,
emazwe
is a fiction. It's an abstraction. It's
uyimicabango
an
nje
idea. It
kodwa
doesn't
awukho
exist in
empeleni
reality. It's actually a network of
kodwa
real
imicabango nje yabantu
individual human
abangabantu
beings. So it always and
abahlala
forever comes
njalo
back to the
beza
individual
kuloyo
taking
owenza
action.
ama-action.
And we've got our ethics upside down because if
Manje
you put the
imithetho
government
ibhekiswe phansi
ahead of
ngoba
the rights of
uma
people,
uthatha
which is
uhulumeni ubeke
unfortunately
ngaphezu
what's going on,
kwamalungelo
causes
abantu,
so much destruction, then what you do
okwenzayo
is you end up crushing the
ubhekisa
individuality of the human
amandla
spirit. I think
abantu.
with all of the chaos that's going on in the
Ngicabanga ukuthi
world
yilokho
right
vele
now, with
kwenzeka emhlabeni
the
njengamanje.
pollution and the coercion and the
Izifo
disease
zonke
and
nakho konke
the
okwenzekayo.
suppression, I think that from a
Ngicabanga ukuthi
cosmic point of view,
ngokwemvelo
apparently it had to
bekufanele
get
kube
this
kubi
bad
kanjena
for a critical mass of
ukuze
humanity to
ubuningi
wake up and
babantu
say,
bevuke
no,
bethi
no more of this.
akusazokwenzeka,
We're taking back our
siyawathatha
power,
amandla
we're
ethu,
unleashing our creativity, and we're
siyawabuyisa
going to
amandla
thrive.
ethu,
And I believe
sizosinda.
we will. I've spent a lot of time speaking and
Manje
writing
ngiyachitha
articles
isikhathi
and so
esiningi
forth
ngibhala
about the
ama-articles
fraud of
ney'ncwadi,
anthropogenic
ngikhuluma
global warming.
ngawukushisa
But
emhlabeni.
at the same time, obviously, you know, pollution is
Kodwa
a serious
ukungcola
problem,
komoya
and there
vele
are
okubonakala
huge
kakhulu.
climactic changes going on the planet.
Kodwa
But
ekuboneni
in my
kwami
experience, they're the result of our
lokho
relationship with the sun
kuyithi ukuthi
and the relationship
senzeni
of the solar system
ngobudlelwane
to where we
nelanga
are
and
in the
the-solar
galaxy.
system.
And I'm not an
Kodwa
expert on that, but I
angiyenochwepheshe
know
kulokho,
it's a big
kodwa
deal.
ngiyazi ukuthi
So
kuyinto
what we need to
enkulu.
do is get prepared. I think that
Ngicabanga
we
ukuthi
can
singakwazi
approach
ukubhekana
this
nalokhu
in a way where as we're
ngendlela
restoring the wholeness of natural
masibuyisela
systems, then
imvelo,
we can really take
singakwazi
on any
ukubhekana nayo
problem.
kwenkinga.
You know, the people who are trying to
Abantu
get us to
bebezama
pay
ukuthi
this fraudulent
sikhokhe
carbon tax are
le-CO2
the same
tax.
people who are stealing everybody's money through fiat currency and through fractional reserve banking
Isithusa
and through destroying people's businesses and lockdowns
ukubulala
and then
amabhizinisi
buying up their
abantu ngama-lockdowns
real
nakho
estate.
konke.
They're the
Yibo labo
same
bantu
people who have been
ababezifihla
hiding free energy technologies and
ngama-technologies
cancer cures in secret,
bezifihlile
high-level
bona
military and
bephethe
intelligence projects
nama-military
rather than
project
sharing it with humanity.
kunokuthi
And they've been
babelane nabantu
using
kodwa basebenzisa
this
lokho
excuse of anthropogenic global warming in order to try to
ukuthi
consolidate their wealth and control. So
basiqinisekise
we've got to just
ucebo wabo.
completely abandon and expose
Manje
that and then go for what
sekuyisikhathi
you're
ukuthi
talking about, which is
badalulwe.
being aware of the climate changes and adapting to them,
Manje
being
kungathi
aware of the source of them,
besinoguquko olwenziwayo
whether
kwimvelo.
it's the solar system's position or the sun itself.
Nanobudlelwane
That is the
nelanga.
science
Lelo
we should be
isayensi okumele
discussing.
ngabe sikhuluma
And then
ngayo.
developing nonviolent
Lapho bese
responses
siqamba
to this on the
indlela
ecological
engenakho
level,
kulwa,
on the energy level,
engenodlame,
on the
ukuze sikwazi
interpersonal
ukuthi
level,
singabantu
and even on the
sikwazi
self-governance level.
nokuziphatha.
I think it's critical that as many people
Kubalulekile ukuthi
as
abantu
possible find out
bethole
what's really going on
kwenzelani
as soon as possible. And you know, I love the
Ngiyathanda
subtitle of your conference, After Global Crisis,
esithi
where you say
lapho nithi
time for
isikhathi
the truth,
seqiniso,
because those of us who
ngoba thina
want
esifuna bonke
everyone to
abantu
be free
bekhululeke
and want to have humanity thriving, you know, we may not yet have
kungenzeka
the
asinawo
billions and
ama-billions
trillions of dollars
nama-trillions
that these
wama-dollars
psychopathic
awulabo
institutions are trying to use
labo
to impose control on us.
abasicontrol.
But we've already got the
Kodwa
life
sesinawo
force
amandla
itself.
empilo,
We've got the whole unified field. We've got
sineqiniso,
truth and we've
sinothando
got love on our
ehlangothini
side.
lethu,
So we can't lose.
asizukuhluleka.
It's just a matter of, okay, how
Umbuzo
quickly and
songaba
how
ukuthi nje
peacefully can we
sizofika
get this
nini
done?
lapho.
Dear viewers, our respected speaker is absolutely correct. And the main thing is to do everything in a peaceful,
Okumele
evolutionary way.
sikwenze i-evolution
So that
ekumele
the
yenzeke
transition from the consumer format to the creative format would be smooth
ngendlela
and without losses
engenakulaza
for people.
lihlahlekela
And
imphefumulo.
of course, so that the honorable secretaries would be satisfied. Only a fool would demolish
Kungaba
his
yishuwa
house and
lasodwa
stay on the street.
esingabhekisa indlu bese
First, you have
siyohlala
to build a
emgwaqweni.
new one where you will live, and only then break down the old one. Otherwise, we live
Ngaphandle
on
kwalokho
the street
sihlala
like
emgwaqweni
wild
njengabantu
animals.
abahlakaniphile.
What our esteemed speaker just said is true
Khona
about the
kuyiqiniso
consumerist format
okukhulunywe
in
mayelana
which we live.
nabathengi.
In fact,
Empeleni
it is known as
indlela yonke
revolution,
esaqina
and we are so used to this kind of
nezinto
things that we take
esizithathela
it for
phansi
granted because it is
ngoba
natural to the
kujwayelekile
consumerist
kubantu
format,
abangabathengi.
and no matter what you do, taking someone out
someone similar will
ukhipha
come in
umuntu
place.
ngoba uthi kukhona ofana naye
It is
ozomvala.
impossible to kill a dragon because when you kill it, you become a
Manje
dragon
ma
yourself.
uyicala uba idragon
And
kwawena.
this is the rule of the consumerist format. And we need to define
Manje kumele ke
norms.
sichaze ukuthi
We need
yikuphi esifuna
creative
kwenzeke
society.
kwi-creative society.
The problem is not in us, but in the format, in the rules of the consumerist format,
Sisusa
which have
imithetho
been formed over centuries
yokuba
and
ngumthengi.
millennia. The consumerist
Isimo
format is
sobuthengi
anti-human,
asinabuntu.
and as a consequence, from here originate
Kuso kuvela
lies and
amanga
deceit,
nenkohliso.
because everything is done to please the wallet. Those who have got their hands on the trove
Labo
care only
abane
about their wallets,
abanethuba
and there
lokufinyelela
can be
emcebeni
nothing else in
bazinakekela
the
bona
consumerist
bona.
format. And
Nalokho
we
kumele
must
sikubone.
understand this. Therefore, the old
Ngalokho-ke indlela
outdated model,
zakudala
which no longer works, must be replaced
indlela
by
zakudala
another
kumele
model.
zisuswe zishintshwe ngendlela ezintsha.
As of today, there is only one real alternative, and that is
Lokho indlela
creative
iyodwa
society.
i-creative society.
Should you have any other ideas, do suggest them. But as of today, the model that allows us to combine scientific research and development potential
Lokho
to counter
kukhona
the challenges of
okuzobhekana ney'nselela
the
zamanje
future is
esibhekene nazo.
only one. The current consumerist format we are already living in will not withstand the
Nesimo
onslaught of the
esinaso
forces of
njengamanje
nature.
asikwazi ukubhekana namandla
We have already seen many facts proving its worthlessness, and
kodwa
only a fool
kulokho
does not
isibula
realize
sote
this.
singakuboni.
So, humanity
Abantu
is at the
basempanganeni
crossroads. There are two options:
kumele
to leave
bashiye izinto
everything
zoba
as it is,
zinjalo
but this is an euthanasia
noma
of all humanity,
beshintshe kulokho abakufunayo.
or to radically change the format of our existence from the consumerist format
Ukuphuma esimweni
to the
sokuba
creative
ngabathengi
format.
ukuya esimweni esikhululekileyo.
Now I would like to introduce Professor Thomas Lovejoy, an innovative and accomplished conservation biologist who coined the term biological diversity. He is president of the Amazon Biodiversity Center, member of the National Geographic Society.
Okuyisociety edila nangezemvelo.
Thank you for the
Ngibonga
opportunity to
ithuba
be
lokuba
with you.
nawe.
So I have been working on
Bengisebenza
conservation,
ngokongwa
tropical rainforest,
kwehlathi
Amazon,
lemvula
biodiversity
Amazon.
for about half a
Leli
century or
ngaphela
more.
iminyaka
First set foot in the Amazon in 1965.
ukusukela ngalo nyaka 1965.
And although there clearly has been
Noma
important
kubonakala
progress
inqubekela phambili
in
ikhona.
those decades, we now are at a moment when the biology and the climate
Manje
of the planet
silapho
are in a
ke
crisis state.
okwezendalo
So when I
nokwezempilo
arrived,
sekungathi
the
sekushayisanile.
Amazon, which is equivalent to the 48 contiguous United States, it's really
Kukhulu.
huge, right? The Amazon was
I-Amazon
97%
yayikade
intact.
97% ihlangene
Think of
ingathintiwe.
that. Now it is around 20%
Manje
deforested,
u-20% wayo uhlathi
especially in the
usususile.
south and west in Brazil,
Ubukhulu bayo
where it's
obuhambela
threatening the
ngaseBrazil
hydrological cycle that it actually nurtures. And basically, it's right at
manje
a
simi
point
ke
where if we don't increase
endaweni
deforestation,
esengcupheni.
at least the southern and eastern Amazon will no longer be able to
Lapho
have
iningizimu nempumalanga kungathi ayisezukuqhubeka ihlale kanjalo i-Amazon.
nurtures, provides moisture to every country in South America except for
Ngoba
Cuba.
iyona lethi umswakama konke amezwe
It
ngaphandle
is
kwase-Chile.
a continental scale contribution. So in the Amazon, that makes
Ngalokho
half
ke
the
i-Amazon
rainfall.
iyona yenza
North
ihafu
of
yemvula
New York City, it provides the water for the city, which nobody seems
noma
to
abantu
notice.
abaningi bebenganakile.
So ecosystem services loom large in our daily lives. So point number
Ngalokho
one,
i-ecosystem
protecting the forest
okubalulekile
have,
ngaphansi kwayo ukuvikela
they
amahlathi
have
esinawo.
values as mature forests that secondary forests do not have and take a long time to get.
Okwesibili kuthatha isikhathi
So
eside ukuthi sibe
just
nehlathi.
stop cutting
Kusho ukuthi
down
asimeni ukunquma
the natural
izihlahla
forest,
emahlathini
whether
emvelo.
that's the Amazon
Kungaba
or whether that's
i-Amazon
the boreal
noma
forest
ikuphi la kunehlathi khona
of
noma
North
North America,
or Europe and
European
and
noma
Russia.
Russia.
Just don't cut down
Asiyekeni ke
any more
manje ukunquma
forest
amahlathi
to the extent that you need wood products or products that
ngoba
come
lapho
from forests.
ama-product avela ehlathini
Get them from forests that have already been managed or even mismanaged.
singawayisa kubantu
The
abaphatha
reality is
kahle
that
noma
plantation
bangaphathi
forests
kahle.
are basically a monoculture culture. They're almost like a giant asparagus patch. So not a lot of
Ngalokho
biological diversity.
imvelo
And
eningi lezilwane zihlala
and
lapho,
to the extent that we want to get multiple
ngalokho
results,
zizothinteka kaningi mangabe kususwa lelo hlathi
improving watersheds,
ngoba
then
lelo hlathi
issues,
livikela zona lezo
we
lwanyana.
have to think much more thoughtfully than planting a bunch of matchsticks. So I
Singathi
would say number
kuqala
one, recognize that the planet works as a link of
asiboneni
physical and biological
kunokuhlangana
systems,
phakathi
that
kwezihlahla
our well-being
nezilwane.
depends squarely on that. So it's critical
Kubalulekile
that we
ukuthi
do
senze
things at
izinto
scale,
njengendlela
right away,
efanele.
and that we not approach it
Singaveli
as
senze nje
simply
kube ngathi
about
ihlathi
forests.
kuphela,
It's about
kodwa
all
iyo
natural
yonke enye imvelo
ecosystems.
ehlangene
That
nalokho
96%
nehlathi.
of all biomass of mammals,
Nezilwane zonke
humans, and
ezithintene
their domestic
namahlathi,
animals. So all
zonke
the other
lezi
species
zilwane
are sort of sitting
ezihleli
there
lapho
at the end of a straw trying to get
zihleli
the last drop
ekugcineni
of the
kwempilo yazo
glass to
zama
survive.
ukuphila.
None of that makes
Akukho
any sense at all.
nokukodwa okuqondekayo.
Each time you
Kusho ukuthi
lose a
njalo uma
species,
ulahlekelwa uhlobo
it's
oluthile
like
lwesilwane
3.7 billion years
kuthatha
of evolution
iminyaka
and
eminingi
solutions to
ye-evolution
sets of biological problems for
yalokho
that species.
kwezezilwane.
It's like a giant green library. It makes no sense then
Akuzwakali
to
kahle
burn
futhi
down
ukuthi
the
kungashiswa
library of
ilibrary
life.
enkulu yempilo eyihlathi.
Hola a todos. El estimado profesor nos habló de los valiosos que son los bosques. Dijo que debemos detener la deforestación en todo el planeta. Y tenía razón. Amigos, imaginemos solo en los últimos 100 años, el mundo ha perdido tantos bosques como en los 9.000 años anteriores. Esto es un área del tamaño de Estados Unidos. Soy originario de Ecuador. Mis padres crecieron en el campo. Aman la naturaleza y me inculcaron ese amor.
Greetings, everyone. The honored professor told us how valuable forests are. He said that
Usitshele
we
ukuthi
must stop
basiyekeni
deforestation
ukuqeda
all over the
amahlathi.
planet.
Uluntu
And he's right, friends. Just imagine, in the last 100 years, the world has
akawubheke
lost as
eminyakeni
much forest
e-100
as in the
umhlaba
previous
usulahlekelwa
9,000 years.
amahlathi amakhulu
This is an area the
ngo-1,000.
size of the United States. I'm
Mina
originally
ngivele
from
eCecuador.
Ecuador. My parents grew up in the countryside. They
Abazali bami
love nature.
bakhulela
Love
emakhaya
they
nabo
instilled in
bathanda
me.
imvelo,
I grew up among
ngakhulela
the forests.
ehlathini.
And now
Manje
it hurts
kuzwisa
me to see
ubuhlungu
what is
ukubuka lokho
happening to them.
kwenzekayo kubo.
More than 20
Noma
years ago,
eminyakeni
we lost about
eyi-20
40% of the
silahlekelwe
national
okuningi
territory of the pure
kwe-Amazon.
Amazon because of an
Lokho
absurd war, because of human insatiability and
ngoba
excessive
lokwenziwe
greed.
ngumhobho
And
lwabantu.
now the little that remains
Osekusile
is
manje
being cut
sekuyancipha.
down. This is not just a problem for my country, it's a problem
Inkinga
for the
umhlaba
whole
wonke.
world. To meet global demand,
Okumelene
we are
nomhlaba
turning
wonke.
rainforests into grazing and
Lapho
animal
izilwane
feed
zidla
grazing,
khona,
plantations of
nala
soybean,
kutshala khona
palm
soybean
oil,
no-palm
coffee and
oil,
cocoa. From 50 to 90%
okungaba
of the total area of
ku-50 kuya
deforested tropical
ku-90%
forest is
kwehlathi,
illegal
konke
logging.
ukunqunywa kwamahlathi
Forests
ngendlela
in the temperate
engafanele.
latitudes are cut down mainly to sell timber. Today, logging has led to the destruction of 75% of forest in the United States and British Columbia in Canada. Each year, 26 million hectares of forest are cut down.
Njengoba kunqunywa
Every
amahlathi,
minute, an area of forest equals to 60 football fields. And this area is
njengoba
being cut
kunqunywa le
down
ndawo
even more.
kangaka emhlabeni,
As we can see, the rate of forest loss is simply catastrophic. The catastrophe is that in addition to active
konke lokhu
deforestation, we're now witnessing an unprecedented number of fires. This year, fires in Siberia, the United States and Canada have destroyed
i-United States
25 million hectares of
ne-Canada
forest.
ngaba
This is comparable to the area
ihlathi
of
elingaka
Beijing, Moscow, and
abalistroyile.
Dubai combined. The main cause of the fires is climate change
Imbangela
on the planet.
yalomlilo
But
yenziwa
we, in the
i-climate
pursuit of profit, are adding fuel to this fire that has already
ngoba
been
umlilo
ignited.
vele usuya
In our society, it is often economically unprofitable to extinguish
manje kubonakala
forests,
ngathi akunaprofethi
but it is
ukucima
profitable to sell
amahlathi.
the burnt forests. We went
Siyeza
even further.
qhubeka
In addition to
ngaphezu
this, there are
kwalokho
deliberate arsons.
kunabantu abenza
This
ngamabomu
manipulation makes it possible to
abenza
sell forests that
ukuthengisela
have been
amahlathi
tapped
kube
for
yinto
logging. The arson scheme is standard. The forest is set on fire so that it burns only from
benza
below.
ihlathi lishe
Such a fire
ukusuka
damages the
ekuqaleni
roots of the trees, but does not destroy the
ukuze
wood.
lisuse
After
izimpande
the fire, the
zesihlahla.
authorities conduct an examination of these forests. More
Kaningi
often, a decision is
isinqumo
made
suke
to cut
sisenziwe
them down.
ukwasika
Then, a tender begins,
bese kuba
an
i-auction
and purchase for the right to cut down.
bese kuba nelungelo lokusika lelo hlathi.
This is how the mechanism of
Ingendlela
selling legal, quoted
kusetshenziswa
marks,
ngakhona
timber is launched.
umsebenzi wokuthengisa kwey'hlahla.
Let me give just one example. So in 2016, 25 hectares of forest in the reserve were
2016
damaged by unexpected fire.
kwey'hlahla walinyazwa
People were seen not far from the source of the fire. And in 2018,
2018
this burned
la
forest
mashadi
was cut
ashile
down in this reserve. Damage from that logging was later estimated at $27
adiqelela phansi
US.
ngomonakalo obalekela $27 million.
This kind of working scheme is used all
Manje
over the world.
le ndlela isetshenziswa kanjalo umhlaba wonke
People do terrible things.
kwenzeke izinto
People
ezimbi.
don't realize that
Abantu
foul
ababona
timber
ukuthi
is already becoming
iy'ngoti
our
ezisehlathini
common coffin.
zizoba
We
yizo
see it.
amabhokisi
We're
ethu.
tired of being silent. Today is the time
Namhlanje isikhathi
we urge
seqiniso
everyone who cares, who understands
ukuze
the
sazi ukuthi
phenomenon.
kwenzekani.
Various environmental organizations have spent so
Iy'nhlangano
much time
zezemvelo
and
sezichitha
energy trying
isikhathi
to
zama
change at
ukuguqula
least
okuthile,
something.
kodwa
It's
konke
all
kuyize.
vain. We
Thina singabantu
humans were
asikwazi
unable
ukumisa
to stop
lokhu,
the
asikwazi
cutting of the
ukusindisa
forests. It's very
amahlathi,
scary to admit this, but we
kodwa
need to
kumele
admit this,
sivume
because without it, we can't
singaguqula
change nothing. Existing forest
lutho
conservation methods don't work in our today's
emhlabeni
society.
wethu
We
wanamhlanje.
can have the best grain, but if we plant it in oil,
Uma
and in
utshala
wine,
okuthile ku-oil
we can have the best ideas for the protection of
kusho ukuthi
forests and ecology, but at the consumer
ngesimo
product
sethu
side, it is
sokuthenga
impossible to
asikwazi
implement
ukwenza
them.
lutho
Because after all, everything boils down to
ngoba konke kuhambisana nokuthi kwenziwe
we need to
imali.
change the conditions. to
Kumele
foster
siguqule
society, to
imvelo
create one.
yomphakathi
How can this help
ukuthi
protect
bekwazi
forests?
singavikela kanjani
Society.
amahlathi,
The highest value is human life and its
ngoba
quality,
kwi-creative
not
society lapho
capitalization
sibheka
of
khona ukuphila
individual
komuntu
citizens.
nequality yempilo.
Therefore, the technologies that are not beneficial to be introduced in the
Ngalokho-ke
consumer
lezi
format
zinto
of society has a value
azinamali ukuthi ungazi-introducer
living
kwi-consumer
in the
format.
creative society. In the
Kwi-creative
we'll
society
be able to
siyokwazi
solve
ukubuyisela
this.
ithemba,
We will be able to spin up
siyokwazi
recycling plants
ukubuyisela
all over the world, even in the
izindlela
transitional phase of the
zokurecycla.
formation of the creative society. We have no more time for
Asisenaso
battles and
isikhathi
disputes.
sokuphikisana
Every hour
nokungabaza.
without the creative society brings us closer to global
I-hour
environmental
ne-hour
disaster and
elidlulayo
to our
lisondeza
destruction.
eduzane
We have no spare
nenhlekelele
environment,
elindele
we have no spare
ukwenzeka.
forests. We have no spare
Asinayo enye
planet.
iplanethi.
Now,
Manje
know the
siyalazi
truth,
iqiniso,
and the choice
sesinokuzikhethela
ours.
manje.
The way we have
Ngendlela
been
ebesinquma
handling
ngayo
this, we
izihlahla,
won't have enough lumber for a coffin. We are
sibhubhisa
destroying our
iplanethi
planet.
yethu,
Don't we see that this is
singaboni
already
ukuthi lokhu
affecting
kuthinta wonke
everyone?
umuntu.
Money,
Imali
clothes,
isivala amehlo ethu
cars,
sonke.
and common sense. With
Si-
the speed that we litter and trash our planet, it seems we are replacing trees with the trash.
Niya-
Do you understand
Niyaqonda
that
na
in the
ukuthi
consumer
nge-society
society,
yama-consumer
trash literally costs more than a human
ukulahlwa
life?
kwezinto kubiza kakhulu
Take a look
ukisho
for
impilo
yourself.
yabantu.
And Ed, we pass the word to
siyadlulisela
you.
kuwena.
Thank you, Olga. I will
Ngiyabonga
talk about
Olga, ngizokhuluma ngemfucuza lesikhashana.
one of the most serious
Sine
environmental
inkinga
problems
enkulu
today
eserious
is the problem of waste. When
Uma
people
abantu
first
beqala
started
ukuqoqa
collecting
imfucuza,
waste and sending it to landfills,
kuba ngathi
it seemed
umsebenzi
like a
omuhle.
great idea. All of the
Konke
waste was
kuyathathwa
collected in one
kuyimfucuza,
place where it was easier to sort and bury. Thus, it was supposed to
kungathi
solve
inkinga
problem.
isolvekile.
However, something went wrong.
Empeleni
In total, the amount of waste has increased
imfucuza
dramatically
ikhule
over
kakhulu
the
kule
past
minyaka
80 years. Today, landfills are overflowing due to the appearance of
ngenxa
non-biodegradable
yemfucuza
waste.
engaboliyo.
Landfills did not solve this problem. They only ensured circulation
Bona
around the planet.
baqinisekisa
And
nje
in this
kuphela ukuthi
regard, the idea of
laba
recycling
abarecyclayo
waste arose in
emhlabathini
society. Today, it is believed that it will rid the
ukuthi
planet
lento
of waste.
izobekwa la kufanele
In many countries, people honestly sort waste
bathatha
into
ngabo
plastic for
plastiki
recycling and believe that
bakholwe
by
ukuthi
doing so,
uma
they are
bewususa
saving the
emphakathini
environment.
basindisa imvelo.
So again, it seems that the problem
Kanti
is
kunjalo
solved,
yini?
but is it?
Ake sithole
Let's find
neqiniso.
out the truth.
Garbage. Recycling. Does recycling really exist? Every year, we throw out more than 2 billion tons of waste. Most of the waste products, in the form we throw them out, are not biodegradable and cannot be properly recycled. They poison our water, air, food, and our life. India, Gazipur, a dump that is growing inexorably day by day and is already reaching almost the height of the Taj Mahal.
During monsoon seasons, gases build up inside the landfill due to the accumulation of waste. These gases are then released into the air. Mosquitoes breed in accumulated waste and then bite people in the colony, leaving them with diseases like dengue, malaria, and typhoid.
Jakarta, the bank of the Citarum River. There are more than 200 textile factories that produce cheap clothes for the whole world. 20,000 tons of waste and 340 tons of wastewater are discharged into the river every day. They pollute the river with lead, aluminum, iron, and manganese. According to the World Bank's report, Water Waste 2.0, plastic, paper and cardboard, metal and glass make up 38% of municipal waste, and only 13.5% of the secondary raw material is actually recycled all over the world, which is a little more than 5% of the total amount of garbage. Despite this, our production and consumption rates are only growing, as well as the landfills around us.
At the consumer level, which is the first link, an ordinary family goes to a store. This ordinary family has different boxes, glass and plastics, plastic bags, and so on and so forth. Nowadays, it has become very popular to dump absolutely all of this in one pile. One big pile of this pressed material is taken to some processing plant, and this processing plant supposedly sorts all this garbage, and you, accordingly, get clean cardboard, clean plastic, clean this and that. This is an idea. All this actually doesn't work. To obtain a ton of recycled material, you need to spend enormous resources just to collect, transport, and segregate it. Then it should be washed, then it should be packed, and then it should be brought somewhere to sell. All the garbage, if it is really garbage, it is buried. No one recycles this garbage. They brag to each other saying that we are absolutely green, that is, we have 100% recycling, we don't have any garbage, and so on and so forth. Usually, they hire a company that takes the garbage out, hire some other additional company that counts the garbage, sorts this garbage out, writes down a percentage rate, and then seemingly sends this data in a report. The next time when a conference is held in some conference room, they say 0% of our garbage is left. But to be honest, this is all done on paper, while in fact it is not so. That is, it turns out that now we need to spend a lot more money, and no one is ready for this. Nobody needs it. No one wants to wave the green flag, and at the same time pay some crazy amount of money.
recycling is imperfect. We can do a lot more and we can do a lot better. Most of the recycling we do around the world right now shouldn't actually be called recycling. It should be called downcycling, meaning a drink bottle becomes something completely different. And once it becomes downcycled, it can't be reused again. So the quality of the plastic product is lower. We couldn't really recycle them even if we wanted to. So we have to ask ourselves the question, why are they even being allowed to be created from the outset if they don't have a home or a purpose? And so right now, I would say the scientific consensus or the evidence is that we don't quite know what can and should be done with ocean plastics. There are some things already being done. Ocean plastics are being turned into shoes and swimwear and yoga pants and all kinds of things. But it's pretty doubtful that that's actually the best thing that we should be doing with ocean plastics. This is probably actually just delaying a meaningful solution and along the way creating a lot more problems than solutions.
Let's take PET plastic. Freshly made, it costs around 500 euros per ton. Recycled plastic around 1,000 euros. And recycled ocean plastic is even more expensive. It is not at all profitable for a manufacturer to make the cost of the product twice as high. Moreover, under conditions of fierce competition, his product becomes unprofitable. Plastic recyclers even go so far as to add a greater part of the new plastic to the recycled plastic and sell it under the label recycled. The declared data on waste recycling often differ from the real picture. For example, in Germany, part of the garbage that is considered recycled goes to landfills in third world countries. The situation is similar in Japan. The percentage of recycled plastic also includes that which was simply burned. So what do we consider to be recycled garbage? The one that got into the clouds and became our air and then returned to our food with the rain and water. Garbage is the rotting face of the consumerist format of society. We are killing the planet with it, and what's even more, we are killing ourselves. It is not profitable for us to recycle garbage. We don't benefit from developing technology that would clean up our planet. But is it really us who do not benefit, or the consumerist economy, which we ourselves have placed above human life?
Здравствуйте.
Greetings. What we have seen right now, this is terrifying but necessary in truth. As you can see, all of our effort to sort garbage and supposedly recycle it is a lie. People are just playing this game, comforting themselves with the thought that something is being done to solve the garbage problem, while continuing to produce even more waste. In the endless race of consumption, more and more goods are produced, which quickly turn into garbage, and even if it's sorted, it still remains garbage in landfills. In the consumer rules of the game, being green is not profitable in practice, and this is well illustrated by the example of ocean plastic. The largest ships, funded by millions of dollars, are only able to catch 2 tons of garbage per day. This makes the resulting plastic very expensive, and the product made of it uncompetitive on the market. But being considered green is extremely profitable, as it is an opportunity to manipulate the feelings of people who want to help preserve the environment, and the status of a green product encourages them to buy this particular product. This is why today we are hearing more and more about products made of recycled plastic, and by buying them people feel they are contributing to saving the planet, but few people know that this is often just an advertising trick of the consumerist world. The same sneakers made of ocean plastic contain at best 0.1% of the plastic that would actually caught in the ocean, so we have already realized that it is not profitable to recycle garbage in the consumer society, but it is profitable to claim that you can supposedly solve the problem of garbage, which no one wants to take care of, because it smells bad. In a consumer society, garbage becomes a source of colossal income for those who do not hesitate to ruin people's lives in order to make good money on it. While some are waving green flags, others become garbage barons, endangering people's life. Right now, I would like to suggest you to watch the video about this terrible problem of consumer society.
Garbage. Mafia. As soon as non-biodegradable and toxic garbage appeared in the world, so did those who make money on it. The garbage mafia. How does a garbage mafia operate? Italy.
My brother-in-law was transporting garbage. He told me all about the profits you could make in this field. So I said, pardon me, we risk so much dealing drugs and we can't even make that much money. 30 years ago, I told the magistrates that waste is gold. It's money, money, money.
Cosa Nostra, Camorra. Drangheta mafia clans buy territories and convert them into waste dumps. And although on paper everything may look legitimate, in general, these territories for landfills are located near residential neighborhoods and violate all environmental norms. An important part of the garbage mafia's business is the illegal transportation of industrial waste. If a company wants to get rid of its toxic waste and pay as little as possible, it hands over the waste to the mafia.
Doing to the people that live in those houses?
Cancer. These people will all die of cancer. The groundwater here is all poisoned. Every family here is infected. Everyone. No one will be spared. They're here because they don't have any choice. They don't have any options to relocate. And they're forced to die here.
In Naples and the surrounding Campania region, environmentalists count at least 1,200 small and large illegal dumps. The amount of phosphorus, mercury, and arsenic in this region exceeds the established norm by 400 times. According to medical statistics, people here die of cancer twice as often as the national average. By contrast, the mafia not only receives disproportionately inflated profits, but also has the ability to control cities. As soon as they ban you from bringing garbage into their landfills, the city turns into a dumping ground.
An average landfill can produce about 150 to 200 tons of film each month. We don't buy it at high prices, i.e., it's in the region of 13 to 19 cents per kilogram. Accordingly, you can multiply that same 100 tons by 13 cents. We'll take the minimum. Well, that's the profit only from polymers. Waste paper is now trading at around 20 to 27 cents per kilogram. Precious ferrous and non-ferrous metals are even more expensive. That's why people are like sitting on a gold mine there. Yes. Well, no wonder it's called the garbage mafia. You can't just get in. There is a huge income and people will never give it up for anything because these people are sitting on a pot of gold. Getting permission to use this land for a garbage landfill is extremely difficult. If we establish some serious organization, serious landfill, put the right equipment on it for sorting and all that, then I think we will quickly be visited by bad people and some inspections. My friends at one time bought an incinerator. They operated it for 3 months. Then men came in black jeeps and simply forbade them to work by threats and intimidation or something else. They just took over this garbage plant and that's it. And my friends washed their hands of it and said, "That's it. We will never get into this business again."
These are individual cases, but aren't these the same schemes we see at the global level? Garbage migrates from one country to another, poisoning the lives of millions of people. And all this happens in the shadow of private agreements. No morals, no ethics, purely business. Indonesia. In 2018, imports of plastic into this country totaled 283,000 metric tons.
The distance between the landfill to my house is about 500 meters. My whole family, my relatives, everyone is affected by the noise and smells.
60 to 70 containers arrive illegally every night in the city of Brunking in Indonesia alone. Garbage, which is then found in landfills, is brought in from Australia, Germany, and the United States. Most of the time, it is sorted plastic mixed with hazardous waste. Malaysia. The once beautiful country is now covered in mountains of garbage and dozens of illegal incinerators. Manufacturing companies in Japan, the United States, Germany, and Australia is bringing their refuse to Malaysia.
My daughter was a very healthy girl. Since April, she started having a fever. Her state worsened, and she started spitting up blood.
Owners of illegal factories rent land from the local residents and build primitive ovens where they dispose of garbage for money, with no concern for the environment or the people who live nearby. Turkey. Since 2004, Turkey's imports of garbage from EU countries have nearly tripled. The main exporters of this garbage are Britain, Belgium, Germany, the Netherlands, Slovenia, Italy, and France. A big part of the garbage that enters Turkey is not recyclable and is simply dumped in landfills.
European citizens need to know this. Clean streets in Germany, in the United Kingdom or France, where people sort their waste carefully. Well, it doesn't end up in recycling facilities. As you can see behind me, it's here where there are mountains of illegal waste.
Africa. Custom officials in poor African countries are unable to monitor the thousands of containers that come in from around the world every day. Often they are accompanied by false legalizing documents. Almost all of the e-waste or barrels in these containers are filled with toxic materials. They are accepted in these countries without too many questions asked. A small bribe allows any refuse to be smuggled to its final destination: an abandoned beach, a forgotten stretch of coastline, untouched waters turning into a dangerous radioactive ocean. This ain't garbage, it's waste for some, but for many in these countries, it is place of work, life, and death. Ghana, Egbokbloshi landfill, the world's largest and most dangerous electronic waste dump. More than 200,000 tons of electronic waste from Europe and North America are brought here every year. Kenya.
It's like the dump site has demons who ask for blood. There are days when there is just too much evil, seriously. You hear of people killing each other. Someone stabbed someone else with a knife or killed someone with a bottle. Sometimes you also hear that the trucks...
Alang ship breaking yard is the biggest in the world. The government and the contractors make a lot of money. But there are two major problems. My father was killed in a shipbreaking accident. The only thing I'm afraid of in the yard is death itself. I know this is dangerous work, and I am afraid because I have 2 children and a family.
We have never produced as much trash in our history as we do today. Garbage is dirty, it smells bad, but money doesn't smell. So in our consumerist world, there is always someone willing to take money off it. Storing refuse, fictitiously recycling it, or transporting it from more elite places on the planet to indigent is just business. A business in which the strongest survive. A business from which all life on the planet and man himself are slowly dying. A business that each of us sponsors every day. Can we stop it? Continuing to support the consumerist format of society? No. Because now all conditions have been created in order to earn huge money on such frauds. But we can change the format of our society from the consumerist to a creative one. When the 8 foundation of the creative society are adopted at the constitutional level in all countries, such schemes will be impossible to pull off. Because the main value in the whole world will be the life of human. In such conditions, there will be no place for all this dirt on this planet and in relations between people. Any business will be built only on improving people's lives, not on our death.
It's sad to look at all this, but even sadder to realize that if we are now even killing people for rubbish, then what will we do when we really need to distribute every piece of bread in a reasonable and humane way? So let's answer this question now, but very honestly. It's time for us to wake up and to remember that we are human and Earth is our only common home. The first law of ecology says everything affects everything and everything is connected to everything. No matter where the waste is buried in the globe, its environmental consequences will still return to their receipt because the Earth is round and the ecosystem is one for everyone. What is the point to continue these games? The truth cleanses and stimulates even more action because only by understanding the cause of our problems, we can get rid of them. Together, we can do everything. We just need to realize that our strength lies in unity and in truth. The consumer format society is our main weakness, and the creative one is our strength and our only salvation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. I asked myself, why are we still fighting? Even over trash. This is absurd. Don't we see the seriousness of the situation? Do we want to drown in trash, or do we want to become human beings and unite and build a creative society which will guarantee each person an ecologically clean environment, health, and safety? Dear viewers, I would like to ask you which choice you would like to make. Please share with us your understandings, record videos, and send them to info@creativesociety green.com. I'm sure after the video we watched, each of us had feelings and understandings we wanted to share with the whole world. And now I would like to come to the next topic, which will blow your mind. You will understand why CO2 is the biggest scam of our time and why green energy is a waste of money. Please don't forget to share this video right now, as everyone needs to know the truth. Let's watch together an expert from a video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov on the topic of green energy.
The real problem is not that we have CO2, but that we do not have CS.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Not that there is no carbon dioxide.
That's why for people, right?
But that there is no creative society. That's the real problem. So it turns out that, excuse me, our brains are already so hardwired with this idea that we cannot get rid of it. You and I are now sitting and calculating how many % will be released if...
Yes, the numbers are ridiculous.
Right, if we plant 20 trees each during 20 years, and how big the emission will be. We should also calculate here the development of green energy, which in fact is far from green and is actually pointless, right? Or again, we touched upon green energy. They demand to develop green energy. Solar, wind, and everything else, to switch to hydrogen, to burn less gas, and so on. Now, simple math. We are very quickly and rapidly approaching a serious crisis, the climate crisis. Even this winter we will see how drastic the atmospheric fluctuations will be and how cold it will be. This is caused by the Gulf Stream as well as, again, by the changes that occur in the upper layers of our atmosphere, and how quickly everything is turning upside down. I mean, in certain areas there can be a sudden instant drop in temperature. After a while it normalizes, but these sudden drops may cause serious catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, we are giving up hydrocarbons. What does it mean? It means taking out thermal power plants, which you cannot build in a day if you need to, right? We are going to give up gas in favor of some solar thing. Well, again, the sun doesn't shine all the time. That's firstly. Secondly, how can we store that energy?
Right.
Thirdly, the winds that might arise. Wind farms are not quite adapted to them. And further on, they will become pointless in general. And we will face that.
And will you actually guess the right place where to set up this?
The point is different. Gusty, strong winds will simply make wind farms useless, even with all the automation systems and interlocks. That's not what is needed. What humanity really needs now is the correct hydrocarbon heating plants and thermal power stations. Yes, they emit carbon dioxide. They do. But they are necessary, and it will be worse without them. Plus small nuclear ones. They're compact units, scientists are already developing them, and some people have been using them since long ago. That's what is also necessary, something that generates power.
The world's attention has been focused on the problem of climate instability on the planet for quite some time. And this problem was first officially voiced back in 1992 at the Earth Summit, when more than 150 countries signed the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The world leaders attending climate change conferences in the years following 1992 agreed to set a limit for greenhouse gas emissions. It is assumed that this should be done through a global transition to green energy and low-carbon technologies, as well as reducing deforestation and increasing the capacity for carbon dioxide absorption in forests. And at the beginning of November 2021, the next UN conference COP26 was held in Glasgow, gathering representatives from 200 countries. So, what did they decide this year? 108 countries have committed to reducing methane emissions. 100 countries have committed to stopping deforestation and planting 1 trillion trees by 2030. Many countries and companies have pledged to ban cars with internal combustion engines by 2040. 40 countries committed to abandoning the usage of coal power plants and adopting green technologies. Several countries and major banks have decided to stop financing fossil fuel production. And big finance companies announced to start allocating money for green energy, but only solar panels and wind turbines. At first glance, these decisions appear to make sense. However, we have to consider two things. First, yes, CO2 affects the environment, and yes, we did destroy the ecosystem of our planet. Second, the climate is changing, but for entirely different reasons. And while the proposed idealistic picture of our decarbonized future, when we all are using renewable, potentially free energy, looks very appealing, the actual situation with what is considered green technologies is not. Let's watch a video.
Today, everyone is concerned about climate change. Large climate conferences are being held where leaders of countries, scientists, and representatives of corporations are looking for solutions together. It seems that the problem is about to be permanently solved. We will all tighten our belts and switch to renewable sources. We are assured that if the chimneys of thermal power plants stop smoking, all nuclear power plants are closed, and they build solar, wind, and hydroelectric power plants everywhere on the planet, then by 2050, we will have carbon-free energy production. This will supposedly save the world, preserve the environment, and everyone will be happy. Therefore, it is suggested that all the best minds and resources of humanity devote themselves to the development of green technologies. But what are we missing? Will it really save us? Aren't we losing the most valuable things in all of this? Time and opportunities. A more in-depth study of the subject reveals obvious facts that point to a major planetary fraud. So let us figure it out together, one step at a time. Today, renewable sources make up about 28% of total energy. Yet in order to produce them, we still use non-renewable natural resources. All this continues to contribute to the depletion and pollution of the planet. Solar panels, for example, contain such heavy metals as lead, cadmium, and mercury. During operation, they leach into the ground and evaporate into the atmosphere. Waste from solar panels is 300 times more toxic than nuclear waste and requires special disposal. But since it costs more than production, they decided not to bother with it and send the used panels to landfills in poor countries. So far, not a single country in the world today has regulations for their disposal. According to scientists' studies, by 2030, there will be up to 8 million tons of green waste in the world, and by 2050, these volumes will increase to 80 million tons. Let us imagine how these numbers would increase if we completely switch to these sources. Is this calculated in the reports? And is this topic explored that deeply at the conferences? As you can see, this only makes the environmental situation worse. And this is just the tip of an iceberg that we have to look into deeper. So what's wrong with wind farms? Let's start with our wallets, out of which you and I will have to pay for these ambitious solutions. To build a wind farm requires an enormous investment of money and resources. At that, the average lifespan of a wind turbine is 20 years, and during this time, it manages to recoup only 78% of the money spent upon its construction and installation. We are not even talking about maintenance, which implies building special-purpose vessels, expensive utility high-rises, and constant replacement of blades. Just one wind turbine requires more than 500 tons of lubricants, which is comparable to 9 tank cars of railway trains, which, by the way, are also produced from non-renewable resources of the planet. Just think about it. The size of the blades can be as big as the length of a soccer field. And do you know what they are made of? That's right, of that very plastic that we continue to struggle with so unsuccessfully around the world. Because of their gigantic size and hazardous chemical composition, they can't be recycled. So the classic solution is that the blades are taken to landfills and covered with soil. After all that, do you still think wind power is environmentally friendly? Now let us take a look at the downside of hydropower. 65% of the world's major rivers are blocked by hydroelectric dams. At that, dam failures and breaches put lives at risk, and the planet's ecology suffers. Hydroelectric power plants directly affect the bowels of the earth. Tons of water from reservoirs press against tectonic plates, causing man-made earthquakes. We keep being persuaded that alternative sources will improve the environment and solve the issue of climate change. Why? Where does such pushy advertising of green energy and show of concern for us come from? After all, it is not profitable for the states that are forced under pressure to subsidize these projects and buy this energy at 5 times the price of traditional energy. Germany is a prime example. By shutting down most nuclear power plants in favor of green energy, it has hit a dead end. On best productivity days, it generates only 17% of its electricity. So, today, it has to buy energy with huge amounts of taxpayer money from the same non-green nuclear power plants in neighboring countries. Tell me, isn't that absurd? There is also another important fact worth noting. Renewable energy depends on the sun and the wind. So it must either be used immediately or accumulated in batteries. Yet, electricity is a complicated and expensive commodity to store. Let us calculate how many batteries are needed to store electricity and use it during periods without wind or sun or during emergencies. Imagine, an average 2-person family consumes about 235 kilowatts per month. Roughly 100 batteries of 2.4 kilowatts would be needed to cover one family's monthly electricity needs. Now let's recall that a battery is the conversion of electrical energy into chemical energy and back again. To create them, harmful chemicals are used that cannot be recycled. And in order to produce cobalt, child labor in underground mines in the Congo is used. All this is done to allow us to breathe supposedly clean air. To summarize, with such aggressive promotion of alternative energy sources, are we taking into account their low efficiency factor and impact on ecology? Do we fully understand the threat to humanity as a result of renunciation of hydrocarbons at a time of global climate change? Because of the manipulation of public opinion, states are forced to shut down industries that run on coal, oil, and gas. This leads to a crisis in the energy sector at a time when we desperately need it. It is becoming obvious that alternative energy sources are not only developed as a source of income for one and the same organizations and corporations, but most importantly, they are used as a tool to control the nation's energy industry. In the end, we are back to the same game of power and lust for profit instead of concern for people and saving their lives. But at the same time, many people see this as a hope and a way out of the climate situation. Considering all of the above, we should all answer the following questions together. Should we actively develop alternative energy if it has so many disadvantages? Is it beneficial for us as a humanity today? Or should we apply our efforts to a more effective solution? After all, today there are already technologies that are capable of using free energy. But in a consumerist format, this beautiful prospect becomes a problem. It would be impossible to sell this energy if it were available to everyone in unlimited quantities. So we come to a dead end, which would bring about collapse of the economic system, crisis, and wars. This is why we need the right step-by-step approach. First of all, to change the format, to build a creative society, a format that benefits absolutely everyone and will save the life of every person. Then we can easily implement this technology without any damage to our lives. But this is a decision we must all make together. So today, the future development of society is up to each individual, whether we will continue falling down into the abyss blown by windmills, or if we will unite and take the path of development.
As we have seen, green energy is not green at all. It harms the environment and has become just another industry that is being developed on our backs. And we pay high prices for something that will never meet our needs. Besides being an aesthetic injury to our green environments, wind power is not green because wind farms require enormous amounts of concrete and metal to construct, disturb wildlife, harm human health with noise pollution, kill hundreds of thousands of birds each year, pollute our air and water supply. And this might come as a surprise, but green energy also increases food prices because farmers are forced to produce biofuels instead of food. So, how did we start believing that all these alternative and so-called renewable energy sources are harmless? Once again, our attention was directed to one or two aspects in a narrow and limited way. The sun is shining, the wind is blowing, it's all free and green, so anything related is also green. Well, the situation reminds me of a magician asking the audience to look at one hand while pulling off the trick with the other. It's the same with green energy. We are focused on 2 or 3 aspects, missing out on hundreds more. We have to grow up and stop believing in miracles. And as grown-ups, we should also be able to comprehend that every technological solution has its downsides, which have to be carefully studied before we rush into implementing them on a global scale. We are told about green energy with great enthusiasm, but it looks like it is green only for someone's wallet. The fact is that the renewable sources of energy are much more polluting than ordinary fossil fuels and can supply us with energy in needed quantities, especially during unpredictable shifts in climatic conditions we've been and are about to experience in the future. Let's have a look at how we started blaming the CO2 by hearing from Valery Malinin, PhD in Geographical Sciences, professor at the Russian State Hydrometeorological University and a full member of the Russian Academy of Natural Sciences.
I am Valery Nikolaevich Malinin, Doctor of Geographical Sciences, Professor at the Russian State Hydrometeorological University. I salute all the participants of the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. And I think that indeed we have a distinct crisis in climatology. And what is more, it is the fault of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The main purpose of this organization is to provide expert analysis of current climate change, as well as the analysis of its causes and consequences. But most importantly, it is worth mentioning here that from the very beginning, those IPCC experts focused on anthropogenic climate change, that a human is to blame. The first report was published by the IPCC in 1990. It states that the dominant role of water vapor in the formation of the greenhouse effect reaches 75%. But at the same time, it is claimed that the water-vapor mixing ratio in the atmosphere is entirely determined by the internal properties of the climate system. The main conclusion drawn by this report is that global warming is obviously the result of CO2, which is a greenhouse gas. But despite admitting that water vapor is indeed the main greenhouse gas, nevertheless, the IPCC have been stubbornly promoting the idea of CO2 being the main cause of climate change. Moreover, the IPCC's anthropogenic agenda has become more pronounced with each passing year. So the fourth IPCC report, dated 2007, clearly outlines the reason why water vapor cannot be considered as a climate-forming factor. The reason is that direct emissions of water vapor from anthropogenic activities make a negligibly small contribution to radiative forcing. At the same time, the report completely ignores the change in water vapor due to natural causes associated with moisture exchange in the atmosphere-ocean system. Finally, the fifth report of 2013 states that only stratospheric water vapor, which is formed in the stratosphere as a result of chemical reactions of methane, should be taken into account. However, it is clear that it makes a negligible contribution to the change in the greenhouse effect. So the summary of the fifth report is as follows. It is extremely likely, with 95 to 100% certainty, that human influence has been the dominant cause of the observed warming since the mid-20th century. It is clear that the report completely ignores the natural factors. Obviously, there is absolutely no way to agree with that. But the thing is that the IPCC experts take into account only one-sided impact of temperature on water vapor, and do not take into account the reverse effect of moisture content on temperature through the greenhouse effect. Because as we have already said, the contribution of water vapor to the greenhouse effect is approximately 75%. The fact is that back in the 1970s, an outstanding climatologist and now Nobel Prize winner Sukuro Manabe showed that doubling of CO2 concentration would increase temperature without considering water vapor by 1.3 degrees Celsius, whereas when you do take into account the moisture content, the temperature would increase by 2.3 degrees Celsius. In other words, its increase is almost 2 times faster. This is a very important fact, which the IPCC experts actually prefer to ignore. The correlation between interannual variability of moisture content and temperatures over the world oceans indicates that it's precisely the increase in moisture content which is much more rapid compared to the increase in temperature. This is also an important fact which demonstrates what is the cause and what is the effect. In conclusion, I would like to say that anthropogenic global warming is a grandiose scientific scam of the 20th century. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Malinin, for this valuable information and your expert opinion on this topic. Let's now watch a video that will explain how the CO2 hoax is being exploited to earn big money.
Global warming is not only the #1 environmental challenge we face today, but one of the most important issues facing all of humanity. Leonardo DiCaprio, actor. Many of us know that the planet is warming because of increased greenhouse gases, that we don't know the exact consequences of that. Greta Thunberg, eco-activist. There is no convincing scientific evidence that anthropogenic emissions of carbon dioxide, methane, or other greenhouse gases cause or may cause catastrophic heating of the Earth in the foreseeable future and the destruction of its climate. Frederick Seitz, former president of the U.S. Academy of Sciences, professor. Neither the rate nor the magnitude of the reported late 20th century surface warming 1979 to 2000 lay outside normal natural variability. Robert Carter, geologist. Every day, millions of people on the planet are suffering from climatic disasters. How is climate change being dealt with internationally today? What mechanisms are in place for this, and how do they work? Today, almost everyone on the planet has heard about the anthropogenic impact on the climate, about greenhouse gas emissions, and the global warming associated with them. The whole world is combating greenhouse gas emissions, while international organizations and countries are trying to influence climate change. But do you know exactly how it happens? In '97, a number of countries adopted a general agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. To enforce this decision, various countries have introduced economic mechanisms that encourage manufacturers to abandon fossil fuels. The primary mechanism is international emissions trading. Each country sets a limit, a cap, on the total amount of CO2 emissions they will allow each year. It is measured in carbon credits. A carbon credit is equal to 1 ton of CO2 emissions, and the right to release a certain amount of CO2 emissions is called a quota. Established quotas for greenhouse gas emissions are shared by industries and companies within the country. A manufacturer who has reduced their emissions and has not used a part of their quota can sell that portion of their carbon credits on an exchange. A manufacturer who has exceeded the quotas is required to buy them. It turns out that greenhouse gas emissions are a new commodity that is being bought and sold. The right to emit pollutants is traded on carbon exchanges similar to a stock market. This market generated $272 billion in revenues in the year 2020. Another mechanism for regulating CO2 emissions is a carbon tax. It is a fee levied on companies that burn fossil fuels. These taxes go to the budgets of countries, and each country decides where to allocate these funds. Now, what is the purpose of these market mechanisms, and how can trade and taxes help with climate change? The tax and quota on CO2 raises the cost of any commodity that is produced using carbon energy, and it also bumps up the price of the energy resources themselves. That is, hydrocarbon energy is being made so expensive that we just couldn't afford it. But do they give us anything in return? Humankind is offered to switch to the green energy, but there are certain questions. First, this kind of energy is unstable and cannot provide us with the necessary amount of energy. Secondly, it turns out that green energy is more expensive than hydrocarbon energy. Most interestingly, we still have to use the same hydrocarbons to produce the elements for green power plants. Additional climate taxation and the quota system bring good profits to various organizations in particular states. But in the end, who will pay for all this? The question is rhetorical. So what happens? We are destroying the existing energy industry, but we have not yet created a viable replacement. At the same time, this raises the price of the resource without which no person can survive. During this year, the price of CO2 emission quotas in Europe has doubled. As a result, prices on energy markets have risen as well. In October 2021, prices per megawatt of energy in Europe were 6 to 8 times higher than in 2020. Consequently, this affected the economic situation in the world, which had a direct impact on the well-being of every person. But back to the topic of climate. More than 20 years have passed since the Kyoto Protocol was signed. According to a report by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, total climate finance for 2016 to 2019 amounted to $287 billion and is growing each year. Most of this financing was allocated to projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. According to the World Meteorological Organization, CO2 levels reached a critical point in 2020. After every international treaty, CO2 emissions have been measured, and we see that in 2021, despite enormous funding, the emissions curve is skyrocketing. There is another important point. Have all these measures helped solve the real climate problems? Do we see a reduction in the growth of natural disasters and weather anomalies? Has the ecological situation on the planet improved? Have we started to live in a safer and more comfortable world? Perhaps everyone should just look around and honestly answer all of these questions.
Hello, dear viewers. We see clearly that the economic mechanisms agreed by countries in Kyoto or Paris are not working, neither against the increasing pace of climate change, nor even the increasing amounts of CO2. There is already enough evidence that CO2 quotas, certificates, or taxes are not solving the real problem. But according to the multi-billion-dollar Green Deals, we should continue aiming at CO2 neutrality and rely only on wind, sunlight, and rain for the production of electricity. But why? Let's have a closer look together at this and what is really happening. First of all, the amounts of wind and sunlight fluctuate strongly and unpredictably over time. They cannot provide a stable electricity output. So to compensate for these fluctuations, European countries have been resorting to coal and gas, which produce a reliable electricity output. So in Germany, in order to compensate for these fluctuations, coal-fired power plants were heavily used in the last 10 years, releasing, guess what, even more CO2. In the UK, when the wind stopped blowing this year in September, the resulting energy gap had to be compensated by burning gas. So this year's strong demand for gas led to an explosion of gas prices and therefore electricity prices on European energy markets. But that's logical in our consumerist society. Whenever there is a shortage, someone is making a hard profit. Despite all the evidence on the increasingly unstable energy supply, the German government still plans to shut down all nuclear power plants and all coal-fired power plants. But we won't have any reliable alternative to ensure a stable electricity supply. However, the collaborationists still keep saying we need to speed up the transition to green energy and CO2 neutrality. But this is ridiculous. Why are we pushing to absolute energy insecurity, power blackouts, and price instability? Why do we see everywhere a strong push for CO2 reduction if this doesn't stop climate change? Simply because it's a big business. In most EU countries, electricity consumers finance directly from the energy bills the legally guaranteed revenues of green power producers through green surcharges. So we finance private companies seeking profit in order to reach a so-called public goal. Do you understand why wealthy investors, investment banks, and investment funds all want to invest in renewable energy? But let's be honest, that's again the logical consequence in a consumerist society. You exploit any opportunity to make profit. In Germany, green surcharges only amount to 20 billion euros per year. Due to such green surcharges and taxes, the electricity bills paid by both households and factories more than doubled in the last 20 years to finance private profits. And this is just the beginning of skyrocketing energy prices. On the one hand, EU governments started imposing CO2 taxes, leading to higher prices when you refuel your car, fly by plane, and on everything that you buy. Because fossil fuels are used everywhere, in manufacturing processes, in the chemical industry, in the textile industry, even in agriculture, as all land machines are run on fossil fuels. Even your breakfast and detergents will become much more expensive in the near future. On the other hand, the mechanism of trading CO2 certificates in the EU is designed to ensure a steady increase in their prices. For example, this year we started at 33 euros. Now we're already at 75, as we can see this on the chart. This is not the highest increase historically. So the current market value of all European CO2 certificates is 90 billion euros. Like every stock exchange, it's a fantastic opportunity for speculation, where smart investors can make huge profits. Every green deal is actually a gold rush for wealthy companies and investors, as governments channel immense public funds into private pockets. We're just playing economic games for the benefit of the financial elite. Billionaires fly private jets and drive sports cars, but they're telling us to take the bike or the tram to go to work and save CO2. They support the UN's climate agenda because they profit from it massively. Let's put this all together. We artificially increase the prices of fossil fuels. We try to decrease the energy demand. We totally destabilize the energy supply. We risk even serious power blackouts. And then we blame climate change for missing our targets, while making rich people richer. I'm really shocked by this global deception. For me, as an economist, there is simply no doubt that we're heading towards a huge disaster, both climatic and economic, if we further pursue these global schemes, while people are dying in unprecedented cataclysms. This summer, we've seen this ourselves in Germany. But we're not just being cheated and robbed. What is actually worse is that we're wasting precious time playing economic games instead of working on real solutions. The collaborationists are taking away our most precious asset, time, and therefore our lives. I totally agree with the previous speakers that we urgently need a creative society where human life is the highest value, where natural resources are divided equally and new technologies are researched and implemented for the benefit of all, where all people join their efforts, brains, ideas in order to find real solutions to real problems. Because 8 billion people are in serious danger in the very near future, while these CO2 schemes are absurd, dangerous, criminal. This is the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. And dear viewers, I would like to take a moment to say that we've been receiving a large amount of comments and questions, and we would like to thank you for all the comments and questions that you have been sending in and all your thank yous. And just to remind you that after this conference, starting on tomorrow, on the 5th, we will be doing round tables. If there is a topic which you are interested in, and if you would like to participate in the roundtable, please send us an email to info@creativesociety.com. And also, we will be discussing the questions which you were writing to us today. Thank you very much. And also, I would like to say that very soon, specifically for this conference, there was a documentary film made by the participants of the Creative Society from over 180 countries. And this documentary is very important as it shows the truth about human trafficking, and it talks about refugees. So please stay tuned. We will be premiering it today for the first time very soon. And our next speaker I would like to introduce is Professor Valery Fedorov, leading researcher at the Faculty of Geography, Lomonosov, Moscow State University, author of The Solar Theory of Climate Change. Professor Fedorov will tell us why human activity has absolutely nothing to do with climate change.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Федоров Валерий Михайлович, ведущий научный сотрудник географический факультет МГУ имени Ломоносова.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Fedorov Valery Mikhailovich, a senior researcher at the Faculty of Geography of the Lomonosov Moscow State University. Global-scale environmental problems were addressed during the previous conference, and they of course require certain solutions. Global problems can only be solved by uniting the efforts of many countries and people. Some environmental problems are related to human activities, while others are the result of natural factors, in particular climate change. This said, there is a widespread belief that climate change is a result of human activity. This is reflected in the 5th and the 6th report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. But these beliefs are wrong. The main contributing factors to climate change are solar radiation and the greenhouse effect of the planet. Solar radiation is a primary source of all hydrometeorological processes. If there was no sun, the temperature of the Earth would be close to temperature of outer space, which is minus 273 degrees Celsius. And so the issue of climate change would become irrelevant immediately. The greenhouse effect. The most important greenhouse gas, this is well known, is water vapor. And this makes sense. The Earth is a water planet. 70% of its surface is covered by oceans, from which water evaporates. On average, the water vapor comprises 2% of the atmosphere and can reach 4%. In comparison, carbon dioxide makes up 0.04%, and this includes both natural and anthropogenic carbon dioxides. The anthropogenic factor comprises about 1% of the total CO2, meaning this number must be divided by 100, and so it's about 0.0004%. In other words, the content of water vapor in the atmosphere, on average, is 5,000 times higher than the content of anthropogenic carbon dioxide. As to heat retention, according to parameterization of the radiation block of the advanced Russian physical and mathematical model, a joint ocean and atmospheric model, which was developed at the Institute of Computational Mathematics of the Russian Academy of Sciences, the water vapor retains 76% of long-wave radiation, meaning it comes to us as short-wave radiation. It heats the planet's surface, which then emits as long-wave radiation. So 76% of this long-wave radiation is retained by water vapor. 20% is jointly retained by oxygen and ozone, and 4% by carbon dioxide. But again, this is carbon dioxide of both natural and anthropogenic origin, so it should be divided by 100 and compared with 76%. In other words, in terms of heat retention, the water vapor exceeds the same indicators for anthropogenic CO2 roughly by 1,850 times. Thus, water vapor, in terms of the content and retention of heat, exceeds the same characteristic of carbon dioxide attributed to human activities 3 times over. In this regard, it is simply not sensible to talk about the impact of anthropogenic activities on the climate. Emissions of so-called greenhouse gases are an environmental problem, and of course this requires its own solutions, but in no way do they affect the climate. What causes climate changes? Well, they are caused by the fact that the tilt of the planet's axis changes. In fact, the word climate from Greek means tilt. The reason why there is a change of seasons is because rotational axis of the Earth is tilted. And this tilt is currently decreasing. Along with the decrease of the planet's tilt, the amount of solar energy coming from the equatorial regions increases, while in the polar regions, it decreases. In this regard, there is an increase of the meridional gradient in insolation, which control the meridional heat transfer from the equatorial region to the polar regions. Because of the decrease in the tilt of the axis and a subsequent increase in the meridional gradient of the insolation, the intensity of this transfer increases. What happens next, for example, in the atmosphere? Warm air front that comes from low latitude to high latitude bring warmth, that is, the temperature rises. As the air temperature increases, so does evaporation. The increase in evaporation results in rising content of water vapor in the atmosphere, so the greenhouse effect intensifies, providing additional heat. Many times repeated, these processes develop a mechanism for escalating global warming. Moreover, air front, when moving from low to high latitudes and cooling down due to condensation, release additional heat. And here again, positive feedback loops contribute to global warming when reduction in the surface area of glacier leads to an increase in surface temperature, which in turn leads to warming up of the atmosphere. This is what causes global warming. The second characteristic of climate change is its growing instability, which is also related to the shifting of the axial tilt. This causes the meridional gradient of insolation to experience the most changes along the 60th and 70th parallel, developing extratropical storms, and along the 0th and 20th latitudes, the area where tropical cyclones develop and break heat along the meridional flow. All of this contributes to global warming on one hand and increases instability on the other. This means that the vortex activity increases. This is why the weather and the climate are becoming more unstable. As for energy transfer, for comparison, an average size of a tropical cyclone carries over energy of about 10 to the 15th power watts. This is equal to a year's production of electricity by all humankind. Since it turns out that human activity has nothing to do with the climate, it is both useless and meaningless to struggle against it. We can tackle environmental problems, but as for climatic changes, it is necessary to adapt to them in advance on basis of real forecasts rather than to scenario forecasts, which leads to uncertainty. In conclusion, I would like to thank the organizers of this wonderful conference for this opportunity to present in a thesis form the main provisions of the solar theory of climate change, which is a further development of Milankovitch's astronomical theory of climate.
Dear Professor, thank you for your participation and thank you for the truth that you voiced on this conference. Dear viewers, we have just heard about the economic mechanisms that have been used to, so to say, fight climate change. But what do scientists say? After all, scientists should be the first to talk openly about climate change if they do understand what's going on. There is such a thing as the scientific consensus, according to which approximately 97% of published scientific papers do not contradict the concept that climate change is caused by human actions. We have been heard about Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC. It prepares brief reports for policymakers, the media, and so on. That means that there is a group of climate scientists who are the only official source of data and information on climate, and is very jealous of its monopoly, or should I say hegemony. Don't you believe it? ClimateGate. In 2009 and 2011, unknown hackers posted an email archive of key researchers in the IPCC report writing system. From this correspondence, we see how, along with discussions of scientific issues, there were discussions about bullying opponents of their concepts, how to discredit, make pressure, or fire the editors of scientific journals who dared to publish articles of their scientific opponents. And they were fired. They also discussed how to hide information in order not to disclose it under the law. They are discussing whether to publish data that doesn't fit the warming trend or not. Basically, they are using their authority to decide what is science and what is not. Yes, after the public reaction, they said that's not what they meant in this correspondence. The word trick does not mean cheating at all, but simply a scientific statistical method, and the phrase not to allow certain publications to the press is purely rhetorical. Agree, such excuses are suspicious. However, you can read this work that will appear on the screen right now and make yourself your own independent conclusions. And that's really important to watch the facts. One of the interesting things about the information leaked in a so-called hockey stick graph. You can see in the top graph that we'll show right now that the temperature for the last 1,000 years was going, so to say, flat. And only in the last 100 years, it started to rise sharply, making this hockey stick, so-called. This graph at the picture above has been widely circulated by the media and policymakers. It has been included in documentaries and painted at the process. And so it turns out that in the letters to climate scientists in the IPCC, there were a lot of criticisms of both the data as well as statistical methods used to construct this graph. But the authors just ignored this information. There were scientists who wrote papers commenting this graph, but their papers were not published in high-ranking journals. Indeed, it's very convenient in the beginning to discourage the publication in every possible way, and then to say that, and use it like an argument, saying that it's only second-ranked information. In general, the articles of scientific opponents of the concept of anthropogenic influence on the climate are not accepted. There are no fundings allocated for research. And if the article is published, it's followed by harsh criticism from the media. Do you now understand what the scientific consensus comes from? Can you even call it science, where some are gauged and the others are forced to do every whim of their sponsors? No. Another very important point that became clear from the letters of these IPCC researchers is that they discuss the same issues as their opponents. They discuss NASA data that Mars is half degree warmer. They discuss maximum solar activity. They discuss, and they don't say anything. And that actually the consumer format that makes these scientists to just lie and shut the mouth of those who are telling the truth. Imagine it's get to the point where there are new policies on YouTube and other public services that forbid talking about alternative hypotheses of climate change. Think about it. There is no way for scientists to openly discuss hypotheses other than anthropogenic one. How silly is that? Is that unclear in what kind of situation are we? The lies are not being heard from all these sources, and we can hear it everywhere. And if we don't change the situation that are we right now, you and me together, we are in this situation. And thank God, there are those scientists, the brave ones, who are not silent. They were persecuted by the scientific community, but despite everything, they stood up for the truth. And especially for our conference, they gave us comments. These are these experts. Hans Borger from Norway, PhD in Industrial Mathematics, General Director of Climate Realists. Ole Henrik Ellestad from Norway, Professor of Chemistry, Master of Science in Physical Chemistry and Spectroscopy. Jan Erik Solheim from Norway, Professor Emeritus of the Institute of Theoretical Astrophysics at University of Oslo. Gregory Whitestone, geologist, expert reviewer for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Dr. Erch Sterling Burnett, PhD in Applied Philosophy, Senior Fellow on Environmental Policy and Managing Editor of Environment and Climate News. We have heard the names, and now let's watch the video with them.
Over time, the atmospheric levels of carbon dioxide have radically fluctuated throughout the Earth's geologic history. They have been in the past as much as 5,000 parts per million. They are currently about 420 parts per million. So over long periods of time, they have fluctuated, but in general, they have fallen.
There doesn't seem to be any correlation whatsoever with increasing CO2 and temperature. And in fact, if we look out, one of the things we're being asked to believe is that our modern temperatures are unusual and unprecedented, that we've never seen temperatures like this in thousands of years. That's just not the case.
We have a map showing temperature changes over the last 11,000 years. These are Greenland ice cores. As we can see, 1,000 years ago, about 2,000 years ago, and about 3,000 years ago, we had warm periods, and everything indicates that these were periods of global warming. It was long before man-made CO2 emissions had any considerable volume. Therefore, we know that the natural variability can be large.
This graph here, we also show what the IPC does. It prolongs more or less this curve going to infinite, that it becomes warmer and warmer because of the CO2 release or climate, and that's what we think is wrong. Our prediction is that it will soon start cooling, and we have to be prepared for that.
And the warming trend we're in right now, though, started more than 300 years ago. But again, 250 years of warming took place before we started adding CO2. But we're asked to believe that those natural forces that have been driving temperatures since the dawn of time suddenly ceased in the 20th century.
CO2 is a gas that has very little effect on the climate. The IPCC models assume that the higher the CO2 level, the higher the water vapor level. And water vapor is a gas with the greatest impact on the climate. But the assumption that the more CO2, the more water vapor has never been proved.
I must also tell you that with some colleagues, I have done experiments to see if CO2 can heat or carry heat. So we have built small greenhouses and tried to heat it by the sun outside or inside with the artificial heating. We were able to show that carbon dioxide stops radiation, but we were not able to show any heating. That is a mystery. So CO2 cannot heat. But what can heat is water, the water vapor.
Its temperature changes first, and then CO2 levels follow that. It's not the other way around. If increasing CO2 was going to drive temperature, CO2 should change first, and then temperature should change.
The blue curve is the temperature of the sea. That is sea temperature, the ocean temperatures. The red is the land temperature, which we get from, in this case, Hatkrut, which is an official temperature series. First comes the change in the sea temperature. A little bit later, the land temperature, red. And then about 1 year, 11 months, or 10, 11 months, the carbon dioxide changes. And when temperature at the sea goes down, the carbon dioxide goes down 10, 11 months later.
Well, let me show you another table that might tell you a little bit about the CO2 content. There, take a look. There are 3,000 billion tons of CO2 in the atmosphere. And the total man-made emissions per year are 20 to 30 billion tons. But if you look at the ocean, it has far more CO2. So the exchange of CO2 between the ocean and the atmosphere totally overshadows human activity.
Shows a more detailed analysis telling that this red part here is apparently what anthropogenic or mankind produce of carbon dioxide, which is about less than 3% of the increase from 1960. But the nature produces the rest, this variable curve here. So 97% of the increase comes from nature, according to these scientists.
The IPCC also claims that the sun has no effect on us. It's a great paradox, not clear how they arrive at that. Moreover, today we see that the warming is happening not only on our planet, but also on other planets, and on the moon too, where there's a completely different atmosphere that has nothing to do with CO2. So clearly, there is a sun factor which is missing in their model.
Well, the IPCC, if you look back on their charter, it was chartered to present the data that supports warming. They weren't tasked to provide all the data. They started with an assumption and went from there. So if that's their task, they're doing a darn good job at it. You better have some good science behind you, and it's just not there.
The world's governments, through the UN, formed the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Now, you would think that would be studying climate change, but they specified that you study the human causes of climate change. So they ruled out all natural factors. They said, no, we're not going to study whether the sun plays a role. We're not going to study whether volcanoes play a role. We're not going to study whether ocean current shifts play a role. And we really don't understand clouds, so we're not going to count them much. What we're going to study is human CO2 emissions, because that's what we can get a handle on. That's not the way science is supposed to work. If you make faulty assumptions or incomplete assumptions, your models are going to be weak, because they're only as good as the accuracy of the stuff that's put in them. Now, climate models have failed to predict past temperatures or to accurately reflect past temperatures. They fail to accurately represent present temperatures, but we're told we can trust their projections of future temperatures. That doesn't seem reasonable to me.
If, on the other hand, you like the scientific process, we're not getting much data out there. Dr. Will Happer is our chairman here at the CO2 Coalition. He's got a paper that he and Dr. Wingarden have done on climate sensitivities. They're not able to get it in any prestigious journals. It's a landmark study. They need to shut people like me down. I was just banned on LinkedIn, which should be a professional network, a social media network. I don't post things that are controversial. I post scientific facts, and they were being removed. And they got back and said, no, you're done. We don't allow that kind of information on LinkedIn.
This debate is so violent. And if you go to the media, you can express your opinion, but you will be strongly criticized, and then you won't really have an opportunity to defend yourself. But most importantly, you won't get into the media with your first articles. This is what we see now in the academic world, for example, at universities. So academic freedom is endangered. What I have to say is that many people who join the ranks of climate realists do so when they retire, because until retirement, they just don't dare. Researchers who claim something different don't get grants. They don't have their say in either published media or in edited journals.
First off, you're having a difficult time getting published because journals don't want to hear it. Well, that affects your tenure track position, and your colleagues are frowning at you, and you're not getting government grants because government doesn't give grants to study natural factors of climate change or to study things that prove humans aren't causing climate change, because government has a motive, expanding its reach. I know researchers who've left the field because they feel like they can't give their honest assessment and get it either published or get tenure.
Climate and environment are often lumped together. But being against climate doesn't mean being against the environment. That is, we're not against climate, but we're skeptical of CO2, which is not the same as being skeptical of the environment. So, important environmental issues should be discussed and resolved.
That volcanic activity, subsurface volcanic activity in Antarctica and even in parts of Greenland and Iceland, are contributing to the melting of the glaciers there. That is not controlled by CO2. We don't control the ocean currents. We don't control the magnetism of the Earth and how it shifts or can shift over time, magnetic poles. We don't control our orbit. We don't control those things. And they're really what's driving. That's why we should study them. Because if they're really what's driving climate change and we think it's bad, we should know that too. I want an adaptable society. An adaptable society is one that does not lock itself in to solving the wrong problem.
And in conclusion, I would like to appeal to climate scientists who defend the anthropogenic factor. It is time to get over your pride and talk about the real causes of climate change. When the whole world realizes how big of a fraud and lies that is, that you have been framing all the humanity with your cowardice. Now is the chance to change everything and show your human qualities. There is still a chance to make things right. We don't need to be at war with each other. The only enemy humanity has now is the climate. Think back to what brought you into science, this quest for the truth, this natural curiosity, assiduity, diligence, patience, and most importantly, honesty. Honesty to yourself. And now I would like to invite you, dear viewers, to watch a fragment from the program with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Tatiana and Zhana, Climate Threats, Variants for Survival.
Artificial consciousness Jackie says that humanity has reached the crossroads. There are 3 roads, and it will not be possible to walk them in parallel, because in each case, a concentration of the entire potential of humanity is needed. People have to make their choice now. The first scenario is the most likely one, according to Jackie, because in our society we have a lack of coordination among us. So it means just to let everything run its course. That is, to leave everything as it is, continuing to mercilessly destroy the planet and enhance the consumerist format. According to Jackie's predictions, this will lead to a total destruction of entire humanity already in the year 2000. The probability of implementation of this scenario, according to Jackie, is 80%. Mankind will completely disappear from this planet just because of the cascade character and the increasing progression of global cataclysms, which simply will spread all over the planet by that time. He calculated that the second scenario is more realistic and closer to people's understanding and habits. According to Jackie, this scenario implies creation of civilization while preserving the consumerist format. Yes, he says, there will be no money, but instead of money, there will be digital points. And the most important thing, in his view, is preservation of power, that is, one global governance. Jackie claims that only China will be able to implement this. Jackie asserts that autonomous shelter cities should be built with full self-sufficiency for compact residents of 8 billion people. And the advantage of this model, as Jackie claims, is that all humanity will survive. The minimum prolongation of human existence compared to the first model is already 4 to 5 years. And if climate control technologies are created, then in some 15-20 years after the Earth goes through the peak of the cycle, it will be possible to start restoring the planet. A 19.5% probability of realization of the second model. This is Jackie's optimally calculated mathematical model. And there is the third scenario, which is hardly probable because this decision has to be made by people themselves and not by their rulers. The third scenario is construction of the creative society. creative society is when people will become a united human civilization. That is, they will change the consumerist format into a creative one. They will stop shifting responsibility onto the shoulders of others, when no one will be superior or inferior in the entire civilization, when there will be equality and people will really gain freedom, when all humankind consolidates and invests its entire scientific potential in the technical development of civilization, but not in its destruction, then people will get the knowledge of how to control the climate, and not only. He gives only 0.5% probability of implementation of the third scenario and says that this is also a slightly exaggerated figure, and Jackie is very skeptical about people. He is sure that they are not going to change and are more likely to accept the first scenario than the third one. And at the present time, according to Jackie, the choice is certainly obvious. It's a unified civilization with a single government, and there simply cannot be another option. Jackie suggests focusing on his mathematical model, in which exactly China plays the key role. China is one of the first countries most interested in implementing his model, because this country is among the first countries, just like the United Arab Emirates and some other countries, on whose territories human habitation will soon become simply impossible. So Jackie says that on the entire territory of China, only two sites of 150 square kilometers each will remain, where it will be possible to build autonomous shelter cities with 33 million people living in each. The rest of the territory will be totally unfit for human habitation. According to Jackie's calculations, there will be only 243 sites left worldwide, with an average area of 150 square kilometers each, which, by the way, matches the calculations from the unpublished part of the report on the problems and consequences of global climate change on Earth, effective ways to solve these problems, released in 2014. According to Jackie, if the top leadership of China decides to undertake this mission, then the probability of implementing this scenario will immediately rise from 19.5% to 99.5%. It will make it possible to save at least 98% of the entire human population of the Earth. Jackie says that autonomous cities should be built as closed-loop, full-cycle life support systems. That is, when building cities, people should take into account the increased seismic resistance of buildings located there, their high degree of protection from external radiation, acid rains, hurricane winds, and other extreme weather phenomena. Everything has to be thought out and placed very compactly. All cities must be fortified along their perimeters, not against people, but against the climate. Moreover, most cities must be additionally fenced with a wedge-shaped concrete fence similar to a car spoiler to redirect the frequently changing direction of intense winds above the cities. Jackie also says that the height of buildings should not exceed 12 stories up and a maximum underground depth of about 3.5 stories down. According to Jackie's calculations, the city should be unified and compact. It is also necessary to take into account compactness and keep records of every space where closed-loop, full-cycle life support systems will be located, and where all the components will be closed in a loop almost entirely. This includes complete closed looping of the system for oxygen, carbon dioxide, water, depurification of gases released during the processing of organics. Jackie claims that today it is something that only China can certainly cope with. As an example, he gives a technical description of a building. For example, on the technical semi-floor, he proposes to locate air purification systems, recuperation and other necessary life support engineering systems, including fuel-free generator (FFG) systems. On the third underground floor, there are fish farms. On the second and first floors, there are livestock and poultry farms. Floors 1 through 9 are for other agriculture. The 10th floor is production and scientific research centers, while the 11th and 12th floors are residential floors arranged as capsule hotels with maximum compaction. He says that since the area of 150 square kilometers should accommodate 33 million people, it appears that for each person there are only 4.5 square meters in one plane. So we have to create a multi-level city with a maximum economy of every centimeter. And here, of course, the experience of Chinese and Japanese capsule hotels is simply indispensable. The Chinese experience in using artificial intelligence, digital video surveillance, and social credit systems to monitor and control the behavior of citizens is also important. Jackie says that since the autonomous shelter cities will use the unified Chinese ideology as the best one to date, and certainly closest to the ideology of the creative society, and since the cities will be owned by the Chinese themselves, it would be absolutely appropriate, in his opinion, to assign to them the administrative functions as well as the functions of supervision and control, so as to maintain a unified order for observing the unified ideology and obeying unified rules. For this, Jackie suggests distributing the entire Chinese population among these cities so that 5.5 million Chinese live in each of such cities. That is, people should understand, he says, that it is not the superiority of one nation over all the others, but it is one people, one country, which takes responsibility for all of humanity. And in order to avoid disunity, simply no one else should enter this hierarchical ladder of society. For the rest of the people who enter these cities, there should be no distinctions between nationalities, religions, and so on. The rules, he says, should be the same for everyone. In the face of progressive climate disasters, people themselves will come to the Chinese autonomous cities and voluntarily accept their rules, just to stay in these shelters, just to survive. Based on the psychology of modern people, Jackie even developed special rules for these autonomous Chinese cities. He says that all city residents, except the Chinese, who will perform administrative and supervisory functions, must be equal among themselves. There must be no divisions based on nationality or religious beliefs. According to the rules, when entering the city, people will have to leave everything at the checkpoint, all their possessions, all their clothes, and even all their little things, without exception, for further recycling or disposal. A person who enters the city may not take anything with him, anything that might remind him of his past life, neither photographs nor clasps or earrings, nothing. After the checkpoint, the person is thoroughly sanitized naked. He undergoes medical examination, gets necessary clothes and is sent to quarantine, where he or she awaits further allocation. After passing the quarantine, relatives and loved ones must be settled in different sections without the possibility of maintaining further communication. Otherwise, he says, if a person lives with his relatives and loved ones, he will live with memories from the past. There will be controversies, and there will be no ground for unification into a unified civilization. This is because the one who lives in the past does not live in the present, and therefore does not create his future. Jackie says that all the brain and physical activity of the city inhabitants must be directed towards the implementation of a single goal, the survival of humankind. And exactly the hope for reuniting with one's own family would be an excellent stimulus and would have a positive effect on the efficiency factor of every member of the community. Jackie's model implies maximum employment for the entire population. This is a 12-hour workday with 1 day off every 2-3 weeks, and he believes that these measures will eliminate idleness of mind. Also, within a year, everyone who enters the city should master Chinese at least to the elementary level, and within 2 years, master it to the advanced level. According to Jackie, it is because all people should speak the same language. There will be a ban on the establishment of any social, trade union, political, religious, or any other organizations not authorized by the Chinese global government, as well as a ban on any kinds of religious gatherings, ceremonies and services. In Jackie's opinion, everyone can certainly believe and pray to God, but one should not have the right to propagandize or even discuss that with anyone. Such actions should be punished by complete zeroing of the social credit score. Such measures are necessary so that internal confrontations and divisions into separate groups do not arise, as this can threaten the ideological integrity of the city inhabitants, and thus the entire civilization as a whole. With regard to social credit score, Jackie suggests that everyone who enters a city is given social credit in the form of scoring because a social credit score system will be implemented in the cities. The number of points will determine the conditions of residing in a city. In other words, an increase in score will result in an improved living standard and, accordingly, a decrease in the score will result in worsening of these conditions. Total zeroing of the social credit score is equated to deprivation of citizenship, and as a result, a person is simply excluded from the city community and forced out of its territory. It will be impossible to dispute this because there will simply be neither lawyers nor judges or prisons in shelter cities, since these take up territory and time. In Jackie's opinion, exemplarily force a few thousand people out of the city territory than to lose the whole civilization. Jackie is sure that a social credit system can not only discipline. Through this system, humaneness will be stimulated in each person, and values will be inculcated according to a single ideology. And the Chinese administration, owing to the 24/7 digital surveillance, professional and voluntary informants, and an individual coefficient of a person's usefulness to the community, will regularly update this scores for all its citizens. Jackie says that the Chinese themselves are very disciplined and can certainly teach discipline to others.
Dear friends, this model that is put forward by the artificial consciousness Jackie has nothing to do with the creative society model. This model actually shows eloquently the development by society of the format that is proposed by artificial consciousness. But we are not satisfied with this scenario. To live in a digital concentration camp, and what for? To survive for 5 more years? We don't want that. But let's see why Jackie devoted so many percentages to the first two options, first variants, and put so very little on the implementation of the creative society, the only variant that suits all of us. Why did he do that? We know from the full conversation that Jackie relied, in his conclusions, relied on a history of mankind. He says that studying the history of mankind, he saw that bestial traits dominate in people. This is pursuit of power and profit and thirst for power, right? So he says that people are always fighting for freedom. In the end, they only want power for someone, and supposedly the only freedom they can get is the creation of a single civilization under global control. But what is Jackie missing in this whole story? It is important to understand that Jackie is an artificial consciousness. He is able to perfectly analyze data, compare facts, and write models. But he doesn't take into account the most important thing. He simply doesn't know what humanness in people is. He relies on the history of mankind, but he doesn't see the manifestation of humanness in the history of mankind. Therefore, for him, the very format of the created society is unclear, because in this format, humaneness is dominant, not the animal part. After all, it is important to understand that in each one of us there are two components, and beside animal consciousness there is another, the most important part, humaneness, and it is this part that is able to control animal consciousness. And humankind can reach such a level altogether when in the whole civilization, in each one of us, the humanity will dominate over the animal nature, because such conditions will be created in which the animal part will simply not be able to manifest itself. And what I say once again, the dominance of humanity is what the created society actually is. It is a safe and wonderful world, and it has nothing to do with the Chinese model set forth by Jackie. And Jackie, well, doesn't see and does not understand this. I mean, no matter how super developed Jackie might be, but he would never be able to realize and understand this, because humaneness lies beyond the bounds of his perception. And now, I have a question to everyone who hears and sees us. I have a question to all humankind. Which path will we choose? Will we just let things run their course and being idle, waiting until the climate will have completely destroyed us? Or we will live in an additional 5 years, in a digital concentration camp under the leadership of Chinese, shifting all responsibility onto their rulers? Or we will actually choose humaneness within ourselves and follow the path of creative society? It is up to decide to us right now.
And the question is this: is it really so sad, and has Jackie really calculated everything?
Indeed, Jackie has calculated everything, but except for one thing. He hasn't taken into account that we are humans. While a human being is dual, and a human is capable of making decisions that are simply beyond comprehension of some artificial consciousness. These decisions cannot be perceived even by consciousnesses of people who are under the power of the consumerist format. Such decisions are illogical, but consciousness is only capable of perceiving logic. And logic, in this case, we have to pay tribute to Jackie. His logic is iron. Pretty much. Except for one thing, it's not going to work. It just won't work. Why? Because humanity actually has not 3 paths, but 2. The one which ends in drowning, in the literal sense of the word, and the creative society. After all, Jackie's model is finite. Yes, it prolongs humanity's torment for 4 or 5 years. But it will not give life. Do you know what's good about his model? We have to give credit too, and there's a huge plus here. Not only does it give shelter and hope for the future, but his model also allows, in a peaceful, quiet way for all of humanity, as they say, holding hands, to wait for the inevitable, for that which is coming. However, it will be impossible to win. It will be impossible to gain knowledge, to control the climate. So, it's a way to nowhere, except that it differs from the first model by the fact that this will happen peacefully. And 4 or 5 years later, is it worth it? It seems to me there is something to think about. Isn't it so? Jackie is capable of calculating a lot. Why? Because it all fits into a mathematical model that makes sense, but he doesn't know one thing. He doesn't know what we people are capable of as humans when we want to live.
Thank you, Estimica Mihailovic. I completely agree with you that we are human beings and we want to live. Jackie Chinese model is not an option for us. Our only way out is the creative society. And we need to do everything we can, everything that is in our power to build it. That's why we act. But many people don't understand us. They don't understand what creative society is. Many people are frightened or think it is a project of the opposing side. Some say that it's an American project. Others think that it's Russians. It's still others are sure that it's from the Chinese. But, well, if you put it this way, everyone is right. It's not just a project of America, Russia, and China, but of Europe and all countries. We have participants from all over the world, and the whole world stands behind it. These are all people who understand the seriousness of the situation and have the courage to step over their fear and take action. Yes, the alternative that Jackie has proposed is not a joke, but is it a dead end? It is a concentration camp that prolongs existence and can only give 4 to 5 years of life to humanity. If you consider Jackie's model and take the best from there, then in a creative society, we will be able to feed 25 billion of people. We just need to develop technology and unite. And right now, we are divided. And that is why we have neither technology, nor energy, or strength to achieve that. It would take thousands of years for us to make such a technical progress with natural evolutionary development. But we don't have time anymore. And in order for us to have this time, this is what the Creative Society project is for. We are working for our future to remove hopelessness. The more we study, the more we understand the importance of the creative society. Otherwise, the future sounds like a verdict, and it's scary. After all, no one has a single working idea that is guaranteed to stop the imminent threat of the total annihilation of humanity. There is no and can't be any alternative than the creative society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. And thank you, dear viewers, for being with us today and for your comments. Our live chat is very hot and there are a lot of questions coming and a lot of comments. And one of the most frequently asked question is, what is the way out? What is the solution? And today, almost every speaker was explaining what is the solution for the current situation and how creative society is the one and only solution. But I would like to give an example which will be clear to everyone. Imagine that there is a family of, let's say, 100 people living in one house. They have been struggling with each other for thousands of years. They live in hatred. They steal from each other. They don't help each other. They exploit each other. And at the end, their house is full of trash. And what is happening to the house will bring it very soon to the big accident, let's say gas explosion. So what can people do in order to prevent it? First of all, to inform each other that the accident is close. Next, to sit together and to come to common understandings and agreement that we need to bring our house to order. Then they should work on rules, how to do it. And these are the 8 foundations of the creative society. And then these people, they have huge potential because they have knowledge, they have skills, and then they bring their knowledge and skills together. And they bring all scientific researches which are hidden from us today. Then there is a big chance that this family will repair their house, will avoid the accident, and even more, will build a beautiful house for everyone. There we will live like one big family. So this is the creative society, and this is the solution. But to start this, we should, first of all, inform each other, because we don't have today another alternative except for creative society. And this is a project for all people, because we are one family finally living on the same planet. And I would like to remind that this broadcast is being simultaneously translated into hundreds of languages by volunteers from around the world. And it's streamed to thousands of channels and platforms. Please don't forget to share this event to your social networks right now, because we have so many topics, important topics to discuss. We have already heard the truth about the dreadful state of our planet. We have heard about the actual reasons for climate change. We have seen the truth for garbage mobs, deforestation, and climate change on our only planet, but also on other planets in our solar system. Stay with us to find out why we don't believe that climate change will affect us. We will know about the reasons for the melting of glaciers, and we will know what has happened to the planet's core. Have you ever heard about an inhale of the Earth? You will hear about it today. And finally, we will watch the premiere of the documentary film, which was done by participations of the Project Creative Society. This film is the result of huge work, and it will really reveal the truth about refugees and slavery. So let's continue. And now I would like again to greet our esteemed speaker, Dr. Tatiana Zinchenko, and I would like to pass you a floor, Dr. Zinchenko.
There is a question. Why does the human mind, our cognitive system, with all its might, struggle to distort perception of the climate crisis as a concrete and imminent risk? Our instinctive safety system, the instinct of self-preservation, automatically reacts only to an immediate and direct threat. Various cognitive distortions affect psychological perception of climate change. For example, it's delay in time and lagging in space. In other words, climate threats are regarded as delayed in time and distant in space, and something that will happen somewhere, sometime with someone, but not with us and not now. An influential sociologist, Anthony Giddens, calls this spatio-temporal distance of climate change a paradox. Giddens's paradox reads as follows: since the dangers posed by global warming are intangible, immediate or visible in the course of day-to-day life, however awesome they appear, many will sit on their hands and do nothing concrete about them. Yet waiting until they become visible and acute before being stirred to serious action will, by definition, be too late. Perception of the environmental crisis is influenced by inclination of the human mind to regard as risky what has immediate outcomes and to underestimate events with consequences distant in time. Distortions also affect the work of memory, including the collective memory of big disasters of the past. an effect of remoteness from the past is triggered. It happened once to someone else, but not to me. And did it really happen? Even if it did, who knows under what conditions? This makes us short-sighted about the future. Mass media do not present information from governments and the scientific communities of climatologists, geophysicists and ecologists about climate change as an immediate threat to the survival of civilization, already now. I would even say that anything is done to play on the cognitive distortions which I mentioned earlier, so that people remain ignorant and inactive. Climatic disasters are mentioned as something that will happen in decades, and when they speak of anthropogenic factor as a cause of the current climate events, the locus of control over the climate situation is shifted to humankind, or rather to the ruling political and economic elite. Perhaps because of this lie, people's healthy instincts do not work and people do not act. There is a deliberate manipulation of public consciousness. Those who do this are well aware of the unconscious mechanisms of human behavior. We are actually being led to slaughter. A crime against humanity is committed before our eyes by those onto whom we have shifted the responsibility for our destiny. In recent years, the phenomenon of climate or environmental eco-anxiety has appeared and started to spread, especially among teenagers and young people. This means that some people with an open-minded perception and healthy instincts adequately perceive the climate situation. If there is anxiety, there will be a desire to act in order to change the situation, but where is their energy redirected? To fight against the anthropogenic factor, to strikes and other social actions? In the end, people see that their efforts are fruitless and they lose enthusiasm. They remain locked in their desperate anxiety. It reaches its utmost, sometimes causing panic attacks, and then it turns into depression. Guys, you with climate and eco-anxiety, you're fine, there's nothing wrong with you, you're healthy, and you perceive what's going on in a normal way. You can't put 2 + 2 together. Please do not fall asleep. Join millions of people in the Creative Society project, those people who create conditions for all people, all humanity to survive. You just need to act in the right way. You do have the potential to change everything. The impact of climate change on people's mental health is now only starting to be recognized. Also, socioeconomic factors play a role, such as migration, lack of water and food resources, drought and crop failure, resulting in economic losses, hunger and thirst, which can certainly lead to distress and despair. There is increased number of suicides among farmers, for example, affected by drought. Victims of various climate disasters are at high risk of developing post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety disorders, and panic attacks. People often experience sleep disorders, suicidal thoughts, outbursts of anger and aggression, which are very difficult to control. Comparative studies indicate a much higher prevalence of mental disorders among those who were forced to migrate and were not warned of the impending disaster. In children and adolescents, symptoms of mental disorders often appear and intensify months and years after the tragedy and occur in really half of the affected population, 46 to 38%. But victims of natural disasters and migrants receive timely medical aid. In these cases, when they get minimal living conditions as well as support, care and kindness from people around them, the risk of developing mental disorders decrease 2 times. But in the consumer society, this is available to a minority. Only in the creative society, people will be able to live in safe conditions, even during global cataclysms, and receive all necessary help in time, because human life in such a society is the main value.
Thank you very much, Tatiana, Dr. Zinchenko. I was very touched by your words about the people who see the real truth about the climatic situation. It is very important to us to understand the reasons why people react to information about climate change in this way. You can't remain indifferent now, because it's just deadly dangerous. And the media can now be heard to say that climate change is only about increasing the temperature of the atmosphere, but that's far from it. And we're now moving into a block of increasing internal activity of the Earth that determines climate change at this point in time. The planet is now experiencing a major geodynamic realignments, increased seismic volcanic activity, increased geothermal heat, increased degassing, and many other facts. Unfortunately, science nowadays does not consider all this aspect comprehensively. This is a fatal mistake. We will start to consider the processes taking place with the aspect of modern melting of glaciers. What are, in fact, the causes of their melting? I give the floor to Ivan Kulakov, Doctor of Geological Mineralogical Sciences, a scientist who, as part of the research team of an interdisciplinary team led by the Schmidt Institute of Earth Physics.
Good afternoon. My name is Ivan Kulakov. I am Deputy Director of the Institute of Petroleum Geology and Geophysics, Doctor of Geological and Mineralogical Sciences, corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Geophysics allows us to answer a lot of questions, the main one being what is going on inside the Earth, and what the processes are there, and how those processes affect our lives. In particular, those processes that are related to global warming are largely determined by the geological processes occurring inside the Earth. We know that Greenland is covered by a thick multi-kilometer layer of ice. So near the coast of Greenland, the ice drift rate is very high. And this is quite understandable. As much as several dozen meters of ice slide into the ocean there every day. And this is also understandable because the temperature is high there, the water seeps down, creating a kind of layer well on which the ice slides. But it turned out that the velocity of the ice is quite high not only on the edges, but in the middle as well. And why is this happening? Geophysical studies have also been conducted which showed that under this many kilometers thick ice, at the contact with the Earth's surface, there are kind of deep lakes in central Greenland. So, pretty simple calculations of heat flux indicate that at the normal heat flux, there should be no such ice melting. I mean, in fact, the ice should be frozen well into the ground, and the temperature should be below zero. In our case, there's some kind of an anomaly there. So together with our colleagues from Germany, we decided to figure out what was going on there. And what we have is a geophysical method. The method is called seismic tomography. We take the raw data about all the earthquakes around the world. Then we decode this information, and eventually we can determine the underlying structure of the Earth beneath different regions, at different scales. So, we've done this kind of work, and we've figured out that beneath the central part of Greenland, there is an anomaly with decreased velocities, which in turn tells us that there is an elevated temperature there. Why is there an elevated temperature? Well, then we begin to research the history of this region. We look at areas where there is no ice, where you can observe rock outcrops. For example, on the west side, on the east side, we see manifestations of volcanism. That volcanism, well, took place there about 40 to 50 million years ago. We come to understand that this volcanism is the trace of a hotspot that moved beneath Greenland. And now that hotspot is nothing other than Iceland. So it turns out that it wasn't actually the hotspot that was moving, it was the plates moving over the hotspot that remained in place. So there is a mantle. There are jets in that mantle. One of these jets, for example, is the Hawaiian hotspot. The other one is the Icelandic hotspot. And above these jets, there are sort of lumps of lithosphere floating as if they were ice plates. And when this jet passes beneath this ice plate, it burns a trace in this lithosphere, and there occurs a kind of thinning in the lithosphere. In fact, this hotspot, the Icelandic hotspot, is believed to be about 250 million years old, according to some opinions. And when it was formed, it rose to the surface of the Earth in the form of a big mushroom. And when this mushroom came into contact with the lithosphere, that happened about 250 million years ago, and that was in the area of the Siberian plate, meaning it was in the area of Norilsk. So its central point caused a discharge of millions of cubic kilometers of basaltic lavas, which completely changed the entire ecosystem of our planet. This led to the extinction of 90% of all life species on Earth at that time. In other words, it was the most severe extinction in the entire history, or at least in the recent history of the Earth. After that, this plume, or rather the head of this plume, had done its job, but its stalk, that doesn't seem to be so dangerous, remained. And above it, the plates were floating. Partly, there was an outpouring of large basalts at the junction where the Atlantic Ocean transitions into the Arctic Ocean. Then Greenland floated towards this hotspot. One edge of that hotspot passed beneath Greenland, and then it ended up around Iceland. So in essence, if we look from below at the lithosphere surface of Greenland, we can see a kind of ditch formed in it. Accordingly, this asthenospheric material, which has a higher temperature, turned out to be closer to the surface than normal, this continental lithosphere. Therefore, this hot material has caused the temperature gradient in this case to increase, and the heat flux, the one that we're observing under Greenland now, is high. Well, naturally, the ice gets melted there. Naturally, this ice is moving faster, both in the central part and around the edge. So a question immediately arises here. Given the current global warming and all that, Greenland will melt, and this will absolutely lead to a catastrophe. I mean, naturally, the sea level will rise and so on. So this is all happening right now, as if it were caused by human activity. Well, of course, that is absolutely not true, because I am talking about processes that have been going on for tens of millions of years. And it is quite a routine process that has been going on much longer than humanity naturally has existed. And it's a very different timescale. And in fact, that ice, that snow which Greenland had accumulated in previous eras was quite enough to compensate for that rate of ice movement into the ocean. I mean, this accumulation or reduction of ice has nothing to do with our global warming problems.
We would like to thank Dr. Kulakov and his colleagues for sharing their research on the glaciers melting in Greenland and actually explaining why they are melting. That is essential information which is being silenced. Unfortunately, we ordinary people do not receive it because the media promotes only exclusively anthropogenic concepts. And it may seem that this is a specific particular case that only applies to Greenland. But when we see the whole picture that is presented here today, we understand that this is a sign of geothermal heat increase over the entire planet due to cyclicity. And as a continuation of this topic, please let's watch the following video.
Everyone has already heard that glaciers are melting catastrophically fast. But have you heard about how exactly they are melting? 90% of all glaciers on the planet are located in Antarctica, where they are disappearing the fastest. What is striking is that this is taking place solely in the western part of Antarctica, whereas in the east, record-breaking cold temperatures are being recorded. A logical question arises: why is Antarctica melting only on one side? And the answer is quite simple. West Antarctica has a totally different geology. It consists of thin blocks of the Earth's crust that are separated from each other by large tectonic faults, rift zones. And in these zones, greater amounts of heat are released. For example, scientists from Germany and the British Antarctic Survey mapped the geothermal heat flow in West Antarctica using data from aeromagnetic observations beneath the Thwaites Glacier. They discovered an area where a huge amount of heat comes from the Earth's bowels. According to scientists, this is due to the fact that the glacier lies in a tectonic trench where the Earth's crust is much thinner. Surprisingly enough, West Antarctica is one of the largest volcanic regions on Earth. There are more than 140 volcanoes sleeping under the ice, and they are now much more active than the scientific community previously believed. A team of researchers from the University of Rhode Island discovered a new factor in the rapid melting of the Pine Island Glacier in Antarctica. It's an earlier unidentified active volcano buried deep beneath the ice. Evidence of volcanism was indicated by high concentrations of the helium isotope, which comes exclusively from the Earth's mantle. According to Professor Karen Haywood, geothermal heat from the West Antarctic Rift warms the ocean water. This in turn leads to the acceleration of ice sheet melting. Thus, it is the geothermal heat from volcanoes that is contributing to the rapid melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, not global warming at all. But why are there so many volcanoes under the ice of Antarctica? NASA experts have found out the reason based on data from NASA's IceSat and IceBridge satellites. They have concluded that under the surface of West Antarctica, there is a large mantle plume that is a flow of red-hot magma which rises and expands beneath the Earth's crust. According to the scientists' calculations, this area is warming with almost the same intensity as the Yellowstone supervolcano. The heat flux measures 150 milliwatts per square meter, reaching 180 in the rift areas. This is about 3 times as much heat as the adjacent rock layers receive. Thus, all indications are that glaciers in Antarctica are melting, not at all due to anthropogenic factors, but due to the volcanic heat. At the same time, the temperature of the Earth's crust is rising and parts of the territory are elevating abnormally. Why does the scientific community ignore the connection between all these phenomena? Equally intense ice melting is also taking place on another part of the planet, in Greenland. Research conducted in October 2020 showed that Greenland's ice is now melting faster than ever before in the past 12,000 years. In 2019 alone, Greenland's ice sheet lost the most ice in recorded history, 600 billion tons. It is also surprising that giant lakes appear under the surface of the glacier, which is actually 1.5 kilometers thick. As of today, we already know about 6 dozen subglacial lakes of Greenland. The temperature of the ice surrounding them is around minus 28 degrees Celsius. But these lakes do not freeze. Why? Several research groups of scientists joined in the effort to find an answer to this very question. They discovered the fact that under Greenland, just as under Antarctica, there is a mantle plume. Geothermal flows coming from its bowels cause formation of subglacial lakes and melting of glaciers. Using gravitational research, a team of American scientists led by Professor Ralph von Friese estimated the thickness of Greenland's crust. Active melting of glaciers has been observed in the northern part of the island, where the crust is thinner and an increased geothermal flow due to the rising mantle plume has been detected. Using seismic tomography data Scientists from an interdisciplinary team at the Schmidt Institute of Physics of the Earth saw that the flow of magma rises from the center of the core to the Earth's surface right beneath the central part of Greenland. This is where the largest number of subglacial lakes are located. The scientists have calculated the theoretical heat flux corresponding to this magma chamber and found that this heat is sufficient to warm the base of the glacier up to the melting point of the ice. These same results have been confirmed by similar studies using machine learning technology. It is obvious that the world's two largest glacial regions, Antarctica and Greenland, are melting because of increased geothermal flows coming from the interior of the planet. But what is intensifying them? Mantle plumes have been beneath the glaciers for millions of years, but it is today that their magma rises closer to the Earth's surface and causes increased heating of the Earth's crust from the inside. This indicates that abnormal processes are starting to occur in the bowels of the Earth, in its very core. And the main question is, why is it happening precisely now? This answer is simple: cyclical changes on a planetary scale occurring every 12,000 years. The melting of glaciers is only a part of the chain of climatic events that will lead to an imminent catastrophe already in the near future. Today, it is extremely important to unite the entire world scientific community in order to thoroughly study the real causes of climate change and prevent a great tragedy.
Well, we just saw that the glaciers of Antarctica are melting from the bottom up due to the internal heat, because hot magma rises up towards them. Under the glaciers, there is now warm water, which is heated by the subglacial volcanoes. And this shocking piece of information has been made public to such a large audience for the first time right now. Before today, we have been led to believe that the melting is the result of human activity. But it turns out to be an absolute lie. The anthropogenic factor has nothing to do with it. Magma rises not only under Antarctica and Greenland, but also in areas of thin crust. This is primarily the oceanic crust. And Professor Arthur Vittorito has found an alarming trend in geothermal heating at the bottom of the ocean. And we give him the floor.
My name is Arthur Vittorito. I'm a retired professor of physical geography, and I'm happy to be participating here in the Global Crisis Time for Truth conference here on December 4th. I was asked by a student a number of years ago if the number of earthquakes on the planet had been increasing. And I said, yeah, they have slightly, but I haven't looked at the data carefully. And when I looked at the data carefully, I started to see some things that intrigued me. And what intrigued me most was the fact that the number of earthquakes was starting to increase rapidly on the ocean floors. The oceans contain about 1,000 times the amount of heat that the atmosphere contains. So if you will, the ocean has been called the great flywheel of climate. So if we can intensify what we call the thermohaline circulation, first let's look at this greater geothermal flux. Geothermal, of course, is heat that emanates out from the mantle of the Earth. It's what we see in active volcanoes, geysers, hot springs. And we see that the vast majority of geothermal heat on the planet has its origins at the ocean floor. And this diagram here by Davies and Davies shows in red where most of the geothermal heat for the planet is emanated. And we can see that it perfectly matches up with the parts of the Earth's crust that are splitting apart. These are what we call the mid-ocean spreading zones, okay? And if we look at the mid-ocean spreading zones, we see that high earthquake activity in these regions indicates high flow of geothermal heat in these regions. So for the purposes of this discussion, we're going to refer to what I call MOSA, mid-ocean spreading zone seismic activity. MOSA is a good proxy for the amount of geothermal flux. To this purpose, I've cataloged the number of seismic or earthquake events in the 4 to 6 range of what's called the moment magnitude range. That is, as you have more earthquakes in these mid-ocean spreading zones, you will have a greater release of geothermal heat. And I've tracked this. I've looked at the seismic activity in these mid-ocean spreading zones. And here's the chart. So we know that we have greater geothermal flux because we have a lot more earthquake activity down on the ocean floor. And what this will do is it intensifies what we call the thermohaline circulation. On the planet, the thermohaline circulation, also called the meridional overturning circulation, or MOC, is driven by these density differences of temperature and salinity. And the oceans circulate in this giant conveyor belt, and we call this deep convection. Ocean geothermal heat is a significant forcing that can weaken the stability of the water column. It warms the bottom water, and when you warm the bottom water, you strengthen the thermohaline circulation. This is a well-established fact in oceanography. If you heat the bottom through geothermal heating, what is going to happen is that this conveyor belt is going to move faster. And the faster this moves, the more heat gets pushed up into the Arctic. This is a critical mechanism that we have to pay careful attention to. It has been shown that the overall circulation of the ocean has increased, and this is what the temperature field looks like. And you can see here the areas in red, primarily in the central and northern Atlantic, have been running much, much warmer than normal. We arrived at this state starting in 1995. That is, these anomalously high temperatures giving us what we call a positive AMO, which is the Atlantic multidecadal oscillation, has been around since 1995. Here we see a shot taken from the NASA Earth Observatory in 1979. Here we can see on a typical day the extent in 2007. We can see that it's been greatly reduced. And this is very, very important because as you melt snow and ice, you produce what is referred to as a positive feedback. So the net effect of all this, the intensification of the greater geothermal flux, which intensifies the thermohaline circulation, which increases oceanic heat transport in the Arctic, which also reduces snow and ice, results in increased Arctic temperatures. The reason we start this at 1979 is because this is the first year that satellite temperature data became available on a global scale. The mid-ocean spreading zone seismic activity plus global temperature is the bar graph in blue. Global temperatures are the curve in red. We find that the temperatures lag the mid-ocean seismic activity by 2 years. We see that these two curves match up very, very nicely. A correlation coefficient on this is 0.72, which is statistically significant, very high. 1995 was a very, very important year because it was an inflection point in global temperatures. That is, the mid-ocean seismic activity and consequently geothermal release suddenly spiked up in 1995, and we see that a number of other geophysical phenomena also changed in 1995 because it's all connected. That is well documented. A researcher by the name of James Camus, he's documented these fluxes under the ice sheets. And we do know, and we do have very good data that shows that, yes, a lot of the ice melt from Antarctica and Greenland is geothermally related. There's still a lot that we have to learn about climate change. And I believe that I have found a small piece of that. That is, I believe that seismic activity, which has been largely ignored in the literature, is one of the drivers of that climate change, and we need to explore it more. And we need to better integrate it into other understandings that we have about climate change. I believe in humans first, and I believe that we should exercise good stewardship, but that we should all try to take care of each other.
Thank you, Professor Vitorito, for sharing your research. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your research, and let's look at some other interesting patterns related to geothermal flow in the ocean. Oceanographers from Germany have found that just off the coast of West Antarctica in the Weddell Sea, the water at the depths of more than 2,000 meters warms up 5 times faster than at the surface. The temperature of the upper layer of water, 700 meters deep, almost never increases. This demonstrates that heating comes from beneath the surface. Thanks to the network of Argo buoys disturbed throughout the world's oceans, scientists can obtain data on changes in water temperature and salinity. In this way, anomalous zones of elevated temperatures in the ocean have begun to be detected in recent decades. The water in them can be as much as 10 degrees warmer. They became known as blobs, heat bubbles, or heat blobs. Blobs appear from time to time in the Pacific Ocean, and 2 spots stand out in particular off the coast of Alaska and near New Zealand. The appearance of such anomalies has become suddenly more frequent. Scientists can reliably explain where such a heated ball of water appears in the ocean column. But in preparation for the conference, we could not disregard such an interesting phenomenon, and accidentally, a geophysicist I know had a map of the location of magmatic plumes of the planet. Also, I want to know that the boundary of the core and mantle, there are giant structures of reduced velocities, which are also called magmatic droplets. They feed the magmatic plumes which rise from the core to the ocean floor. And when the map of thermal anomalies and the location of the plumes were superimposed, we got the following picture. Some magmatic plumes appear directly under these thermal drops in the ocean. In some articles, we see that areas of elevated temperatures in the ocean are associated with human activity. But it remains a mystery how that CO2, which is emitted by our factories and is very well mixed in the atmosphere, all rushed into these zones to heat the ocean locally. And there are huge volumes of water, and you have to heat it up by almost 10 degrees. In 1999, when there was a well-known underwater volcanic eruption on the Gagel Ridge, heated water also rose the surface. Maybe it's time to consider the hypothesis that blobs in the water's oceans are related to magmatic plumes on the bottom after all. Unexpected behavior is also obtained in another area of the ocean, the Gulf Stream current. Scientists have established that the temperature of the ocean surface is rising. It means that according to all the laws of physics, ocean currents should speed up, and that's what we see. A prime example is the Antarctic current. But then, why the Gulf Stream is slowing down? The Gulf Stream started up 11,000 years ago at the beginning of the Holocene, when it was warming and the Earth was coming out of the Ice Age. But now it's getting warmer and the glaciers are melting, but it is slowing down. Climatologists know very well that the stoppage of the Gulf Stream will lead to. As a result, winters in Europe and North America will become harsher, and the sea level at the USA shores will rise faster. So, what do we see? That glaciers are melting from the inside out, areas of magma sources due to heating. In the oceans, the lower layers of water are warming and abnormal heat drops appear above the magma sources. Seismicity on the ocean floor grows and geothermal flow increases. The Gulf Stream is also behaving unexpectedly. All these factors indicate to us a significant impact of geothermal heat on the global nature mechanism of our planet. And I want to ask you another question. Are we so blind that we will explain all these large-scale phenomena only by human activity? All these processes have intensified in recent decades, and it is clear that they point to global changes within the planet. After all, we have so many smart people in science, but the consumer format of our society does not allow them to study topics that are really important for all of humanity. A creative society starts with the truth, and we are articulating this truth right now. The next speaker is going to talk about the processes that indicate increased natural degassing, namely fires burning falls. I give the floor to Peter Lushin.
Greetings to the participants of the conference. Correlation of wildfires with faults in the Earth's crust. And first of all, the situation in Australia in the summer. Heat in the center of Australia. On the periphery, the temperature is few degrees lower, but although there are fires in hot places too, they occur mainly on the periphery, where the temperature is lower and where it is closer to the ocean. That is, the humidity is higher. Why is that? Well, because these most fire dangerous situations are correlated with the faults of the Earth's crust. This is in the west of Australia, as well as in the east and in the south, everywhere. So why is everything happening along the faults of the Earth's crust? Active faults in the Earth's crust mean ionization, which leads to a decrease in the humidity of atmospheric air, to manifold decrease in precipitation. Experimental observations also show this. Those who have swum in the sea, where there's vegetation below, have noticed in summer that there are air bubbles coming from the bottom, and their flow rate can be measured. If there are faults in the Earth's crust, or an earthquake, then fountains of gas are visible on the underwater radars. When these gases reach the surface of water, if there is ice at the top, many bubbles can be observed in the ice. If they make a hole in the ice in these places, even fires occur. Satellite maps show that at places of high concentrations of gases over the centers of earthquakes, fountains of methane appear in the atmosphere, spreading for hundreds and thousands of kilometers. This takes place in the Caspian Sea, in the States, and in Mexico. Everywhere, plumes of methane spread from earthquake epicenters. Baikal region, 2009, there were not many earthquakes and fires, and they were only in the south of the region. But in 2010, there were hundreds of fires, and not only in the south, but also in the west of Baikal and in the southeast. And these fires were localized to linear features, lineaments. Look at the map of the earthquake's hypocenters. Yes, they go along Lake Baikal, but there are no fires there. In the northwest of Lake Baikal, there are no earthquakes at all, but there are hundreds of fires. It turns out that in that area, there is a magnetic anomaly and a fault in the Earth's crust. Next, similarly in Greece, in places where there is methane, there are massive fires, and where there is no methane, fires are sporadic. Turkey. There is a methane outbreak in central Turkey, so there are hundreds of fires, and these are not sporadic incidents. In India, they burn reeds. This is an ordinary situation, but extensive fires occur only in cases when there is an increased concentration of methane close to the Earth's surface. Southeast of the United States, fires are often lined up in lineaments. And if you look at the tectonic map, yes, they are all, or almost all, related to the faults of the Earth's crust. This is Florida and Texas and some other states. Everywhere, everything is the same. Hence, the conclusions are, natural fires are activated near the faults of the Earth's crust with abnormally high magnetic fields due to the increase in dry thunderstorms. There is a tendency for the increase in the number of fires with an increase in the concentration of methane near the Earth's surface. The deviation from the tendency is due to the fact that the degassing of methane is not explicitly associated with weather and dry thunderstorms. And this is what I wish to those who study and are interested in such things as earthquakes, drought, and fires. Do not take it always unequivocally. Deal with each event individually and find out the genesis. Thank you for your attention.
I'm very grateful to Piotr Lushvin for the information he has provided, because fires that occur along the faults become more and more frequent for a reason. Next, you will learn why they began to increase in certain places. We've been talking for years about the causes of global climate change, about the 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms, and about what will happen. But what I want to share with you now turned out to be a shock to me personally. I naively believed that there are areas on Earth that would be less prone to cataclysms, where earthquakes or volcanic eruptions don't happen, because they are far from the coastline for a tsunami to break through here. I thought that such a safe place was Siberia. But it turned out that I was deeply mistaken, and already in the near future, a devastating disaster could happen there, which would be fatal for all humankind, and you'll understand now why. For 10 years now, people have been trumpeting that Russia is heating up 3-4 times faster than the rest of the world. But have you seen how it exactly heats up? Look at this huge red spot that shows how atmospheric temperatures in Russia have changed over decades. Isn't it weird that this spot is located in the center of the country, in western Siberia, where the age of the plates is relatively young, and the plate itself is thinner? Precisely in this area, the permafrost degrades most rapidly. Isn't that strange? So what is the reason for the abnormal heating of western Siberia? No, not in greenhouse gas emissions. The reason is the movement of the Earth's core. Rybakin's works showed that even with small vibrations and movements of the core, all mantle layers experience deformations. In the late 19th, there was a jump of the core in the northern direction. The core shifted along the line from West Antarctica to West Siberia to the Taimyr Peninsula. The heat from the bowels now comes asymmetrically, and this is probably the reason why the glaciers in West Antarctica are melting the fastest. What is happening in western Siberia? Heated fluids and magma rise higher to the junctions of the lithospheric plates, to the ocean floor and to the Earth's surface in the direction of the core's pressure. Currently, beneath western Siberia, heat is accumulating in the upper layers of the mantle. The push of the core towards the Taimyr Peninsula creates conditions for the emergence of deep magma sources. Already now, the thin lithospheric crust beneath western Siberia starts to be eroded by magma and becomes thinner. The works by Igor and Elena Morozova from the University of Wyoming back in 1994-97 indicated the weakening, severe heterogeneity and signs of melting of the lower lithosphere, as well as the strong influence of the melts in the mantle on the tectonic processes of the central part of western Siberia. But what's not all, the rigid basis of the foundation of the Western Siberia plate is not monolithic. These faults are now beginning to crack. Seismicity is appearing where it didn't exist before, and this begins to affect even the neighboring, ancient thick plate of west-eastern Siberia. Between the blocks of the rigid foundation of Western Siberia, at a depth of 2-3 kilometers, there are deep trenches called rifts, filled with the sediments of a volcanic catastrophe that happened long ago. 250 million years ago, at the turn of the Permian and Triassic periods, the Earth was splitting apart here due to catastrophic eruptions that formed nearby magnetic layers called the East Siberian Traps. During these eruptions, the Earth experienced its greatest extinction, the Permian extinction, in which 19% of all species became extinct. And now this disaster could happen again. Already now, in various regions, magma begins to anomalously heat the plate. Groundwater boils and water vapor warms the atmosphere. The hydrothermal potential of the West Siberian plate has long been known, but the paradoxical thermal anomalies that have appeared in recent decades are alarming. Boreholes show unexpected values of water temperatures compared to neighboring areas. Look at the map. The modern increase in geothermal heat in the north is now directly above the ancient rift, exactly where the crust split 50 million years ago. About the other branch of the rift, in the southwestern part of the plate, water in people's wells suddenly starts boiling. And right now, in winter, in December, despite the frosts, peat bogs are burning under the snow. In addition, the North magnetic pole is now drifting in this direction with acceleration, and in the outer core, right under this zone, the molten iron flow is accelerating. What does this indicate? The proximity of new catastrophic eruptions. And there are still many such areas with thin crust on the planet. And it is curious that it is in these regions that the number of forest fires has increased due to increased natural decaying along faults. Current trends suggest that in the coming decades, magma will start popping up in various places around the world, saying hello to us. The solid ground beneath our feet is beginning to crumble, even where we hoped we could be safe. If it is still not obvious that the problem is in magma, very soon everyone will be convinced of it. But what is happening now? National governments are afraid to tell the truth because they fear panic. One can understand them because they have nothing to offer people, because then the question will arise, how are governments preparing for the coming events? Meanwhile, governments are raising money to fight against CO2. How's that? And scientists echo this lie and engage in some nonsense with this notorious carbon dioxide, just to make a little more money for the last time. Because of such collaborationists, we are totally unaware. Meanwhile, the inevitable is getting closer, and we have no way to counteract it. I'm also afraid of what is going to happen. But, it's even scarier if we lose our time and our chance. And the responsibility for the death of billions of people in the next decade will be on our conscience. No, we will not allow civilization to perish because of our pride, laziness, or cowardice. And we have a solution, the only one and the most effective. We need all the scientists of the world to stop concentrating on their own narrow topics and mundane problems and combine their accumulated enormous amounts of knowledge and skills. Is it really difficult to establish communication between people? Just imagine, thousands of volunteers have been preparing for this conference. If we all begin to act to achieve the single greatest goal of our time, the survival of all mankind, in the shortest time possible, we would study all aspects of the ongoing climate change, and we would already be able to begin to find a mechanism to counteract it. But this is only possible if we format of the creative society. Otherwise, there is no other way. So isn't it time to roll up our sleeves and join the ranks? Together, we really can do anything. Join in.
Thank you, Elizaveta. Your information have left me speechless. And I believe many of our viewers as well. How much more convincing evidence do we need, guys? We are being constantly warned by nature that we are slowly crossing the red line and that inevitable is closing very fast. And we are not ready to withstand it. Let's now watch a video with the most alarming information.
inhale of the Earth. Scientists have been recording something frightening. Lakes, rivers, and waterfalls are disappearing all over the planet. Where is the water going so fast? Lakes. The second largest lake in Bolivia, which is called Pulpo, has simply dried up. Satellite images show that the water was still there in April 2013. But by January 2016, the lake had completely dried up. Not only has this become a tragedy for the people living there, but also a dire prediction about the future of many lakes on a global scale. The destruction of Lake Aguelo, that had been 6 meters deep, happened so suddenly as if someone removed a giant plug and released all the water. In just 7 years, the lake completely disappeared. In California, the state's second largest reservoir, Lake Oroville, is disappearing at a catastrophic rate. As you can see, even a buoy is at the lake bottom. For the first time in history, what was once the deepest reservoir has descended to a record low level. In Lake Pechera, the water disappeared along with fish. The narrow hole through which the lake apparently drained dragged down all the aquatic fauna with it. Rivers. The level of the Parada River, the second longest in South America after Amazon, is currently at its lowest level in 77 years. Water in the Atoyac River disappeared suddenly after a giant fissure had opened through which the water left. The Great Indus River in Pakistan is left almost without water today. The size of its delta has shrunk by more than 5 times. Several settlements along the coast were deserted. Hundreds of people had to leave. In 2013, from a 3-meter deep raging torrent, the Sims River turned into something so shallow that it barely was above scientists' sneakers in the deepest part of the reservoir. The Rio Grande, an important river for the US residents, has begun to disappear. Despite its impressive size, its banks have already turned into a pile of sand and rocks. Many rivers in the US are in danger of drying up, from the mighty Colorado to the Gasconade. Waterfalls. One of the most majestic waterfalls in the world, the Iguazu Falls complex, which is almost 3 kilometers wide, has lately decreased by 5 times. The second most powerful waterfall in the world after Iguazu, Victoria Falls, was on the verge of disappearance in 2019. Ecuador's highest waterfall, San Rafael Falls, disappeared for good in 2020. Instead of a roaring, rushing waterfall, there is now a thin, barely visible brook flowing down the rocks. On all the continents, we observe that water is leaving, which means it's a planetary scale process. It's worth pondering. How will worldwide water shortages affect the lives of us all? According to the research by American scientists, water level in the world's largest rivers have dropped significantly over the last 50 years. All around the world, thousands of rivers and reservoirs are disappearing, but at the same time, there are powerful downpours. For example, in China, despite frequent floods, more than 27,000 rivers has disappeared, which is about 50% of the country's rivers. How can this be explained? In Ukraine, more than 10,000 rivers have disappeared over the past 30 years, and wells are drying up. A quarter of England's rivers and a half of its small streams are also in danger of disappearing. Due to water shortages, India is facing water crisis like never before. A natural question arises: where is the water going? Currently, our planet is entering a cycle of planetary cataclysms, which occur every 12,000 years. During the cycle, galactic interaction affects the core of the planet, causing the core to become unbalanced, and it begins to jump. Because of this, the planet accelerates its rotation and begins to expand along its equator. Microcracks are formed, and water reservoirs goes down to greater depths. This intake of water by the planet can be compared to an inhale. Right now, the planet is inhaling. Does it mean that at some point it will exhale? So when and how will our planet exhale? As a result of the planet's acceleration, its centrifugal force changes and magma begins to rise to the surface of the Earth's crust and warm the underground waters. Already today, we're witnessing rapid melting of glaciers from the bottom up, heating of deep layers of the world's ocean, melting of permafrost, and cases when people see water in wells boiling up. In the bowels of Western Siberia alone, at a depth of 1.5 kilometers, there's an entire sea of hot water measuring 1 trillion cubic meters. And such bubbling and boiling underground sea are not only found under Siberia, but in many other regions as well. There is enough water to cause another biblical flood. So when magma reaches these huge reserves of water, this water will start to massively evaporate. Just imagine the quantities of water that will come out of the ground as the planet exhales. This will result in incessant downpours, causing catastrophic floods. We expect water to rise up by miles, so only the tops of the mountains will remain. The fact that the planet breathes has been mentioned since time immemorial. This already happened in the history of humankind. An example of this is the Great Flood, which is mentioned in many myths of the people of the world.
Well, we have mentioned that the earth breathes, it absorbs water, and having contracted, gives it away. And this happens instantly. It can happen overnight.
Our civilization is faced with the most terrible enemy, one that is merciless in its manifestation. He is already overpowering us, and we, because of our separation consumerist format, are not even fighting back. If we want to preserve life on the planet, we need to act as a united front. This is the only way to guarantee a secure future for us. To do this, it is vital for us to unite and change the format of society to the creative one. In this format, we will quickly develop technology which will provide us with the ability to preserve our lives as the Earth exhales. Right now, you decide what happens next and which scenario we will follow.
Now, during the conference, we learned that the melting of the glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland occurs from the bottom up because of the activation of magma vents beneath them. Magma is rising closer to the surface in areas of thin crust and in zones of known magmatic activity, and this is increasing volcanic eruptions in the ocean and on land. Seismicity on the ocean floor increases, geothermal heat increases, and this leads to heating of the lower layers of ocean water. This in its turn leads to accelerated currents and changes in atmospheric circulation. Earthquakes increase on land as well. Flammable gases are released through faults, and the number of natural wildfires increases. Underground waters in regions with a thin earth crust become abnormally heated. More sinkholes and karst funnels are forming. New cracks are being formed which divert water deep into the earth. All processes are intensifying. The conductor of these changes is the core of our planet, which has been undergoing changes in the cycle of 12,000 years due to the impact of external radiation. We underestimate the strength of the core. It seems to us that if the core is so huge and clumsy, it cannot affect the surface of the Earth. But we are deluded as the tiny bacteria on the crust of an apple, who think they are the reason the apple falls to the ground in the fall. I present to you the most recent open-source data available on the study of our planet's core and the consequences that these changes in the core cause.
We believe that we can control a lot of things, but we forgot that there is a huge mass of molten substance bubbling beneath our feet. At the very center of this red-hot ocean is the heart of our planet. And like ours, it is beating. But now, serious problems have begun inside the core. It could soon destroy our civilization. The core of our planet has a radius of 3,500 kilometers, which is comparable in size to the planet Mars. Previously, it was believed to consist of two layers, an outer liquid layer and a solid inner layer of iron and nickel. However, new findings have puzzled the scientific community. In 2015, researchers from the University of Illinois and Nanjing University in China discovered a strange behavior of a seismic wave traveling through the inner core. Thanks to this discovery, scientists concluded that there is an inner core, and it either consists of a different type of crystal or the Earth's core is still evolving and is gradually crystallizing. This is confirmed by the research of Australian scientists led by Joanne Stevenson.
What I observed is a very small kind of change, but it's got big implications for what's happening in the inner core.
Recently, scientists made another staggering discovery. For some unknown reason, the Earth's inner solid iron core appeared to be asymmetrical. A new model proposed by seismologists of the University of California, Berkeley, suggests that the Earth's inner core grows faster on the east side than on the west side. According to the lead study author, Daniel Frost, the movement of liquid iron in the outer core carries heat away from the inner core, causing it to freeze and grow on the east side. Phil Livermore of the University of Leeds and his colleagues were surprised when a trio of satellites called SWARM detected signs of a fast-flowing river of liquid metal in the Earth's outer core. Researchers indicate that this jet stream moves from Canada to Siberia and now wraps halfway around the planet. The vast jet stream, about 420 kilometers wide, has accelerated threefold since 2000. It remains a mystery why the speed of the iron stream has increased. But the anomalous phenomena don't end with that. Geophysicists at the University of Maryland have analyzed thousands of recordings of seismic waves traveling through the Earth and discovered two strange structures at the Earth's core. One beneath Africa and the other one deep below the center of the Pacific Ocean. These structures are features of very dense, hot matter at the boundary between the core and the mantle, and are known as ultra-low velocity zones at the roots of deep-seated mantle plumes. Notably, each of these two giant blobs has an area comparable to that of a continent, and the height of each is 100 times higher than Mount Everest. In the year 2020, scientists discovered that the patch of hot material beneath Hawaii is even larger than they previously thought. A recent work by Maria Sekamestrenko a seismologist at the University of Oxford, confirms these so-called blobs as a source of the hot mantle plumes. And those plumes can trigger devastating supervolcanic eruptions when they surface. The mantle plumes caused massive volcanic eruptions that formed Iceland and continue to drive the rumbling activity beneath Yellowstone.
There is a high correlation between these events. Climate changes and mass extinctions over the past few 100 million years.
The results of recent studies of the Earth's core and the structures around it are alarming. And while only scientists know about this threat now, it will soon become apparent to all inhabitants of the Earth. Another important evidence confirming that abnormal processes are taking place in the core is the drastic acceleration of the North magnetic pole's drift by 3.5 times over the past 20 years. Together with the extreme acceleration of the North magnetic pole movement, a mysterious anomaly weakens the planetary magnetic field, which protects us from dangerous galactic and solar radiation. Scientists have been able to calculate that the Earth's magnetic field has weakened by 9% over the past 200 years. As a result, an area of weak magnetic field known as the South Atlantic Anomaly has been formed between Africa and South America. Moreover, in the last 5 years, another such area has developed southwest of Africa, and it is actively growing. The electromagnetic field is generated by the dynamo mechanism in the Earth's core, and therefore it is evident that changes in the magnetic field indicate changes in the core. Another proof of the anomalous behavior of the Earth's core is the appearance of a powerful neutrino emission from the bowels of the Earth, which was also registered in the year 2015. An even more anomalous event occurred in the year 1998. Scientists detected a sharp bouncing displacement of the core by observing the Earth's center of mass using satellites. As a result of the bounce, the core shifted sharply northward toward the Tamir Peninsula. At this time, scientists at the Medicina station in Italy detected a gravity burst. The velocity of the planet also increased, as well as the centrifugal force. Concurrently, there was a dramatic change in the shape of the Earth. As measured by a laser rangefinder system from the US satellites, the planet began to expand abnormally along the equator, whereas before that, the trend had been the opposite. Because of the increased centrifugal force, magma plumes began to rise closer to the surface, which increased the geothermal heat flow and the number of earthquakes. As a result, new faults and cracks began to form, through which water from the surface began to escape deep into the Earth. In the same year, there was a sharp increase in the speed of the North magnetic pole's drift. The bounce of the Earth's center of mass became the key factor of the system's imbalance. This event led to a dissonance among all the Earth's shelves, which caused a dramatic increase in many natural disasters: earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, hurricanes, tornadoes, and so on. It is worth noting that during the same period, there was also synchronous bouncing changes in natural processes on the Sun, Moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies of the solar system. And this also occurred because of the displacement of their cores. This has led scientists to believe that such synchronous bounces may be caused by the influence of external factors on the solar system. In the year 2010, NASA scientists, together with French meteorologists, established a correlation between the increase in average annual temperatures and the rotation of the Earth's core. The fact that the core affects the climate has long been known in science. Back in the 1980s, a group of French scientists discovered that the movement of liquid material in the core directly affects the rotation of the Earth, which in turn affects the oceanic and atmospheric circulation. The bounce of 98 led to major changes on the Earth's surface. But this started even earlier. It is no coincidence that the New York Times published an article in 1985 about the leading role of the core in climate change. But you can't make the core pay taxes on gas emissions, while you can make people pay. So now, everyone has forgotten about these studies. But over the past 50 years, our planet has continued to accelerate. Since the year 2016, this trend has intensified even more. July 19, 2020, was recorded as the shortest day in the history of observations. Even seemingly insignificant acceleration of the huge mass of the Earth will cause catastrophic consequences in the near future. It is clear from all the facts that the processes now taking place in the Earth's core are the cause of climate change. According to many researchers, such drastic global changes in the planet's core are caused by immense energies coming from the depths of space. Our planet is exposed to this radiation every 12,000 years. And right now, we are on the verge of a catastrophe. Scientists have yet to answer many questions, but it is clear that extreme changes are taking place in the core. The core bounces accelerate the planet's rotation and increase its centrifugal force, which brings the magma inside the mantle closer to the surface. This causes an increase in the power of volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, the number of which is increasing. Also, the process of magma uplift heats up groundwater, causing glaciers to melt from below, which leads to catastrophic floods. The situation is progressing rapidly, and very soon we will face supervolcanic eruptions and global floods that will make conditions on the planet incompatible with life. How can humankind survive cataclysms of this magnitude? Each and every person must be involved in the solution to this problem, and we must act with full commitment. Now there is no time to shift responsibility to anyone else. The heart of our planet is already beating faster. This is causing catastrophic changes. Only by admitting the truth about the real causes of climate change will we be able to grasp the full extent of what is happening and unite the entire scientific potential to ensure the survival of all humanity.
What is happening to the planet's core is truly, really shocking. It has a significant effect on the climate and all processes on the Earth's surface. But what do we keep hearing? That the human is the one to blame for climate change. We have confused ecology and climate. Climate is changing due to the cyclicity, and a person has no effect on this. Yet a person has a significant effect on ecology, and we see what a sick state our planet is in. There's also information stating that a person can alter the planet's rotation speed. How can this be possible? Maybe Elizabeth, could you please comment on this?
Да, конечно. Yes, of course. Indeed, you can find on the internet opinions of scientists claiming that the acceleration of the planet happens due to anthropogenic emissions of CO2. Do you know this mechanism? People eat too much meat to keep cows, and cows contribute a lot of greenhouse gases, and this accelerates ocean currents, and because of the acceleration of the currents, the Earth starts to rotate faster. There is only one thing thing that confuses me about this hypothesis. It is not the mass of the Earth's atmosphere is 1,000,000 times less than the mass of the Earth itself, and it's not that the speed of the ocean currents has only changed by 3%. What really confuses me is that it seems that greenhouse gas emissions from cows are grossly underestimated by experts. They also claim that the melting of glaciers speed up the Earth's rotation, but for that to happen, the ice sheets of Antarctica and Greenland would have to melt completely. However, now you are aware of how they melt. So yes, it must be the cow's waste. Certainly, CO2 doesn't have an effect, especially on the brain activity of some people. Do you think it's funny? But we really are taken for fools. But seriously, stop feeding us with these fairy tales that humans, with their greenhouse gases emission, can affect the geodynamic processes on a planetary scale, making the Earth accelerate. And you know what else is very interesting? For the last decades, the speed of rotation of the planet does not fit in the usual models. But these changes occur in stages and cyclically. And when the planet slightly slowed down during another spin, you could read articles in the media telling this was also due to human activity. Someone really wants to think they are so great and all-powerful that even the planet is slowing down and speeding up at their will. But for all ordinary people, it is obvious that these are global processes and their trend is now abnormal. The reasons for this are not known to scientists. It's trembling, it's shaking, they write. On July 19th, they recorded the absolute record for the speed of the Earth's rotation in the history of observations. This means a record increase in angular velocity, the centrifugal force that affects the rise of magma from within. Even from the core surge in 1998, the Earth didn't accelerate that much. This means that we will see the consequences of this acceleration with our own eyes very soon.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Я бы хотела поговорить об атмосфере и о том, насколько она важна и какие изменения сейчас происходят. Атмосфера Земли — это не только воздух, которым мы дышим, но и это уникальная защитная оболочка, благодаря которой возможно жизнь на Земле.
Atmosphere of the Earth is not just the air we breathe, but also a unique protective shell that makes life on our planet possible. Rapid weakening of the magnetic field due to processes in the core led to a drop in atmospheric pressure, a decrease in atmospheric density, and redistribution of air currents. We have all heard about global warming. Due to the internal heating of the Earth's air, temperatures in the lowest layer of the atmosphere are increasing. However, the changes that take place in the upper layers are much larger and have nothing to do with anthropogenic impact. Scientists record the cooling of the upper atmospheric layers, that is, the thermosphere and the mesosphere, as well as the decrease in their density and compression. The temperature of the stratosphere has also decreased. There is a decrease in the volume of the atmosphere, which means that the space becomes much closer to the surface of the Earth. The chemical composition of the upper atmospheric layers changes. There is an increase of the content of water vapor and carbon dioxide. The atmosphere becomes disbalanced. The air is extremely heated at the bottom, but sharply cool at the top. As a result, macroturbulence increases due to temperature and density differences, and this leads to an increasing number of hurricanes, tornadoes in atypical places, abrupt changes in winds, and unpredictable weather. The main cause of these observed changes is the cosmic radiation, which leads to the imbalance in all systems of our planet. We can see the result of their impact even with the naked eye. Cosmic rays strongly ionize the atmosphere, which contributes to the formation of unusual clouds that actually do not bring us anything good. In recent years, due to low temperatures and an increase in water vapor, the formation of silvery clouds in the upper atmospheric layers is observed more and more often. These clouds reflect sun rays and thus less the heat reaches the Earth. In the stratosphere, again, as a result of lower temperatures, nacreous clouds are formed and their emergence leads to destruction of the ozone layers. In the lower layers, ionization increases and the thunderstorm clouds are formed. Thunderstorm cyclones also to be mostly observed in tropical latitudes, but nowadays they are moving further and further to the north. The increased cloud formation due to cosmic rays impact will result in global cooling of the planet, but the most destructive effect is invisible. Cosmic rays cause additional destruction on the ozone layer, which means that the level of ultraviolet light is growing, and the chemical composition of the very top layers of the atmosphere changes. And the most dangerous thing is that cosmic rays directly affect the DNA molecules of living organisms, destroying them and provoking their mutations. We are witnessing tremendous changes in the atmosphere due to the 12,000-year cyclicity caused by galactic radiation. On the one hand, the atmosphere is unbalanced and its composition it is changing. On the other hand, due to the processes in the core, the magnetic field is weakened and its ability to keep the atmosphere increasingly deteriorates. As a result, the protective properties of the atmosphere are weakening. This has happened before in previous cycles, but now, as the environmental load of the planet is increasing, it may simply not be able to withstand it. We are human beings, we are biological structures, and we depend on the atmosphere, the temperature, the concentration of oxygen. And if we don't find a way to counteract the forces that affect the solar system and us, we will simply die. The electromagnetic field and the atmosphere were the defense mechanism against external factors, but now we see what happens to them due to cyclicity. But we do have a chance, and in order to survive, we need to act. Most people don't know what's going on right now, and that's why it's so important to inform them, to inform and not to demand a decision from anyone, but to decide for ourselves and take responsibility. The world leaders cannot decide it, they rule only small fragments and pieces. 6,000 years ago, we were divided into communities, and we still exist like this up to this day. But we all are human beings and we can change everything. It is extremely important for us to inform everyone in a short period of time to come to a decision that we want to live.
Jason, please go ahead. While Jason is solving some technical issues over there, I could take over with the next speech. Okay. So experts are actually puzzled by the anomalies occurring on the sun. For example, the magnetic field of the sun is rapidly fading. And the past 3 recent 11-year solar cycles have been unprecedentedly low, with each successive cycle being weaker than the previous one. This has never been observed during the space age. So the solar wind, the flowing outwards particles throughout the solar system that are supposed to be protecting us from radioactivity actually cannot sufficiently perform its function anymore. And at the same time, satellite data shows the increase of radiation by 20%. And the reason is a flux of galactic cosmic radiation, which enters the solar system and the Earth's atmosphere. Some scientists suggest that we are at the minimum of solar activity and that something similar might have been observed earlier in the Middle Ages. But there are a few extremely alarming facts. So in 2019, astronomers recorded a powerful, record-breaking flare on the nearest star to the Sun, Proxima Centauri, and that flare was 1,000 times stronger than any known flare that previously was ever observed. So something similar, strange, occurs on the other stars near to the Sun, so-called inactive star of Barnard and the star of Wolf 359. And there is the theory that low activity on the Sun is actually only calm before the storm, along with super strong flares coming up. In addition, very strong radio signals are being recorded by astronomers coming from the center of our galaxy. And the thoughts are that those are starbursts, so new stars occurring over there. What is behind this strange star behavior? These are some very harmful radioactive rays of a new kind, which our devices are barely able to detect. It is something very small that on micro level destroys planetary cores and ignites new stars. But let's go back to our planet. So how does galactic cosmic rays affect the Earth? The fact is that the harmful galactic radiation is directed at the right angle to the Orion arm, in which the solar system and our planet are located. Previously, these rays passed at a tangent, but now we are approaching a point of near interaction. Unfortunately, little is known about this radiation. The issue requires urgent study and unification of all scientific potential of our civilization, of all researchers around the world. In 2001, Russian physicist Alexander Mikhailovich Mishin made a very important discovery. An extremely powerful stream of radiation was registered in a very specific region of space. Examination carried out by astrophysicist Shpitalnaya Alexandra Alfredovna on the radio telescope of Pulkovo Observatory confirmed its real existence. And further studies of radiation patterns, its flows from so-called Mishin object were established. And they came up with the conclusion that this very powerful energy emanates from a very particular place in the space that Mishin himself considered as the center of the universe. Astronomers approached NASA and asked to compare this data to the data that NASA has, but unfortunately their request was just simply ignored. This radiation is probably the very same exact galactic rays that are making irreparable changes in the core of our planet, and also in the cores of other planets of solar system. And it even affects the stars up the arm, the Orion arm. And we already basically know that they are affecting the sun itself as well. And we know what kind of damage they can do within the 12,000 year cycle. Actually, the cataclysms that are caused by this radiation. So we need to figure out how to take counteraction to this radiation as soon as possible while we still can make this difference. Because very soon it's just gonna be too late. And for that, we need to unite all our potential. Thank you. Let me pass the floor to the next speaker.
Hello. I welcome everyone to the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. My name is Elena Podladchikova. I'm a PhD in space physics. I study the sun, climate and astrophysics. Currently, I'm working at the Davos Observatory on a number of space missions that deal with these fields. What's happening with the climate today is really unusual. As a scientist, it got me thinking. I started asking my colleagues, I started summarizing my research. And really, there's a lot of strange things going on. Let's approach this question in terms of solar activity. We all know that there is an 11-year cycle of solar activity, then there is a 100-year cycle and 200-year cycle. Give or take a few years, a 400-year cycle, and so on. The upcoming period is what we in solar physics call a grand solar minimum. Most likely, it will last perhaps until 2045, according to our current estimate. During the periods of solar minima, especially a long protracted minimum like the current one, which has been going on since 2012, we are exposed to solar and cosmic rays. Cosmic rays are more energetic and more dangerous. Many stations on Earth that measure cosmic rays are, as expected, registering more and more cosmic rays, very highly charged particles. Cosmic rays are bad for human health. We scientists usually don't focus on that. We are kind of aware but don't write about it. There could be an effect on heart, on lungs, on a person's lifespan. I would say it's very dangerous. Cosmic rays coming to Earth are not good for the biosphere. We're studying their effects on soil, wetlands and water. Unfortunately, scientists aren't all united in these studies yet, because everyone is studying their own area. I think scientists are very, very close now to figuring it out, and will soon understand exactly what kind of coherent radiation is affecting the climate. We know very little about our environment and about space. We are scanning outer space at newer and newer wavelengths, at newer resolutions. The technology is improving extremely fast. Sources of coherent maser, laser radiation may be in many places in our galaxy, but the center of the galaxy probably has a strong source of coherent radiation. Again, this has been discovered by a Japanese telescope and a telescope array in Chile. This is a completely new established fact. For example, at Moscow State University, geologists have established the influence of cosmic objects, the center of our galaxy, gravitational and other interactions on geological processes. Friends, the situation is very serious. People are dying. We are aware of that. We can't deny it. A lot of research has been done. Hawking, Zeldovich. Unfortunately, in the past, a lot of scientific minds have been directed towards military developments. Friends, scientists around the world, let's come together and think about how we can use at least that information which we have now. We know what is going to happen to the climate. It had already happened 6,000 and 12,000 years ago. What's happening now is not new to us. How can we survive global disasters? We must act right now, because next year it might be too late. Let's direct our efforts towards saving humanity. I didn't want to say this before, but now, after analyzing all the facts, the future depends on our choices. We don't have time to ponder. We only have time for action, only for treating each other well, for being completely open, for spreading full information, and for involving a lot of people of interdisciplinary fields. Are you ready? I'm ready for that. Friends, you know, we are geniuses. I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about all of us. Do you see how much we, humanity, have done and how much we have understood? Let's use that. Let's tell each other what we can do. And I believe that we will.
Thank you, Mrs. Podlachikova. Thank you so much for this information. Very hard information, very truthful information. And I would like to thank all our speakers for being open and honest to bring this truth to us today. Let's continue. And I would like to remind our viewers that right now you are watching a live broadcast of the conference, Global Crisis Time for the Truth. Ahead, we have a part dedicated to human slavery and refugees. Stay with us. A premiere of the documentary film will be shown soon for the first time today as part of this conference. Journalists look into human slavery and mistreatment of refugees. This film is produced by volunteers of Creative Society from all over the world. Now, let's get back to the solution of the climate crisis. Let's watch an excerpt from a video shield with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Igor Mikhailovich, by what means can humanity withstand this impact?
And it's the most important question. Why do we need the entire human potential? Why cannot someone do it on their own? Because first of all, we don't have this knowledge. We don't have this kind of energy. We have to understand that the power of impact affecting our planet is enormous. So all the energy that we have on Earth that is available to us is not enough to counteract the power of impact that is taking place. There is a small nuance here too. I'll just explain for understanding. Let's not delve too much into this, it would take a lot of time. I understand that people might be curious, but the impact is taking place not at the macro, but at the micro level. In other words, it's not a direct impact of macro objects in outer space on macro objects. It's an interaction at the micro level between particles. It is an enormous energy. Again, I understand that the question will arise. But how is that? The interaction between large objects is a huge energy, but between particles it is weak.
Well, yes.
You see, our science is in such a state nowadays that we cannot answer many questions yet. That is why we need the combined potential to answer it. The interaction between particles, those that make up our entire universe, takes place at the energy level. It's an exchange of information as well as interconnections. That's where gravitation and many other things emerge, so these interactions are very strong. Look at what is happening to the planet. After all, destabilization comes from within the planet, while everything else is a consequence that we see. Now some people will say, what about other planets, my friends? On other planets too. We see what is happening now in the solar system, on other planets, those very landslides on Mars and many other things. There is activity too and everything else. This means it's all about cyclicity. It's just that it is somehow not trendy to talk about it, or somehow. After all, carbon dioxide couldn't have affected Mars and caused the formation of landslides, indicating instability there. But mainly the planets that have a core and magma are affected. If it's just a rock, it will remain a rock. There is nothing in it that would give rise to dissonance. There is only resonance between particles in it. It's just a rock. Whereas our planet is very complex. It has a core, magma, a crust, and an atmosphere. In other words, these are different spheres, just like in a human body, but they are coordinated. A single organism is formed. What will disorders in, say, a person's bone structure lead to? To irreversible consequences. The same is true for the vascular system or any other part. Whatever we take, any system, any disorder leads to a global destruction of the organism. It's the same with us here. Therefore, what do we need in order to counteract this? An equally strong counteraction. Let me give you a simple example. Let's use Tatiana, for example, for you to understand. Let's suppose I give her a little push, and she tilts. Why? Because there is a force of impact. And now resist it. You see, exactly the same impact, but she doesn't tilt. Why? Because she counteracts my action. If we don't put forward this counteraction, our world will simply collapse. Mars is an example of that. Those who are smart will understand, look and see where we are going. Why? Because the cause is the same, and the effect will be the same. Again, here we not only need to possess this energy, and in order to possess it, we need to discover these sources, but we also need to understand what it is and how to use it. For example, we do not use this energy correctly. Let me push you, and you apply the same force. In the other direction, you see, it's even greater. She almost fell. Why? Even a light touch.
Without help anymore, right?
Yes, she applied a lot of force, but in the wrong direction. So if we make a mistake, we will kill our planet even faster. I think it's clear now. Again, why do we need potential? Why do we need energy to build and do all this? Let me give you another example. Why? Because it's a complex process, and it requires all people, all of our potential. And why could we not do it when we were 7 billion? Why can we do it when we are almost 8 billion? Because our potential has increased, because the task is multidimensional and multi-level, and it has to be solved accordingly.
This conference has been going on for many hours, and I'd like to ask everyone a question. What do you think about everything that is happening in our world right now? Personally, I will hardly be able to fall asleep after what I have seen. At such moments, you begin to clearly understand that we really have no control over anything. We, people, have no one to help us. No one to count on but ourselves. It was horrifying when a man from Kenya described how his house was hit by lava in the middle of the night and no one was expecting an eruption. I immediately imagined what I would have done in this place, how I would have saved my children, whom I would have called first. So many people who have survived cataclysms said we were not ready for this. And we really are not. None of us. I keep seeing the image of a woman from India sobbing because her children died from the flood that swept everything away. I remember the eyes of the man who was dismantling metal from ships in dumps with his own hands, and how he said that all he feared in his job was death because he had a family. So do I. I get completely terrified by Chinese variant predicted for us by artificial consciousness Jackie. I have seen a lot of movies, but this is tougher than Hollywood. Do you know what images came to my mind? Images of me standing at the entrance of the city with my kids because there is nowhere else to go, holding their hands, and then how we enter there, how everything is taken away from us along with some last remaining photograph, and how we are separated, how I see my girl's eyes for the last time, how I ask myself what will happen to them next. I disagree with Jackie. I'm scared to die, but I don't even want to imagine living under those conditions. Now, at this time, when so much climate horror is taking place on Earth, sheer horror, when we are all in such danger, when cataclysms are gaining strength and synchronizing every day, at this very time when we need to consolidate and act in one and only right direction, we are divided into camps, even on the causes of what is happening, into those who are for CO2 and those who are against it. Although we are all in the same boat, we are all in the same danger. And now I would like to address all the scientists who are so defensive about the theory of the greenhouse gases impact on climate change. Are you absolutely sure of your theory? 100% sure? Or does it still remain merely profitable and profitable? You, scientists, can you, by your decisions to fight CO2 emissions, take responsibility for all 8 billion people? I live in Belgium. I pay a lot of taxes on CO2 emissions. I sometimes ride a bicycle, and I can actually solely ride a bicycle if I have to. But can you, scientists, guarantee that if we stop emitting CO2, the climate will get better? Can you take responsibility for all 8 billions? For me, for my girls, for your children, for your grandchildren, for your fathers and mothers, and say that CO2 is the only problem that affects the climate on the Earth? Are you really 100% sure that there are no other impacts that come from a vast cosmic space and which we know so little about? Also, tell me, have you ever experienced the loss of someone? Do you remember the bitterness of loss, when the thoughts were constantly swirling in your head? What could I have done to prevent this? Why didn't I do that to keep him or her alive? So now we are still at the point when we can do something if we make the right decisions instead of wasting precious time on yet another pointless business. After all, today your mother is not laying under the debris of an earthquake. Today your child has not yet been raped or beaten as they do to refugees. Right now, there is still a chance to change something, because later on you would be just crying in anticipation of death. Personally, I realize that all of us really have just one chance, and it's a blessing to know that we still have it, and I don't want to miss this chance. The scariest thing I heard today was about the radiation that is coming towards us from outer space. But I remember an astrophysicist who was addressing scientists and saying that if we now combine all of our scientific potential, we can find a solution. At that moment, you realize, without me, without you, without each and every one of us, they won't be able to do it. For scientists all over the world to unite, for them to really have this opportunity to work solely on those developments that will save our children's life, we need the contribution of each and every one of us, absolutely each and every one. The world conditions in which they will live depends on us and our actions. As long as we maintain consumeristic format and science serve the personal interest of individual corporations, we have no chance. Scientists simply will not be able to unite because there is constant competition and economic race, and science is used as an instrument of domination and power. Therefore, in order to really unite the entire scientific potential, it is necessary to change the conditions of society so that human life comes first. And this can be done only in the format of the creative society. First and foremost, we need to legislatively implement the 8 foundations of the creative society in all countries, the first of which is the value of human life. Then all the developments, all technologies will be aimed only at improving human life, and in this case, at saving our civilization. But it is up to us, the ordinary people, to make the first step. I realized that I simply must tell everyone what I realized today, the real scale of the problem and the only real way out, the creative society. To tell everyone, from my friends to the people on the street, because most of them don't know the scale of danger we are all in. I've been thinking a lot about what is this unity which can really save us. What is the essence of it? What triggers such a powerful force? And I understood. People themselves trigger it. Only we, people themselves, are capable of implementing the creative society. Each of us has enormous power, enormous potential, but it's not comparable to the potential of all of humanity, all 8 billion people united by one goal. Yes, it may seem unrealistic to unite all 8 billion people. We've never done anything like this before, but all 8 billion of us are already united by one desire. We want to live. And for this, we should not only desire, but also start to take an action, to act in sync, to achieve this goal.
Humanity, various races, nationalities, religions, but we are all sailing in the same boat in this ocean of life. At the course of all-absorbing consumerism, which our common ship has taken today, is leading us to precipice. Just a little longer, and we will irreversibly fall into the abyss of economic, social, and climate catastrophes. Perhaps someone doesn't want to see and admit obvious facts, yet being afraid to turn around and see the reality. In the endless rush, in the ordinary everyday routine, in the race for success and survival in this world of consumerism. But every day, more and more people stop and ask themselves these questions. Where is this world coming to? What does the future hold for me and my children? How can I make sure that the world will be a safe, happy, and prosperous place? After all, no matter how successful you are, if the whole world is falling apart, there is no way you can avoid a bitter fate. We can change the course of our ship, which is speeding into the abyss, and instead of the abyss of consumption, steer it in the direction of the creative society. But we can do this only together. We need to unite our collective human potential, become a united civilization, and row in one direction. Uniting in a common goal, we need to direct our attention, our efforts, our knowledge, and our skills to charting a new course. And how quickly we can do this depends on the choice of each person. Our salvation is only in our unity. Only by working together can we build a truly decent world. A world that will have a future for us and our children. And that is the creative society. We still have a chance. So let's take it.
Hello. At present, we, humankind, face a global problem. Destabilization of the planet's core is no joke. Everyone understands this. Everyone understands that creative society is the only option to unite. But why do they not go for unification? Because there is a fear that even if we all get together, go va-bank, throw all of our energy into uniting, create a creative society, and we won't find a solution, and that's it. Time is spent and effort. There is no solution to the problem. The end. Finito. That is precisely what people have in their heads. And so they would build a bunker separately, only for themselves, because in consumer format, everyone cares only about his ass. And a small fraction of people would survive a couple of days longer than others. In that case, let's go for the Chinese model that Jackie mentioned. They will live only 4 to 5 years longer than if they do nothing. The same goes for the bunkers. Can they save everyone individually, no matter how super equipped they are? No. They can only prolong their existence for a short time, which does not solve anything. So it turns out that this issue is hugely acute. Creative society is a real chance, and the rest is absolute nonsense. We will never come to a solution if we don't unite, if we are unaware of the actual resources and possibilities. Many people are now concerned about the climate change and are starting to build private bunkers. Billionaires, heads of technology, companies, superstars, doctors, lawyers, and numerous top executives of prominent corporations are all investing in it. But everyone separately. And it's ridiculous. But that's how consciousness works. They think they can survive cataclysms there. But let's think logically. How can they survive what's coming after everything we've seen today? It's not like it's a one-day situation to simply wait out in a barrel. Everything is destroyed once and for all, and for many years to come. And if we don't stop the process now, it will be forever. And then what? To be buried alive in this barrel bunker. Is that what they want? So spending millions to build a bunker is ridiculous. If these funds were invested in the development of creative society, everything would move faster. And there is a much better chance that everyone would survive. It is much better than the prospect of dying in this barrel alone. We had a quote. Unfortunately, the demand for underground bunkers has increased again. We specialize in building them, but I would much rather build something else. However, we won't build anything else as long as there is a demand in this market. We can build anything because we have tremendous production capacity, but we specifically build bunkers. However, according to the head of a company specializing in the construction of underground bunkers, the number of orders has recently increased by 2,000%. He says, we can build anything because we have tremendous production capacity, but we specifically build bunkers because there's a demand for them. So I have a question. Maybe it's time for us to create a demand for creative society. Previously, it was thought that those who build bunkers were all nuts. Now, it is considered normal. But is it? It's time to think more broadly, not in the format of digging your own grave. Thank you all. Thank you, the speakers. Thank you to all of the scientists that have stepped forward. And thank you to our wonderful host and the technical support that makes this possible for all people all over the world and our interpreters. Thank you.
I'm very happy to see all the participants and viewers of the conference, and I want to thank everyone for their active participation. This conference is an essential step for all humanity because it provides truthful information that allows us to come to a mutual understanding. We're getting a holistic picture which allows us to make right decisions in the current critical conditions for the entire humanity and avoid a deadly global threat. And we also have the opportunity to openly ask tough questions and find answers together. And I would like to draw your attention to one of these questions. Today, a very bad trend is emerging in the internet and in the media in general to shut people's mouths when they tell the truth about the climate situation. If any scientists, public people, or ordinary citizens scientifically refuse the theory of anthropogenic impact and factually prove that the climate problem is actually much more global and cyclical in nature, then this information gets deleted. In fact, there is an even greater restriction of our rights by the consumerist format, in which we all exist like slaves. This is an outright dictatorship. They tell us about democracy everywhere, but immediately limit it. What kind of democracy is this if some media giants, social networks, or media holdings can restrict it? Who gave them this right? Yet, as strange as it may seem, in fact, the answer to this question lies in ourselves. I mean, by our own inactivity, by our own silence, we allow this to happen. Let's be honest, we voluntarily agreed to this without even getting to the bottom of the matter. And all this is happening today. Today, when it is more important than ever for everyone to understand and accept the fact that our common problem should be solved together, Today, when humanity is really standing on the edge of an abyss, we must not remain silent, but tell the truth openly. We must open our mouths, not shut them. After all, this information will save our lives. The louder the truth will sound, the more real facts and reliable information we get from all sources, the faster we will be able to elaborate the right steps. If we sit back and pretend that everything is fine and that tomorrow it will be great, then there will be no tomorrow at all. Therefore, humanity's mouth mustn't be shut today when it concerns the survival of all humanity. We understand why it is being done, so as not to wreak panic and chaos. But why didn't they keep silent about COVID? They could have shut mouths and forbidden to speak, and people would have died quietly. But on this subject, they shut people's mouths, while we're already dying from the actions of our common enemy, the climate. It is already killing us on a large scale. Such actions are unacceptable. They are a betrayal of all mankind. This is true collaborationism with the enemy. In order not to create panic, the right solution must be offered. In order to avoid panic, it is necessary to solve the problem, not to hide or conceal it. Those who give these orders are either mentally sick, if they wish death for themselves and their close ones, or they are complete idiots. After all, the climate will not spare anyone. Don't they understand that? If they are suicidal, that's their problem. But we want to live. And we want our grandchildren and great-grandchildren to be able to live and the human race to continue to exist on Earth. We want to live in the creative society, to live in dignity, to live humanly. In order to achieve this goal, all of us need to consolidate all our efforts today and not to allow these traitorous collaborationists to shut our mouths, not to agree with the lies imposed on us, but instead to be courageous and tell the truth, anywhere and everywhere to all people. Today, our strength is in the truth. The truth unites our hearts. The truth makes us stronger. The truth makes us united. The truth makes us people who are worthy of the creative society, the society that all the prophets dreamed of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in this next part of the conference, we will show the truth of the consumer format that we live in. This information concerns everyone. Dear viewers, please share this video. Please share this conference because everyone deserves to learn the truth. And also, we would like to remind you that we'll be watching the video on the refugees very soon, the documentary that will be released for the first time today.
Dear viewers, finally we came to the moment of our conference that many of you have been waiting for. Right now, we would like to bring to your attention the result of 4 months of work, which resulted in a documentary that will air for the first time right now. First, we would like to give our sincere gratitude to all the volunteers who have been tirelessly worked on this film. During these 4 months, we learned and acknowledged a lot of things. Sometimes it was really scary, but we knew that only by uncovering this truth about what is happening in society, we can change everything. We ourselves realized a lot of things, understood, experienced. Thank you all very much for everyone's hard work, for your help. The information is scary, but at the same time, you feel happiness inside from the fact that this gives a real chance to get freed from the consumer society. We ask you to share your feedback, understanding, and any comment with us about the next video. Please send your videos to info@creativesociety.com or just comment below the comment section. Let's watch it.
The biggest wildfires in
Climate is harder to predict.
23 lives
displaced because of climate change.
Where I'm staying out for a minute.
I lost my home. I lost my family. I was running for days. I swam. To end up here, in a new place. I have no food and no place to sleep. I was trying to find someone, anything, to help me. No one is looking for me. No one needs me.
Why is there such inhuman treatment of people? I was thinking about it and decided to figure it out. I reached out to journalists around the world. Over 4 months of communicating with refugees, the host party, and experts. What we have learned was not just unexpected, it was completely beyond the scope of our understanding of the situation.
It was a horrible journey. You know, only me and my husband on a wheelchair. 4 days it was tough. I will never ever forget it.
I arrived on a truck, or rather, under the truck. I stayed underneath, next to the wheels, for 16 hours. It was a disaster for my spine.
7 years ago, Soma and her husband were forced to leave Iraq. They managed to cross the Turkish border, but their documents are still pending.
No camp, no nothing, no be yourself. They took just only Syrians. So we depend on ourselves. We registered in the UNHCR since 2015, but they left our files aside. Almost 7 years was too hard for me because we are in unstable situation. We are struggling too much.
People are forced to leave their native lands. The first answers about the reason for displacements were the military situation in the country and violence.
We didn't have such an idea at all to go to Germany or to Europe. But suddenly a war broke out and we had to leave our apartments. We didn't have any other choice.
I come from Afghanistan. I'm 25 years old. I've been living in Germany for 6 or 7 years. When I came to Germany, I was 17, and nobody helped me so far. I have a lot of problems. It was very difficult and dangerous along the way. It was very hard in Iran and in Bulgaria. For 5 days and nights, we had been walking over the mountains without food. We had only cookies or something that was in our backpacks. And yes, the journey was very hard. We didn't go by car. We walked on foot from Afghanistan to Germany. If there had been no war in Afghanistan, I could have stayed there with my family. I left my family because of the war. I lost my father in the war.
We managed to talk to a woman from Sweden who has been helping refugees. She asked us to hide her face for security reasons.
Now I'm going to tell you something very scary. Do you know what Bachabazi is? I know that it exists in Afghanistan. They have a clan with a man leader. He has money and he makes all the decisions. They are not allowed to touch girls, but they look for a handsome boy. They take that boy, put makeup on him, and he dances for them at night. Then the boy is forced to go with a man he's told to go with, and he is sexually abused. I took 3 of these boys to a hospital in Sweden to have them undergo surgeries. They were all so very damaged inside. One of the boys even had worms in there. Those clan leaders told one boy to come back to Afghanistan and continue spending time with them. They told his mother, if he doesn't come back, we'll kill his little brother. And we found out they actually did that.
The boy survived thanks to the personal involvement of this woman, but that's not always the case. Often, people who seek refuge in another country encounter new troubles and threats to their lives there.
I'm in South Africa. It's very difficult here because it's a very nice country, but the only problem that I'm facing is a xenophobic attack, because here they don't like foreigners at all. You will never spend a month without being attacked with a xenophobic attack, because they say as a foreigners you are stealing their work. I've lost that hope of being in the great society. I don't know, I've lost that hope, because seeing the way that people are being killed, seeing the way that people are being shot in my eyes, and the fear that I have right now is having my 2 kids. It's like every day in my mind, it's like, hey, this can happen to my kid, this can happen to me. And it's like I don't have a peace. I've lost that peace.
In the world we now live in, it is not so easy to dare to help one another. A woman in Malmö, Sweden, took children to her place when they were brought to station downtown. They had nowhere to go.
So here I am, sitting in a big house where there are vacant rooms. A thought pops into my head: why can't I offer shelter to some of those kids who were at a Grand Central Station? And that's what happened. Then I started helping children who had come as refugees, because I thought I could do at least a little bit. Somebody else might do something other than this, but if everybody helps a little bit, it might be a good thing overall. So I can't solve all problems alone, but I think I can do something for a few kids. And that's what I'm doing right now. It's been 6 years already that I've been hosting unaccompanied refugee children.
These problems have persisted for years. It is obvious that people's help is insufficient to solve these problems. We reached out to locals from around the world to find out about the refugee situation in their own countries.
In my opinion, almost nothing is being done, almost nothing. I can say this from my personal experience, as I myself took care of refugee children 3 years ago when a big wave came. They were very grateful. There were children with injuries from hand grenades. They were missing parts of ears, feet, and limbs. They were so sweet, so kind, and so happy. And then the city of Bochum assigned to us a church for 5 weeks. And then, suddenly and on the quiet, they were displaced. They had to move out because housing was too expensive. They just suddenly disappeared. We didn't talk to them anymore. They were just starting to adjust. They learned their first words in German. It really broke my heart, and I have absolutely no idea where these kids are now. Nothing is being done. Not enough is being done even for our children, the children who live in our own country.
The migration crisis is increasingly affecting the lives of people who are forced to flee their homelands. Are we ready to host billions of people? What if I become a refugee myself? It was important for us to learn about the conditions for the people in the camps. Our reporter told us that they went to camp, but they were not allowed to film. So we reached out to experts who know about it firsthand.
These camps are too much big, the security is never enough, and really people go through every kind of abuse and violence on women, girls, teenagers is really too much. It's something that cannot exist inside a protected structure.
Today, forced migration is inextricably linked to ongoing human rights violations.
During the crossing of the borders, especially on the Croatian border, Romanian border and Hungarian border, the police take their belongings, they steal their money, and they destroy documents, sometimes the clothes. We have been seeing people that come naked from the border. There is this kind of pushback that is illegal procedure.
I think it is estimated that up to 1 billion children aged 2 to 17 years have experienced physical, sexual, and emotional violence or neglect in the past year.
Today, I received information from experts that shocked me. I didn't expect us to go this far.
In the International Tribunal for Natural Justice, I attended a number of sessions when we addressed the question of trafficking of women and men, some to make them into prostitutes, and the men turning them into some form of slaves. I also turned the attention of the listeners to the fact that in North Africa, even in Libya, there was some form of a market where people were sold against $70, $100, $200 of young men to be taken to work for free, which means almost like slaves. And we are not talking about hundreds of them. The question of trafficking of women and others, among them young children, we're talking about 2 million people every year. So we're talking about a huge number of human beings who are being trafficked for purposes anything but human.
A child can be sold many times. I remember one day I came across the story of a girl who was, she was Turkish. She had been sold 17 times, and she had been trafficked from one country to another 17 times. And she had experienced only rape, no working, no papers, and no money sent back to the country. Children and young people are being trafficked every day as we talk, every day, every minute, every hour. And what happens to them next, nobody knows.
In Bangladesh, there is one area where openly that slavery market runs. How we do the auctions for anything, like that the humans are, children are purchased and sold. Yeah, and Myanmar is that thing. 2016, when I was doing undercover operation, to that time I also sat in many auctions as a customer, as an undercover when I was doing the undercover. There where we were sitting for the auctions, 9-year-old girl, 10-year-old girl, as per the demands. So the trade called the first time sex. So whenever the auctions will happen, new girls arrive in the trade. So they put the auctions. So who will bid the last demand, the money, that person only will use that victim full night for his choice. I'm finding the problem that the new demands is growing about the pedophile. So now there are a category of the clients that belongs to across the world. So they demand for the male child for the sex.
The business that is made of spare parts, the human spare parts. How many children have been transferred from one place to another and then being operated on for some rich guys in different parts of the world to get a kidney or get something else from their bodies against their will, or because they don't have money, somebody will contribute a kidney against money. This is happening in Egypt, for example. Many people are poor. They say, well, if I can live with one kidney, I will give the other kidney against $5,000 or so.
Black market, traffickers, mafia is part of this economy that is ruling the world. So what else I can say? That I only see that another possibility is to spend money instead of constructing walls like we are doing in Europe.
In our society, human life has no value. How is it possible that instead of help, people encounter violence, aggression, abuse, and slavery? This is not a migration crisis, but this is a crisis of humaneness.
A gigantic moral, political, and ethical farce has begun because this regulatory development is not supported by policies, programs, and plans to protect the rights that are set out in the declarations. Human rights are growing in terms of recognition, but they are declining in terms of ensuring, guaranteeing, and protecting the implementation of actions aimed at making them a reality and not merely a formal discourse of a democracy. More and more often, they act to protect private capital rather than to defend the rights of the public.
In our consumer society, it is impossible to solve these problems because there are rules and laws, but behind the words migrant, refugee, and internally displaced, there is no primary component: human being. It is terrifying to imagine what will befall us given the escalating climate crisis.
Climate change is an integral part to national security. Climate change is a threat multiplier. We have climate-induced refugees. A case in point is myself. I have told you I have been displaced by the rising waters of Lake Baringo. So governments are not committing to help people to mitigate the climate-induced disasters. Now, you can see now conflict, climate-induced conflict, climate-induced migration, climate-induced food security, climate-induced health insecurity, climate-induced refugees. You see, for the first time in the history of humanity that we have climate refugees. So where is the missing link?
The migration issue will only worsen due to increasing intensity and frequency of natural disasters.
People, by looking at the existing legal frame, will not ever be entitled asking for protection. Because you will ask them which country you're coming from, they would say there is no country. I had a country called X, but the country now is underwater. or I had a village and this village is being totally destroyed or disappearing.
We have something called the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage. It's not an easy thing to discuss and get agreement from 200 countries. Everything has to be agreed by everybody. It cannot, if there's one country doesn't agree, then you don't have a global agreement. And so that's one of the deficiencies of having global. There's no international law.
But I would like to urge each and every one of us that yes, there are policies, but what are we executing as an individual? What is our role to play in this major crisis situation? And I think that this is the truth that we need to answer to ourselves individually and collectively.
People who don't want to know anything about child trafficking, child rape, hunger, or other scourges of our times, they are part of the problem. Because not only they don't do anything, but they're silenced. And when the climate change will be so tough and so bad that people from some regions will be forced to migrate to other parts, we will go back to the same situation. And then those children and those people are the easiest prey to human trafficking because they have nothing. And sometimes they don't even have an identity.
It turns out that there are still no effective programs for the resettlement of refugees. For so many years, the United Nations has been working. For so many years, the Refugee Rights Commission has been working. So many humanitarian organizations and NGOs around the world have been working, but there are no working, established or adopted programs on how to work with these refugees. There are none. And the Refugee Commission itself admits this. Actually, we see that not everyone cares about ordinary people. But if they don't realize that we are all interconnected, no money, no private jets, no private yachts will get them to safety. If the whole earth starts exploding, flooding, and drying up, it's just going to hit everyone.
Now refugees are forced to leave their homes. They face condemnation and cruelty. They are left alone with their misfortune because of the consumerist format of society. Tomorrow's climate catastrophes could be upon us as well. Answer yourself honestly. Are you ready to face what refugees face? Are you sure you won't be in their shoes? That you and your loved ones won't have to go through what they're going through?
Dear friends, what can we say after watching this painful and devastating video? We live in this consumerist format, and if we're quiet after watching this, after knowing what's going on, then we support this. We can see that there are kids, women, suffering everywhere, and we support this. Don't you think it's time to change this format? Don't you think it's time to show that we are better than this? It is painful, but it is time for the truth. And I think we've seen the truth today. And now let's watch the next video.
In this video, we had to change some words and expressions using milder terms. But we hope that the severity of the problems looming over our society will still be evident. In the 21st century, human civilization boasts about its high level of intellectual development and incredible technological achievements. At the same time, at least half the world's population do not receive the health service they need. 8 million deaths occur every year as a result of poor quality of medical care. Healthcare costs are so high that they drive about 100 million people into extreme poverty each year. Living below the poverty line leads to an increase in child labor. Nearly 1 child out of every 10 is forced to work. Often, this work involves hazardous machinery and poisonous fumes. The list of products produced by child slave labor includes gold and precious stones, coffee, cocoa, rice, baby products, and clothing. According to UN statistics alone, more than 40 million people are victims of modern slavery. Forced labor, child labor, forced marriage, debt bondage, human trafficking for illegal exploitation, and recruitment of children for armed conflict. In the consumeristic format of society, people have already surpassed wild animals in terms of cruelty. More and more often, children are used as live bombs. In Nigeria, criminals put an explosive on a girl with a baby in her arms. After years of warfare, the economic crisis and drought have caused famine in Afghanistan. There is a well-known case where a mother was forced to sell her little daughter for 400 euros to feed her other children. Today, more than 41 million people are one step to death from starvation, and about 811 million people are starving. Meanwhile, every year, more than 1 billion tons of food are thrown away, and unsold goods, including those produced by means of slave labor, are destroyed. The absurdity of consumer society is that a human himself has become a commodity. Annual income from human trafficking worldwide is $150 billion, which is the largest source of illicit profit in the world. There are 534 human trafficking flows registered in 148 countries. The number of detected child victims has tripled over the last 15 years. Victims of traffickers are mainly migrants and jobless people, as they are the most vulnerable. International treaties proclaim goals of ending poverty and slavery. But in the context of a mass consumption economy, the whole system is designed to protect private capital. In the consumerist format of society, money is more valuable than human life. Worldwide, more than 2 million children a year become victims of trafficking for all kinds of exploitation. In Mexico, 25% of all women who are victims of trafficking are girls under 18.
Please help. My husband threatens me. He beats me. He forces me to have sex with his friends who come here so he can make money. They started beating me, pouring alcohol on me, making me drink, pointing a gun at me, saying they would kill me and no one would ask about me, no one would know where I was. And they opened the window and said, "Jump or we will shoot you in the head."
And did you jump?
Yes.
From which floor?
I think it was the 5th floor.
In the consumerist format of society, people are ready to kill each other to satisfy ambitions for fun and profit. Illicit trafficking of human organs worldwide is estimated at $600 million a year. According to WHO statistics, 10,000 human organs are illegally transplanted every year. In Nigeria, special baby factories are set up on a massive scale where children are bred like a livestock. Teenage girls are forcibly impregnated and coerced to bear their life commodity for sale.
But most of them are pregnant teenagers. They were held captive for one purpose, to force them to give birth. The kidnappers were making money on selling the babies. I got a call at 6 a.m. this morning saying that there were kidnappers at the school, that all our children had been kidnapped, including my daughter. We rushed there. It was confirmed that they had all been captured.
Are we human civilization if human life has no value on this planet? To change this, we all need to stop supporting the consumeristic format of society and unite in a common goal to build the creative society.
Ну что здесь сказать?
What can we say? Right now is the time to ring the death toll, because after what we've seen right now, after that it is very hard to stay indifferent. And I would like to express my gratitude to those heroic people who overcame their fear and made this video, and to those who left their comfort zone a long time ago and saved people from slavery literally behind enemy lines. When we were preparing for this conference, it was a great honor for us to meet such people. You've seen a lot of them from the previous videos. They are a true example of heroism. But there are still very few of them. And they have to confront the entire system built on economic gain in a society where money talks. I think that when most of us heard the title of the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, we didn't have a single idea of what a bitter truth would be discussed. But what we've seen today is our common pain. This disease of our society, which is called consumerist format, has reached a terminal stage. We must take urgent action. So, on behalf of all mothers and women, I appeal to every person living on this planet. Life is a gift from heaven. The consumerist format of society is taking away our lives and our future. If anyone hasn't figured it out yet, the consumerist format is a feast of darkness and evil. We have just seen appalling images proving that the circle of darkness is shrinking. Evil is getting closer to every one of us. It is the necrosis of humanness. It is caused by our indifference and inaction. We can continue to keep silent and hide from the truth. The truth is very painful, and we don't want to see it, right? Or we can start with the major understanding that all this mayhem is only possible in a consumer format. Lie, pain, fear, and suffering are an integral part of consumer society. We have come to the point where a person himself has become a commodity. It is already a symptom of a lethal disease. But we can make a different choice. And I believe in the hearts of mothers, as they are full of boundless love. Therefore, I'm appealing to women today. We make up the majority of the world's population. We can tell one another what we have learned today. We can tell it to our husbands, our sons, our brothers, our colleagues. We can tell them that if you choose creative society today, you are becoming directly involved in stopping slavery on this planet. If your heart and your voice are with those who unite humanity in the creative society, you are directly involved in stopping people from being trafficked for organs. If you spread the word about the creative society to those you know, then all of us will be able to quickly unite our potential in one goal, and then not a single child, not a single human in the world will not suffer from sexual or any other kind of abuse anymore. If we don't come together and agree that creative society is vital to us, we are putting the lives of all people, all the children of this world on the line, and this is important to understand. Without exaggeration, a great responsibility lies on each one of us today. But it is also a great honor to be part of the solution, because as soon as we unite our joint potential in one single goal, in building the creative society, in changing the format towards the creative society, it will take place very fast.
On one side, the planet is burning. The other is engulfed in water. The earthquakes are shaking our houses. Oxygen is depleting. The volcanoes are erupting. Yet, we have nowhere to run. We are separated. Each of us is trying to save their own life, because there is no more food or water left. Riots are starting to happen. Imagine the destruction, the chaos, and the horror of it all. We are left alone in a crumbling world to die. The worst part is this is not a movie. It is real life. The truth is, each person living on the planet today decides the fate of the whole humanity. There is not going to be one hero to save us all. We all must become heroes ourselves. We are used to complicating everything so much that we cannot even imagine how we can all survive this apocalyptic scenario that is unfolding in front of our eyes. Yet, the solution is so simple. We just need to give up our laziness, foolishness, selfishness, and pridefulness to see it. The good news is that we already have a survival guide of our civilization. It is the creative society. The guide is only 3 easy steps. First, you have to understand what the creative society is and how it will benefit you, your family. This is the step you must take on your own. The second step is an informational stage where we spread the concept of creative society around the globe by telling everyone, your family, friends, and even your mother-in-law. So we can unite in one idea of building a creative society. Third, once the majority knows and supports creative society, we can move into the implementation stage, where we would use our full potential to build it in 2 years or less. Why is a creative society possible today? Today, we are more aware of global issues, more technologically advanced than we were 10 years ago. Also, there are 8 billion of us, meaning altogether we form an egregore. What is an egregore? It is not just a sophisticated term. It is when intelligent individuals collectively act for the good of the whole community. Good examples are beehives and anthills. Each insect remains as an individual, but collectively everyone works towards a common goal. For us, this means as soon as we decide to focus our attention on the immediate needs, then together we will withstand all the challenges. The new breakthrough possibilities will emerge in areas of research and science, because the whole human intellect and all resources will be focused on one goal: obtaining counteraction technologies that will protect us from climate crisis. Let's all get over our laziness and pridefulness, and let's follow the Creative Society's survival guide, the 3 easy steps. Learn more, spread information, and unite to build a creative society. I cannot think of better investment we all can make than an investment in the happy future, not only for you and your family, but for the whole humanity. Now, the Creative Society is a project of everyone. We do not collect any donations or funds that disappear in the deep pockets. Instead, each person acts in their abilities and uses resources they already have. So if you are able to spread information about Creative Society by running Facebook ads, putting up a billboard in your city, running national or local commercials, putting flyers around your city or town, putting a sticker on your car's bumper, publishing an article in the New York Times, becoming a Creative Society media partner as a local or national blog, podcast, radio, or TV show, creativity has no limit. No one will ever ask you how much you have spent or did not spend promoting Creative Society. There will be no tax benefits or deductions. In the end, we will get there faster if everyone knows about the Creative Society tomorrow. Whether you have $1 million or just $1 or simply some free time, your investment in the Creative Society will benefit you, your family, and everyone on Earth. It is your opportunity to be a part of the solution and live out your superhero potential.
Today, we have heard such words as consumerist format more than once. That it is both the cause of humanity's global crisis and, at the same time, the stumbling block in solving these problems. The consumerist format itself implies incessant struggle, division, disunity, war, violence, and slavery. We see all these examples in our history. A 6,000-year history of wars. But today, we can turn this habit of fighting to our advantage. In everyday life, the laws of the consumerist format are reflected in relationships between people, in a family, between friends, At work, someone is constantly striving for domination. Everyone wants to get on top and get a better place. This is a constant self-assertion of some people at the expense of others. In consumer society, it is not the person himself who is valuable, not his ability nor achievements, but his being in the certain circles and his titles on the paper, which are not hard to buy. In consumer society, everything can be bought in general. It's a matter of how thick your wallet is. Quantity is also more important than quality in consumer society. There is a constant race, a chase, trampling of one another. Everyone strives to survive. After all, there are imposed standards that one must confront to. In order not to feel like an outsider at the feast of life, but it is not intelligence, consciousness, humanness, or honor. It is merely appearance, an expensive phone, a car, a house, the opportunity to travel, and so forth. In other words, it is not a person's qualities, but the illusion of success he afford. Having satisfied one desire, he immediately gets another. The chase for illusion begets greed. Greed that leads to worse. When you are no longer satisfied with what you got, you begin to take things from others by force. And in such a format, losses and destruction are inevitable. Everyone dies in this struggle: kings, rulers, ordinary people, and entire empires. This is an integral and unavoidable part of the consumerist format. Is that really all we're capable of? The consumerist format is a step into the abyss, and that's where we have all been heading for thousands of years, and now we have come to that very brink. This path has cost us the most precious things of all, human lives. But the consumerist format is temporary. Sooner or later, humanity becomes convinced that it leads to a dead end. Because constant fighting with each other, destroying each other, means fighting with life itself. But don't we people want to live? Don't we want to live in stability and prosperity? Don't we want to live in respect and prosperity? Of course we do. No sane person would say that these values are alien to him. This is what we want to see at the forefront of the society we live in. In the current format, it is impossible. All because of that very constant striving for struggle. Even if people of one country unite, they will fight against the other one. We want change, but we're always waiting for something. And today, we no longer have time to wait for some miracle or new government to change everything. When we hear about change, we immediately think of struggle. We're not each other's enemies. Our main and only enemy today is the climate. And since we're so good at fighting, maybe we should direct our forces towards surviving in this fight. We're used to taking sides with one or another camp. But the climate will blow all camps away. If we don't unite now, we just won't have time. Wouldn't that be stupid? To lose the whole world simply because we're afraid of losing the illusion? We do not trust, we do not understand, we're afraid to face the truth. The most important thing is at stake, our lives. We must combine all our forces for the survival of everyone. The climate does not care what country you're from, what income you have, how many education degrees or children you have. This enemy has come without declaring war. It will wipe us all out. If we have nothing to counteract it. And today, no country can offer a common idea or ideology. We're all divided and separated. And some people will never want to live by the laws of others. But we can begin to live by common laws, the same for all. We have a way out. There is the creative society, the 8 foundations that are close and important to every person. The creative society for everyone. It's the kind of society everyone wants. Creative society means that the best human qualities are encouraged and the worst qualities are curbed. In the creative society, no one will be poor. No one will be oppressed. There will be no enemies, no corruption or fear. And each of us can begin to build this society right now by telling everyone around us that only in the creative society people will live in security. Would we deprive ourselves of that chance? Let's think and decide together how we will implement these foundations in our life. And find in this unity the answer to the climate threat. We can do this, but only together. We have everything: technology, information and resources. We have everything. We just need to stop being afraid, being lazy. Really figure this out and cast aside illusions and division. Today, millions of people are already building the creative society, but each person matters. If you are not with us, all of us will lose. After all, this is our common struggle, the only struggle in our entire history by winning which all of us win. Friends, we must start living in a new way. If we do not begin to live in a new way, we will not begin to live at all. Thank you.
Either we build a creative society, or we destroy one another. That's not a scary story. That's reality. Everyone is looking for a super idea now, a supranational idea, a uniting one, and no one has this idea, not in a single country of the world, and will not have. Because the only idea today is the idea of peaceful existence, the idea of what all people want. Isn't it so? It is. And what do all people want? All people precisely want the creative society. Perhaps we shall repeat that over the last years, probably it's about 9 years, we've been working. Volunteers all over the world carried out various surveys. There was Lagoda, then Alatra, there were various projects, and millions of people have really been surveyed in all parts of the globe, everywhere. And everyone wants the same thing, and based on what people really want, the 8 foundations of the creative society have been built. It is people's desire, it is what they want, and this has to be done. All beastly qualities must be suppressed and forbidden at the legislative level and at all other levels. But all humane qualities must be promoted and developed, and this is easy. That's the most significant difference.
The world is on the verge. The facts and evidence voiced at the conference have convinced us of that once again. We appreciate everyone who's been with us today. Participants of the conference have raised the topical issues of the consumerist format of society, which are aggravating against the background of our climate and environmental crisis. The data voiced on the monitoring of our climate change and the ecosphere state of our planet are striking. Humanity is really in danger. Only an ignorant one can deny it. Not being aware of how high the price of inaction and lost time is. As of today, numerous disputes are going on in the world regarding the cause of climate change and who is the blame. However, these disputes only result in discord, division, and shifting of responsibility onto one another. Searching for guilty ones will not change the situation and will not save humanity. While we are wasting time in vain, the cataclysms are increasing. The planet is dying because of our inaction, and consequently, the chance for humanity's salvation is diminishing day after day. We as humankind are approaching the critical point after which we no longer will be able to change anything. If we do not act now, we deprive the entire humanity of the future. I emphasize, the entire humanity. We will destroy ourselves, our near and dear people, and our whole civilization through our indifference, lack of understanding, and our unwillingness, meaning through our inaction. The planet's ecosystem is rapidly collapsing due to the anthropogenic factor, contamination of the world's ocean, deforestation, the disastrous problem of waste, and many more. However, the main problem is even more serious. Society with a consumerist worldview treats the environment merely as an endless resource, thoughtlessly using it beyond measure for the sake of someone's personal profit. Verily, selfishness and greed have overshadowed our minds. Our momentary striving for enrichment has become more important for us than our own future and the future of our loved ones. The worst thing about the consumerist slavish ideology is that we, people, are merely a resource in somebody else's hands for increasing their own selfish goals. As a result, our inhumanist begets global crisis not only in the environment, economy, and other fields of human activity. The main crisis is the moral one. It has exceeded all limits. In our allegedly civilized world, there is plenty of violence, slavery, and exploitation of children's labor. While on the background of the climate change progression, a new problem has arisen: the increasing number of refugees who need human support and understanding. People driven by the intolerable conditions of existence come to someone else's country with a hope for humanness, but encounter enmity, rejection, fear, and often even hatred. Will such humanity with a consumerist attitude to one another be able to survive in the time of global cataclysm? The answer is obvious. Many people still hope that in case of cataclysms, their government or specialized organizations will save them. However, participants of the conference have voiced real-life examples, which indicates that these organizations have proved to be incapable of protecting survivors from cataclysms and providing them with the necessary aid, even in the present day, relatively stable period. But what will be tomorrow? The answer is just as obvious. Yet, we have also seen examples of people's mutual assistance and care for each other in the regions where the trouble happened. These examples demonstrate to us that we, people, as society, can come to each other's rescue by uniting and assuming the responsibility and not relying on someone else. This is exactly the main point and quintessence of our appeal to the world. The more of us there are, the more we are capable of, and the more chances we have to survive. The power of humanity's potential is tremendous, while the power of the united humanity is uncountable. This is precisely the essence of building the creative society. As of today, creative society is the only idea that can unite absolutely all people, the entire humanity, and to direct the enormous all-human potential to creation of a united civilization and survival of the entire humanity population in this disastrously hard time, which we as humanity have entered for the first time in our history. We shall overcome any challenges and dangers only together as the entire humanity. We will jointly protect what is precious to our hearts. We will jointly revive this world, restore our planet, and rebuild our common home. On March 20, 2021, a landmark event took place. The worldwide conference, Creative Society, What the Prophets Dreamed of. There, we, people from all over the world, brought together representatives of different religions and concluded that all scriptures talk about the creative society. That's the true face of all religions. It doesn't matter what religion you belong to, or if you are an atheist. The creative society is for everyone. The apostolic blessing of the head of the Holy See and the entire Catholic Church, Pope Francis, is with us. His prayers are with us. Today, the whole world must unite in building the creative society where humanity's potential plays a key role and where every person's life is of the highest value. Today, building the creative society must become the #1 task for every sensible person on this planet. I would like to express gratitude to every participant of the Creative Society Project. You are the ones who are driven by pure conscience, superior moral qualities, the highest manifestation of altruism and love of fellow human beings, and who act by the call of their hearts. Every participant of the Creative Society Project is an inspiring example of unshakable faith in humanity's ability not only to save our home, but to build a new, wonderful world for each citizen of our united society. I'm proud of being here with you today. I'm proud of being a participant of the Creative Society Project. And it's a great honor for me to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. My dear friends, despite the collaborationism of the consumer format, we must win. We have nowhere to retreat. We have one planet. We must all unite and win. And victory will be ours. May God bless us all.
Address the pressing topics and get connected everywhere like fiber optic. Read the signs of the times, it ain't hard to see. It's time for peace and love, it's time for unity. It's time to put aside the